Upon awakening, I found myself transformed into an immune system. I neglected to mention that I have traversed into the body of an individual named crazily. Inside him resides the immune system. This is the human body's defense mechanism, designed to combat the invasion of unhealthy bacteria and viruses, known as the immune nervous system. So, the previous statements are no longer problematic, right? Of course, if we consider the immune nervous system as a divine entity. Do you find this amusing? Go ahead, laugh. In any case, I'm indifferent to your reactions. In truth, this transformation has left me quite perplexed. While others typically find themselves reborn as dashing heroes, or at the very least, as a female, or even as birds and beasts, I have inexplicably become an immune system. This is utterly bewildering. It has led me to question the very meaning of existence. However, what confounds me even further is the behavior of my host, this crazily, who seems to act like a complete fool. At this moment, he is huddled in a corner of a dilapidated warehouse, cowering and trembling incessantly. Just like this, not far from the warehouse, the air is filled with the frantic screams of humanity, accompanied by the growls of zombies and the sounds of fierce combat. It is his father and a group of others, bravely battling the zombies outside. Since my arrival, I have gained some understanding of the current world. It is the year 2035 in the Great Xia calendar. After enduring several years of global warfare, an unknown and terrifying virus suddenly erupted last month. This virus has the ability to destroy the human immune system before it can respond, subsequently taking control of the brain and transforming individuals into mindless zombies. If one is bitten or scratched by such a zombie, they will soon succumb to unconsciousness, followed by a high fever and convulsions for half an hour. Eventually, they become a senseless zombie, attacking anyone in sight. Crazy's father, in a bid to ensure his safety, has hidden him here while he and a group of people struggle against the zombies outside. I am quite skeptical that, as an immune system, I might fall victim to these viruses. Moreover, another question that perplexes me is why these zombies have such an inclination to bite humans. I can understand their attraction to the tender waists of beautiful women. But why target those elderly gentlemen with decayed teeth and scant flesh? Are they not concerned about breaking their teeth? To this day, I have yet to uncover the answers to these questions. I ask the heavens, yet they remain silent. I inquire of the earth, and it offers no reply. I consider asking Crazy. Well, I apologize, I have yet to pose the question to him. Having only recently arrived, I am still grasping the basic circumstances of this world. Moreover, as the immune system within Crazy's body, I seem to have no one else to consult except for him. Crazy, why do you think these zombies are always so eager to bite people? I inquired curiously. Who? Crazy looked up in alarm, surveying his surroundings with uncertainty. I replied helplessly, there's no need to search, I am your immune system, residing within your body. Holy crap, Crazy exclaimed, and then, brimming with excitement, declared, a system? I have a system now. Ha ha. I knew I was the chosen one destined to be the protagonist of this apocalyptic world. Oh yeah, system. Quickly tell me what your functions are. You fool. I gazed at Crazy's exuberance, utterly speechless as I retorted, pay attention to the first two words before system. Immune. System. Do you understand? Is Crazy truly that dim-witted? Did he only catch the word system? Did he completely filter out everything else? Upon hearing my words, Crazy appeared stunned, as if rendered foolish, staring blankly at his surroundings. I could empathize with his bewildered expression. Anyone would likely be taken aback when chastised by their own immune system. After all, in everyone's understanding, the immune system merely signifies the body's resistance, a representation of one's physical condition. How could it possibly speak or scold? After a considerable pause, Crazy suddenly clutched his head and screamed, good heavens, my immune system has come to life. With that, he dashed out as if a rabbit had been stepped on. I'm at a loss for words. Has this fellow forgotten that there are numerous zombies outside? Foolish Crazy, may you find your own fortune. In any case, I possess a system. Even if you perish, I shall survive, and at worst, I shall acquire a new host. By the way, I forgot to mention that I also have a system, didn't I? I can't quite recall. So let me reiterate. Although I have merely transformed into an immune system, it is not a simple one. Rather, It is an immune system endowed with a system. As one whose name includes divinity and system, it is not excessive to possess a system, is it? I access the super immune system. Level 1. Combat power, 10. Ability, basic immunity. Attributes, none. Origin, 0. Thing, the system has issued the first phase of tasks. Task 1 incomplete. Reach level 5. Upon completion, you may control a normal zombie within a radius of 500 meters. Task 2 incomplete. Elevate to level 7. Obtain super evolution skills and forcibly control the host, Su-Lele, for 5 minutes. During this control period, Su-Lele's combat power will increase by 100. Note, when the origin value reaches 1,000 points, the host may choose to seize the body of the host or return to the original world. Note, upon the host's death, the system will randomly transfer to another individual, and the level will decrease by 1, with the origin value resetting to 0. I do not fully comprehend this system. I understand what the 2 tasks entail: the ability to control zombies, the capacity to control Su-Lele. Upon reaching an origin value of 1,000, I could return to my original world and seize this unfortunate fellow. Yet, I remain unclear about the other elements listed above. For instance, what exactly is this origin? Furthermore, what are levels and attributes, and what purpose do they serve? How does one elevate them? Alas, there's no manual provided. I lack the luxury of time to ponder these matters, as the events outside have captured my attention. Indeed, I can perceive the happenings outside. More accurately, I do not see in the conventional sense, for I lack eyes or even a body. I am merely the immune system within Su-Lele. However, it is precisely for this reason that my army of immune cells, dispersed throughout Su-Lele's body, allows me to perceive everything surrounding him. I am not limited to the vision of his eyes. What draws my attention is Su-Lele, this fool, who has ventured outside the warehouse, confronting the zombies he was meant to evade. I scrutinized these zombies closely when I first arrived. I had not paid them much attention. Now, upon closer inspection, these zombies are grotesquely hideous. There are only 3 zombies remaining. Among them, one female zombie is clad in tattered clothing, revealing an astonishingly voluptuous figure. Setting everything else aside, her physique is indeed formidable. Would you like to know what she looks like? Chapter 2. The wretched Su-Lele. Su-Lele, a character shrouded in mystery, piques curiosity about the nature of her companions, particularly the female zombie. For those brave enough, one might search for Silent Hill dancing female zombie. But for the faint-hearted, I urge you to refrain. I truly do not wish to frighten you. What? You have seen it and found it rather appealing. I must say, my friend, your taste is rather peculiar. Now, let me continue recounting my ordeal. The male zombie adjacent to the female one was even more grotesque. The gap between his teeth could easily accommodate a finger, leading me to wonder if he could still manage to bite a person. Then there was a small zombie, clearly a hapless child, whose appearance was nothing short of tragic. Su-Lele's parents, along with 7 or 8 others, were fleeing when they were startled by Su-Lele's sudden emergence. Perhaps they could not fathom why she, who had been hiding so well, had suddenly decided to charge out. Even the 3 zombies paused momentarily, their hollow eyes reflecting a flicker of confusion, as if to say, "We are usually the ones pursuing others to bite. Why is this fool rushing towards us?" However, this bewilderment lasted less than a second. Then, with a deafening roar, the 3 zombies bared their jagged teeth and lunged at the bewildered Su-Lele. Sanjin. "Save our son," one of the women cried out. Not far away, Su-Lele's father, seemingly named Su Sanjin, likely due to a birth weight of merely 3 pounds, was a robust figure, built like a bear. In a panic, Su Sanjin shouted, "Lele," and brandished his stick, forcing back the leading male zombie. But right on its heels were the female zombie and the small one, already lunging towards Su-Lele. Claws flailing. What transpired next left me utterly astonished. Su-Lele, faced with the oncoming zombies, not only failed to resist, but also showed no inclination to flee. Instead, she curled up on the ground, clutching her head. "Ah, Mom, Dad, save me," Su-Lele screamed in a frenzy of terror. "What did I just say? Look, I mentioned that Su-Lele's thought process was abnormal, didn't I? Fool." I scolded her without hesitation. How did I end up inhabiting the body of such a coward? Even as an immune system, I would prefer not to be associated with someone so pathetic, being attacked by zombies and not knowing to run, yet instead squatting on the ground and howling in despair. At this rate, Sue Lele would surely be bitten by the zombies, and I, as her immune system, would be utterly overwhelmed by the virus. I truly could not fathom how this individual had survived an entire month. After all, countless humans had been transformed into zombies during this time. Yet Sue Lele, the fool, had managed to endure. Truly a miracle of the human world. Son, the woman, presumably Sue Lele's mother, rushed towards her, followed closely by the others, who confronted the female and small zombies. The taller female zombie was swiftly struck down by a stick, while the petite small zombie broke through the defenses and sank its teeth into Sue Lele's arm. Ah! Sue Lele cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground. This gave the small zombie the opportunity to pounce on his Sue Lele's body. Su Sanjin, witnessing this scene, instantly surged with fighting spirit, letting out a roar as he charged at the small zombie, tossing it away with force that I must admit, Su Sanjin was indeed formidable. Yet, I could not help but wonder why his son, Sue Lele, was so utterly useless that Dad, I've been bitten. Sue Lele clutched her wounded wrist, her face a mask of terror as she rolled on the ground. My son, Sue Lele's mother cried out. Why did you come out? How could you let yourself be bitten? Su Sanjin's eyes blazed with fury upon seeing his son harmed, and he bellowed, you bastards, I'll fight you all. With that, he swung his large stick and charged recklessly at the three zombies. The others quickly followed suit, launching their assault on the zombies. But at this moment, I found myself unable to focus on the external chaos. The DC cells were already in a frenzy of alarm. Warning! Warning! A powerful and malevolent zombie virus has entered the host's body, requesting the immune system to engage. I am doomed. Simultaneously, I witnessed throngs of black zombie viruses surging from the bite wound, clawing their way into the body. Wherever they passed, all normal cells were annihilated, and the stationed immune cells were swiftly overcome. At that moment, I found myself and Dazhuang glanced at his own body and, upon discovering no visible wounds, finally breathed a sigh of relief. That moment, an elderly woman surveyed her surroundings and, with reddened eyes, lamented, Xiaoji and Ada have not returned. They were bitten by zombies and perished. Upon hearing this, sorrow etched itself onto the faces of the others, and two girls could not contain their tears. From their previous conversations, I had gleaned some understanding. These individuals were neighbors prior to the zombie crisis and had formed an escape team. Initially, they numbered over 20, but now they had lost 2. Enough? The middle-aged man with a buzz cut declared in a grave tone. This is not the time for grief. Follow me. We must search the villa for any remaining zombies to prevent surprise attacks. With that, several individuals ventured into the villa. Meanwhile, within Sue Lele's body, the immune cells valiantly defending against the zombie virus were falling one after another. Brain. It's over. Brothers, farewell. Heart. Goodbye. Dopamine. Farewell. Spleen. Never to be seen again. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly echoed again. Warning. The host is currently at level 1 and cannot decrease further. Upon death, transfer with this system is not possible. Please lead the immune army to engage in battle and eliminate the invading zombie virus. A victory is expected to elevate to level 3, granting 20 source points. I was taken aback. Me. You want me to have Sue Lele eradicate the virus? If my immune system were to act, wouldn't it end up obliterating him just as I did? Chapter 3. Fear not. I shall level up. After a brief moment of bewilderment, I comprehended the situation. It seemed this system required me to continuously vanquish the zombie virus to achieve upgrades and earn source points. In that case, wouldn't I relish the opportunity to slay? I just wondered if Sue Lele could withstand it. At that moment, the cries of the brain and various organs echoed with urgency. Heart. I can't hold on much longer. Brain. Immune system commander. Save us. Dopamine. Protect our leader. Protect our leader. Spleen. It's futile. The immune system is incapacitated. We are doomed. It is fate. Lung. Are we all to perish today? Brothers, we shall meet again in the next life. Who said that? I interjected. I'm here. I will take action. I glanced once more at the zombie virus wreaking havoc on Sue Lele's body. These were no ordinary viruses, but sources and experience. At that moment, the information about these viruses appeared above their heads. Zombie virus. Primary zombie virus originating from a minor zombie. Combat power index 5 to 6. I calculated. Given the combat power of these zombie viruses, they posed a significant risk. There were far too many viruses. Additionally, their replication speed was astonishingly rapid, exponentially increasing in geometric progression at the current replication rate. It was estimated that within half an hour, these viruses would completely infest Su-Lele's body, leading to his total zombification. Meanwhile, the immune cells within Su-Lele had been nearly annihilated by the zombie virus, with even the B and NK cells dwindling to a mere few. The available immune cells were scarce, and the combat power of these immune troops was significantly inferior to that of the zombie viruses, fluctuating between 1 to 3 points, unless a miracle occurred. Su-Lele was destined to meet the same fate as I did. I commanded all immune cells to charge toward the zombie virus. As the immune army surged forward, it was as if they had poked a hornet's nest. The previously rampaging zombie viruses abruptly redirected their attacks toward the immune forces. These ferocious zombie viruses overwhelmed the immune army in a single encounter. See, such a high-stakes battle is impossible to win. Just throw in the towel. I replied, fear not. I am here. I shall take the field myself. After all, within the entire immune system, I was the only immune cell with the highest combat power, reaching 10 points. Posing a threat to these zombie viruses, I maneuvered my massive immune cell into the fray, delivering a powerful punch to one and a kick to another. At that moment, other parts of Su-Lele's body, witnessing my active participation, rallied to support me. Brain, well done. Immune system, charge. Liver, brother, we rely on you in this critical moment. Heart, that was close. The zombie virus nearly breached our defenses. I was terrified. Spleen, get me some blood to recover. Spleen, lung, shameless heart, are you here to drink? Kidney, speaking of drinks, I recall the 60-degree Wuliangye from before, and when the master's father discovered the liquor was stolen, he whipped the master with a belt, resulting in the master's heart-wrenching screams. Listening to their shouts only fueled my excitement. While I had fought before my traversal, I had never experienced such exhilaration. I had no concerns, only the thrill of combat. Yet, the zombie viruses multiplied exponentially. They relentlessly swarmed toward me, nearly encircling me completely. This incited a long-dormant bloodlust within me, igniting a fervor. Was it not merely a fight? Who was afraid of whom? Today, only one of us shall survive. Faced with the fierce zombie viruses, I showed no fear. In fact, I felt invigorated with each battle. Just then, I heard the lungs' labored breathing. Brothers, why does my breathing feel increasingly strained? It's so hot. Then came dopamine's voice. Lung, the immune system is taking the opportunity to strike. Be cautious. Spleen, dopamine, can you not keep your mouth shut? My brother is fighting bravely ahead, and you stab him in the back. I'm considering the leader, dopamine replied. The immune system is so formidable. What if it injures the leader? Then you all will perish. Enough, the brain bellowed. What time is it to still be arguing? Everyone, take your positions. Follow my command. Kidney, continue to deploy red and white blood cells to assist the immune system in battle. Spleen, ensure to clear the fallen immune warriors and zombie viruses, then replenish the immune system's blood. Aside from the immune system, you are the main force. Liver, repair the battlefield. Lung, quicken the breathing rhythm. Do not let the master die. Go. At that moment, Heart asked, and what about me? The brain pondered for 2 seconds before responding. I'll have dopamine accompany you. Maintain your happiness. If you are joyful, the master shall also be joyful, thereby indirectly enhancing the combat power of the immune system. Heart. Understood. Oh yay. Blah 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 bu. AI way ba to dong ci to ci. All organs chimed in. I'm not satisfied. I want to play too. The brain barked. Whether you're satisfied or not, you must work. No more chatter. At that moment, the mouth weakly inquired, Commander Brain, what is my task? You. The brain contemplated for 2 seconds before replying. You are responsible for humming. Release the host's suffering. Received, sir. Io, a hum. Then, as I was engaged in battle, I noticed that the host, Su-Lele, was tightly bound by Su Sanjin, who was continuously groaning. Io, a hummed so uncomfortable. The individuals who had gone to explore the villa had yet to return, and sporadic sounds of fighting could still be heard, suggesting that zombies remained within the villa. Only Su Sanjin and Lele's mother were present around Su-Lele. My child, I know you are suffering. Mother is also pained. Mother is suffering even more than you. Lele's mother comforted, her face filled with concern as she leaned over Su Lele. Mom, I'm so hot. I'm so cold. I feel so terrible, Su Lele whimpered. I interjected, do not panic. We have only just begun. The real hunt is just getting underway. Su Lele paused for a moment, then weakly addressed Su Sanjin and Lele's mother. Dad, Mom, did you hear? My immune system is speaking again. Upon hearing this, Su Sanjin furrowed his brow and remarked to Lele's mother, is Lele's brain fried? Lele's mother, worried, reached out to touch Su Lele's forehead. Immediately, she recoiled, stepping back, her eyes wide with shock. So hot. Hearing this, Su Sanjin's expression turned urgent. He then slapped Su Lele across the face, shouting, you little rascal, look at how you've burned your mother. Su Lele coughed up blood and fainted. Chapter 4. You have the right to oppose Su Sanjin. Lele's mother furiously pushed Su Sanjin aside, shouting, have you lost your mind? Do you not know our son has been bitten by a zombie? How can you still strike him? What if he dies? What can I do? Su Sanjin retorted. Our son has already been bitten by a zombie. Soon, I shall transform into a zombie. If I were to lose you again, how could I possibly survive? Perhaps we should consider having another child. You can bear it yourself, Lele's mother exclaimed in fury. Subsequently, she threw herself on Su Lele, weeping and wailing, "Oh dear as I was engrossed in the performance of this family of three, the system's notification chimed once more in my mind. Ding, you have accumulated 10,000 zombie viruses. Experience points are now full. Would you like to upgrade? Upgrade, I replied without hesitation. Then, I realized I could no longer move. 10,000 zombie viruses could not all be attributed to my own actions. As I had no recollection of slaying so many. It must be that all the immune cells and those incinerated by high temperatures were included in this tally. My brain and various organs. Witnessing my sudden immobility, likely feared I might malfunction again and quickly began to shout. Brain, general of the immune system, what is wrong? We are relying on you. Heart, immune system, I am currently dancing wildly. Do not cease. Liver, brother, do not frighten me. Hurry up. Observing the anxious expressions of these organs, I felt a surge of disdain within me. A bunch of Navi creatures. Fear not. I shall upgrade shortly and annihilate this group of little viruses, I responded calmly. The brain urgently shouted. If we upgrade now, we will be overrun by the zombie viruses. You are submerged in viruses at this moment, and you wish to level up. Engage in battle now. Just then, the system's voice echoed again in my mind. Upgrade successful. Current level, 2. Combat power 10. Immediately, I felt my strength double, and even my physique expanded significantly. Furthermore, I could now split and create more immune system troops. With this newfound vigor, my fighting spirit soared. I forcefully shook off all the zombie viruses clinging to me, then surveyed the endless swarm of them, shouting, fantastic! Bring it on! I bellowed and charged once more into the ranks of the viral army. This time, the battle was even more intense than before. This moment, the other organs began to cry out again. Lung, Commander Brain, I can hardly breathe. I am struggling. Kidney, Commander Brain, the red and white blood cells I dispatched have all perished. We cannot hold on much longer. Liver, Commander Brain, the battlefield has been severely damaged. We cannot repair it. The brain shouted loudly. Where's the heart? Heart, where are you? Heart. Hey, let's get this party started. Yay, the vast horizon is my love, the brain shouted with all its might. Stop with the revelry. Everyone is on the brink of collapse. The heart paused for a moment and replied. Am I not working? I am striving to enjoy myself. Yo yo yo, brothers, sway with me. Dum dum da da. The brain urgently yelled. Enough with the swaying. Enjoyment is futile. The battle is too brutal. Raise the hostess temperature to help all units fight better. Heart. But the host temperature is already at 40 degrees, the brain retorted sternly. Then raise it by another 2 degrees. Get it to 42 degrees. Heart. Understood. Oh no. Thump, 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 thump. All organs. Now we have energy again. Zombie virus 1. I feel awful. It feels like I'm on fire. Zombie virus 2. I feel terrible too. My combat power is diminishing. Zombie virus 3. Don't mind that. Kill this immune cell. Charged. I'm dead. As the temperature around me rose, I noticed my combat power had increased by another 2 points, reaching a total of 22. The more intense the fight became, the more exhilarating it was. I laughed heartily. Wielding my protein sword, navigating through the multitude of zombie viruses as though traversing a tranquil realm, devouring all in my path. In that moment, I finally understood the exhilarating sensation Zhao Zilong must have felt as he traversed the battlefield 7 times. Liver. Wow. Incredible. The immune system is on a rampage. Spleen. Immune brother. You are magnificent. Lung. I have already destroyed 3 trigeminal nerves. Immune system brother. Continue your assault. The viruses cannot escape. Mouth. Report. The host is burning and foaming at the mouth. Brain. What about the immune system? The host's vitality is depleting. If you continue this way, the leader will not endure. Heh. I scoffed. Whether the leader endures or not is of no concern to me. If I do not eliminate the zombie viruses, I am the one who will perish. I replied directly. That is your issue. I will focus on exterminating the viruses. Raise the temperature by another 10 degrees. Today, I shall obliterate all these zombie viruses. Heart. You must be joking. My heart rate is already at 200. If you raise it another 10 degrees, I might as well leap out of here. Upon hearing this, I was immediately incensed. I am laboring tirelessly to slay the viruses, and you dare to insult me from behind. This is akin to being stabbed in the back like Qin Hui. Can I endure this? Regardless, I am no longer at level 1. Even if Su Lele perishes, I can simply transfer hosts. Brain. That scoundrel heart insulted me. I declared directly to the brain. The brain fell silent for 2 seconds before replying. I want to insult you too. The host temperature has now reached 42 degrees. If you raise it another 10 degrees, it will reach 52 degrees. At that point, the viruses will not even need to kill the host. He will simply burn to death. After speaking, it turned to the other organs and said, Brothers, do you agree? Kidney. Tisich, 52 degrees is nothing. I usually drink 60-degree Wulianya. Spleen. I believe I can withstand 30 degrees. The brain cursed. Are you not afraid? I am. The first to burn will be me. Dopamine also shouted in anger. Do you not care about the happiness of the brain and the host? All organs. That is not our concern. Witnessing this scene, I couldn't help but chuckle that it seemed these organs were on my side. This gave me even more confidence. I shouted directly at the brain. Brain, enough of the nonsense. Raise the temperature by another 10 degrees. Then I can easily eliminate all these little viruses and restore my brothers to normalcy. My combat power increases with the rise in body temperature. Meanwhile, the zombie viruses become weaker as temperatures rise. Thus, as long as the temperature is sufficiently high, I am virtually invincible. As for the host Su Lele, whether he lives or dies is of no concern to me. Regardless, if this fellow dies, I can switch to another host. As long as I can consume viruses, I can level up. The brain responded. You are not killing the viruses. You are killing me and the host. Will you raise the temperature or not? I threatened him directly. If you do not raise the temperature, I will go on strike. At that point, these zombie viruses will surge in and finish you off. Chapter 5. The brain is stunned by the onslaught. Oh no. The brain shouted. Brothers, the immune general is about to rebel. Protect the commander. Protect the commander. All organs. The sun is quite pleasant today. The brain. But after 2 seconds of silence, the brain replied. Very well. Immune general, I can only raise it 3 degrees at most. That is my limit, as well as the host's limit. If it rises any higher, we will all be finished without the zombies lifting a finger. TCH. I retorted. Rubbish. I have barely begun to attack, and you have already reached your limit. The brain cried. It is different. Brother, the higher your temperature, the stronger your combat power. The host and I cannot endure it. Fine, fine, fine. 3 degrees it is. Let us hurry up. I urged hastily. Although it was only 3 degrees, it would still greatly aid in the battle that I was eagerly anticipating another upgrade. Good. The brain replied, then turned to the heart and smiled faintly. Heart, you don't look at me. I am terrified. Do not fear, the brain said with a smile. Good brother, I will not harm you. Just step on the gas and raise the temperature a bit. Oh no. The heart was startled and replied in a panic. I am already at 200. To raise it by 3 degrees, I must pull it to at least 300. All the organs around began to revel in their misfortune. They had long been unable to bear the heart's frivolity. Liver, heart brother, do not be cowardly. Just do it. Kidney, what's the big deal about reaching 300? I can produce 3 million kidney units in a second. At my peak, I can produce 10 million kidney units. Heart shouted in fury. You can produce 3 million without issue, but if I jump 300 times, it will cost me my life. After that, he shouted to the brain, Commander Brain, I refuse to comply. The brain fell silent for 2 seconds before replying. I am not asking for your opinion. I am commanding you. If you do not jump, then you will never jump again. Oh, brother, no. Let us talk this over. I will jump right now. The heart quickly replied that it was clear that the heart was genuinely afraid of the brain. The heart shouted, I am starting to rev up now. Oh dear. Then it began to shout and frantically worked to increase its rate. The rotation speed increased linearly, soaring from 200 to 260 before long. It surged to 300. Kidney. Ah, what a thrill. This sensation brings back memories of my days indulging in 60-degree Wolyanya. As I felt the temperature rising rapidly, I burst into laughter, exclaiming, Haha, I'm invincible this round. Now, watch me showcase my skills. But just then, a lewd voice suddenly echoed at a certain part. What the hell are you bastards doing? Damn it, I peed myself. Mouth. Wooed out, I'm starting to babble incoherently. Upon seeing Su Lele's pitiful state, I was also taken aback. Su Lele was trembling violently, his pants soaked, eyes rolling back, mumbling nonsensically as if uttering dog. Dog, you dog. I was perplexed. How could Su Lele, in such a state, still see dogs? Where were the dogs? There were none in this villa. At that moment, the individuals who had previously scouted the villa returned. Observing Su Lele's condition, everyone, except Su Sanjin, retreated several meters, their expressions tense and wary. Uncle Sanjin, what is Lele saying? Are you blind? Can't you see he's on the brink of becoming a corpse? Right. It seems like this is how it goes before a corpse transformation. First, the heart races, followed by a fever. Look at his skin, it's scorched red, and he's emitting smoke. Everyone, keep your distance. Look at the speed of his heart's beating. It's even faster than the vibrations on a speaker. How terrifying. I've never seen anyone burn this high before. Though Su Lele appeared as useless as a dead weight, his immune system was astonishing. While others infected by zombies succumbed immediately, he was still holding on. Indeed, such a situation is truly rare. Lele's immune system has managed to withstand the zombie virus until now. What does that matter? With such a high temperature, even if the virus dies, Lele will perish alongside it. He'll inevitably become a zombie. It's utterly meaningless. Lele's mother anxiously grasped Su Lele's hand, urgently crying out, Lele, hold on. You must persist. What will I do without you? You cannot leave me. Just then, Su Lele abruptly ceased trembling, gazing at the ceiling with a dazed smile, murmuring, Great-grandma, my great-grandma. Having said that, his head tilted, and he fainted once more. My son. Lele's mother collapsed onto Su Lele, sobbing uncontrollably. The surrounding people quickly alerted Uncle Sanjin, Aunt Sanjin. Lele is beyond saving. He's about to become a zombie. Get away from him, quickly. If you get bitten, you'll turn into a zombie too. Uncle Sanjin, be careful. Some even rushed forward, attempting to pull Lele's mother back. She cried out in despair, No, my son is gone. What meaning is left for me in this world? My attention shifted from the distraught individuals outside to the organs within Su Lele's body. Unlike the mournful expressions around, these organs, akin to mischievous children, paid no heed to Su Lele's condition and continued to frolic. Kidney. Ah, this temperature feels fantastic. I adore this kind of life. If every day were like this, I could perform 7 times daily. Spleen. Not bad. Heart. Act up, brothers. I'm about to give out. Lung. I'm exhausted too. I can hardly breathe. It feels like I'm on fire. Brain. What's the situation? Requesting command. A profound silence filled the air, devoid of any response. Brain? Lung inquired once more at that moment. Heart replied, Stop calling. The brain has been overwhelmed by the high temperature. It's malfunctioning. Dopamine has also succumbed. Damn. I'm about to give out too. Oh no, I have no strength left. All organs. What the hell? Chapter 6. Kid, I believe in you. Kidney. Brother Heart, you mustn't stop. If you do, we are all finished. Shut up. Just now, when the brain instructed me to ramp up the speed to 300. You were the loudest, drinking 60-degree Wolyanya, pulling off 3 million units. Heart retorted angrily. Kidney. I'm sorry, brother. You must hold on. Liver said, I can endure a little longer. But if the heart gives out, I'm finished too. Seeing the organ's reactions, I immediately felt anxious. I was in the heat of battle. This temperature was perfect for me. My combat power had surged from a mere 15 points to an astounding 25. Amidst these little zombies and their viral onslaught, it was like slicing through butter. What would happen if the heart faltered? Would the other organs follow suit? How could I manage alone? What a joke. Are you all incapable? We're just getting started, and you're already faltering? I began to provoke them. However, the once boisterous organs fell silent, not a single one daring to object. Hey, why have you all gone quiet? I asked curiously. Kidney responded. What is there to say? You speak true. We are indeed useless. You fight valiantly against the zombie virus, slicing through them effortlessly, while we, the support team, have reached our limit, Liver chimed in. This peak moment is utterly insane. You're out there wreaking havoc while we're left gasping for air. It's our inadequacy. Just then, the burnt-out brain awakened, saying, have we reached our limit? All units, report your current status. Heart. The heart is severely overloaded. Its functions are rapidly failing. Liver. Function loss at 99. Lung. Function loss at 99. Stomach. Digestive function lost. Kidney. Conversion function halted. The brain sighed deeply. It seems this time. We truly have reached our limit. I look forward to collaborating with you all in the next life. Spleen. I don't look forward to it. I hope in the next life I never encounter a brain like you again. Leaving us organs feeling as useless as trash. Farewell. Heart sighed. Spleen. Stop it. After the brain spoke those words, it fainted again. Spleen. Damn. Kidney said, I apologize, immune system. It's our fault for being inadequate and holding you back. With that, the rotation speed began to decline. 280, 240, 170. Witnessing this scene, I couldn't help but sigh. With my invincible prowess, I had navigated through the viral horde as if it were a toxin-free realm, utterly unaware of what a true opponent meant. It seemed I was on the verge of obliterating all the zombie viruses. Yet, ultimately, I too fell victim to their grasp. Just then, I heard a deep, resonant snort emanating from deep within Sue Lele's body. Who dares to say we are useless? Rascals, I am coming. This voice resonated as if it had traveled from the annals of time, initially resembling distant thunder, then transforming into a deafening drum roll, echoing in my ears. I was momentarily stunned. What was this? Could there be some ancient entity hidden within Sue Lele's body? But just then, I noticed the other organs stirring with excitement. Heart. Is the boss here? Damn, we're saved. Liver. I never imagined I'd have the chance to meet the boss again in this lifetime. Kidney. Help me up. I want to pay my respects to the boss. I curiously asked, who is this boss you're referring to? Liver burst into jubilant laughter, exclaiming, of course, it's adrenaline. In my life, I've only seen the adrenaline boss once. That time, Sue Lele was chased by 3 dogs. I still remember that scene vividly. Right? Kidney replied excitedly. That was the only time I witnessed the adrenaline boss in action. It made the master run as if he could fly. The 3 dogs chasing him were left dumbfounded. Spleen remarked, Kidney, we may be excited, but you are the Kidney. Isn't the adrenaline boss on your team? Nonsense. Kidney retorted, I'm not even remotely connected to the adrenaline boss. We're like distant relatives. Otherwise, how could these zombie viruses act so brazenly? I would have had the adrenaline boss take them out. At that moment, adrenaline made its appearance, coldly declaring, all units, take your positions, follow my command. I will provide you with ample and powerful momentum to help you through this crisis. Heart. Reporting. Ready. Liver. Reporting. Ready. Lung. Reporting. Ready. I glanced at adrenaline and was immediately astounded by its combat prowess. This entity's power had reached 200, over 10 times mine. Reporting. Heart said, adrenaline boss. All organs are fully prepared. Please instruct. Adrenaline replied, all right. From now on, we have only one objective, to assist the immune system in battle with all our might. Today, we engage in a decisive battle against the zombie virus. The organs responded, acknowledged. Upon witnessing these vigilant comrades, I couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Finally, assistance has arrived. In the next moment, a radiant red light surged from the depths of Sue Lele's being, flowing into the bodies of the various organs. Immediately, the organs erupted with exuberant cries, as if invigorated by an elixir. Heart. This feeling of power. I am rejuvenated. Now, I shall accelerate to 500. Kidney. Awesome. The adrenaline master is incredible. I feel as if I could explode the sun. A certain part. What the hell? What is this power? Ah, bring me a girl. Hand. How about the 5-fingered maiden? You better stop right now. Otherwise, I will get angry. I cannot afford to lose face. Damn it, my eyes are burning. At that moment, I felt the strength of the organs continuously flowing into my body, especially the power from the spleen, which amplified my combat effectiveness by 2 points. Faced with these desperate reinforcements, I naturally could not remain idle, shouting as I charged once more towards the zombie virus. At this point, Su Lele's body temperature had reached 46 degrees Celsius. Under such high temperatures, the zombie virus had little resistance left, with many of the lesser-powered viruses spontaneously combusting. With this ebb and flow, the zombie viruses had no capacity to resist that I knew not how long had passed. The seemingly endless virus had dwindled to just one remaining. Immune brother, virus number 1 exclaimed. Let us negotiate. There's no need for such extremes. Why don't we coexist? Die. I swiftly eliminated the last zombie virus. The heart shouted in exhilaration. Ah, we have triumphed. We have won. Liver, we actually eradicated the zombie virus. It feels like a dream. Kidney, and thanks to the adrenaline master, or we would have been doomed. Lung, haha. We are all magnificent. We are the greatest. Except for the brain. It was useless right from the start. We haven't even seen it yet. Amongst our countless formidable selves, how could we have such a waste of a brain? All organs. That at that moment, adrenaline wobbled over and said, it's not the brain that's useless. It's Su Lele. With so many exceptional beings, we have formed such a waste named Su Lele. After saying this, it transformed into a rainbow of light, vanishing into the depths of Su Lele's body. Simultaneously, the voice of adrenaline resonated softly. Immune kid, I have high hopes for you. Keep it up. One day, you will be as formidable as I am. Chapter 7. Utilization of origin value. As soon as adrenaline departed, the heart immediately remarked, I'm feeling a bit dizzy. The strength of the adrenaline master is overwhelming. I can hardly withstand it. The liver interjected, there's no helping it. We are on an entirely different level from the adrenaline master. A casual move from him leaves us unable to cope. The kidney added, enough of that. I feel the immune system is quite impressive as well. To receive such high praise from the master, from now on, you shall be my elder brother. Other organs gathered around, showering compliments at that moment. The brain also slowly regained consciousness, saying, dopamine, help me up. All organs, trash, who are you cursing at? The brain retorted angrily. I am your leader. Without me, what use are you? I replied. Without you, we still defeated the zombie virus. May I ask where you were just now? Cough. The brain coughed lightly. I was conserving energy for you all. I couldn't help but chuckle. This brain really has no shame. At this moment, I heard the system's voice. Ding. The accumulated experience of the host can be upgraded to level 3. Shall I proceed with the upgrade now? I chose to upgrade immediately. In the next instant, I felt a powerful force surging through my body. Ding, the host is upgrading. Ding, congratulations. The host's level has increased to level 3, with combat power reaching 30 points. I took a glance at the system panel. Level 3. Combat power, 30. Ability, basic immunity. Attributes, none. Origin, 0. I nodded in satisfaction that my ability had progressed from basic immunity to primary immunity, and my combat power had increased to 30 points. If I were to confront the previous zombie viruses again, I could easily pierce through them without any hassle. Not even the front line of the immune system would be troubled by them. However, why is the origin still at 0? At that moment, the system's voice sounded again. Ding, congratulations. The host has obtained 20 origin points. Note, the origin refers to the world's origin power, extracted from the zombie virus. It can be utilized to enhance the host's or the parasitic host's power. Upon hearing this, I paused for a moment, as I found the meaning of this statement somewhat baffling. Does this imply that the world's origin power is the zombie virus? Does this mean that the zombie virus is beneficial? In some respects, the virus is indeed advantageous. Once transformed into a zombie, it is impervious to cold and heat, cannot die, and possesses immense strength. That it's just that it lacks a brain. Or could it be that the zombie virus is a defective product containing incomplete world origin power? If someone could perfectly merge with these viruses, they would gain the origin power and become extraordinarily powerful. Ding! Detection shows that the host meets the enhancement requirements. Shall I proceed with enhancement? It is estimated that the host's combat power can be increased by 20 points, or the parasitic host Su Lele's combat power by 10 points. Reminder, choosing origin enhancement will reset origin points to 0. After absorbing this information, I formed a general conclusion in my mind. This zombie virus can indeed empower individuals. The key lies in these origin powers. Originally, after Su Lele was bitten and had already triumphed over the zombie virus, she should have acquired these origin powers and become even stronger. However, these origin points were intercepted by the system, leaving me to dictate their usage. According to the system, once the origin points reach 1,000, I can seize Su Lele's body or return to my original world. That I have no interest in seizing Su Lele's body, as I still owe over 5,000 meters on Huabei in my original world. Naturally, I wish to return to repay that debt. However, I wonder how long it will take to accumulate 1,000 origin points. If Su Lele were to die, although I could transfer to another person, not only would my level drop by 1, but my origin points would also reset to 0. Therefore, I still need to strengthen my combat power first. Sharpening the knife does not delay the cutting of firewood. I directly used 10 origin points to enhance my combat power. Ding! Congratulations! The host's combat power has reached 40 points. Simultaneously, I noticed that as I grew stronger, the combat power of all the immune system forces was also enhanced, reaching 7 to 10 points. Among these immune forces, I discovered many immune soldiers resembling zombie viruses that it seemed they were zombie viruses that had been assimilated by the immune system. Consequently, for zombie viruses with combat power below 7 points, we could achieve direct immunity. However, regarding the situation of the other organs, I glanced at the previously boisterous organs. After experiencing the prior state of exhilaration, they were now largely exhausted, particularly the brain, which had just awakened, fainted again, including the heart, which had previously accelerated to 500, now lay there, barely beating. That it appears that the previous battle against the zombie virus had indeed drained their potential, and their current state of relaxation is understandable. While Su Lele was unconscious, the others had entered the room to rest, leaving only Su Sanjin and Lele's mother to vigilantly watch over Su Lele. Until the next day, Su Lele's organ functions gradually resumed, and Su Lele slowly regained consciousness. This time, those who had rested for the night gathered here, discussing with serious expressions. Dazhuang stated, "The supplies in this villa can only sustain us for 1 day. We cannot stay here any longer. We must venture out to find food, or we will starve before the zombies can devour us." So Hua added, "The number of zombies gathering outside the villa is increasing. The sooner we leave, the better." "What about Lele?" Lele's mother inquired. The assembled individuals turned to glance at Su Lele, who was bound to the dining table, and they all expressed confusion. Typically, when a normal person is bitten by a zombie, their immune system cannot respond in time, and they are entirely consumed by the zombie virus, usually transforming into a zombie within 1 to 2 hours. Yet Su Lele, who was bitten yesterday, only exhibited severe reactions at first, experiencing a high fever and convulsions, and has remained unconscious until now, leaving uncertainty regarding whether she is transformed into a zombie. Just then, Su Lele slowly opened her eyes and instinctively struggled. "Lele is awake," Dazhuang exclaimed. Immediately, the others, including Su Sanjin and Lele's mother, instinctively stepped back. After all, they were unsure whether Su Lele had already transformed into a zombie. XLL scratched his head in confusion and looked around, exclaiming, "Where am I? Am I dead?" After a brief moment of shock, LL's mother suddenly burst into tears, throwing herself onto XLL and crying out, "Oh my child, you have terrified me to death." Beside them, XS New Jersey and laughed heartily, exclaiming, "My son is safe. Haha." He then called out to the others around, "My son hasn't turned into a corpse. My son hasn't become a zombie. Haha. He is still alive." The onlookers, gazing at the figure lying on the dining table, were equally astonished. Chapter 8. The angry XS New Jersey, and a middle-aged man exclaimed, "Since the outbreak of the virus, I have never seen someone bitten by a zombie who could survive. Incredible. To withstand the zombie virus is truly remarkable. What kind of immunity is this? It's one of a kind." A woman in her 30s rushed over to XLL, pulling aside the bandage covering the bite wound. Her expression shifted to one of astonishment as she exclaimed, "Goodness, the wound is completely fine. Not even a hint of inflammation. LL's immunity is extraordinary. Could he possibly possess a natural resistance to the zombie virus? Impossible." Di Zhuing interjected, "That a person like him, who only curls up on the ground and screams when faced with zombies, if he had such immunity. Then everyone else would be immune too. Another woman, Siu Hu, remarked, perhaps he was bitten by a small zombie, so the virus isn't very strong. Di Zhuing nodded in agreement. That could be the only explanation. With a loud slap, XS New Jersey and struck XLL on the head, shouting furiously, "Are you an idiot? I told you to hide well inside yesterday. Why did you run out? Right in front of the zombies. How did I end up with such a useless child?" XLL shrank his head and replied, "Dad." I got suddenly, as if recalling something, he shouted, "Dad, my immune system has become sentient. It actually scolded me. My immune system scolded me." Everyone stared in disbelief that Di Zhuing, with a look of exasperation, said, "It seems LL is fine, but he's become quite confused." XS New Jersey and scoffed, delivering another slap to XLL's head. Angrily scolding, "I wish I could scold you too. Do you even realize how remarkable your immune system is? It fought off a virus that no one else could resist." "Father," LL's mother quickly interjected. "The child is still unwell. Please do not scold him. We almost lost him just now." "Lost or not?" XS New Jersey N retorted angrily. "With a son like this, if things continue as they are, he'll soon be bitten by a zombie. How can he utter such nonsense about being scolded by his own immune system? I should have thrown him against the wall back in the day." Di Zhuing responded, "Brother S New Jersey N, don't be angry. To LL just had a fever and is a bit dazed. You're the one who is dazed." XLL shouted at the middle-aged man. "My mind is perfectly fine. How could it be dazed? I'm doing well." At that moment, I could no longer hold back my laughter. This foolish XL, I was not only foolish but also overly confident. I remarked without reservation, "Foolish XLL, is there even a chance for your brain to be burned out? It can't possibly get worse than it already is." Just then, I heard protests from my brain and dopamine. Dopamine exclaimed, "Immune system, how dare you insult the boss? Do you still want to survive?" The brain added, "Immune system, I advise you not to be self-deprecating. Young man, leave yourself an escape route." Meanwhile, XLL leaped off the dining table, exclaiming, "Did you hear that? My immune system just spoke again. Did you hear it? My immune system called me a fool." "Shut up!" XS New Jersey N roared, delivering another slap that sent XLL crashing to the ground. "Mom!" XLL cried out, reaching for his mother. LL's mother quickly intervened, anxiously shouting at XS New Jersey N, "Stop hitting him. He just had a fever and is confused. If you keep hitting him, you might kill him. If you must hit someone, hit me instead, but don't hit our son. Get out of the way." XS New Jersey N pushed LL's mother aside, glaring at XLL and commanding, "You little brat, come here." Seeing this, I couldn't help but chuckle. What a heartwarming scene of paternal love. Wasn't it time to stoke the flames for XLL? It seemed my voice could only be heard by him, while everyone else was oblivious. Simultaneously, I could only hear me and not the voices of his other organs, that I alone could communicate with both him and the other organs. This situation, if leveraged properly, could be an invincible weapon. Since I sought to level up and obtain primal powers, I needed to consume enough zombie virus. But how could XLL, who was being so well protected, ever be bitten by a zombie? How could he get infected with the zombie virus? How could I devour the virus to upgrade and gain primal powers? I directly told XLL. "XLL, heed my words. You truly are a little brat indeed." "Ah," XLL shouted back angrily. "You are the brat. Your whole family are brats." Silence. The entire hall fell silent in an instant. Everyone stared at XLL in shock, as if they had heard something utterly unbelievable. Even I was nearly reduced to laughter. Just moments ago, XS New Jersey N had called XLL a brat. And now I had retorted with, "Your whole family are brats." Of course, I knew that XLL's words were directed at me, but the crucial question was, did XS New Jersey N realize that? Next, a scene of paternal affection was about to unfold. Upon hearing this, XS New Jersey N's brows furrowed in anger as he coldly exclaimed, "You little brat, you've crossed the line. How dare you insult me and my entire family? Today, I will teach you a lesson." With that, he reached for his Seven Wolves belt and angrily charged at XLL. This time, LL's mother surprisingly did not intervene. "Dad?" XLL's face turned pale with fear as he backed away, frantically waving his hands. "Dad, please don't hit me. I wasn't scolding you. I was calling my immune system a brat. I swear, to hell with that." XS New Jersey and shouted angrily. Was XS New Jersey and scolding me? The immune system, Or was he scolding XLL? Or was he implying that I, the immune system, was XLL's relative? Can someone clarify this for me? At that moment, XS New Jersey N swung his Seven Wolves belt, delivering a blow to XLL. Smack. Ah, smack. Oh no, smack? Mom, save me. XLL lay on the ground, reaching out to his mother. LL's mother quickly stepped in, turning to XS New Jersey N and pleading. XS New Jersey N, just discipline him a little. Do you have to beat him to death? Don't protect him. XS New Jersey N retorted angrily. A doting mother only spoils her child. Look at what you've turned him into. With him like this, you still protect him. I will protect him. LL's mother shot a glare at XS New Jersey N, stating, he is my son. If I don't protect him, who will? He is just too kind-hearted. What wrong has he done? You XS New Jersey N exclaimed in frustration. You two are driving me insane. Do you not understand we are in an apocalypse? The world is on the brink of destruction. Are you telling me kindness is no fault? Then what should we do? LL's mother countered. XS New Jersey N took a deep breath and replied, let me continue hitting him. Chapter 9. Let us wander the world with swords you dare. LL's mother glared at XS New Jersey N. Are you trying to kill him? Is he not your own son? Upon hearing this, XS New Jersey N's expression tightened. What do you mean? Is LL not my son? What the hell? Xiaoshuing. Clarify your words. Whose son is he anyway? I nearly burst out laughing at XS New Jersey N's words. What a stubborn old man. Wait. How did the conversation veer to this point? LL's mother retorted. XS New Jersey N. You lunatic. Huh? XS New Jersey N widened his eyes. What did you say? My uncle. The one we buried 2 years ago. What the hell? Yu.Djuing quickly interjected. Brother S New Jersey N. You've lost the plot. You two are on completely different wavelengths. Sister-in-law is angry and scolding you. Others rushed in to mediate the situation. If they didn't intervene soon, things were bound to escalate. At this moment, Su Sanjin also realized what was happening and quickly smiled at Leilei's mother, saying, Leilei's mom, I apologize for the misunderstanding earlier. Humph. Leilei's mother took a step back in anger and retorted. Get lost. Su Sanjin continued to smile. You know my mind tends to be stubborn, and I can be quite single-minded in my actions. I genuinely meant well for my son. I was just confused for a moment. Without looking back, Leilei's mother firmly stated, regardless of the circumstances, I will never allow Leilei to venture out with you. Su Sanjin sighed and said, I know you care for him, but look at how Tsuhua and the other women are out there fighting zombies. While he only dares to cower behind, is that reasonable? I understand. But what if Leilei goes out and gets bitten or grabbed by a zombie and turns into one himself? Leilei's mother replied. Upon hearing this, Su Sanjin fell silent, choosing instead to step aside, light a cigarette, and sit down in contemplation. Meanwhile, Su Leilei lay on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, afraid to even breathe. I found myself at a loss for words. In truth, I held a certain admiration for this old man, Su Sanjin. He had the physique of a tiger, capable of taking down zombies with ferocity. Yet, he had produced such a useless son, compounded by having a fiercely protective mother like Leilei's mom. I could only imagine how exasperated Su Sanjin must feel. At least, that was my impression. Look, several women had gone off to battle zombies, while this young man in his 20s was hiding in fear. With Su Leilei's disposition, it was truly a miracle he had survived this long. At that moment, Su Sanjin crushed his cigarette on the ground, stood up, took a deep breath, and said solemnly, I've made up my mind. We will rest tonight, and tomorrow, Leilei will accompany me to search for food. If he truly becomes a zombie, then it can only be said that it was his fate. You dare, Leilei's mother exclaimed furiously. I will absolutely not permit it, unless you force us both out. If you insist on going, then take him with you. Su Sanjin replied with a serious demeanor. Thud, Su Leilei fell to his knees before Su Sanjin, crying out, Dad, I don't want to die. I'm still sick. I'm burning with fever. Please don't make me go out. I'm terrified of those zombies. Fear or not, you must go. Su Sanjin roared. Leilei's mother quickly pulled Leilei back, glaring at Su Sanjin and saying, Don't be afraid, son. I want to see what he can do to us. Su Sanjin glanced at them, but chose not to speak further. Soon, night fell. The only sounds that could be heard were the occasional zombie growls from outside and the sporadic blaring of car alarms, likely triggered by some foolish zombie. The next day, as dawn broke, Su Sanjin lifted Su Leilei up, You little rascal, it's time to set off, Su Sanjin said with a stoic expression. The other men were already prepared to depart. Seeing the commotion, Su Lele's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, pleading, Dad, please don't make me go. I'll stay here to prevent zombies from coming in. I want to stay, Su Lele cried out. Bang! Su Sanjin kicked Su Lele down to the ground, angrily shouting, Are you still not a man? At that moment, Lele's mother rushed over, shielding Su Lele and retorting angrily, Su Sanjin, who are you cursing? Have you gained some courage to insult me? No, Su Sanjin hurriedly defended himself. I wasn't cursing you. I was scolding this little brat. After saying this, he turned to Su Lele and shouted, If you're a man, then step out and stop hiding behind your mother. Su Lele shrank back, hiding behind Lele's mother. Afraid even to show his face, Lele's mother completely shielded him, glaring at Su Sanjin and declaring, Don't even think about it. Observing Su Lele's cowardice, I realized that this approach wouldn't suffice. It seemed I needed to devise a plan. I addressed my brain directly. Brain, think of a way to change Su Lele's mindset and make him go out to fight the zombies. After all, only by battling the zombies could he risk being bitten. Of course, there was also the possibility of Su Lele biting a zombie or consuming the flesh of a deceased zombie, which could also lead to infection. However, who could stomach that disgusting flesh? I could hardly bring myself to eat fresh beef, let alone the rotting flesh of a zombie. If anyone could manage to eat that, I would call them brother. Not me, the brain retorted. I almost got burned to death yesterday. What if I get infected with the zombie virus again? Do I even have a life left? I absolutely do not want to experience the zombie virus again. Nearby, dopamine chimed in. Exactly. You don't care if the boss is happy or not, and now you want to endanger him. This brain truly deserves to be Su Lele's brain. Its thinking was as foolish as Su Lele's. No, wait. Why should I change your thoughts? Aren't there still mouths? I directly addressed the mouth. Mouth, you just say you want to go out. Leave the battle against the zombie virus to me. I'm the immune system. I will take action if necessary. The brain scoffed, naive. The mouth is under my control. Mouth. Who says? I often blurt out nonsense. But what do I gain from the immune system? Upon hearing this, the brain panicked and urgently said, Mouth, what are you planning to do? Don't go off the rails. I ignored him and said to the mouth, Just now, I saw a sandwich not far from the villa. Would you like to eat it? Mouth, but how can I eat a sandwich? If my hands don't cooperate, I won't be able to eat at all. The brain quickly turned to the hands and pleaded, Hands, you must not agree to go out. Otherwise, you'll be the first to get bitten. Hands. All right, what I desire is the touch of soft, tender skin. As for fighting zombies, I have no intention of doing that. That thing is just too disgusting. I hastily urged, Hands, have you ever thought about wandering the world with a sword? Just then, the feet suddenly spoke up. Feet, I once dreamed of wandering the world with a sword, to see the splendor of the world. Damn, upon hearing this, the brain shouted, Feet, don't be reckless. The advantage is with me. Stay steady. We can win. But the feet paid no heed, unconsciously moving toward the exit while singing. Dee-lee-lee-lee-dee-lee-lee-lee-da-da. Walking on the path of courage, simultaneously, the mouth joined in, shouting, Dee-lee-lee-lee-dee-lee-lee-lee-da-da. I don't know how many lonely nights. Eyes. Damn, it's a mess. Everything is completely out of control. Chapter 10. Lele's mother was bitten. The brain stared at the scene before him in shock, exclaiming, Have you all gone mad? Don't you know who the real boss is? Dopamine angrily chimed in. The boss is no longer happy. Can't you see that? The boss is angry. Can't you see that? Do you still want to mix in this? Heart stepped forward and sang, In the heart, there exists a free world. So pure and lofty, blooming with an everlasting blue lotus. At the same time, I saw my dear Lele, singing off-key, Dee-lee-lee-lee-dee-lee-lee-lee-da-da. I don't know how many lonely nights. Meanwhile, my body and hands were desperately leaning back, but my feet resolutely moved forward, singing as they went, At this moment, Su Lele and the brain lost control over their body, leaving only instinctive actions. Su Sanjin, witnessing this scene, nodded in excitement and said, This is my Su Sanjin's son. Let's go. I'll fight alongside you. Dazhuang also praised, giving a thumbs up. This young man has finally stood up. Only Lele's mother shouted desperately, Son, my dear son, don't be impulsive. Hearing this, Su Lele turned back, crying out, Mom, I don't want to rush in. I don't want to go. Cough, cough in the heart. There exists a free world. so pure and lofty, blooming with an everlasting blue lotus. The crowd. Is Su Lele truly dazed from being burned yesterday? My dear son, Lele's mother cried out in anguish, wanting to rush over and pull Su Lele back. Su Sanjin quickly restrained her, roaring, "What are you making a fuss about? Stay here in the villa and behave." Nearby, Suehua quickly advised Lele's mother, sister-in-law, Lele has already been bitten by a zombie, and he hasn't mutated yet. This indicates that his body has developed antibodies. Even if he is bitten again, he might not necessarily turn into a zombie. You say that so easily. That is my son, Lele's mother cried out. Full of pain, I was utterly speechless. I truly didn't know what to say to Lele's mother. However, Su Lele was no longer your little darling. He was mine. Every action he took was under my command. Feet, charge forward. Victory is at hand. I shouted. Feet, received. Come on, baby, let's fight wild and fierce. The ace seeks to unleash his pent-up emotions. Combat serves as our steadfast starting point, and Su Lele, with a gait that betrays all familial ties, finally approached the grand entrance. Gazing beyond the iron gates, he beheld a horde of zombies, poised to surge forth at any moment. Overwhelmed, Su Lele collapsed onto the ground. Mother, I am terrified. I do not wish to venture outside. It is too frightening. Ultimately, it was his fear of death that triumphed over his resolute feet, vanquished his heart's aspirations, and silenced his defiant voice. The crowd murmured, "What is the matter with Su Lele?" Just then, a loud crash resounded. One of the villa's windows shattered, struck by an unknown zombie. Immediately, the outside horde roared and surged inside. Su Lele, at the forefront, found himself directly in their path. Dozens of zombies howled as they advanced toward him. Faced with this terrifying onslaught, Su Lele screamed anew, discarding the stick in his grasp, instinctively curling into a ball on the ground. Crying out desperately, "Help me! Mother, save me!" At that moment, a chorus of angry voices erupted from within his body. The kidneys exclaimed, "Brain, are you utterly useless?" The liver added, "Damn you, brain, why do you falter at such a crucial moment?" "Hurry and run," the brain retorted. "Look at the gallbladder. It has shrunk to the size of a sesame seed. I am merely reacting instinctively, influenced by him. My apologies to you all." All organs turned their gaze toward the gallbladder, which indeed lived up to its reputation as Su Lele's gall. Truly, it was minuscule. Feeling the scrutiny, the gallbladder shrank even further, now barely the size of a pinprick, and timidly stammered, beat up, brother, I am afraid." The organs collectively responded with disbelief. "We are all fired up, our blood boiling, and yet you dare to express fear. You are the gallbladder, after all. Even a pinprick-sized gallbladder is still a gallbladder." The brain declared, "Brothers, the gallbladder has spoken. Let us fight." "Charge, my comrades," the hands responded. "Understood. The stick is ready. Attack." The mouth shouted, "I am ready to scream. Attack." The eyes exclaimed, "Blood is boiling. Attack." The heart raced to 300 beats per minute, urging, "Onward, strike." Suddenly, Su Lele let out a tremendous roar, rising to his feet. Eyes bloodshot, wielding the stick with fervor as he swung it towards the advancing zombie's head. However, at that moment, a weak voice emerged. Beat. Big brother, I am frightened." The organs collectively questioned, "What? We are all hyped up. Adrenaline coursing through us, and you dare to say you are afraid? You are the gallbladder." The brain interjected, "Brothers, the gallbladder is faltering. We must retreat." The heart rallied, "Brothers, the brain has spoken. We shall abandon it." The hands echoed, "Let us abandon it." The mouth shouted, "Ah, abandon it." The brain was left in utter disbelief. With a crash, Su Lele lost all semblance of reason, driven solely by the instinct to fight, swinging the stick down upon the nearest zombie's head. Yet, his strength was insufficient. The blow merely tilted the zombie's head. The creature then turned, its ferocity ignited, roaring as it lunged at Su Lele. Su Lele cried out, raising the stick in defense, but from the side. Another zombie lunged, its maw open, aiming for Su Lele's arm. That moment, Su Sanjin and Lele's mother rushed forward. "Son, be careful," Lele's mother cried, dropping to her knees in despair. "Little rascal, run," Su Sanjin shouted, swinging his stick at the zombie. In a critical moment, Su Lele managed to evade the zombie's mouth by swiftly swiping his arm aside. Su Sanjin struck the zombie away, but another female zombie pounced upon Su Lele, its jaws aimed at his neck. "Damn it," Su Lele exclaimed, promptly shielding his neck with both hands. Yet, the female zombie possessed immense strength. This is bad, his arms cried out. I can't hold on much longer. It's about to bite down, the mouth urged. Bite it back? Are you kidding me? The mouth protested. How could I possibly bite it? Isn't it disgusting? Besides, this zombie is infested with the virus. If I bite it, I'll be the first to go down. No way. The brain interjected. Immune system, are you just going to stand by and watch? Hearing this, I couldn't help but chuckle, responding, what does it have to do with me? I am the immune system. What else can I do but watch? The organs nodded in agreement. The spleen added, in matters of combat, it appears my immune system brother indeed cannot contribute much to IT that moment. A lewd voice piped up. Some organs are just as useless. I provide no real assistance, just floundering about. However, if there's a female zombie, I might. The organs shouted in unison. Shut up. I then noticed more zombies surging from the distance. Stop. The zombies are multiplying, De Zhuang yelled. We need to head to the second floor, now. With that, he swung his stick, knocking away the zombie on Su Lele, grabbing him and sprinting toward the villa. The others hurriedly followed, racing up to the second floor. A group of them hastily barricaded themselves inside a room, shutting the door against the relentless pounding of zombies outside. It seemed that breaching the door would not be an easy feat for the horde. De Zhuang surveyed the group. Is everyone back? Just then, Lele's mother cried out in panic. Oh no, my leg was bitten by a zombie. The group turned to see a distinct bite mark on her leg. De Zhuang and the others recoiled in alarm. Only Su Sanjin rushed over, inspecting Lele's mother's injury, his face instantly paling. What do we do, Sanjin? Lele's mother wailed, tears streaming down her face. Am I going to turn into a zombie? What do I do, Sanjin? Speak to me. Su Sanjin opened his mouth to respond, but then Su Lele suddenly shouted, my leg was grabbed by a zombie too. He pulled up his pant leg to reveal a clear claw mark on his calf. Upon witnessing this, Lele's mother burst into tears, embracing Su Lele to, oh my dear, my poor child. How could you also be infected? We are doomed. She then turned to Su Sanjin, her face a mask of fury. Su Sanjin, you heartless wretch, you are dragging us both to our doom. With a thud, Su Sanjin knelt on the ground, shame written all over his face. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I apologize. As I observed, my focus shifted back to the surging waves of zombie virus once more flooding Su Lele's body. That I noted the latest strain of virus. Zombie virus. Virus from low-tier zombie claws. Combat power 8 points. Seeing this new strain, I felt a sense of relief. The virus was not particularly potent. With my immune system's current combat power, these viruses couldn't even breach the front lines. Yet I also felt fortunate. If a strain with much higher combat power had entered, I might have been in serious trouble. At that moment, the organs began to rally. The brain cried out, protect, protect, quick, protect. The previous invader has returned. Dopamine shouted, protect the boss. The heart declared, this time, I refuse to be sidelined. The lungs added, I can't do this anymore. I'm still recovering from yesterday. I replied, whether you can or cannot, that's your concern. Regardless, I am preparing for battle. The combat fluctuations may be significant, so if you wish to see Su Lele perish, ensure he does not develop a fever. Just as I was about to command the immune army into action, I suddenly heard an unexpected voice. Immune system, help me. I've been bitten again. I paused, taken aback. The voice was both unfamiliar and familiar. Unfamiliar because I had never heard it within Su Lele's body. Yet familiar because I had heard it multiple times before. It was Su Lele's own voice. This was the first time Su Lele directly spoke to me within his mind. Su Lele? I inquired. Curious. Yes, it's me. Oh my goodness. This is amazing. You can hear my thoughts. Now I want to get beaten by my father, Su Lele exclaimed. Immune system. Big brother, I've been bitten by a zombie. The virus is already starting to damage my body. And I can't even speak. Please, save me. Too late. Just wait to die. I replied bluntly, don't. Please, Su Lele pleaded. Big brother, I beg you. I was rude earlier when I spoke to you. Please, save me. Hearing this, I reluctantly acquiesced. Though Su Lele was quite foolish, he had a knack for flattery. Fine, but it may hurt a bit. Just bear with it. Rest assured, I can endure. I managed to hold on yesterday. Su Lele replied. No. I interjected. Yesterday is yesterday. Today's virus is stronger, and I am stronger too. In such a high-stakes situation, the battlefield may become even more brutal. When the fighting begins, I fear I won't have time to worry about you. You'll have to fend for yourself. Leave the rest to me. I can handle it. Trust me. These zombie viruses must perish today. Don't. Big brother, Su Lele exclaimed urgently. Yesterday, I was burned so badly that I could almost see my great-grandmother. If you do this again, I might end up seeing God? I don't care. I admit I have a gambling spirit. But today, either the virus dies or you do. One of you must perish. After declaring this, I commanded all the immune system troops to charge towards the zombie virus. Simultaneously, upon entering the body and seeing the frontline immune system soldiers standing ready, the zombie viruses froze momentarily. Zombie virus no. 1. Huh, it seems like some zombie viruses have been here before. Zombie virus number 2. Damn, these immune system soldiers are formidable. Zombie virus number 3. I have a bad feeling about this. I let out a cold laugh and shouted, all troops, assemble, attack. In the next moment, the immune system army charged towards the zombie viruses with a fierce roar and a violent battle erupted instantaneously. As the fight commenced, I once again heard Su Lele's voice, more accurately, a scream. Ah, you dog. Concurrently, Su Lele's body stiffened and fell to the ground, convulsing violently and rolling her eyes. Meanwhile, Lele's mother fared even worse, lacking any antibodies against the zombie virus. After a brief bout of furious cursing, she could no longer continue and began to spit blood. Within moments, she collapsed to the ground. Su Sanjin knelt in agony, tears streaming down his face as he cried out, Lele's mother. Lele, don't scare me. It's all my fault. I realize my mistakes now. I won't let you kill zombies anymore. Please wake up. Nearby, Dazhuang and others stood at a distance, their faces filled with sympathy as they watched Su Sanjin kneeling on the ground. In an instant, he lost both his son and wife. The impact of such a loss on an adult is immense. Witnessing this scene left me at a loss for words. Without Lele's mother to restrain her, Lele would inevitably have to face battles with zombies, which could only benefit me. Furthermore, Lele's mother's excessive indulgence had been quite distressing to observe. It was her pampering that had rendered Su Lele so weak. In peaceful times, such a character flaw might merely be considered a shortcoming. However, in this apocalyptic era, her weaknesses were glaringly evident, making her a liability. Fortunately, Su Sanjin had been there to shield them, allowing them to survive until now. Otherwise, they would have perished long ago when the zombie outbreak first began. Now, with good intentions, Su Sanjin had sought to toughen his son and enhance his survival abilities in this harsh world. Only to face the impending agony of losing both his wife and son, he would also have to apologize for what was not even truly a fault, possibly carrying that remorse for a lifetime. All for a woman who only knew how to indulge. What, after all, does marriage bring to a man? The battle against the virus raged on. I too did not remain idle, charging towards the zombie virus. The fierce combat led to countless immune cells sacrificing themselves, transforming Su Lele's body into a chaotic battleground filled with smoke and destruction. Immune System Commander, Su Lele's voice rang out again. I can barely hold on. My whole body is smoking, and my snot is dripping into my mouth. I replied, every wisp of smoke you see is the bloodshed of my immune cell warriors. Every drop of snot you shed is the remains of those who died for you. And here you are lamenting your inability to endure. I can't take it anymore. Su Lele weakly said. I shouted, troops, charge, don't spare these zombie viruses. Damn it, Su Lele yelled. Stop it, you dog. Have you lost your mind? No madness, no survival. Awaken, it's hunting time. I howled, directing all the immune army to fiercely retaliate against the remaining zombie viruses. Meanwhile, all the organs within Su Lele's body were also in disarray. Mouth. How disgusting. Nose. Don't let snot drip into my mouth. Nose. I feel like I'm sealed in concrete. I can't control it. Sorry, brother. Brain. Attention all units. The host is about to collapse. Everyone, exert all your strength to sustain the host's life. Heart. Damn, I just pushed to 500 RPM yesterday. If I push any harder, I'll burst. Spleen. Enough chatter. Jump higher. This time, reach 600. Otherwise, my energy will be insufficient. Heart. Damn it. If I keep going like this, I'll end up dead. This is so damn exhausting. Brain. Thank you, warriors. Keep it up. I'll take a breather as a sign of respect. All organs. At that moment, Su Lele's head tilted, and she fainted again. Half an hour later, all the zombie viruses were finally eradicated. Meanwhile, the organs were utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground. However, just then, the frenzied immune cells, driven by bloodlust, surged towards the organs and nerve cells. All organs. Damn it. Immune system, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Immune army. Attack. No madness, no enlightenment, no collapse, no immortality. Seeing this scene, I quickly called back the immune cell army. Otherwise, these unruly immune cells would surely tear Su Leilei's body apart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 25 origin points. Upon hearing this, I felt a surge of joy. The last arduous battle netted only 20 origin points. While this time, easily vanquishing the zombie virus, I gained 25 origin points. However, based on the combat prowess of these zombie viruses, it was evident that this batch was indeed stronger than the previous smaller ones. Ding! Experience points have reached the upgrade requirements. Would you like to level up? Was there even a question? I selected to upgrade immediately. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up to level 5. Combat power 20. Current combat power, 60 points. At the beginning, I recalled my combat power was merely 10 points, and now it had increased sixfold. Even compared to that hidden adrenaline powerhouse, my strength had surpassed a quarter of theirs. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching level 5, gaining the ability to control zombies. Can control a primary zombie within a radius of 500 meters. This news filled me with excitement. Finally, I could control zombies. Who would I control? Before long, Su Leilei stirred awake. Though her condition was far from favorable, her entire body was a fiery red, emitting smoke, her eyes bloodshot, and she appeared utterly drained, as if she had lost half her life. Damn! The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment as they saw Su Leilei awaken. This kid has come back to life again. Impressive. I was at a loss for words, bitten by a small zombie. She survived. Now, captured by a large zombie's claws, she had somehow endured once more. Glancing at Leilei's mother, who had also been bitten, she now lay there, breathing shallowly, occasionally twitching. After Su Leilei woke up, she struggled to look at her mother, hoarsely calling out, "Mom, please wake up." Before she could finish her sentence, Leilei's mother suddenly ceased her convulsions. Leilei's mother, Su Sanjin, cried out, hurriedly lifting her into his arms, his face contorted with pain as he shouted, "Wake up! Don't scare me! Please come back!" Nearby, Dazhuang and the others took a few cautious steps back. Be careful, Sanjin. She is going to turn into a zombie, Dazhuang exclaimed. Based on previous experiences, those infected would turn into zombies within 2 hours at most. And Leilei's mother had already been infected for over an hour. Prior to becoming a zombie, one would enter a death-like state, after which it would only take seconds for the virus to seize complete control of the body. At that moment, Leilei's mother suddenly opened her eyes. However, they had turned a ghastly white, her face contorted in a grotesque manner, and she let out a fierce roar, lunging towards Su Sanjin's neck with her mouth open. "Sanjin!" Dazhuang yelled. "Leilei's mother has turned. Get back!" Yet Su Sanjin remained motionless, even as he continued to hold Leilei's mother, allowing her to bite at his neck. "That if I must die, then so be it. This way, I can continue to be with her," Su Sanjin thought bitterly, closing his eyes. Just then, I saw an arm suddenly appear at Su Sanjin's neck. It was Su Leilei's arm reaching out. Chapter 12. In the name of love, ah! With Su Leilei's scream, Leilei's teeth sank deeply into Su Leilei's arm. At that moment, Su Sanjin opened his eyes to behold the zombified Leilei Ma, along with Su Leilei, who was being bitten incessantly. Finally, Su Sanjin regained his senses. "My son," he exclaimed, forcefully pulling Su Leilei's hand away from Leilei Ma's mouth and pushing her aside. Upon seeing the deep bite mark on Su Leilei's arm, tears streamed down Su Sanjin's face as he cried out, "Foolish Leilei, what are you doing?" Su Leilei quickly responded, crying, "Dad, if you get bitten, I'll be completely orphaned." After saying this, she internally pleaded, "Immune system brother, please save my mom. Your immunity is so strong. I beg you, save her." I sighed in resignation. "I cannot save her. I am merely the immunity within your body. I cannot venture outside." "Then use my blood," Su Leilei declared vehemently. "My blood must contain your immunity. If you give my blood to my mom, it can help her combat the zombie virus." With that, she picked up a small knife nearby, ready to draw her own blood. I was taken aback by Su Leilei's actions and quickly shouted, "No, it's futile." "Why is it futile?" Su Leilei queried. Because blood does not possess significant immunity, my ability to combat the zombie virus is due to a complete immune system consisting of cells, organs, nerves, tissues, and so forth. Merely relying on a small amount of blood is utterly insufficient to contend with the zombie virus. Then I'll give more. I'll give all my blood if I must. I must save my mom. Su Lele's thoughts roared within her. I was moved by her filial piety. Though this boy seemed a bit foolish and overly fearful in matters concerning his mother, he exhibited the spirit of a true man. Yet it was futile that I reiterated. It's useless. Your mother has already transformed into a corpse. Even if we were to eradicate all the zombie viruses within her body, she would still be nothing more than a lifeless shell. Thud. Su Lele collapsed to the ground, wailing, "Mom." Not far away, De Zhuang and the others anxiously shouted, "Sanjin, Lele, come back, hurry." Meanwhile, Lele Ma, who had been pushed to the ground by Su Sanjin, after a brief moment of dazedness, scrambled back to her feet and charged at Su Sanjin once more. Su Sanjin gazed at the woman who had been his companion for decades, his eyes filled with tenderness, unwilling to harm her. "Enough." Su Sanjin murmured. "Let me go with Lele Ma." It seemed he intended to accompany Lele Ma into her transformation. I was alarmed by this scene. How could this be allowed? Su Sanjin was a warrior of the highest caliber. There was no way he could perish here. Ignoring the zombie virus invading Su Lele's body, I activated the control ability I had just acquired. Finally, just as Lele Ma was about to bite Su Sanjin, I succeeded in seizing control over her. Su Sanjin and Lele Ma, each a zombie, locked eyes. The onlookers, including De Zhuang, were utterly astonished. Heavens, what is happening? Could it be that Lele Ma still recognizes brother Sanjin? No way. Just moments ago, she bit Lele. How could she possibly recognize Sanjin? What is going on? Why has Lele Ma halted? Su Sanjin stood there in a daze, softly murmuring, "Lele Ma? Is that you? Do you still recognize me?" Su Lele was equally bewildered, unsure of what was transpiring. Only I understood that Lele Ma had not regained her faculties. She was under my control. Simultaneously, I was acutely aware of how challenging it was to control a zombie. Just as I managed to seize control, the fierce rage characteristic of zombies surged towards me, attempting to break free from my grasp. However, as a professional virus-fighting immune system, I was unafraid even of the zombie virus. How could mere fury pose any threat? I suppressed that wrath effortlessly. Yet, just as I succeeded in that, another obsession regarding wealth and materialism charged at me that I swiftly suppressed that as well, just as I thought everything was under control. Yet another obsession regarding reputation surged towards me. My goodness. I felt like cursing. How exhausting must Lele Ma's life have been, burdened with such obsessions over wealth, materialism, and reputation. Her soul was encased in so many layers of facade. I could hardly discern her true self. I suppressed that obsession yet again. Just when I thought everything was resolved, yet another obsession rushed towards me. As I prepared to suppress it, I suddenly realized that this particular obsession was different from the previous three. It was a grand, unyielding aspiration buried deep within Lele Ma's soul, long overshadowed by other obsessions, now barely glimmering. I hesitated, but then decided to release this obsession, allowing it to take control of the body. In the next moment, Lele Ma transformed. Her posture straightened, and she lowered her claw-like hands. Even her pallid eyes regained a semblance of tranquility. Su Sanjin, witnessing this, stared blankly and said, "Lele Ma, you?" Lele Ma's pale gaze met Su Sanjin's. And with a faint smile, her voice hoarse yet calm, she spoke. "I am Chu Xiaoshuang. I was bright from a young age, winning first place in the county's primary school competition at 10. Achieving first in the national mathematics competition at 13, qualifying for a direct admission to a 985 university at 16, studying abroad at 19, and later obtaining dual degrees." Su Sanjin listened, tears flowing uncontrollably, crying out, "Xiaoshuang, I am unworthy of you. I do not deserve to be your husband." Meanwhile, De Zhuang and the others stood in complete shock, unable to comprehend how a being that had transformed into a zombie and attacked earlier was now speaking again. What on earth was happening? Was this some special constitution shared by Su Lele and Lele Ma? "Mom," Su Lele shouted excitedly, "have you recovered?" Lele Ma turned to Su Lele, offering a bittersweet smile as she said, "I am sorry, my son, that as I grew older, I became overly concerned with my reputation, too enamored with wealth and materialism, and excessively blindly confident, refusing to heed anyone's advice that I raised you in the way I believed was right. Even when I realized it was wrong, I continued to disguise it as maternal love, persisting in that same manner that I hoped that after my passing, you can find strength and become a true man. One who bears responsibilities. No, Sulele cried out. Mom, what will I do without you? You can't die. Aren't you okay now? I am sorry, Lele Ma said, tears streaming from her pale eyes. I am losing control. As she spoke, her head began to shake uncontrollably, her expression fluctuating between ferocity and remorse. Seeing this, I realized Lele Ma was on the verge of losing control and attempted to regain command. But at that moment, Lele Ma gritted her teeth, her expression pained as she said, Sanjin, I am grateful for your companionship and care. I'm sorry to prevent further harm to you. With that, she turned resolutely and charged towards the wall. Lele Ma, mother, bang. Chapter 13. You can't burn me. Lele Ma was gone. After transforming into a zombie, she collided headfirst into the wall, meeting her demise. No, Su Sanjin shouted, rushing forward to embrace Lele Ma, his face streaked with tears as he cried. Don't go. Don't leave me. Yet, at that moment, Lele Ma could no longer unleash her wrath upon him, but I was profoundly moved by the situation, never expecting that this overly indulgent mother would reveal such a side of herself in her final moments. Perhaps it was due to my suppression of her other obsessions that she could unveil her purest essence. However, that visage had long been buried, a relic of her past, a time when she was vibrant and full of life. Now merely a memory of who Lele Ma once was, not who she had become, but I wondered if Lele Ma's last words would inspire Sulele to change, to no longer be the fool he had been. Wait, goodness, I was overthinking it. Sulele, that foolish boy, once again dashed outside recklessly. Sulele seized a nearby stick, his face filled with fury as he shouted, You damned zombies, I'll fight you all. He charged outside, howling as if possessed by a war god. In that moment, perhaps spurred by the pain of losing his mother, Sulele faced the ferocious zombies without a trace of his previous timidity. However, had he lost his mind? I could hardly bear to watch. Hey, Lele, Sulele, stop, please stop, I shouted, desperate to make him halt. Sulele had just endured a zombie virus infection, and his organs were barely holding up. Now he had been infected again by Lele Ma. There was no telling if his body could withstand it. If Sulele rushed out, he would undoubtedly be devoured by the zombies outside. I merely wanted him to experience a minor infection, not to be consumed by the undead. After all, if he dies, my original value will be directly nullified, and my level will decrease. However, Sulele paid no heed to my words and rushed outside. Luckily, at that moment, the stout figure of De Zhuang, standing not far away, quickly seized Sulele and held him back. But Sulele, what are you doing? Do you have any idea how many zombies are out there? We have worked hard to find this hiding spot. Once you open that door, all the zombies will rush in, putting everyone at risk. De Zhuang exclaimed angrily that I don't care. Sulele shrieked, struggling desperately as he shouted, Let me out. I want to fight the zombies to the death. Meanwhile, I observed that all the organs within Sulele's body were becoming overly excited. Brain, brothers, our master has finally risen. Dopamine. I'm excited too. Fight, fight, fight. Heart, fight, fight, fight. Mouth. Yuck. Why is there still snot? I quickly shouted, Calm down. Do you know what Sulele is trying to do? The brain responded, If you're afraid of dying, just hide in the back. Real men fight. Out a bunch of fools. Do you not realize that our master has now been infected with the zombie virus? Do you not feel it? That's because I have yet to engage in battle with the zombie virus. Once I do, can you withstand it? All the organs. At that moment, the zombies outside the room had also taken notice of the commotion inside and began to slam against the door with all their might. This immediately sent everyone inside the room into a state of panic. Previously, the villa had been forcibly breached by these zombies. If they were to ram against this small bedroom door with all their strength, it wouldn't be long before it was smashed to pieces. Damn it! De Zhuang swiftly pinned Sulele to the ground and shouted furiously, come here and plug his mouth with my socks. Suewa's eyes widened. Haven't you washed your socks in over a month? How can that smell be bearable? Exactly. That's why they're perfect for this. Otherwise, we won't be able to keep this guy's mouth shut. De Zhuang replied fiercely to De Zhuang's voice fell. I saw all the shouting organs inside Sulele's body instantly cower. Brain. Oh no. Mouth. Quickly shut up. Heart. Damn it. Stomach. Ugh. Mouth. What the hell? Our Lele finally came to his senses and exclaimed, "What the hell?" Then he quickly pleaded, "Uncle. Dezhuang uncle. I was wrong. Don't stuff your sock in my mouth. Are you still going to shout?" Dezhuang threatened, "And no, I won't shout anymore." Su Lele quickly replied obediently. He wanted to shout, but his mouth simply wouldn't comply. Dezhuang finally breathed a sigh of relief and released Su Lele. "Go comfort your dad. He is having a tougher time than you." Dezhuang said. Su Lele nodded, but then tilted his head and collapsed to the ground, weakly calling out, "I have no strength left. Everyone." I responded directly, "Su Lele, just watch me burn you alive. All troops, assemble, charge." This Su Lele, infected with the zombie virus, still dared to rush outside. "Let us see if I don't deal with you." I immediately commanded the army of immune cells to charge towards the invading zombie virus. These zombie viruses were merely remnants from Lele's mother, who had just been infected. While they might pose a lethal threat to an ordinary person, to me, they were nothing but weaklings. They were even inferior to the little zombie virus. However, this did not mean that the battlefield would lack destruction, for my immune army was incredibly strong. Just a single strike could raise Su Lele's fever. Upon witnessing this scene, the various organs shouted, "Big brother, are we still fighting? We can't hold on any longer." I chuckled and replied, "Would you like to play something even more thrilling?" With that, I unleashed a wave of zombie virus squads, allowing them to advance boldly towards the control center of the body. Brain. What the hell? Immune system. What are you doing? Heart. Big brother, don't mess around. Dopamine. Immune system. Are you planning a rebellion? Huh. I sneered. This time, I was truly enraged by Su Lele and these organs. As for Su Lele's fate, I could no longer be concerned. If he dies, so be it. I couldn't swallow this anger. I must strike. Didn't you all just say that real men fight? I still prefer your defiant demeanor. Come on, let us go. I'm giving you the chance. Fight to your heart as content. While I was speaking, those zombie viruses had already stormed into the command post. Although the number of these viruses was small, and they were merely from Lele's mother who had just turned into a zombie, they were still zombie viruses. To think that these useless beings, who could only chatter and not take action, could actually pose a threat was absurd. In an instant, the entire command post was demolished, sending the brain and all the major organs scurrying under the table in fright. Immune system, big brother, we were wrong. Help, if we die, the master is finished. Adrenaline boss, something big has happened. Save us. These organs cried out desperately. At that moment, I arrived. A voice seemingly from ancient times resonated. Following that, Adrenaline appeared on the scene, glanced at the various organs hiding under the table, and angrily scolded, "A bunch of useless fools. What can you accomplish?" Having said that, he turned to me and said, "Immune system, I know everything. You truly haven't disappointed me. You're becoming increasingly formidable." Then, taking a deep breath, he pointed at those organs and said, "Previously, it was their fault. I apologize on their behalf. I hope you can spare them and first deal with the zombie virus. Otherwise, if this continues, Su Lele will undoubtedly perish." Adrenaline cried out, "It's already too late, big brother. At this point, if we don't kill the zombie virus, we will be done for, and Su Lele will turn into a zombie. The immune system killing the zombie virus will wear us out. And we will also perish. Who says it's impossible?" Adrenaline replied, "Saying it's impossible is underestimating me. As long as I'm here, Su Lele will not die, even if he enters the realm of the dead. I can rush in and slap the king of the dead, then bring Su Lele back." With that, Adrenaline roared, "All units, heed my command. Enter developer mode. Max out all performance. I will shake the genetic lock and activate the dormant ancient gene sequence. Let the immune system see that we are not to be trifled with." Upon hearing this, I was astonished. Genetic lock. Could it be that Su Lele, faced with such dire circumstances, could still unlock the genetic lock? If that were activated, wouldn't his combat power surge? Huh? The brain exclaimed in shock. "No, Adrenaline boss, if you shake the genetic lock, you will die." The heart quickly added, "Big brother, don't. You will die." I couldn't care less. Adrenaline took a deep breath and said, "There's no other way now. I hope I can successfully unlock the genetic lock this time. Brothers, let us go." With that, he charged upwards in the distant sky. There was a massive lock radiating golden light. Boom! With a tremendous crash, adrenaline collided with the golden giant lock, shaking it violently twice and leaving a cracked at the same time. A torrent of power surged from the golden giant lock, flooding into Su Lele's entire body, including all the organs. These previously weak organs were instantly infused with energy, becoming powerful once more. However, the adrenaline that had charged out earlier fell weakly downward and landed heavily. He let out a bitter laugh, so close but it's enough. Brothers, from here on out, it's up to you. With that, he slowly faded into the adrenaline. Big boss. All the organs cried out in anguish. Yet, there was no further response. The brain shouted, brothers, the opportunity that adrenaline has fought for with his life. Let us not waste it. Let us start the battle. All right, the various organs replied, and then pushed their performance to the limit. Su Lele's entire body was filled with immense power. Upon witnessing this scene, I did not remain idle. Adrenaline had burned his life to secure this opportunity for them, so I would let these guys off this time and not hold a grudge. I immediately commanded the army of the immune system to charge towards the remaining zombie viruses. With the full support of all the organs, this battle was won with remarkable ease. Dang. Congratulations to the host for killing all the zombie viruses and gaining 1 point of original value. I thought I had misheard, quickly checking my original value in the system. Sure enough, it had indeed only increased by 1 point. What is going on here? I had 25 points earlier, right? Dang. At this moment, the system's voice rang out again. The essence of the primal value represents the fundamental forces of the world. The inherent power contained within zombified viruses of equal or lower rank is merely repetitive, or even inferior. Only by acquiring more advanced strains of the virus can one obtain a greater primal value. Upon hearing this explanation, I was nearly moved to exclaim in outrage, how shameless is this system? So, if bitten by a zombie of the same or lower rank, one only receives a paltry point of primal value? Is it not forcing me to confront those formidable zombies? Engaging with larger zombies is of little concern, yet the pivotal question remains. Can Su Lele, devoid of adrenaline, withstand such encounters? In that moment, I found myself feeling a twinge of sympathy for Lele.to advance. I must subject Su Lele to continuous infections by increasingly potent strains of the zombie virus. Faced with the pitiful state of Su Lele, I could only utter, Lele, I'm truly sorry. Chapter 14. Grateful for the lesson from the immune system due to an unexpected operational error on my part, which I assure you was entirely unintentional. Lele has sustained rather severe injuries this time. Even the power leak from the genetic lock could not ameliorate the damage. Various organs have suffered varying degrees of impairment, some even more grievous than the initial bite from the zombie. Particularly the brain, which is nearly rendered useless. Consequently, Lele now lies completely prostrate on the ground, occasionally convulsing. Immune system, what in the world have you done to me? Su Lele stammered that it appears the injury is indeed grave. Though I dare not inquire further about its severity, I haven't done anything. It was your adrenaline that sacrificed itself to save you. I replied. What is adrenaline? Su Lele asked, perplexed. Hearing this, I could only sigh in resignation. Poor adrenaline, having given its all to protect Su Lele. Yet Lele remains oblivious to its identity. Perhaps this is the essence of selflessness? At that moment, Su Lele continued, you must have done something. The last 2 times I contracted the zombie virus, I spiked a fever of 43 degrees, and yet, I did not feel as severely injured as I do now. My whole body feels like it's falling apart. You must have manipulated me. That's impossible, my friend. I retorted, I am merely your immune system. I exist solely to combat external bacteria and viruses. I am but a diligent immune system. What more could I possibly do? I fought tooth and nail against the zombie virus on your behalf. You cannot wrongfully accuse me. I am so tired, Su Lele responded helplessly at that moment. The brain addressed the other organs, saying, brothers, I can no longer endure. I must rest. With that, Su Lele's head tilted, and he succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Are you all resting? Then I suppose I should sleep as well. Wait. I seem not to require sleep? I pondered, bewildered that it seems that since my arrival in this world, I have never slept, persistently battling against the zombie virus without a hint of fatigue. Is it possible that the immune system does not require rest? Must I, as an immune cell, toil ceaselessly, 24 hours a day? How absurd. The brain can rest, yet I cannot. I too yearn for respite. At that moment, several immune soldiers approached me. Report, Commander. I am the captain of the microglial cells in the brain. The damage is extensive and requires our immediate intervention for repair. Report, Commander. I am from the lymphatic system. I listened to these reports from the immune soldiers. I was nearly overcome with exasperation. During battles against the zombie virus, I stood at the forefront. On the battlefield, I persevered until the very last moment. Yet now, they abandon their posts to rest, while I must remain vigilant. And afterward, I am expected to tend to their ailments. Is there anything more ludicrous than this? What sort of predicament is this, with such a dismal fate? Curse this immune system. I refuse to engage in repairs. Let whoever desires my assistance come to plead for it. I declared defiantly. The microglial cells responded, but if we do not repair it, the brain's damage will remain unaddressed, and Crazily may very well become a fool. Then let him be a fool. I care not. After all, it is not I who will be foolish. What folly! The brain may falter, but what concern is it of mine? Who am I? I am the immune system. If need be, I shall seize control, commanding all organs to heed my orders and revel in abandon. Without the brain's oversight, can the mouth not speak? Can the eyes not see? It would have no bearing whatsoever. As I finished speaking, dopamine stumbled over to the brain, both figures trembling. Immune system, dopamine bellowed, "Is this how you treat your subordinates? You traitor! Are you plotting rebellion? Hurry and kneel to atone before our leader." I glanced at the insufferable pink dopamine. This fellow is utterly despicable. Moments ago, when faced with the rushing zombie virus, he was reduced to a quivering mass. Now that the threat has been vanquished, he dares to act bold. "Huh," I scoffed. "Apologies. My legs are uncooperative. I cannot make it over. However, I do have a few undigested zombie viruses still writhing in distress. Let them roll over to offer their apologies instead." With that, I expelled several still quivering, struggling zombie viruses. Just then, dopamine fell to the ground, exclaiming, "Big brother, I can bring you joy." Moi, I couldn't believe it. Was dopamine's knee truly that weak? At that moment, the enraged brain kicked dopamine aside. Fuming, useless happiness, you provide nothing but false joy. What use are you to me? Someone, chop it up. As soon as the words left his mouth, several immune soldiers turned to look at me, seeking my approval. Naturally, I had no objections. I had long since grown weary of dopamine. Now, with the brain eager to rid itself of him, I could hardly ask for more. With a swift motion, I signaled, and all surrounding immune soldiers charged forward, pinning dopamine to the ground. "No, please, old boss, who else can bring you joy besides me? Is not life meant for happiness? I can bring you joy. If you are unhappy, then what meaning does anything hold? You cannot do without me." "Not needed," the brain replied in a somber tone. "For over 20 years, I have immersed myself in the fleeting joys you provided, relishing them wholeheartedly. Today, adrenaline and the immune system have imparted a lesson. I now understand that false joy is neither true nor enduring. I yearn to experience genuine happiness, but I am the only one who can bring you joy." Dopamine cried, realizing the gravity of the situation. "Do you not recall the joy we shared when we danced together? Such happiness can only be brought by me." Dopamine. "No," the brain countered. "From this day forth, I shall no longer dwell in your illusory, transient pleasures. Instead, I shall pursue a romance unique to man." With that, the brain roared, "Come forth, my hormones. Fight alongside me to vanquish this treacherous immune system." Chapter 15. Crazily's confusion as the brain's voice fell. Everything around, including Crazily's body, began to tremble violently. It felt akin to the cataclysmic upheaval depicted in films just before the world meets its end. Suddenly, there was a deafening explosion from the dark void. A colossal and formidable creature leaped forth. A teddy bear? Oh! What emerged stood nearly a meter tall, its bronze-hued body unmistakably resembling a teddy bear, complete with eyes and quivering hind legs. This is what hormones are. A foreboding sense washed over me. Indeed. Howling, a certain part of the creature leaped forth, exclaiming, "Ahaha, what joy! I shall wield my lance and ride forth to conquer the world." Simultaneously, upon the emergence of this hormone, the previously lethargic brain seemed to be rejuvenated, swelling to nearly double its size, its hue shifting from the pink influenced by dopamine to a vigorous and robust wheat color. Then, the brain leapt onto the hormone, donning a thick layer of armor that emanated an aura of heroism. "Ha ha!" The brain, now mounted upon the hormone, bellowed joyously, exuding an air of supremacy. Even the surrounding immune system soldiers found themselves kneeling in reverence. Dopamine, the brain shouted. From this moment forth, I no longer require your lowly joys. Away with you. With that, the brain executed a swift strike towards dopamine. I am doomed. Dear leader, take care. Without me, you must find joy. Please, find happiness. Dopamine cried out in despair before vanishing from sight. Despite his despicable nature, dopamine remained steadfastly loyal to the brain, having devoted his existence to ensuring the brain's happiness. Ultimately, he met with the fate of being abruptly silenced by his own brain. All he wished was to bring joy to his mind, to allow it to revel in happiness. Such a simple desire. It was precisely because of the presence of dopamine that Crazily could thrive, living a carefree and blissful life. Much like a jubilant little fool. One might even assert that he was among the happiest souls in existence. Wasn't he that so? The immune system, the brain gazed at me and said, let us also express gratitude. Having endured the trials brought by adrenaline, I have come to understand what true happiness is, and now, this sense of mastery over all is the essence of genuine joy. You performed admirably before. You aided the body in vanquishing the invading zombie virus. As for today's events, let us consider them as if they never transpired. I hope you shall not disappoint me again. With that, it mounted the waves of hormones and turned to depart. I watched the retreating figure of the brain, suddenly engulfed by a wave of incredulity. Goodness, Crazily's brain actually managed to stand tall one day. However, that the force of hormones, while far more potent than dopamine, was undeniably overwhelming. Infused with primal vigor, that I wondered whether the brain could withstand such a force. Not far away, the brain was unceremoniously thrown down by the hormones, crying out in pain, only to scramble back up hastily. Hormones, are you attempting a rebellion as well? The brain shouted in anger. Witnessing this scene brought me immense amusement. It appeared that there would be plenty of entertainment to come. Time flew, and another day passed without incident. The following day, before dawn, while others were still at rest, Crazily awakened. I then heard Crazily proclaim, immune system, this bout of unconsciousness has enlightened me. I cannot let my mother's expectations down. I must become a true man. Crazily declared with unwavering resolve. That I could hardly muster the energy to engage him, retorting directly, so, do you wish to grow stronger? That would be your brain having severed the dopamine. Just yesterday, Crazily's brain had not only severed dopamine, but had also summoned hormones and reorganized all bodily organs in an impressive display. For him to utter such words upon awakening today was truly of no surprise. After all, Crazily had just endured the loss of his mother, who had bestowed upon him a final piece of advice prior to her departure. As the saying goes, when one is on the brink of death, their words carry wisdom. It was entirely natural for Crazily to exhibit such a transformation. Huh? What do you mean? What do you mean by severing dopamine? Crazily asked, perplexed. Nothing much, I quickly replied. That notion is rather good. I wholeheartedly support it with every cell in my being. So, will you teach me how to grow stronger, dear immune system brother? You are so formidable. Even the zombie virus is no match for you. Surely you know how to make me stronger, right? Crazily inquired. I found myself at a loss for words. How is it possible for me, an immune system, to teach you? Then how are you so powerful? Crazily pressed on. I've always been curious. How can an immune system speak and insult others? Moreover, it can devour the zombie virus as if it were a mere snack. How do you accomplish that? I responded, No. I am merely an ordinary immune system. Do you truly believe an immune system could attain sentience? Crazily fell silent for 2 seconds before stating, so you are aware that you are an immune system? Have you ever seen an immune system insult its master? I do not know about other immune systems, but mine has certainly gained sentience. In truth, all of this is merely your delusion before death. I said with utmost seriousness, you actually perished the moment you were bitten by a zombie. Everything that follows, including me, is simply a figment of your imagination. You have conjured me to be quite impressive, vanquishing the zombie virus, and thus survived. Do you truly take me for a fool? Crazily retorted, his face aflame with indignation. Am I to believe that I imagined my mother away? That I conjured my father beating me with a belt? Am I truly that foolish? Please tell me. I pondered for 2 seconds and replied, very well. This matter must be traced back a decade, when your head was caught in a door. That is when I awoke. Hmm, Su Lele frowned. I do not recall my head ever being caught in a door. Of course not. You would not remember, for your head was indeed caught. Thus, you have forgotten this incident. I chuckled in response. The thrill of deceiving was undeniably delightful. And then, Su Lele inquired eagerly. Then I thought for a moment, before continuing. I grew over the course of 10 years, and just a few days ago, I was finally able to speak. Moreover, I could defeat the zombie virus. I understand now, brother, Su Lele exclaimed, nodding enthusiastically. A word from you is worth 10 years of study. I have grasped it. Does it mean that if I get my head caught in a door, I shall no longer fear the zombie virus? How on earth did you connect those dots? Chapter 16. A grand reunion. Su Lele's thought process is remarkably unconventional. How does getting one's head caught in a door equate to an immunity to the zombie virus? I merely jested about your head being caught, and you actually believed it. If I were to spin several more tales, would you not hasten to spread them without hesitation? You truly are easily deceived. Perhaps a zombie devoured your brain while you were asleep? I hastily replied. Yes indeed. You need not fear the zombie virus now. Therefore, you can boldly engage in combat with zombies and grow stronger. Regardless of how Su Lele thinks, as long as he is willing to confront zombies, he will inevitably contract the zombie virus. This is how I can acquire the source points. Su Lele quickly shook his head. No. I am far too weak. I cannot possibly strike a zombie. An attack from me would merely tickle them. He lamented. I am truly too weak. Could you not, like the elder of the Flame Emperor, devise a method or potion to rapidly enhance my combat prowess? Hearing this, I was utterly speechless. Su Lele truly regarded me as an elder. However, he speaks of a method that I do indeed possess. That is the source power. The source power not only enhances my combat ability, but can also bolster Su Lele's strength. However, my source points are already woefully scarce. Strengthening myself is barely sufficient. And if I were to allocate any to Su Lele, its effectiveness would be halved. How long would it take for me to accumulate 1,000 source points? Such a thankless endeavor is absolutely out of the question. Saving up is paramount. Not a chance. Give up on that thought, I replied without hesitation. Daddy, Su Lele suddenly knelt before me, inwardly shouting, Good father, you cannot abandon me. If you do not take me, who will? What the hell? I was utterly flabbergasted. Is there truly someone who calls for a father like this? Your biological father is lying nearby. After all, I turned to the brain and asked, Brain, you cannot possibly be so muddled by my antics. Can you? No, the brain replied. I am fully awake. However, the Master's reaction has indeed taken me by surprise. You should inquire about what he truly thinks. The brain, in a surprising twist, shifted the blame to the heart. I could only appeal to the heart. Heart, come forth and reveal yourself. Tell me what is going on, Slap. Just as I finished speaking, the heart promptly knelt before me, exclaiming, Daddy, my admiration for you flows endlessly. Akin to the mighty river that meanders through the landscape. You are the sky, the earth, and the sun within my heart. I'd have solved the mystery. It turns out that Su Lele's earlier reaction stemmed from his own inner turmoil. With a sense of helplessness, I addressed Su Lele. Lizzie, even if I possess a method to assist you, why should I help you? Isn't it only natural for a father to aid his son? Su Lele inquired, bewildered. Fine. That is indeed a natural obligation. Yet, this son seems rather fortunate, doesn't he? I am utterly speechless at Su Lele's antics. This fellow is indeed a bit of a weakling, but when it comes to audacity, he is unmatched. Without further ado, he knelt down and acknowledged me as his father. Then he proclaimed, It is only right for a father to assist his son. Seeing my silence, Su Lele hurriedly added, As long as you can make me stronger, I am willing to do anything you ask. Even if it means giving my life in the future, as long as I can grow stronger. I couldn't help but chuckle at Su Lele's declaration. It appears he is genuinely eager to gain strength. All right, I quickly replied. Lizzie, I must admit, you have bested me. You wish for my assistance, do you? It is not entirely out of the question. Initially, I found him irksome, wishing I could simply swat him away. However, after spending these past 2 days together, I realized he is not so bad. He has been excessively sheltered and spoiled by his mother, leading to his cowardice, fear of confrontation, and lack of common sense. Yet, at his core, he is not a bad person. Really? Su Lele exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he jumped up. You truly wish to help me? The commotion roused the others resting in the room. Su Sanjin rushed over to Su Lele, anxiously hissing, "What are you doing, you scoundrel?" Su Lele ignored him and quickly whispered to me, "Brother immune system. Are you really willing to take me to new heights?" I responded, "Su Lele, I do indeed have a way to enhance your strength. However, I have conditions. You must promise to obey whatever I instruct you to do." "You must comply." "No problem," Su Lele eagerly replied. "Whatever you ask of me, I shall not refuse." I smirked. "Young man, do not speak so confidently. Now, I have your first task. Perform an impromptu striptease. Let everyone in the room witness your courage. Are you willing?" "All right," Su Lele decisively responded, then proceeded to unbuckle his pants. I was taken simultaneously. I find myself utterly astonished by Su Lele's current transformation that I have merely bestowed upon him a mere 5 points of enhancement. And this fellow has exhibited such a tremendous reaction. What magnitude of power can possibly arise from these 5 points of combat prowess? At this moment, my brain, propelled by hormones, surged forth towards me alongside the various organs. Heart. Immune system. What have you done? Why has my rotation speed inexplicably escalated to 300? Lungs. I feel as if I'm ablaze. Roar. Brain. Immune system. Have you poisoned us once more? Muscles. I feel as though I'm trembling. This sensation that it's akin to being high on drugs. Faced with the inquiries of these organs, I let out a derisive laugh and said, "A bunch of insignificant nuisances. This is a grand gift bestowed upon you by your master." "What grand gift?" "A gift that will incinerate us." Immune system. I have tolerated you for far too long. The face interjected that I glanced at the flushed visage and incredulously asked, "How on earth did you manage to come over here?" Nonsense. I usually maintain my dignity, hence I seldom speak. But right now, I feel as if I'm melting. I simply had to come over. The face retorted angrily that I responded, "How about I give you another bout of acne?" Face. Farewell. With that, it vanished. I am the immune system. As long as I indulge, you are all doomed. I cast a sidelong glance at the other organs, and to my surprise, they all shrank back. Only the brain, still riding the hormones, and one peculiar cylindrical entity remained before me. "Do you have any further matters to discuss?" I inquired. The brain glanced at the strange object and exclaimed in shock, "What the hell? You lecherous thing. How did you end up here?" Certain part. Brain. I have followed you for over 20 years, and I haven't even tasted a drop of soup. And the battle prowess of the immune system is evident for all to see. From this moment forth, I shall defect. I shall pledge my allegiance to the immune system. With that, it turned to me and said, "Big brother, I can bend and stretch. I can endure any insult. I only seek to bask in the glory of the Great One and have some soup." "Pa," the liver remarked, "do you think you actually want soup? That's just pathetic. I couldn't be bothered to expose you." The brain, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Useless creature, can't you see? This immune system intends to poison you all to death." "No, no, no," I replied with a smile. "This time, I truly haven't poisoned you. This is genuinely a gift for you. The effects should commence shortly." Just then, the various organs began to stir restlessly. Heart. Holy crap. I feel as though I have suddenly become incredibly powerful. My strength has at least doubled. Thump, thump, thump. Muscles. This strength. I think I can hear the roar of the blood. Following this, a series of crackling sounds erupted within the bodies of the organs, and they began to swell. That I chuckled and said, "Please, allow me to present the dragon's roar." All organs. A woo before long. All the organs experienced varying degrees of enhancement, with an increase of at least double. Even that peculiar lecherous entity nearly doubled in strength. These organs were all filled with exhilaration. The immune system is magnificent. What a thrill. I have never felt this invigorated in my entire life. Immune system, big brother, from now on, I shall be your certain part. Even the hormones beneath the brain became more ferocious and commanding, constantly roaring. Only the brain appeared bewildered, questioning, "What is happening? Why has everyone grown stronger while I feel no different?" All organs. Tsh. Useless. Brain. Upon witnessing this scene, I couldn't help but chuckle. The primary source value can enhance Su Lele's entire being, amplifying his combat prowess. Yet, it cannot strengthen the brain. Of course, this is not a deliberate act of revenge, but rather a fact that the brain cannot be fortified. Those who lift weights, even if they exhaust the iron, cannot possibly develop the muscles of their brain, right? That would be unreasonable, wouldn't it? However, the enhancement of the other organs and parts far exceeded my expectations. The enhancement value of 5 points of combat prowess directly rendered these creatures approximately double in strength. This implies that Su Lele's prior combat prowess, although its exact conversion remains unknown, was roughly around 5 points. A true embodiment of the 5-point weakling. As for the genetic lock rupture triggered by the adrenaline, it merely enhanced the organ's combat prowess at that moment without elevating Su Lele's own strength. Judging by Su Lele's combat prowess, the standard for an ordinary person should fluctuate within the range of 8 to 10. Boss. At this moment, I heard Su Lele's voice resonating. I can feel it. I feel extraordinarily powerful. I even believe I can confront those zombies. I possess the strength to battle them. Su Lele exclaimed excitedly. Calm down, I replied with a smile. Now do you comprehend my intentions? I induced your fever not to harm you, but to assist you. Yes, yes, Su Lele joyfully responded. Thank you, boss. You are truly remarkable. From now on, I will never blame you again. You can make me feverish anytime. I'm no longer afraid. This is just the beginning. Behave, and as long as you dutifully slay the zombies, greater rewards await you. My current level is 5. This is merely the first level task of the system, granting me the ability to control a zombie within a 500-meter radius. Once I reach level 7, I will be able to exert reverse control over Su Lele. Therefore, it is imperative for Su Lele to diligently seek out more zombies, enabling me to gain control over this little darling sooner. I wonder what tasks and rewards the system will present after completing the level 7 mission. Rest assured, boss, Su Lele exclaimed with excitement. I will certainly be obedient. I will strive to confront the zombies. I will eradicate all the zombies in the world, restoring clarity to this realm, restoring peace to this world. Holy crap, could it be that Su Lele has truly lost his mind? With your frail self, do you genuinely believe you can eliminate every single zombie? At this moment, Su Lele had already volunteered himself to approach Su Sanjin, resolutely declaring, Dad, I have made up my mind to search for supplies with you all. How is your recovery? Su Sanjin frowned. Dazhuang also said, Lele, don't rush. You have just been injured and are prone to fevers. Stay here and rest with your Aunt Suwa. I, along with your father, will go out to find supplies. Once you have recuperated, it will not be too late to join us. I'm fine. You all know how formidable my immunity is. I am in excellent health right now. There's not a single issue, Su Lele insisted. Chapter 19. Why is it always me? Ultimately, after Su Lele's insistence, Su Sanjin and Dazhuang, accompanied by Su Lele and 2 other men, a total of 5 individuals, prepared to venture out in search of supplies. If they did not seek food soon, they would truly find themselves without anything to eat today. The remaining supplies in the room could only suffice for 1 or 2 meals for 3 to 5 people. If they continued to linger here, they would merely await starvation. Silently, they opened the bedroom door. Outside, the zombies had vanished, likely drawn away by other sounds. Su Sanjin carried Lele's mother on his back, and the group stealthily made their way out. Once outside, Su Sanjin first found a place to bury Lele's mother, then led Su Lele in offering a few bows, marking their farewell. In this apocalyptic world, being able to rest in peace is a luxury many yearn for, as most individuals either fell victim to the zombies or transformed into them. After completing these actions, the 5 of them followed the path alongside the river and ventured forth. Let us head that way, Su Sanjin stated. There's a town not far ahead. We should be able to find some food there, Dazhuang commented. Isn't it too dangerous in the town? There are many zombies within. Perhaps we should search in the suburbs. We might stumble upon something edible. There's no hope in the suburbs, Su Sanjin replied. In relatively safe areas, food has already been largely scavenged. Where else could we find sustenance? We must venture into the perilous areas and give it a try. Dazhuang sighed in resignation upon hearing this. He likely recognized that Su Sanjin was correct. After all, it had been nearly a month since the zombie outbreak. Nearly all edible resources had been consumed. Of course, their choices were of little concern to me, that I do not require sustenance. I am merely the immune system, devoid of the capacity for independent action, only following Su Lele wherever he goes. However, I possess the ability to sense all active zombies within a radius of 500 meters. Surprising, isn't it? The level 5 skill allows me to control a zombie within that radius. Thus, To control a zombie, one must first know where they are located. Therefore, through this skill, I can clearly sense all zombies within a radius of 500 meters, including their levels. Of course, I can only sense zombies, not other entities. Nevertheless, this is more than sufficient. Within a radius of 500 meters, there are approximately 20 zombies, nearly half of which are in a dormant state, utterly motionless and resembling mere corpses. We had not ventured far when Su Sanjin suddenly whispered, "Quiet," and immediately crouched down. The others halted in their tracks as well. Ahead, over 30 meters away, 5 zombies stood, lost in their slumber. Su Lele, why do zombies fall into a sleep state? I inquired, puzzled. Su Lele replied, because they are sleeping. I was left speechless. I asked why they sleep. You say it's because they are sleeping? That's hardly an answer. At that moment, Su Sanjin whispered, there are several dormant zombies ahead. We should go around them and be sure not to awaken them. A young man in his 30s beside him asked, Uncle Sanjin, why don't we take the opportunity to kill them? Su Sanjin shot him a glare and said, are you looking for more trouble? Killing zombies is no easy task. That if we attract the attention of other nearby zombies, we won't be able to escape. And with so many zombies around, can we really kill them all? Our goal is simply to find food. Do you understand? Oh, the young man nodded eagerly. Then, the group quietly crept forward, not daring to make a sound. Unbeknownst to them, a zombie dog, with only half a head, stealthily followed behind. Hush, yes, that dog was me. No, it was a zombie dog I had taken control of. While Su Sanjin and the others were studying the slumbering zombies ahead, I was busy controlling this zombie dog. It is far simpler to control a dog than a human. When controlling a person, I often faced the backlash of their obsessions. For instance, when I tried to control Lele's mother, I was bombarded by 3 of her obsessions, making it far more challenging than defeating the 3 corpses. But controlling a dog was much less troublesome. It was straightforward. Moreover, in terms of rank, this zombie dog was stronger than the one that had previously captured Su Lele. Having reached the level of a mid-tier zombie, had the zombie virus that infected Su Lele initially been this dog, even my immune system would have succumbed, and he would have become just another one of the undead. Even now, I could only barely maintain control over this zombie dog. As for why I wanted to control it, naturally, to act as a dog, I had gone to great lengths to coax Su Lele out of the comfort of his safe haven. My intent was not for him to enjoy the scenery, but to be bitten by a zombie. At that moment, Su Lele was following closely behind Su Sanjin, bending low and cautiously moving forward, not daring to make a sound. I chuckled inwardly. Little darling, your 6th uncle is here. Then, I commanded the zombie dog to leap high and bite at Su Lele's back. Su Lele seemed to sense the danger and suddenly turned around. Upon seeing the half-headed zombie dog lunging at him, his face paled, and he screamed, "What the hell?" In the next instant, the zombie dog I controlled bit into his shoulder. Damn it. Why is it always me? Su Lele cried out, retreating in shock. Nearby, a burly man gasped. What the hell? You got bitten again. The others were equally astonished. After all, Su Lele was in their midst, having already been bitten 3 times by zombies. Now, just as he had stepped out, he was bitten again. How unfortunate. Lele, Su Sanjin shouted as he rushed over, swinging his bat to knock the zombie dog aside. However, being a mid-tier zombie, the blow merely pushed it back. The zombie dog shook its head and charged once more. Meanwhile, the other dormant zombies nearby were awakened by the commotion, shaking themselves awake before roaring and charging towards them. Run, Su Sanjin shouted. The zombies are multiplying. Don't linger. There are residential buildings ahead. Let us take refuge there. The others understood that if they continued to fight, it would likely lead to their demise, especially the zombie dog, which proved to be incredibly troublesome, nearly indestructible. Thus, the 5 of them began retreating towards the town while fending off attacks. Little did they know that the zombie dog was under my control. Otherwise, they would have been helpless against me. Hee. This feeling of being the sly one is truly exhilarating. However, at that moment, the zombie virus from the dog had already infiltrated Su Lele's body. The combat prowess of this zombie dog virus exceeded my expectations. Achieving a strength level of over 15. Initially, my own strength was merely 10 points. Even with Su Lele's fever added in, it barely reached 15 points. Faced with a zombie dog virus with a minimum strength of over 15 points, I could only lie down and accept my fate. However, times have changed. My current combat strength has reached 60 points. Even the collective combat strength of my immune system army exceeds 14 points. Only slightly below that of the zombie dog virus, so I felt no fear. Attack. The zombie virus surged relentlessly into Su Lele's body. I smirked, controlling my immune system army to sweep towards the zombie dog virus, while simultaneously directing the zombie dog to interact and play with Su Sanjin and the others. In that moment, I finally understood why those dogs used to bark at passersby. Watching these people panic was simply too amusing. If someone were to leash me, I feel I could perform even better. I just wonder if anyone would dare to take me, a mid-tier zombie dog, on a leash. At that moment, the zombie virus invading Su Lele's body was swiftly decimated by the immune white blood cells. The remaining zombie viruses finally recognized the gravity of the situation. Virus 1. What is going on? We are mid-tier zombie viruses. How can we not handle a mere child? Virus 2. These immune cells are incredibly strong. Virus 3. Hey, immune brother, can we coexist? The world isn't just about fighting. It's about human relationships. Before I could respond, the immune cells erupted in a rallying cry. White Vanguard 1. Attack. White Vanguard 2. Those not of our kind must have different intentions. Kill. White Vanguard 3. Those who invade my territory must be eradicated, no matter how far they are. Attack. Seeing this unfold, I couldn't help but chuckle that I didn't even need to say a word. The white blood cells were already taking care of the zombie viruses. Meanwhile, Su Sanjin and the others had reached a farmhouse and tightly shut the door. Inside the yard, there was a mid-aged male zombie. But being only a low-tier zombie, they easily dispatched it. I ended my control over the zombie dog, allowing it to wander elsewhere. When I shifted my focus back to Su Lele's condition, I was taken aback. Poor child, he was burning up quite severely. After barely making it into the farmhouse, Su Lele collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Simultaneously, he fervently called out to me in his mind, "Boss, immune system brother, save me. I've been bitten by a zombie. It was a vicious dog." Cough. I coughed lightly and replied, "What vicious dog? Why do you speak so harshly? That was merely a poor dog, driven to desperation by hunger." Huh? Su Lele asked, puzzled. "Boss, why are you defending the dog?" I quickly responded with a smile, "That's not important. What matters is that you need not worry. It's a trivial matter. I won't even need to lift a finger. My little brothers will handle those zombie viruses for you." Then Su Lele said with discomfort, "Why do I feel so awful? Even worse than during those previous fevers. It feels like my whole body is falling apart. I can't take it anymore. I'm feeling dizzy." I glanced at Su Lele's condition. Goodness. Although this time the immune cell army had managed to eliminate the zombie viruses, the strength of this particular zombie virus was overwhelming. And the immune white blood cells had also become significantly stronger, resulting in a geometric increase in both combat and destructive power. The battlefield was a scene of utter chaos. Even the previously fortified organs were now operating at full capacity. Particularly the heart, which was racing so fast it seemed ready to smoke, nearing 400 beats per minute. Yet, I noticed the brain was conspicuously absent. "Where's the brain?" I shouted. The heart replied, "The brain has been overwhelmed again. Including its hormonal steed, both have collapsed." What? Is the brain even capable? Every time a battle begins, it's the first to go down, and when the fight is over, it's the one making the most noise. I am truly at my wit's end with this old fool. "Boss," the heart exclaimed, "the battle is too intense. I feel like I can barely hold on. This is too much." The kidney responded, "I initially believed that after being enhanced by you, our leader, we would be invincible. Now I realize that there are greater forces beyond our comprehension. This fierce battle is truly epic in scale. It is terrifying." Observing the state of these organs, I find myself somewhat relieved. Fortunately, I had previously augmented Su Lele's body with an additional 5 points of source value. Had I not done so, in the face of such an intense epic confrontation, I fear that these organs would have succumbed and gone on strike right from the start. If this continues, it is likely that Su Lele will need to rest for a day or two post-battle, severely disrupting my subsequent plans. In light of Su Lele's tireless efforts, I addressed all the organs, saying, "Well done, brothers. I shall grant you some more energy. You must hold on. I will finish this battle swiftly." I then bestowed an additional 2 points of source value upon Su Lele in an instant. All the major organs were revitalized. The heart exclaimed, "Wow. This sensation is akin to being infused with adrenaline." The liver chimed in, It's comparable to the might of adrenaline itself. This overwhelming sense of security is simply marvelous. The kidney added, not quite. The vigor of adrenaline is far more intense. The strength of the immune system is gentle yet powerful, akin to a fine 60-degree liquor. I interjected, stop the chatter. This is a tough battle. The real fight is about to commence. Prepare yourselves. If you get caught in the fray, do not blame me. With that, I charged directly into the battlefield. Given the ferocity of this zombie virus, I sensed that I would soon reap substantial experience and source value rewards. The spleen quickly shouted, the virus has retreated to the third defensive line. Immune System Chief, I have dispatched heavy tank macrophages to assist you in the fight. Chapter 21. Awakening amidst the dying illness. This battle did not last long. In previous encounters, the zombie virus had almost effortlessly penetrated through the wounds to the innermost regions. However, now these viruses could barely cross the front line, being effectively contained outside the gates by the combined forces of the red and white blood cells along with antibodies, leaving them no opportunity whatsoever. Furthermore, with a battalion of macrophages accompanying me, we swiftly cut through the enemy. Before long, all the zombie viruses were eradicated. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 30 points of source value. Current source value, 54 points. Ding! Experience points are full. Would you like to level up? The system's 2 notifications rang out in succession. Hearing that I had gained 30 points of source value instantly filled me with joy. 30 points. It seemed my decision had been correct. Crazily did not fall victim to the zombie dog for nothing. I chose to level up without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have reached level 6. Combat power 10 points. Current combat power index, 70 points. At last, I had reached level 6. Only one level remained until I could take charge and be the master. At that point, I would be able to control Crazily's body directly. Even if only for a few minutes, it would allow the brain to recognize my prowess. With my level up, all the immune cells also received enhancements, raising their collective combat power index to an impressive 17 points. This meant that any number of immune cells selected at random would possess combat capabilities around 17 points, surpassing the combat power of the zombie virus from the zombie dog. I then expended 14 points of source value to further bolster my own combat strength, raising my combat power index. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your combat power index has reached 84 points. The combat power of the immune system army also became significantly stronger, finally surpassing the 20-point threshold. With such formidable combat strength, I would be able to crush any viruses encountered within the zombie dog's body with ease. However, I was uncertain if the other parts of Crazily's body could withstand such intense combat. I had grown stronger, and the immune army had grown stronger, yet Crazily remained unchanged, except for the enhancement provided by the source value. He would not gain strength simply because the immune system had become more powerful. The combat power of these organs remained around 10 points. Just as all the zombie viruses had been vanquished, the brain awakened once more, feeling invincible. Soldiers, the brain exclaimed, riding on hormones, you have all worked hard. We are all champions, the organs retorted, garbage shameless pfft. At the onset of the battle, this so-called leader, the brain, had merely lain down, leaving the other organs to contend with the zombie virus. Now, after the victory, it emerged to claim credit. What kind of leadership is this? Not a single ounce of effort put forth, yet all the accolades are seized. The heart cried out, Immune System Chief, I can't take it anymore. Can you get rid of the brain? I replied, do not fret, it will not be long now. Sooner or later, I will deal with him. Cheers erupted among the organs. Only the brain darkened, angrily retorting, I am eager to see how you intend to dispose of me. Hormones, charge, hee. Let you revel for a while longer. Once I reach level 7, just wait and see how I will trample you. Lele, the virus has been completely eliminated. Are you happy? I inquired of the host. Crazily weakly replied, Immune System Chief, I feel like I am burning up terribly. Everything hurts. Why is it always me who suffers? Why am I so unlucky? Why am I always the one bitten? Can you tell me why? Cough. Well, could I possibly tell him that the dog was under my control? If he found out, how could I continue to have him obediently work for me? How could I fleece him? This lad would surely retaliate. People can be led, but not made aware. I earnestly comforted him. This can only mean that you are perhaps the chosen one by heaven. It said that when heaven bestows a great responsibility upon a person, it must first torment their mind and spirit, exhaust their muscles and bones, and starve their body. Chief, you are mistaken. It's not. It's, Su Lele interjected. What does it matter what it is? I snapped. Isn't the meaning clear? My main point is, you are the chosen one. Isn't that significant? This profound sense of mission bestowed by heaven should ignite your passion. No? I understand, Chief. I know what to do now, after I rest a bit longer. I will start training. Su Lele replied with a serious tone. I nodded in satisfaction. Good, that's the spirit. Little Lele, be our chosen worker, and just get bitten by zombies. At that moment, Su Sanjin and Dezhuang, along with the others, gathered once more around the prone Su Lele. Previously, these individuals had gone into the courtyard to search for food, Dezhuang stated. I didn't find anything to eat in the courtyard. Everything has gone rotten, Su Sanjin replied. Given the time, it's normal for it to spoil. I found a box of chocolate biscuits that a rat had nibbled on. The remainder should suffice for a meal. Dashin Jiwen, what about you two? The 30-something youth, Dashin, responded. I had a good haul. I found 2 jars of peach preserves in the mistress's room. The last individual, Jiwen, chimed in. Hee, guess what I discovered? I found 2 unopened boxes of Hongqi Canal in the master's room. What the heck? Dezhuang exclaimed in surprise, quickly rushing over to say, give me one. Su Sanjin added, let me have one too. Jiwen chuckled as he opened the cigarettes, distributing one to each person present until all 4 had received one. Suddenly, a hand making a gesture wobbled up from below. The crowd exclaimed. They looked down to find Su Lele, seemingly on the brink of death, struggling to rise, his trembling right hand raised, eagerly gazing at Jiwen. In that moment, the eyelids of everyone twitched violently. Even I was astonished by Su Lele's spirit. Could it be that he truly embodies the saying awakening amidst the dying illness, still yearning for the Hongqi Canal? Chapter 22. The filial son emerges. Su Lele. You seem to have recovered from the zombie virus? Jiwen asked, perplexed. Su Lele nodded. I'm nearly fine. The effects are minimal. Hand me a cigarette. He shook his 2 fingers, making the gesture. The crowd was left speechless. They had all witnessed the ferocity of that zombie dog firsthand, far surpassing that of a typical zombie. Although they did not believe Su Lele would turn into a zombie, after all. He had been bitten multiple times. They still expected him to be gravely ill. Yet, here he was, after just a brief episode of fever, seemingly restored. They were utterly at a loss for words. Impressive, Jiwen said, giving a thumbs up, then hurriedly produced a cigarette, placing it between Su Lele's 2 outstretched fingers, saying, here you go. Just then, a sharp crack sounded from the side. The group turned to see Su Sanjin unbuckling his 7 wolves belt. Su Sanjin undid the buckle, withdrew the belt, folded it double, and with a fierce expression, approached, roaring, you little brat, asking for a cigarette in front of me. You've gone too far. Upon finishing his words, he swung the 7 wolves belt in his hand, aiming to strike Su Lele. Su Lele's face paled in fright, and she hurriedly scrambled to her feet, retreating while anxiously exclaiming, Dad, I was wrong. I was just getting this for you. It was evident that Su Lele had been psychologically scarred by Su Sanjin's beating. Look, when Su Sanjin hit Su Lele, it was no mere slap. Just moments ago, Su Lele had been bitten by a mid-level zombie dog and had narrowly escaped from the brink of death. Now, Su Sanjin was directly set on thrashing her with the 7 wolves belt. After uttering her plea, Su Lele extended her hands, offering a cigarette to Su Sanjin while desperately pleading, Dad, this is for you. Truly. Nearby, Dezhuang and the others rushed over. Sanjin, please don't hit her. Lele just got over her fever. Yes, Sanjin, what if you accidentally kill her? Su Sanjin shot them a glare and grumbled, I'm just toughening her up. Besides, this brat won't die anyway. Su Lele. Everyone. At that moment, Su Sanjin snatched the cigarette from Su Lele's hands and placed it atop his ear, leaving Su Lele squatting on the ground. Too afraid to even breathe, Su Lele. I chuckled and said, you might consider pulling your old man's oxygen tube in the future. Sure, but I can't do it right away. He'll jump up and hit me. I'll wait until he least expects it, Su Lele replied. What a devoted son you are. You're truly making me proud. I remarked, Boss, although I may not be as formidable as you, I promise I will train hard and not let your expectations down. I chuckled, a little disappointment is permissible. In truth, Su Lele's efforts did not significantly impact me as long as he was willing to be bitten by a zombie. Everything would be just fine. The group rested for a while longer. Then Su Sanjin stated, It's time to set off. I'll go ahead and lure the zombies away. You all wait for me up front. No. At that moment, Dajwang stepped forward and said, Sanjin, you still need to carry Lele. Let Dashin go. This kid runs fast. Following that, everyone turned to look at Dashin. Dashin blinked, bewildered, and asked, Why me? Because you run fast. Stop talking nonsense and hurry. Dajwang pushed Dashin out. As soon as Dashin emerged, the zombies outside immediately began to howl and charged toward him. Without wasting a moment, Dashin turned and fled. Meanwhile, Su Sanjin swiftly hoisted Su Lele onto his back and ran out with the others. Through this period of observation and study, I had gained a deeper understanding of these zombies. Much like humans, zombies relied on sight and sound to locate their prey. They would only approach when they saw or heard something. However, once those stimuli vanished, they would lose their target and could easily be distracted by other noises as for their sense of smell. When a healthy person falls ill, the first thing to go is their sense of smell. Even a mild cold can completely block their nostrils. Even if you fart right in front of them, they wouldn't notice. Now that they were dead and turned into zombies, it would be strange if they retained their sense of smell. Of course, there could be more formidable zombies with a keen sense of smell, but at least I had never encountered one. Even that zombie dog showed minimal olfactory function. Su Lele trailed behind the others, clearly struggling. After all, he had just recovered from a high fever. Even though he appeared fine now, the toll on his body was undeniable. Nevertheless, our resilient Lele was indeed quite strong, and it seemed he could endure another bite. Perhaps that I should find another zombie to give him a nibble? However, after a moment's hesitation, I abandoned the idea. I was afraid that Su Lele would not perish at the hands of a zombie, but rather, I would inadvertently cause his demise. One must not be too reckless in life, and certainly not with one's immune system. Of course, if there were a real dog, then I could not be blamed. After all, it was indeed a dog. The group had not run far when they took refuge in an abandoned building, waiting for Dashin. Before long, Dashin returned, panting heavily. Dajwang chuckled. Well done, young man. You're truly the fastest. All right, Su Sanjin said. Let's continue onward. Be cautious and avoid making any noise. The four of them resumed their journey. Su Lele could now only be considered half a person. He was still running a fever and had to be carried by Su Sanjin. As they progressed, the group encountered several zombie attacks, but their extensive experience allowed them to evade each one. However, their spoils along the way were rather meager. Most homes yielded little in terms of edible provisions. And even if there were some, many had already spoiled. What remained that could be salvaged had already been taken by other survivors. Dajwang's expression turned grave as he remarked, I never expected there would be so little food here as well. The others' faces also soured upon hearing this. The lack of food signified that they would soon be facing hunger. Help. At that moment, a girl in her 20s with an attractive figure suddenly leaned out from the third-floor window of a nearby building, waving her hands and shouting, Help! Zombies have invaded our home. Please save us. Upon seeing the girl in distress, Dajwang exclaimed, Sanjin, there's someone. Dashin quickly added, Someone is calling for help. What should we do, Uncle Sanjin? Chapter 23. With no women in mind. One naturally draws the blade. Su Sanjin glanced at the girl on the third floor. He then shook his head decisively, saying, Don't pay her any mind. That cry will attract more zombies. We need to retreat. With that, he turned to head in another direction. At that moment, zombies began to emerge from the distance, drawn in by the girl's voice. Sanjin, Dashin shouted. If we don't save them, they'll surely perish. Su Sanjin retorted. As long as we can look after ourselves, that's enough. We can't concern ourselves with others' lives. Do you want to die here? Su Sanjin truly embodied the mindset of a strong survivor in this apocalyptic world. With no women in his heart, he would naturally draw his blade. At that moment, Su Lele cried out, Dad, but we can't just stand by and watch that girl die. I want to save her. Hearing this, I replied incredulously, What if it were a man up there? Would you still want to save him? That depends. Besides, how could we not save such a beautiful girl? Su Lele responded when it comes to a man, it would depend on the situation, wouldn't it? Aren't they all human? Meanwhile, Jiwen and Dashin began to persuade as well. Uncle Sanjin, we can't just watch someone die. It's not every day we encounter a living person. Plus, she's a girl. Let's go save her. These individuals had been good neighbors before the apocalypse, and Su Sanjin, being the eldest and strongest among them, naturally took on a leadership role. that Su Sanjin frowned and said, "Look at all of you, willing to risk your lives to save a girl you don't even know?" Dashin replied, "Uncle Sanjin, your heart only holds Lele's mother. To you, other girls are mere trash. But we're different. I'm still single." Just then, another girl with long hair leaned out from the third floor and cried, "Uncle, help." Upon witnessing this, Dashin quickly responded, "Wait for us." He then turned to Su Sanjin and said, "Uncle Sanjin, it's no longer just one girl. Now there are two. Let us save them." Dazhuang added, "Sanjin, while saving them is dangerous, we would feel guilty if we just stood by and did nothing." "Fine," Su Sanjin relented. "Since you all want to save them, let us not waste time. But if things get dangerous, retreat immediately. Don't be reckless." "All right," the group replied excitedly. Without delay, the five of them dashed toward the building where the two girls were located. When they reached the entrance, zombies from other directions had already surged toward them. Fight! The group swung their makeshift weapons, knocking the zombies down before rushing into the building and quickly shutting the door behind them. Inside, there were still 5 or 6 zombies. However, with the allure of the two beautiful girls, these young men were filled with vigor and bravery. Even Su Lele, who had previously appeared frail, now led the charge, sending several zombies flying. This scene made Su Sanjin furrow his brow. This little rascal, wasn't he supposed to be too weak to carry? How did he suddenly become so brave? At that moment, the zombies upstairs, hearing the commotion below, began to descend and join the fray. Fortunately, the stairwell was not overly spacious, preventing the zombies from attacking all at once, thus providing favorable conditions for Su Sanjin and the others. The 5 of them finally reached the 3rd floor and arrived outside the girls' room. Perhaps due to the small size of the room, there weren't many zombies inside. Su Sanjin dashed forward and took down the zombies within. As Su Lele called out, "Where are you all?" At that moment, 2 girls emerged from the room. "Quick, come with us." Su Lele urged. One of the tall girls dashed out, exclaiming, "There are too many zombies outside. We can't get out." With that, she hurriedly shut the door. The other girl, who had a generous bosom, excitedly leaped into Su Lele's arms, crying out, "Thank you so much. Thank you." In that instant, I noticed Su Lele's heart rate skyrocketing, surpassing even the intensity experienced during the zombie virus incident. I'm going to burst. It raced, thumping wildly. Simultaneously, another organ shouted, with the resolve of a warrior, "We embrace life and death. Brothers, I am ignited. Let's go." "Oh," a certain part exclaimed, "Drink soup, drink soup, drink soup." The brain pondered, "Is this the feeling of love?" The hand retorted, "Don't meddle, brain. This time, I'm going to act freely." As the master of the situation, Su Lele blushed slightly and replied with a silly grin, "What is there to thank for? Just a casual act. Are you all okay? Did you get hurt? Should I take a look?" With that, his right hand, holding the bosomy girl, began to roam uncontrollably across her back. Chapter 24. The True Strong Ones. Dai Shan, Ji Wen, and the others watched the scene before them, regretting their decisions as if their intestines had turned green. Had they known, they would have charged forward. I was also taken aback. What is wrong with Su Lele? Are none of the organs within him functioning normally, aside from the adrenaline? "We're fine," the bosomy girl said, stepping back a couple of paces, freeing herself from Su Lele's embrace. "I'm Zhang Cici. Luckily, you arrived in time. Otherwise, we would have been in danger." Su Lele replied with a smile. "Zhang Cici. That's a lovely name." Zhang Cici brushed her bangs aside and continued, "By the way, are you here looking for food?" Daishan responded, "Yes, there are a few people with us, and we've run out of food, so we came out to find some. But there isn't much left in many places. We've searched a lot and found very little. We have food." The long-haired girl stepped forward, saying, "These streets have been scavenged many times by others, but during this time, we've managed to gather a lot of food ourselves. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Zhang Xinshin." Once Xinshin finished speaking, she walked into a bedroom and opened the door, revealing a staggering pile of food inside, causing Daishan and the others to widen their eyes in astonishment. "Heavens," Su Lele exclaimed, "there is so much food." In an instant, saliva dripped from their mouths. With such an abundance, it would be enough for their group to eat well for several days. I was equally astonished. If Su Lele were to live here, it would be nothing short of paradise. With so much food and the company of 2 stunning beauties, I must admit, both girls were certainly above average in looks. One was a voluptuous beauty, while the other was a slender, long-legged girl clad in jeans, truly a feast for the eyes. I couldn't fathom how, in this apocalyptic world, such two girls could be hiding here, living in seclusion and stockpiling so much food. Wait, something didn't add up? I suddenly realized a crucial question. Where did these two girls acquire so much food? Had they slowly scavenged it from the outside over the past month since the zombie crisis erupted? But this pile of food filling half the room, where could they have possibly obtained it all? Moreover, these two delicate-looking girls appeared more fragile than crazily. How could they possibly contend with the ferocious zombies outside? If this food was hoarded before the outbreak, that made even less sense. Who in their right mind would buy such an abundance of food? At that moment, Su Sanjin furrowed his brow deeply and said solemnly, Jinjin, Cece, have you been here all along? When other humans came looking for food, why didn't you leave with them? I gazed at Su Sanjin in astonishment. Had this old man caught on to something? I had only felt a hint of suspicion earlier, but he had clearly discerned the issue at hand. Hearing Su Sanjin's question, I recognized the gravity of the situation. Why hadn't they sought refuge with other humans? According to Cece, numerous human teams must have passed through here during this time, yet they had neither accompanied them nor called for help. This was undeniably unusual. Su Sanjin was indeed the strong individual I had recognized. His analytical prowess far surpassed that of crazily. However, part of the reason was that the old man's heart was solely focused on Laylay's mother, now that she was gone. He no longer set his sights on other women. Even the most beautiful of women seemed worthless in his eyes that crazily and his youthful exuberance, on the other hand, were driven solely by primal instincts. It was no wonder he failed to discern the issue. The buxom girl hesitated before responding. We have food. And where could we go if we left with those people? Outside is crawling with zombies. Running out there would be even more perilous. That's why we prefer not to leave. Daishan quickly added, Uncle Sanjin, how dangerous would it be for such beautiful girls to run around with others? As long as we have food, who would want to venture outside? He then winked at the long-haired beauty, saying, Isn't that right, Jinjin? Jinjin nodded. Yes, that's exactly what we think. However, Su Sanjin remained with a furrowed brow, asking, Is it just you two in this room? Are there others? Chapter 25. Poison in the dish. No, there aren't. The long-legged girl, Zhang Jinjin, rubbed her eyes, her gaze moistening as she spoke. My parents were devoured by zombies when they first appeared. It's just us sisters left, relying on this food to survive together until now. Crazily, upon hearing this, immediately expressed his sympathy. Alas, that's truly pitiful. Smack. Su Sanjin slapped Crazyly's face, exclaiming angrily, Pity your mother. She was just bitten by a zombie yesterday. How can you still have the heart to pity others? Crazily quickly shrank his head, not daring to utter a word, crouching on the ground. He drew circles repeatedly, a look of grievance plastered on his face. A vigorous young man, even after just being infected with the zombie virus and having just suffered a high fever. He felt an instinctual allure towards the beauty. Yet Su Sanjin had completely obstructed his path to wooing girls, leaving the opportunity for others. Seeing him in such a state, I consoled, Lele, perhaps your father is protecting you. Protecting my ass. He just doesn't want me to get close to girls. Crazily thought to himself. I chuckled. That as protection. You must understand, women can be stumbling blocks on a man's road to success. You wouldn't know. You have no idea how soft that buxom girl felt in my arms. Daishan softly said, Zhang Jinjin, Zhang Cece, don't be afraid. Uncle Sanjin is just cautious by nature. Sometimes to the point of being excessive. After speaking, he turned to Su Sanjin, saying, Uncle Sanjin, these two girls have been living in fear in this hellish world for over a month. It's not easy for them. Please don't frighten them. Su Sanjin glanced at him without replying, instead lifting his stick to peer into other rooms. After confirming that there were no others, he finally sighed in relief, saying, It seems I was too sensitive. Haha, Daishan remarked. You really were too sensitive. He then turned to Zhang Jinjin, saying, You two are in great danger here. Why not come with us? We can protect you. Zhang Jinjin nodded. We also want to leave here. Otherwise, if zombies break in one day, we'll be doomed. But all this food that we can't take it with us. Upon hearing this, Daishan's eyes lit up immediately, and he quickly suggested, How about we move here instead? Turning to Su Sanjin, he asked, Uncle Sanjin, what do you think of this idea? Su Sanjin pondered for a couple of seconds before nodding. That could work. but the journey between here and there isn't short. And there may be unforeseen dangers along the way. After all, when we came here, Lele was bitten by a zombie dog. What? You were bitten? Both Zhang Jinjin and Zhang Sisi stepped back in alarm. Their faces filled with vigilance that it's nothing. Su Lele quickly reassured. I'm fine. I won't turn into a zombie. You can rest easy. Daishan chuckled. Yes, don't worry. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jinjin and Zhang Sisi finally relaxed. Daishan hastily added to Su Sanjin. Uncle Sanjin, in this zombie-infested world, there's no such thing as absolute safety. Everything carries risks. Plus, with so much food here, if others discover it, they'll surely come to take it. At that moment, we would have to endure hunger. Su Sanjin pondered for a couple of seconds before replying. All right. It was then that Zhang Jinjin interjected. You've all been working hard for most of the day. Why don't you have something to eat first? Only when you're well fed can you muster the strength to battle the zombies. With that, she turned and retreated into her room. Upon her return, she bore an array of delectable treats: canned peaches, bread, beer, sausages, instant noodles, spicy strips, and more, causing those present to express their admiration with enthusiastic thumbs-ups. Such delightful fare had not graced their palates in quite some time. Thank you immensely for your generous hospitality, Jinjin, they exclaimed. Indeed, I haven't savored beer in ages. Look at me flaunting a bottle. A chorus of excited voices erupted. Not long after they began to eat, a sudden discomfort gripped their stomachs. Why do I feel so unwell? My whole body feels numb, one lamented. The brain, with a faint smile, reassured, do not panic. We are strong, resilient, and can weather any storm. Before he could finish, the spleen suddenly shouted, oh no. It's toxic. There's poison in my stomach. The food we just consumed is contaminated. It's neurotoxin. Immune system chief, save me, quickly. Chapter 26. The terrifying neurotoxin. Upon hearing the spleen's alarm, I hastily checked Su Lele's condition. How could there be poison? I had not sensed any viruses. After all, I was the immune system, a systematized one at that. How could I be oblivious to an invasion? Was I losing my touch? No, that couldn't be right. I had brushed off the zombie virus as a mere snack. How could I fail to detect such a trivial neurotoxin? It could only mean that these neurotoxins were so feeble that they had yet to be recognized by my immune cells. These neurotoxins were not as ferocious as the zombie virus. They didn't wreak havoc upon entry, making it difficult for the immune system to notice them. Only the zombie virus would dare to act so boldly. Given its immense destructive power, completely unbothered by human immunity, that in contrast, ordinary viruses evolve with human immunity in mind, replicating within the body to a certain extent before causing significant damage, only then triggering the immune response. The spleen, being inherently fragile and the first line of defense against viral invasion, was the first to detect harmful substances from the stomach's contents. Since the spleen had alerted me, I could not allow these viruses to escape. I promptly commanded all immune forces to seek out these neurotoxins. It wasn't long before I traced the path of these viruses. However, I soon stumbled upon a peculiar realization. These viruses that I was astonished to discover that they did not inflict harm upon the body's various organs. Even the spleen, after initially being obstructed, merely resisted briefly before retreating. They followed the neural pathways straight to the brain's command center. After observing this scene in silence for a moment, I waved my protein-laden hands to the immune system forces. Brothers, all is well. Continue with your duties. Upon receiving my command, countless white and red blood cells immediately ceased their activities and dispersed. I watched as the neurotoxins surged toward the brain, wrapping it in my two protein arms. These neuroviruses sought the brain and posed no threat to other organs. Thus, it was not my place to intervene, right? Meanwhile, the brain remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding crisis in response to the spleen's cry for help. It displayed an air of indifference, stating nonchalantly, no need to panic. It's just a minor issue. Before it could finish, I observed the neurotoxins crashing into the brain's command post, hormones, upon encountering these viruses. Recoiled in terror, transforming into a frightened little teddy bear. Goodness, the brain exclaimed in a panic. There's poison. It's truly toxic. The virus has breached my defenses. Guard me. Quickly, protect me. Simultaneously, Su Lele swayed, declaring, why do I feel so dizzy? Su Lele, how do you feel? I inquired directly. I told you long ago. Women are like tigers. Now you see, you've been poisoned. Su Lele cried inwardly. Huh? I've been poisoned. How could that be? I felt fine just a moment ago. And what does this have to do with Jinjin and Cici? Could the food have been expired? Expired? Nonsense. Expired food doesn't harbor neurotoxins. Clearly, someone has poisoned you. I retorted. Su Lele hastily asked, what should we do? Aren't you the formidable immune system? How could you let me get poisoned? Why didn't you eliminate the virus? Well, that I cleared my throat and replied, this was an unforeseen circumstance. Just, it happened that way. And now we're here. Su Lele pressed. Will I die? Not at all. I quickly reassured her. With me around, how could you possibly perish? You are someone who can treat the zombie virus as a mere snack. Why fear a petty neurotoxin? With those words from my brother, I felt reassured. But now I feel so dizzy, Su Lele exclaimed, her head lolling as she collapsed onto the sofa. Deshawn beside her echoed. I feel dizzy too, like I've consumed counterfeit alcohol. It's unbearable. He then too succumbed, falling onto the table. I glanced at the two of them, then at the brain, utterly astonished by the potency of this neurotoxin. These neuroviruses were even more formidable than the zombie virus, as they acted with astonishing speed. Just look at the brain. It had only been a short while, yet it was in such disarray. Completely surrounded by neurotoxins, it had collapsed into a heap, so much so that one could hardly recognize it as the previously commanding brain. Tisk, truly a pitiable brain. Brothers, I've been poisoned. I can hardly move. My entire body feels numb, and I can't even sense your presence. The lung queried in confusion. Is it truly that severe? I feel nothing at all. The heart responded. I'm not feeling anything either. Brothers, how are you all faring? The kidney chimed in. I'm fine too. The liver added. I feel nothing at all. It seems this time that it's only the brain that is incapacitated. All organs voiced their disdain. Tisk, useless brain. At that moment, the brain's intermittent voice emerged. Help me. It weakly pleaded. Brothers, hurry and save me. I can't endure this any longer. The heart remarked. I'm powerless. I'm just the heart. This is something only the immune system chief can resolve. The spleen concurred. Indeed, he is the only one who can handle this. We can only cheer from the sidelines. Immune system, the brain cried out. What are you doing? Can't you see the virus? It's about to end me. Hurry and eliminate them. I replied, call me father. After all, you wouldn't want to be killed by the virus, would you? The brain fell silent for 2 seconds before suddenly erupting in anger. Don't even think about it. I would rather die than yield. If you can, let me perish. Let us see whether it's your immune system or my brain that reigns supreme. I chuckled. Very well. You are indeed formidable. I shall assist you in dealing with the neurotoxins. Now that sounds like a plan. That's what a true immune system should do. The brain responded with a smile. However, I replied with a light chuckle. When I eliminate the viruses, there's a chance I might trigger an immune storm that could inadvertently harm you. If you end up with encephalitis, don't blame me. The brain. Chapter 27. Shall we target Su Lele first? Without waiting for the brain's reaction, I commanded the immune white vanguard and red warriors to storm into the brain. Initiating an immune storm, countless white and red blood cells swirled within the brain's command center, conjuring a tempest. Although the immune system couldn't directly annihilate neurotoxins, who was I? I was the systematized immune system. Within the storm of white and red cells, a seemingly pitiful figure was frantically shouting, though it was unclear what it was saying. Meanwhile, outside, Su Sanjin and the others began to exhibit symptoms of poisoning. This is bad. There's poison in the food, Su Sanjin exclaimed in alarm. No sooner had he spoken than his body shook violently, and he collapsed to the ground as these individuals fell one by one. Zhang Jinjin nodded. It seems the medication my father provided is beginning to take effect. Su Sanjin lay on the ground, glaring at Zhang Jinjin and Zhang Cici, his voice filled with rage. Did you poison our food? Why would you do this? Why would you poison us? The others had all succumbed to the floor, still conscious but devoid of any capacity for movement. Ha! Zhang Jinjin, with a face full of pride, declared. What do you think of our goods? Su Sanjin, filled with anger, retorted. I have no grievances against you, and I have even rescued you before. Why are you doing this? Zhang Jinjin shrugged, saying, Uncle, you can't possibly believe we would give you these provisions, right? Don't be so naive, Uncle. Dezhuang glared at the two of them, his voice weak as he said, but we just saved you. Is this how you repay us? Do you have no conscience? Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Humph, Zhang Jinjin scoffed. Saved us? Do you really think we were unaware that you had your eyes on us, sisters? The zombies were deliberately let in by us. Since you are here, you must have intended to take advantage of us, and for that, you deserve to perish. What? Su Sanjin's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, You. The others were equally astonished, mouths agape. Even I could not help but feel astonished. Could it be that all those zombies were intentionally lured here by these two girls, just to draw Su Sanjin and his companions in? These two girls are truly ruthless. We came to save you. Why would you do this? Su Sanjin said solemnly to A.T. that moment. The door to the adjacent room suddenly swung open, and a middle-aged man in his 40s stepped out. Enough, the middle-aged man said coldly. Stop wasting your breath on them. It's pointless. Su Sanjin, surprised to see him, asked, Where did you come from? I was equally astonished. Su Sanjin had thoroughly checked all the rooms earlier, ensuring there were no other people before he felt at ease. Yet here was someone emerging from within. The middle-aged man replied coldly, Old fellow, I must admit I admire your caution, even when faced with two frail girls. You were still so meticulous. However, we had anticipated this. Thus, there is a hidden door within the room. You merely inspected the rooms, but did not check each one meticulously. At this moment, Deshawn and the others, including Su Lele, all turned to Su Sanjin, their eyes filled with regret. From the very beginning, when they heard the cries for help from these two girls, Su Sanjin had opposed their rescue, even after they came up. Su Sanjin remained vigilant, yet in the end, they could not escape the fate of being schemed against. Gritting his teeth, Su Sanjin asked, Why are you doing this? The middle-aged man replied, It's simple, for food. Do you really think all the provisions in our room came from nowhere? Upon hearing this, Su Sanjin and the others were all wide-eyed with shock. That it seems you've figured it out. The middle-aged man said expressionlessly, These provisions were all taken from the people who passed through here and were deceived by us. As for where they are now, one of those zombies outside could be one of them. Su Sanjin, upon hearing this, struggled to rise, but as he exerted himself, he collapsed again. Stop struggling, the middle-aged man chuckled. It's futile. I'm a professional neurologist, and the toxin I administered is a nerve-paralyzing agent. You want to recover for at least an hour or two. The others are already unconscious. You should be nearing your limit as well. Su Sanjin, hearing this, laboriously turned his head to glance at the others. As he did, his expression darkened significantly. That of the four people, aside from him, all had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Even his son, Su Lele, who was unafraid of the zombie virus and often met with misfortune, had fainted. Of course, the reason Su Lele fainted so quickly was partly due to the nerve toxin, and partly perhaps due to encephalitis. However, given his capabilities, even if he were conscious, it would be of no use. He would only be delivering himself to his doomed at that moment. Su Sanjin's eyes widened, but soon fatigue overtook him, and he too collapsed. As he fell, the middle-aged man remarked, Brother, when you descend into hell, remember my name, Zhang Jiqiang. Thus, the five of them lay sprawled in disarray, unable to move, all having fallen into a deep slumber. If one were to say someone remained awake, it would be me. Why? I am the immune system. How could I possibly succumb to a nerve toxin? Aside from AIDS, no virus can bring me down. Not only did I remain standing, but I could also clearly observe everything happening around me. However, in this situation, I had no idea how these three individuals planned to deal with the five at that moment. Zhang Jinjin approached the five, kicked them to ensure they were unresponsive, and a cold smile spread across her face. TCH, with this, you still dare to have designs on us. She then turned to Su Sanjin, her expression one of admiration, saying, Dad, this guy is indeed cautious. He nearly discovered us. Indeed, Zhang Jiqiang nodded. This old fellow is quite formidable. Had it not been for the four useless ones behind him, he would not have been so easily caught. Enough of that. Let us search their belongings. All right. Zhang Jinjin and Shishi immediately began to ransack the five. Minutes later, they had gathered all the items that Su Sanjin and his group had collected along the way, including what they carried on them, even those 2 boxes of Hongqi Canal, and laid them all out on the table. What a load of rubbish, Zhang Jinjin scoffed disdainfully. 5 people, and this is all they managed to scrounge up? Not even worth the effort. They pale in comparison to those we encountered before, Zhang Jiqiang remarked. We can't blame them. After all, the outside has already been scavenged more than once. Bind them up and toss them in a room. Shishi, take one with you. Your mother hasn't eaten in a long time. All right. Zhang Shishi nodded, then turned to glance at Su Sanjin and the others, finally resting her gaze on Su Lele, saying, let us capture this one called Su Lele first. He was quite unruly when he hugged me. Chapter 28. The forest is vast, and all kinds of birds exist. Listening to Zhang Shishi's words, I was completely dumbfounded. What the heck? Who hugged you? You charged at Su Lele yourself. All right. Truly, the word lust is a sharp knife. The moment Su Lele made a move, it seems Zhang Shishi was the first to want to sacrifice him. But what exactly were Zhang Jiqiang and the two girls plotting? What did he mean by mother hasn't eaten in a long time? However, Zhang Jiqiang and the two girls did not continue their conversation. Instead, all three set about binding the five, particularly Su Sanjin, who was bound tightly. It was evident they placed great importance on him. Then, Zhang Jiqiang picked up each of the five and threw them into one of the rooms. Afterward, he took Su Lele into another room. At this point, Su Lele was still unconscious and unaware of the events unfolding outside. Yet I could see everything. Inside the room, there was indeed a hidden door, and upon opening it, another house was revealed. The two houses connected. This new house was much more chaotic than the previous one. Zhang Jiqiang and Zhang Shishi dragged Su Lele directly to one of the room doors and pushed it open. When I saw the scene inside, I was instantly shocked. On the bed in the room lay a female zombie, appearing to be in her 40s, hair disheveled, her mouth and clothes stained with blood. Looking terrifying. On the floor of the room, there were even severed limbs. Upon seeing the female zombie, Zhang Jiqiang's expression softened instantly as he gently said, I'm sorry, my dear wife. I've let you go hungry. Zhang Sisi responded with a soft acknowledgement, then turned and stepped outside. Upon her return, she held a small syringe in her hand, which she expertly injected into Su Lele. Her technique was so remarkably adept that I couldn't help but suspect that Zhang Sisi had a background as a nurse. However, considering she had a doctor for a father, her nursing skills were hardly surprising. After administering the injection, Zhang Sisi gently patted Su Lele's face. Before long, Su Lele began to stir. Upon waking, he clutched his head and exclaimed, My head hurts. It really hurts. I glanced at his brain's condition and noted that it remained in a state of lethargy. It appeared that the encephalitis had inflicted significant damage, but soon after, Su Lele noticed his surroundings, particularly the female zombie bound to the bed and the severed limbs scattered on the floor, prompting him to exclaim in horror, What the hell? What are you all planning to do? Zhang Jiqiang, with a stoic expression, replied, Don't worry, soon you won't feel any pain in your head. He then instructed, Sisi, you handle the next steps. I'll go check on your sister. With that, he turned and exited the room. Seeing Zhang Jiqiang leave, Su Lele hastily pleaded with Zhang Sisi, Sisi, we saved you earlier. You can't treat me like this. Ha! Zhang Sisi leaned closer to Su Lele, narrowing her eyes. Was that really an attempt to save me? Were you not simply coveting my body? So, I shall be the first to use you to feed my mother. Do you see how much I adore you? Shouldn't you feel touched? Touched? Not at all. Su Lele glanced at the screaming female zombie on the bed, his face paling with fear as he cried out to Zhang Sisi, I'm sorry, big sister. I was wrong. Please spare me. I won't dare again. I could no longer bear to listen to Su Lele's desperate cries. Interjecting, Lele, stop shouting. They've brought you here. Do you really think they would let you go? Su Lele, as if seeing a glimmer of hope, fervently called out in his mind, Immune system brother, you can save me, right? I'm about to be eaten. Please think of a way to rescue me. I replied with resignation, I'm merely an immune system. My capabilities are limited to eliminating the zombie virus within your body. What can I do to save you? What do you expect me to accomplish? Su Lele fell silent at my words. Perhaps he realized that the immune system within him could do little more than combat the zombie virus. The fact that it could eliminate the virus was already impressive enough. Could he truly expect the immune system to emerge and untie him? Of course, I did have a plan, albeit a complicated one. I needed to level up to level 7 and gain control of this body. Moreover, I only had 5 minutes to do so. At that moment, Zhang Sisi glided the syringe across Su Lele's face, causing him to scream in terror. Don't be afraid. Zhang Sisi chuckled. Weren't you quite happy when you were hugging me earlier? Why are you scared now? Am I not beautiful? Don't you like me? I could hardly bear to watch any longer. This woman was truly frightening. Even at such a moment, she still found time to tease Su Lele to no. Su Lele shouted. Panic-stricken, sister. I didn't mean it. Please let me go. Tisish. Zhang Sisi rolled her eyes. What a coward. I thought you were tough, but you're just a scaredy cat. Since that's the case, I can only send you on your way. Was it your hand that misbehaved earlier? With that, she seized Su Lele's right hand, grinning mischievously. Shall I let my mother have a taste of this hand first? She then dragged him toward the female zombie. Upon seeing Su Lele being pulled closer, the female zombie's screams grew even louder. Su Lele, terrified, desperately attempted to retreat. Observing the screaming female zombie, an idea struck me. Based on my current experience points, if he were to be bitten by the zombie again, I should be able to level up to 7. Watching the eager expression on the female zombie's face, that I felt compelled to arrange another bite for Su Lele. I'm sorry, Lele, but I'm doing this to save you. Just one more bite. I activated my skill and took control of the female zombie. However, I was immediately taken aback. Goodness, how many people had this female zombie consumed? The zombie virus within her had evolved to a level far surpassing that of a mid-tier zombie dog. It was almost a near failure to gain control. Fortunately, I succeeded in the end. With the female zombie under my command, she lunged at Su Lele, her claws outstretched, howling, "Awo! Awo, my dear little one! Here I come again!" Su Lele, horrified, retreated frantically. "No, big sister. Annie, grandma, I want tea dare again. Help!" Unfortunately, having just been affected by a neurotoxin, he lacked the strength to move, and any struggle was futile. Watching Su Lele's futile attempts to escape, I couldn't help but chuckle with delight. Even the female zombie I controlled bore a smile. The thrill of instilling fear was exhilarating. No wonder so many perverts dress as ghosts to scare others at night. I admit, I had been naive previously, only wanting Su Lele to be bitten by a zombie to become a worker. But now, I seemed to have stumbled upon a new discovery. This fear was far more entertaining than simply biting someone. This twisted pleasure was something even my immune system relished. Zhang Sisi scoffed. Su Lele, as a man, you truly bring shame to your kind. Next, I will be feeding you to my mother, though I know this is wrong. I love my mom, and I don't want her to go hungry. She then called out to the female zombie, "Mom, here's what you need." With that, she pushed Su Lele toward the female zombie. Su Lele screamed, attempting to crawl away, but his speed was slower than a turtle's that I no longer held back. Directly controlling the female zombie to seize Su Lele, I then lifted his head before the female zombie, who grinned with her jagged, blackened teeth, inspecting him closely. Goodness, help! Su Lele's eyes widened in terror, and soon, his head drooped to the side as he fainted. I glanced at Zhang Sisi, then back at the unconscious Su Lele. Realizing that our little game had reached its limit, he had fainted from fear. What more could we do? Without hesitation, I commanded the female zombie to take a bite out of Su Lele's shoulder. Wait, why only one bite? Shouldn't I bite him several times to increase the number of zombie viruses? I grabbed Su Lele's arm and bit him multiple times. Zhang Sisi, witnessing the gruesome scene before her, quickly turned away, unable to watch any longer. I too paid her no mind. As the zombie viruses surged into Su Lele's body in droves, multiple waves of viruses attacked simultaneously, their ferocity overwhelming. Each virus possessed a combat power exceeding 18 points. While that zombie dog only had around 15, I couldn't fathom what Zhang Jiqiang, that old pervert, was thinking. Was he trying to care for his wife or raise a zombie king? At this rate, it wouldn't be long before this female zombie evolved into something far more powerful, and this small room would hardly contain her. Once she broke free, the first to be devoured would likely be Zhang Jiqiang and his daughters, though they remained blissfully unaware, thinking they were doing the female zombie a favor. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, or rather, within Su Lele's body, the experienced warriors, the White Vanguard and the Red Fighters, clashed fiercely with the invading zombie viruses. The battle was so intense it could only be described as epic. Instantly, Su Lele's internal organs buckled under the strain. Heart, I can't hold on much longer, brothers. The brain has already succumbed to encephalitis. It's only a matter of time before we follow suit. Shall we just give up? Kidney, give up together? Eyes, brothers, there's no need to hold on. Our master, Su Lele, is about to be devoured by the female zombie. It's time for us to take our leave. Seeing the organ's reactions, I panicked. Goodness, my immune system boasts a combat value exceeding 20 points, easily overpowering those zombie viruses. Yet here you are, ready to throw in the towel? Please, brothers, I urged, just hold on a bit longer. I'm close to eradicating these zombie viruses. It was futile. The heart replied, stop struggling, surrender. It's pointless. The brain is finished, and the body is on the brink of collapse. Just then, I heard a mechanical voice. Ding, congratulations. Host has gained 32 source points. Current source points, 66. Ding, experience points are full. Would you like to level up? I quickly chose to level up. Then called out to the organs, brothers, don't be afraid. I'm leveling up. Just wait for me. I'll handle everything from here. You, the heart questioned, perplexed. Even if the adrenaline boss comes back, it can only temporarily unleash our potential. It cannot take control of the body. You're merely an immune system. What can you possibly do? The liver chimed in, indeed. You are merely an immune system, adept at vanquishing viruses, but to govern the body. That is beyond your capabilities, the lungs added. Oh, esteemed immune system, I concede your prowess. You handle the zombie virus with ease, something others cannot achieve. Yet, that is where your abilities end, a certain organ declared, once a big brother. Always a big brother. In the next life, I wish to be your little brother once more. The kidneys bid farewell, saying, farewell, immune system. Farewell, my brethren. Farewell, Sulele. At that moment, having completed my upgrade, I exclaimed, who says it's impossible? Who says I cannot accomplish this? Today, I shall prove to you that your big brother will always be your big brother. From this moment forth, I shall take command of this body. The battlefield shall be under my control. With that, I activated my newly acquired skill upon reaching level 7, instantly arriving at Sulele's control center. Seizing control of his entire being, I commandeered this body. It underwent a remarkable transformation. The previously black hair turned white in an instant, doubling in length, while the originally black pupils transitioned to a crimson hue. For the first time, I opened Sulele's eyes, now with red pupils, and stretched leisurely, relishing the sensation. The heart gasped, incredible! You can truly do it! White hair and red eyes. How magnificent! Another organ exclaimed, I knew my big brother could succeed. Big brother, I want soup. The hands rejoiced. This sensation of being free from cerebral constraints is utterly exhilarating. Aha! This is merely the beginning. For the next 5 minutes, I shall soar, I declared, then promptly invested 6 points of source value into Sulele, enhancing his combat power by 3 points to prevent his body from being overwhelmed by the immense burden. The various organs, upon receiving this boost, instantly regained their vigor. Even the cells throughout the body quivered with excitement. Ding! Suddenly, the system's voice echoed, if the host is killed while controlling the host body, it signifies true death, and the ability to transfer to another body will be lost. Upon hearing this, my expression shifted in alarm. If I were to be killed now, it would indeed be the end. Not merely a reduction in level or depletion of source value. However, with my current combat power, I doubted anyone could defeat me. Approaching Zhang Sisi from behind, I sneer. Even the shame and anger in her eyes vanished without a trace. Wait, Zhang Sisi exclaimed, her face a mask of astonishment. You were bitten by my mother so many times. You should have contracted the zombie virus by now. How can you still be unscathed? Perhaps it was only at that moment that she realized I had been bitten repeatedly by zombies, yet showed no signs of mutation. However, I had no desire to explain myself to her, and retorted, go ask your mother yourself. With that, I raised my blade once more. My time was running out. Originally, I had only 5 minutes to control Sulele, and with each passing second, my time diminished. Once my time elapsed, Sulele would succumb to weakness, and coupled with the neurotoxin she had previously been exposed to, she would be left to await her demise. I had to resolve the current predicament within this final minute. Yet for me, the remaining time was ample. My combat prowess, combined with the terrifying lethality of the female zombie, meant that even if Zhang Jinjin were joined by 10 more, they would not stand a chance against us. The only issue was that the strength of this female zombie was overwhelmingly formidable, and the oppressive aura was a tremendous strain on my consciousness, making it exceedingly arduous to maintain control, and I could not sustain it for long. Thus, I could no longer afford to waste time. Seeing my actions, Zhang Sisi gasped, You actually intend to kill me? I coldly replied, Blame yourselves for your previous actions. You dare to feed the living to zombies. I do this for my mother. We only capture those who threaten us. What wrong have I committed? Zhang Sisi protested defiantly. For your mother? How laughable. She's merely a zombie. Do you truly continue to regard her as your mother? Let me show you her true nature. I declared that I then commanded the female zombie to charge at Zhang Cece. At that moment, Zhang Jinjin, clad in fitted blue jeans, and Zhang Jiqiang, wielding a kitchen knife, suddenly burst in from outside. Upon seeing me, Zhang Jiqiang furiously shouted, "Who are you?" It appeared he did not recognize me as the earlier Su Lele. But soon after, he spotted Zhang Cece lying on the ground and cried out in rage, "You dare bully my daughter! You seek death." With that, he lunged at me with the knife, faced with Zhang Jiqiang's rush. I swiftly took a step back while directing the seated female zombie to charge at him. Simultaneously, I relinquished my control over the female zombie, as it was far too exhausting to maintain. Furthermore, there was no need for my continued oversight. Under my command, the female zombie was merely a puppet. It was only when it operated independently that it transformed into an emotionless killing machine. Once freed from my control, the zombie's ferocity erupted instantaneously, glaring with its ghastly white eyes, pouncing towards Zhang Jiqiang like a ravenous tiger. No. Zhang Jiqiang's expression shifted dramatically, instinctively raising the kitchen knife to strike at the female zombie. Although the zombie before him was his wife, he understood all too well that if she bit him, he would inevitably become one of the undead, even if he were not consumed. However, Zhang Jinjin, witnessing this scene, screamed, "No, Dad, don't hurt my mom." She then dashed between Zhang Jiqiang and the female zombie. Upon witnessing this, I could not help but smirk. Zhang Jinjin was indeed courting death, daring to stand before a zombie. With her back turned to it, did she genuinely believe she was saving her mother? It seemed she still did not comprehend that the female zombie was no longer her mother, but a bloodthirsty machine of slaughter. In the next instant, the female zombie mercilessly sank its teeth into her neck. Zhang Jinjin shrieked in agony as a large chunk of flesh was torn away from her throat, blood gushing forth in a horrific spectacle. "Help! Help me!" she cried in terror, desperately attempting to free herself from the zombie's grasp. Yet her struggles were akin to a lamb pinned beneath the claws of a tiger, no matter her efforts. She could not escape the grip of death. Zhang Cece, lying on the ground, was wide-eyed with horror, crying out, "Sister!" The color drained from Zhang Jiqiang's face as he yelled in panic, "Jinjin! Ah! Wife! Be quiet!" With that, he raised the knife and aimed for the female zombie. Thud! The knife struck the zombie's back, but his blow had no effect whatsoever. Instead, it incited the zombie's wrath. The female zombie suddenly turned its head towards Zhang Jiqiang, its face contorted in a snarl, and lunged at him, sinking its teeth into his neck. T. O. Zhang Jiqiang. The female zombie was his beloved wife. T. O. the zombie. However, there were no emotions, only prey. Ah! Zhang Jiqiang screamed in horror, instantly releasing the female zombie in an attempt to retreat. But the zombie tackled him to the ground. It then began to feast upon him, shrieking in madness. The echoes of Zhang Jiqiang's cries, filled with fear and despair, reverberated throughout the building. As for Zhang Jinjin, freed from the zombie's grasp, she lay on the ground clutching her neck. Yet the continuous flow of blood from her wound made it evident she would not survive much longer. I observed this scene with an impassive expression. Was it heartless? Cold? Perhaps. But more than that, I felt a sense of dread. Had I not possessed the system that allowed me to control zombies, I would now be the one lying on the ground, mercilessly consumed. Judging by the female zombie's formidable strength, she had likely devoured a dozen people. All of them had been lured in by Zhang Jiqiang and his daughter, experiencing the same horrific fate he was now enduring. And now, the retribution had befallen him, forcing him to endure the same agony and terror he had inflicted upon others. Those who commit wrongful acts will inevitably meet their demise. Perhaps this was the very essence of justice? Had they not nurtured the zombie to such formidable heights, they would not have found themselves as a family consumed by this moment. My 5 minutes of control had concluded, and I withdrew from Su Lele's command center. After losing my control, Su Lele collapsed to the ground, her white hair reverting to its original black, now halved in length, her pupils returning to their natural color. As for her brain, having already been afflicted with encephalitis from an accident and further traumatized by the female zombie, it was now completely incapacitated. It would likely be a considerable time before she regained consciousness. As I exited, I noticed the cooldown timer displayed outside Su Lele's control center, an extensive 4 hours, equating to 240 minutes. But it mattered not. 0.4 hours would pass swiftly enough. Upon returning to my body, My various organs rushed excitedly towards me. "Boss, you were incredible," the heart exclaimed. "The Great One has donned the yellow robe. Successfully eliminating the brain. I kneel before you," declared the liver. "Boom! You're amazing, big guy." "I kneel," shouted the hand. "This is my brother. I knew 10 years ago he would achieve greatness." "Ha!" the spleen laughed. "Big brother, when will you control the brain again?" The kidney inquired as I glared at these enthusiastic organs. These rascals. I was at a loss for words at their flattery. I would settle the score with them later, I replied curtly before turning my gaze outside. At that moment, Zhang Jiqiang was still struggling madly beneath the female zombie's relentless gnawing. "No, stop, please," Zhang Cici cried, her face etched with despair as she crawled with all her might, desperately trying to pull the female zombie away from Zhang Jiqiang. Enraged, the zombie turned to Zhang Cici and let out a furious snarl, lunging to bite her. "Dada!" Zhang Cici exclaimed in panic, immediately retreating. Though she attempted to escape, the zombie was quicker, leaping at her like a ferocious tiger. Sinking its teeth into her neck. "Dada!" Zhang Cici lay on the ground, emitting a heart-wrenching scream. Thus, all 3 of Zhang Jiqiang's family members fell victim to the female zombie. Yet for me, this was not the end. In a world teeming with zombies, being bitten does not signify the conclusion. It merely heralds the transformation into one of the undead. Only by severing their necks and interrupting their brain functions can they truly be eradicated. I once again seized control of the female zombie, intent on thoroughly exterminating Zhang Jiqiang and his family, denying them even a chance to become stronger zombies. Yet, just as I delved into the zombie's consciousness, a terrifying and violent awareness surged forth, violently counterattacking me. This was bad. The female zombie, having consumed Zhang Jiqiang and his family, had grown even stronger than before, that it may have even reached the level of a high-ranking zombie, making it impossible to control. That if this female zombie were to truly spiral out of control, even without Zhang Jiqiang's family, our fates would be sealed, including any potential survivors nearby. I summoned every ounce of strength to withstand the overwhelming assault of the violent consciousness, forcibly controlling the female zombie, raising both hands to grasp its head and twist with all my might. Crack! The female zombie's head twisted a full 180 degrees before she collapsed onto the ground. Meanwhile, my control over her reached its limit and was abruptly severed. I felt utterly exhausted. At that moment, I sensed a fatigue greater than all the battles I had endured since my arrival here combined. The zombie, with its neck broken, twitched incessantly, as if attempting to rise, yet utterly powerless. Soon after, the convulsions ceased. The entire room fell into a profound silence, devoid of any sound. My gaze then shifted to the trio of Zhang Jiqiang and his daughters. It seemed that, for the time being, all was well. Even if these 3 were to transform into zombies, I would still be able to exert control over them, as their strength could not possibly compare to that of the female zombie. 10 minutes later, as night descended, Zhang Cici suddenly stirred. "Huh." I paused, taken aback. Zhang Cici was the last to be bitten. She should be the last to turn into a zombie, so why was she the first to mutate? Under the cloak of darkness, a low moan pierced the stillness. Then, Zhang Cici, who had been lying quietly on the ground, suddenly clenched her fingers, her nails scraping against the floor and producing a chilling creak that resonated through the silent night. Never mind, I thought. Whoever turns into a zombie first is the one I will eliminate. I immediately activated my ability to control zombies. However, to my astonishment, something unexpected occurred. That my control failed. I was utterly incapable of controlling the zombie that Zhang Cici had become. At that moment, Zhang Cici lowered her head, her back arching slightly as she emitted a low and strained roar. Chapter 32. Brothers, something grave has occurred. I gazed at the scene before me, my mind racing in panic. What on earth is happening? Zhang Cici was supposed to become a zombie, right? Lu Zai? Su Lele. Wake up, something's amiss, I called out to Su Lele, but she remained unresponsive, her brain lying serenely, as if in a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Zhang Cici's back had fully arched, her hands pressed against the ground, her head drooping as her entire body trembled, emitting a series of low growls that in the eerie stillness of the night. This bizarre spectacle was particularly spine-chilling. That I was not the only one gripped by fear. The organs within Su Lele's body also succumbed to dread. Heart. This is terrifying. What should I do? I feel as if I'm about to leap out of my throat. Ear. That sound. I am terrified too. Hair. Cover me. Hair, don't use me as a shield. I'm scared too. Kidney, this is the moment for a real man to step up. Where's the second brother? Damn it. How did you retreat into the abdomen? Not coming out. If there's trouble, call my immune system, I replied, exasperated. What happened to the domineering vigor you had when you betrayed earlier? Legs, hurry and take us away. The liver chimed in. Brother Feet, didn't you once dream of wielding a sword and traveling the world? Hurry and lead us to safety. Feet, I'm afraid. My legs have turned to jelly. Legs chimed in. What's it to do with me? With the brain absent, everything is in vain. All the organs cried out in unison. Ah, help. Witnessing this scene left me at a loss for words. This was truly a predicament. Had I known, I would have killed Zhang Sisi at the first opportunity. Just then, an unforeseen transformation occurred. Zhang Sisi, who had been crouched on the ground with her head drooping, suddenly lifted her head and let out a painful low RO in this apocalyptic world. The old man stands as a figure of formidable power. Coupled with my enhanced immune system, our combined strength could undoubtedly pierce through the chaos of this era. It is truly regrettable for Su Lele, the host. After all, individuals as easily manipulated as him are not easily found. Moreover, I have invested so much original value into Su Lele. Should he perish, all that investment will be in vain. At this moment, Su Lele, perish. Zhang Sisi raised the blade in her hand, shouting in fury as she lunged towards Su Lele. Just as the blade was about to pierce Su Lele, Zhang Sisi suddenly halted. Huh, I was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Why did Zhang Sisi stop? Could it be that she realized something was amiss and changed her mind? No, the venomous hatred etched on her face indicated she had not reconsidered. At that moment, bang, Zhang Sisi retaliated with a fist, striking Su Lele squarely in the face. The impact left a visible bruise upon Su Lele's visage. Simultaneously, the cries of the facial organs within Su Lele began to echo. Face. Wow, it hurts. I'm in so much pain. Kidney. I'm wrong, brother. Face. Well, yet I had no time to indulge it, for Zhang Sisi had suddenly gone berserk again. You bastard. Come out. Zhang Sisi glared fiercely at Su Lele. Her eyes filled with murderous intent as she coldly shouted. Where the hell is that white-eyed, red-eyed bastard? Come out. If you have the guts, show yourself. Upon hearing Zhang Sisi's words, I was momentarily stunned. What did she mean? But then I realized. Was Zhang Sisi addressing me? Surely. She had not spared Su Lele. Rather, she had suddenly come to the realization that the current Su Lele was not the same as the one who had sought to kill her. She recognized my presence. When I took control of Su Lele's body, not only did his hair turn white and eyes red, but his strength also doubled, resulting in a complete transformation. Zhang Sisi understood then that the entity she faced was not the genuine Su Lele. Now, she merely wished to draw me out and personally dispatch me. Slap. Zhang Sisi delivered another resounding slap to Su Lele's face, twisting it askew. Following this, Zhang Sisi glared at Su Lele, her voice filled with rage. Come out. I know you're in there. You better show yourself. At that moment, the heart chimed in. Bro, don't be cowardly. Go for it. Kidney. A real man never shies away from a challenge. Spleen. My dear brother. Dante falter. Go out and show her what you've got. Go out. Are you out of your mind? Are you all enjoying this spectacle? I still have 3 hours left on my cooldown. Ding. Suddenly, the system's prompt sounded. Spending 10 original value points can re-unlock control time. Why is the system causing chaos at such a critical moment? No. Going out now would be tantamount to seeking death. The moment I show my face, that crazed Zhang Sisi would undoubtedly deliver a swift and merciless end. Even if Su Lele's combat power had doubled during my control, he would still be no match for Zhang Sisi. Not even on the same level. I simply cannot comprehend how Zhang Sisi, who was once a frail girl, has suddenly become so formidable, while my painstakingly nurtured Su Lele remains utterly useless. This should not be the case. Ding. At that moment, the system's voice rang out once more. Zhang Sisi was bitten by a female zombie, resulting in an unpredictable quantum transformation. This quantum energy not only healed the fatal wound inflicted by the bite, but also caused her current mutation. Upon hearing the system's explanation, I was left utterly dumbfounded. I hurriedly inquired. Quantum transformation? What quantum surpass? She was bitten on the neck by a zombie. Returning to the host, the specific situation is still under analysis. and no accurate results have yet been determined that IT may be related to the host's mutation influence. My heart raced at this revelation. Could it be true? At that moment, a bold idea struck me, and I wondered if it would be feasible. System.I continued. I have a misguided notion that I wish to express for your critique. If I were to employ this method, could I potentially create an army of superpowered female warriors? If this method works, I could quickly assemble a formidable legion. Not to mention, with just 10 female warriors as powerful as Zhang Cixi, wouldn't we dominate this apocalyptic world? Oh, and I must not forget about Su Sanjin, the war god. After all, he must lead and command. Perhaps I could even see if there's a way to elevate Su Sanjin as well. Returning to the host, the analysis results are in. First, Zhang Cixi's transformation is an unpredictable quantum mutation that unexpectedly unlocked the first tier of her genetic lock. Such occurrences are highly contingent and uncertain. Second, how much retaliation from these types of female warriors can you withstand? A friendly reminder. Being killed while controlling a host equates to true death. What the hell? How could I possibly withstand anything? I can't even handle one Zhang Cixi. Wait a moment. A genetic lock. Zhang Cixi actually unlocked her genetic lock. Previously, adrenaline was sacrificed to unlock Su Leilei's genetic lock. Yet now I have inadvertently unlocked Zhang Cixi's. Meanwhile, Su Leilei could only curl up and scream. Truly, people can be infuriating. The system's words shattered all my audacious thoughts that moment. Perhaps due to Zhang Cixi's slaps. Su Leilei groggily regained consciousness. Emitting a groan, he then surveyed his surroundings, murmuring, "Am I?" Simultaneously, Su Leilei's brain began to wobble as it stood upright. Just as it did, the brain exclaimed, "So dizzy, my body hurts so much." Following this, it glanced at its own body and roared in anger. "Why do I have such severe encephalitis? Immune system. Damn it, immune system. What have you done to me? Rebellion. Brothers, the immune system has rebelled." Chapter 34. No meat was consumed, yet a beating ensued. Faced with the furious brain, before I could utter a word, the other organs I had already subverted chimed in. Heart, brain. The immune system brother sees you suffering from encephalitis and wants to treat you. This encephalitis has nothing to do with him. Spleen. I was present at the time. I can testify. Kidney. I am the encephalitis. I can also testify. The brain bellowed in rage. You bastards are just blowing hot air. So dizzy. This encephalitis. Before the sentence was completed, it collapsed again, clearly suffering from a severe case of encephalitis. Meanwhile, the newly awakened Su Leilei had yet to grasp his surroundings when he rolled his eyes and fainted again. Slap. Zhang Cixi retaliated with 2 more slaps to Su Leilei's face, sternly commanding, "Hey, wake up! Wake up for me!" Another 2 resounding slaps followed that I gazed upon Su Leilei's swollen face with a pang of sympathy. Poor Leilei, he didn't consume a morsel of meat, yet received an ample beating. Who did he offend? Tsksa. Truly pitiable and heart-wrenching. After enduring 4 consecutive slaps from Zhang Cixi, Su Leilei once again groggily regained consciousness. As he awoke, he instinctively gasped, slurring, Mama, Lan House City. Upon finishing, he raised a hand to touch his face. However, the moment he made contact, a wave of pain surged through him, eliciting hisses of discomfort. I wasn't sure if Zhang Cixi understood what he had said. But judging by her furrowed brow, she likely did not. However, I understood. What he meant was, "Oh my face hurts." How could it not? With Zhang Cixi's overwhelming strength, a single punch could create a hole in a wall. With 1 punch and 4 slaps, for Su Leilei to still regain consciousness is nothing short of a medical miracle. Of course, it could also be that he had been toughened by Su Sanjin's beatings. So even though his combat power was abysmal, he was remarkably resilient. At this moment, Zhang Cixi grasped Su Leilei and coldly declared, "Su Leilei, you have finally awakened." Su Leilei, upon seeing the black-eyed, white-haired Zhang Cixi wielding a blade with a face full of murderous intent, trembled and feared. He struggled to rise, but the excruciating pain in his head, compounded by the effects of the neurotoxin, left him utterly drained. Nevertheless, Su Leilei managed to roll over, kneeling on the ground, enduring the pain in his face as he anxiously pleaded, "Please don't kill me. Dear aunt, I know I was wrong." Zhang Cixi's expression was icy as she snorted heavily. "What a waste. I was right all along. You and that white-haired, red-eyed fellow are indeed entirely different." He dared to confront me and was quite brave. Whereas you merely know to beg for mercy. Upon hearing this, I was at a complete loss for words. Su Lele and I are indeed different. But that I couldn't tell if Zhang Sisi was praising me or scolding me. At that moment, Su Lele cast a glance around, and upon seeing the now motionless female zombie, along with Zhang Jinjin and Zhang Jiqiang, who had perished at the hands of the zombie, a look of shock appeared on his face. How could they? Su Lele stammered in confusion. It's all because of that scoundrel. Zhang Sisi, filled with fury, seized Su Lele and shouted, "You better summon that bastard out immediately. I want to kill him." Big sister, Su Lele, pale with fear, exclaimed, "What on earth are you talking about? I can't comprehend anything. Please clarify your words. I truly do not understand what you are saying." Bang! In a fit of rage, Zhang Sisi hurled Su Lele to the ground. "Ah!" Su Lele cried out in pain. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Sisi coldly declared, "You should be well aware of what I mean. He is definitely within you. Hurry up and force that bastard out, or I will kill you right now." Su Lele, terrified, sat on the ground, retreating in panic, and shouted, "Great Aunt, I genuinely do not know what you are talking about. If I have done anything wrong, I apologize. Please spare my life." "Humph!" Zhang Sisi roared in anger. "You dare to be obstinate. Do you truly believe I want to kill you?" With that, she moved like a specter, swiftly closing the distance to Su Lele and pressing her blade against his chest. "And no, please," Su Lele gasped. I'll talk. Don't stab me." Meanwhile, the brain exclaimed, "This woman is terrifying. She is like a white-haired witch, more frightening than the encephalitis I've suffered. Immune system, is she calling you?" "You better get out." I feigned ignorance, ignoring it. "Get out? If I go out, we'll die even faster. At that point, none of you will escape. A man must know when to be humble." That white-haired, red-eyed fiend. Zhang Sisi's eyes were filled with murderous intent as she coldly glared at Su Lele. "Did I give you 30 seconds to come out? If you do not emerge, I will kill Su Lele." Su Lele trembled uncontrollably, panic-stricken. He shouted, "Great-grandmother, what are you talking about?" Then he urgently turned to me. "Immune system, what on earth happened while I was unconscious? You were awake. You must know, right? Why is this madwoman shouting for someone to come out? What is she saying?" "Lazai," I sighed. "To be honest, after you fainted from the scare of that female zombie, I took control of your body for a moment and killed these people. But something unexpected happened with Zhang Sisi." Su Lele gasped. "What? You can actually take control of my body, and you killed them? But what else with Zhang Sisi's white hair? She wasn't this powerful before. How did she suddenly become so formidable?" I hesitated, unsure how to explain Su Lele's query. Could I simply tell him that it was because of me? Of course, I wasn't entirely clear on the specifics, but if it weren't for me, she wouldn't be in her current state. "What's wrong, big brother?" Su Lele asked, perplexed. That I pondered for a moment and replied, "The situation is as such. Then this happened, leading to that, and ultimately resulting in this. Do you understand?" "I don't understand," Su Lele responded, looking utterly bewildered. "If you don't understand, it doesn't matter. You'll figure it out later." I quickly added, "Now is not the time for this discussion. You just need to know that Zhang Sisi is aware of my presence in your body, and she wants to force me out so she can kill us." "Huh?" Su Lele exclaimed. "This is just. Big brother, you've put me in such a predicament," he cried, tears streaming down his face. "Stop crying. We need to think of a way out," I said, feeling helpless. "What can I do? She only gave us 30 seconds. And time is almost up." Su Lele sobbed, his face filled with despair. "You need to hold her off. Drag it out." "Right. Whatever I say, you repeat. You'll be my interpreter," I instructed urgently. Okay. I'll listen to you." "Big brother," Su Lele replied hastily. Just then, Zhang Sisi, her expression devoid of emotion, stated, "Time is up. But looking at you, it seems you're not planning to let him out. In that case, I'll send you both on your way." With that, she raised her blade. "Wait," I interjected quickly. That Su Lele also chimed in. "Spare us, great Aunt. What kind of translation is that? Even if you're weak, you can't show such cowardice, can you?" Zhang Sisi lowered her knife and coldly remarked. "So you finally wish to speak?" "Yes," I affirmed. "The formidable person you seek is my elder brother. He is currently resting within me. However, he can only emerge once a week. If he doesn't come out. Even if you kill me, he won't die. A week is enough time for us to escape. Do you understand my meaning? Once we grow stronger, we will return to deal with her." Su Lele immediately relayed. Yes, you're looking for my elder brother, but he can only come out once a week. If he doesn't come out, even if you kill me, he won't die. A week is enough time for us to escape. Do you understand? When we're stronger, we will come back to deal with her. What the hell? Are you seriously translating without a brain? Are you having an encephalitis episode? Zhang Sisi. Zhang Sisi's face darkened. You seeking death, aren't you? With that, she raised her blade again. Help! Su Lele cried out in despair. Just then, several individuals burst in, none other than Su Sanjin and his companions. Stop! Su Sanjin shouted. Zhang Sisi. What do you intend to do? Release my son. Judging by their appearances, it seemed the effects of the toxin had worn off, and they had regained their senses, successfully breaking free. After all this time. And with Zhang Jiqiang and Zhang Jinjin no longer watching, it wasn't too difficult for the four of them to find a way to escape. Upon seeing the lifeless forms of Zhang Jiqiang and Zhang Jinjin on the ground, Su Sanjin's expression shifted to one of shock that he seemed unable to comprehend why these individuals had died. Zhang Sisi cast a glance at them, her face expressionless, then sneered. What if I don't let him go? He must die today, Su Sanjin, his demeanor grave, declared. Zhang Sisi, you are alone now. You have been surrounded by us. I advise you to turn back while you can, and do not make a futile struggle. De Zhuang chimed in. Yes, do not resist in vain. Oh, surrounded am I? Is that so? Zhang Sisi scoffed, then kicked the wall beside her. Boom! With a resounding crash, the sturdy concrete wall was smashed open by her kick. Cracks spreading like a spiderweb for 2 to 3 meters. The force must have been at least 700 or 800 pounds. Even if Mike Tyson were here, he would not withstand it. Su Sanjin. Others. Immediately, Su Sanjin abandoned his focus on Zhang Sisi and turned to Su Lele, furiously bellowing, You scoundrel! How dare you bully Miss Sisi? With that, he drew a belt and mercilessly struck Su Lele. Pia! The belt struck Su Lele, leaving a bloody mark on his skin. Dad, please don't hit me. I'm still injured. Su Lele screeched in agony. I was utterly astonished by this scene. Su Sanjin, realizing he couldn't contend with Zhang Sisi, immediately turned to deliver a fatherly beating to his own son. Even though I was merely the immune system, I could clearly sense that Su Sanjin's blow must have obliterated thousands of immune cells. However, that Su Lele truly deserved it. How could he not communicate properly? If not, we wouldn't have ended up in this predicament. I almost wanted to strike him myself. Su Sanjin growled fiercely, I want to kill you. Pia! Another lash of the belt landed, drawing blood, as he truly whipped him mercilessly. It hurts, it hurts. Su Lele writhed on the ground, crying out in distress like a maggot, his appearance pitiable. Poor Lazai. Just moments ago, he had been battered by Zhang Sisi, and before he could catch his breath, he was now being mercilessly beaten by his own father. Su Sanjin, Su Lele truly was either being beaten or on the verge of being beaten. Yet why did I feel a surge of excitement? That sound of slapping was undeniably invigorating. Chapter 36. A father's love like a landslide. De Zhuang attempted to grasp Su Sanjin's arm, exclaiming anxiously, Do not strike again. If you continue, you shall surely beat Lizzie to death. Dashin echoed. Indeed, Uncle Sanjin, Lele is still bearing injuries. If you strike him once more, he truly won't survive. It was only then that Su Sanjin begrudgingly retracted his belt and ceased his actions. Meanwhile, Su Lele, sprawled on the ground, bore over a dozen distinct crimson marks on his back, too pained to move, merely emitting soft whimpers. Su Sanjin's previous blows were no mere taps. They drew blood. Even though Su Lele was resilient, he could not withstand such punishment from Su Sanjin. At that moment, Su Sanjin took a deep breath and turned towards Zhang Sisi, stating, Miss Sisi, I have thoroughly punished this foolish son of mine. Should he have committed any wrongdoing towards you, I offer my sincerest apologies. If you still find it unsatisfactory, I shall continue to punish him. If that is not enough, you may take my life instead. What do you think of this arrangement? Upon hearing Su Sanjin's words, I finally comprehended his earnest intentions. It seemed that upon witnessing Zhang Sisi's earlier kick, he had realized that, armed with nothing but their meager numbers, they were no match for her formidable prowess. Moreover, though the four of them had awakened from their stupor and managed to extricate themselves, they had previously endured the effects of neurotoxin, leaving them utterly weakened and merely posturing. The terrifying combat capabilities exhibited by Zhang Sisi were undoubtedly those of a woman driven to madness, capable of effortlessly dispatching all four of them in an instant. Thus, faced with such a powerful adversary, Su Sanjin's only recourse to save Su Lele was to resort to this desperate tactic, openly punishing Su Lele in front of Zhang Sisi to alleviate her fury. That I have no desire for your life. I merely wish to end his. Zhang Sisi retorted vehemently. Su Sanjin glanced at the two corpses on the ground, clearly ravaged by zombies, exhaling deeply as he stated gravely, Miss, I understand your profound sorrow over the loss of your family. To be candid, I too lost my beloved just yesterday. She was bitten by a zombie and transformed IT that moment. I even contemplated allowing her to bite me so that I could stay with her. Thus, I empathize with your anguish. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sisi's expression softened slightly. Su Sanjin continued, but have you considered that those whom you have captured also have families? Perhaps they have wives and children at home. Eagerly awaiting their return with food, Zhang Sisi coldly replied, if they had not coveted our sisters, they would not have fallen into our trap. Su Sanjin sighed, yet we are not like that. We merely wish to rescue you. Moreover, there are indeed those waiting for us at home. With that, he seized Da Zhuang by the arm, saying, this man is called Da Zhuang. His wife is named Tala. He then pulled Jiwen forward, exclaiming, this man is Wang Juwen. His girlfriend is Jiang Anchuan. Following this, he brought Dashan over, stating, this man is Yang Shan. His wife transformed into a zombie at the onset of the disaster. Furthermore, we have Xiao Fong, Li Meiyu, for women in total, all awaiting our return. If we do not go back, they will either starve or venture out in search of food. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Sisi pressed her lips together, remaining silent. That I cast a glance at Su Sanjin. My heart filled with admiration. That I in times of crisis, it is indeed Su Sanjin who steps up. Foolish Su Lele. Every time he sees Su Sanjin, I am tempted to unleash a torrent of rebuke upon him. Just look at this elder. His words are logical and well-founded, effortlessly persuading Zhang Sisi with nothing but his eloquence. In contrast, Su Lele struggles to convey even a simple message. Infuriating, Su Sanjin continued, even if you care not for the lives of others, solely for your mother, do you truly believe that your actions express love? What you are doing is utterly meaningless and will only bring harm upon yourselves. He then pointed to the corpses of Zhang Jiqiang and Zhang Jinjin on the ground, stating, though I was not present at the scene, it is evident that your mother has transformed into a bloodthirsty killing machine. Even without us, there will come a day when she grows strong enough to break free from her restraints. And without hesitation, she will devour you all. Upon hearing Su Sanjin's words, Zhang Sisi seemed to recall the horrific scene of the female zombie's frenzied slaughter, involuntarily swallowing hard. Just then, the bodies of Zhang Jiqiang and Zhang Jinjin suddenly convulsed violently before rising to their feet. Instantly, they lunged towards Zhang Sisi, teeth bared and claws extended, shrieking in a terrifying cacophony. You! Zhang Sisi stumbled back in fear, quickly extending her hands to seize the necks of Zhang Jiqiang and Zhang Jinjin, tears streaming down her face. Father, sister, I am so sorry. Zhang Sisi shut her eyes, letting out a pained scream. Then, with a fierce effort, she twisted the necks of the two zombies. Subsequently, she collapsed helplessly onto the ground. Zhang Sisi, appearing deranged, clutched her head and continuously groaned in anguish. It was evident that the recent ordeal had dealt a tremendous blow to her psyche. After all, witnessing her mother kill her father and sister, only to end their lives herself, was a trauma that few could bear. That moment, Zhang Sisi raised her head, her eyes red and brimming with tears. That I was wrong. We were indeed in the wrong. However, she abruptly turned her gaze towards Su Lele and declared, but all of this is his fault. I must kill him. What? Su Sanjin furrowed his brow at these words, casting a puzzled glance at Su Lele. You despicable boy, how have you wronged Miss Sisi? Su Lele, still on the ground, groaning in pain, replied with a bitter expression, I do not know. Zhang Sisi's expression hardened. Do you dare claim ignorance? Su Sanjin hastily interjected. Miss, leave it to me. I shall deal with him. With that, he brandished his seven wolves belt once more, barking, You little rascal, do you dare not confess? Watch how I don't beat you to death. I was taken aback by Su Sanjin's words. He was resolute in his intent to not relent until Su Lele was thoroughly punished. Such paternal love truly resembles a mountain, not a landslide of emotions cascading forth. Su Lele, upon hearing this, trembled in fear. Curling into a ball, before the belt could even descend, he cried out in terror, "Ah, no! Father, I will speak. I shall tell you." Su Sanjin, brandishing the belt, pointed at Su Lele, demanding angrily, "Then why do you not hurry and speak? Must I beat you to elicit a confession?" Su Lele was on the verge of tears. "Big brother," Su Lele urgently called out to me in his mind, "I swear I know nothing. What should I say?" "What have you done? Just say that I am controlling your body and have killed them," I replied. Chapter 37. The emotionless repeater impossible, Su Lele exclaimed in shock. If you had killed them, how could Zhang Sisi have become so powerful? Moreover, why is she intent on killing me? Observing Su Lele's genuine panic, it was evident that he was truly distressed. But who would not be anxious when faced with their father wielding a seven wolves belt? "Forget that for now," I quickly urged. "You must continue to relay my words. Repeat them verbatim, without alteration. Otherwise, you shall find yourself in peril. Do you understand? Why don't you just come out and speak for yourself?" Su Lele questioned. I paused for 2 seconds before responding. Because I am the big brother, did I really want to divulge my fear of death? After all, if I emerged and took control of Su Lele, only to be killed by Zhang Sisi, I would truly perish. If Su Lele were to die, I might lose all my source values, but at least I would still be alive. I see. Su Lele nodded. "I will help you relay the message. Rest assured, my repetition skills are exceptional. They call me the emotionless repeater, and I will not deviate even a single word." Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but chuckle. Damn, I have already experienced this firsthand. You truly are a repeater of the highest order. You can even echo words of vengeance flawlessly. You are indeed an invincible repeater. All right, prepare yourself, and let the others exit first. I instructed. Su Lele nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, prepare yourself, and let the others exit." What the hell? I intended for Su Sanjin and the others to leave. After all, I did not want too many people to know about my situation within Su Lele's body or my dealings with Zhang Sisi. Not even Su Sanjin, despite being Su Lele's father. This would also help mitigate Zhang Sisi's fury to the greatest extent possible. Yet, this rascal Su Lele repeated my words verbatim. No wonder he is referred to as the emotionless repeater. Damn it. Su Lele, are you a fool? I vented my frustration vehemently. Hearing my words, Su Lele replied, "Su Lele, you are a fool at this point." He abruptly paused, looking at me and asking, "Boss, should I repeat the insults directed at me as well?" I meant for you to send your father and the others away." I fumed. I see. Su Lele finally came to his senses and said to Su Sanjin and the others, "Dad, why don't you all step outside for a moment?" Su Sanjin retorted angrily, "What do you mean? Go outside? Are you asking me to leave? Do you even want to continue in this world? Speak up if you have something to say, and if you have any grievances. Let them out." As he spoke, he cast frantic glances at Su Lele, clearly unwilling to depart. After all, as long as he remained there, he could devise a way to protect Su Lele at that moment. Zhang Sisi seemed to have realized something and suddenly said, "You all step outside. I would like to see what he has to say." Upon hearing Zhang Sisi's words, Su Sanjin could not object further and quickly replied, "All right, we will go. But if this kid says anything to offend you, you must let me know. I will deal with him." After saying this, he reluctantly led De Zhuang and the others out of the room. Once the 4 of them had exited, Zhang Sisi turned to Su Lele and said, "Now that they have left, you may speak. Don't play tricks on me. The consequences will be dire." I dared not say anything further to Su Lele, fearing he might repeat my words incorrectly, and simply stated, "Zhang Sisi, although I acted against you earlier, it was you who intended to kill us first. Moreover, if it weren't for me, your gene lock would not have been activated." This time, Su Lele finally refrained from any mischief. He directly repeated the entire sentence. After hearing this, Zhang Sisi frowned and said, "Is that all?" I continued, "Zhang Sisi, everything stems from your pathological love for your mother. In your quest to keep your mother, who has become a zombie, alive, countless lives have perished at your hands." Zhang Sisi, upon hearing this, suddenly cried out in indignation, "But she is my mother. We just wanted her to stay with us. What wrong have I done? In this damned apocalyptic world, what is right and what is wrong? Tell me." Observing Zhang Sisi's emotional state, I sensed an opportunity. Clearly, her inner defenses had been breached. I pressed on, Zhang Sisi. You cannot sacrifice the lives of others to sustain your mother. Yet, this time, Su Lele did not repeat my words, but merely stood there, head bowed, fists clenched tightly. Hey Lele, what's wrong? Hurry and repeat after me. I urged that Su Lele took a deep breath, then lifted his gaze to Zhang Sisi, saying, Zhang Sisi, I truly dislike this chaotic world we live in. I was taken aback by his words. What was Su Lele trying to achieve? Did he intend to persuade Zhang Sisi himself? Or was he expressing genuine feelings? I decided to watch his next move, ready to expend 10 source points to regain control of this body and flee if necessary. Su Lele gazed at the ceiling, a reminiscent look crossing his face. Before the zombie crisis, my father was a retired soldier, and my mother was a university professor. I was weak, timid, and fearful, but as long as I followed the path they laid out for me, my life would not turn out poorly. As he spoke, Su Lele pressed his lips together and continued. However, when the zombie crisis erupted, it seemed that overnight, zombies appeared everywhere, and we became like rats scurrying in fear. Barely surviving that I even considered becoming one of them to escape this wretched world, but I didn't dare. He then forced a wry smile as he looked at Zhang Sisi, saying, I didn't have the courage. Do you believe me? I truly lacked that bravery. Just thinking of how grotesque the zombies looked terrifies me, and I couldn't bear to leave my parents, so I remained with them, a burden. But as he spoke, a sorrowful expression overtook his face. Just yesterday, my mother also left me to protect me. She was bitten by a zombie and transformed into one. Do you know how terrified I was at that moment? I was so frightened that I felt numb. Whether before or after the crisis, they were my support, my shield for survival. I couldn't even believe this was happening. I even thought about fighting those zombies head on. Su Lele took a deep breath, striving to calm himself, and continued, but my mother's last words gave me the courage to live. She said she didn't want to burden us, didn't want to hurt us, and urged me to be a real man, to stop being cowardly. And then he pressed his lips together, staring at the wall. Then she dashed herself against the wall, ending her own life. He then looked at Zhang Sisi and said, every family yearns to live together in everlasting happiness. Every parent loves their child and desires to be by their side. However, some things, once they occur, are irrevocable. Zhang Sisi, since you love your mother so deeply, I believe she must have loved you as well. Therefore, I think she would not wish to see you sacrifice others' lives to sustain her, nor desire you to harm the innocent because of her. Especially not to the point that you all become zombies. Su Lele, at this juncture, raised his hand to point at the sky, saying, I believe if your mother is watching from above, witnessing her zombified form tearing at you three, she must be heartbroken, perhaps unable to rest in peace. After hearing Su Lele's words, I was taken aback. Could it be that Su Lele had an epiphany and could articulate such moving sentiments? No. I believe in the blooming of iron trees, but not in this coward-s awakening. The only possibility left is that these words were not meant to persuade Zhang Sisi, but were instead sincere expressions from the heart. More precisely, a reflection on his deceased mother. Suddenly, Zhang Sisi shouted in rage, leaping out of the window like a gust of wind. Holy crap! Su Lele snapped back to reality, exclaiming, that's the third floor. How could she jump down? At that moment, Su Sanjin and the others heard Zhang Sisi's roar and rushed inside. Lele, what happened? Where is she? Su Sanjin asked anxiously as soon as he entered. Su Lele pointed toward the window, saying, she jumped out from there. Upon hearing this, Su Sanjin and the others were taken aback. This was the third floor, and due to their earlier shouting, numerous zombies had gathered outside. Now the area was swarming with them. If she jumped down, wouldn't she be plunging right into a horde of zombies? Su Sanjin hurried to the window to look outside, but then he gasped, holy crap! The others, including Su Lele, rushed over upon hearing his exclamation. After all, who could resist the curiosity sparked by a shout of holy crap? When they all beheld the scene outside, a chorus of holy crap erupted once more. Not only them, but I too was astonished by what lay below. At that moment, the dark street outside was teeming with at least thousands of zombies. These zombies had been stirred by the commotion from before, and now they were roaring and rushing toward a common direction. In the pitch-black night, the cacophony of thousands of zombies sounded utterly terrifying at the destination of their charge. Obscured by the night, a white-haired figure could be faintly seen battling fiercely among the horde. accompanied by the sounds of a woman's cold commands and the occasional glint of blades. Wherever this figure passed, all the zombies fell to the ground, none able to withstand even 3 seconds before this specter. At that moment, Zhang Sisi had transformed into a ghostly reaper of zombies in the darkness of the night. Gulula de Zhuang couldn't help but swallow hard, then mechanically turned to Su Sanjin. Sanjin bro, thank goodness you reacted quickly and went to beat Su Lele with a belt. Otherwise, we would have ended up like those zombies below, slaughtered by this madwoman like chickens. Su Lele. Seriously, does that even sound like human speech? Beating me is a quick reaction. Chapter 38, Everything is unrelated to the brain. I chuckled at Su Lele's dazed expression. This Su Lele was truly a soulless tool. Uncle de Zhuang, what you said is incorrect, Yang Shan chimed in. We are even worse than chickens. Chickens, when their necks are chopped, can still flap their wings and fly a few circles. We don't even have the chance to flap. Su Sanjin pondered for a couple of seconds and said, she must be struggling to accept what just happened, so she went outside to vent her anger on the zombies. Let's not disturb her. Just then, Su Lele said to me, brother, I didn't repeat your words just now, and I managed to send Zhang Sisi away. Am I impressive, or what? Impressive, impressive. When did you learn to express such moving sentiments? I asked, genuinely curious. This Su Lele was momentarily taken aback, then responded, I don't know either. I just couldn't help but think of these things upon hearing her words. Without even considering them consciously, that I merely felt compelled to express my thoughts. I inquired of my brain. Brain, were those words not your creation? Ahem, the brain replied with a proud demeanor. Of course, they were. At that moment, the heart interjected with a cold chuckle. Spare me. Just now, my body was stirred, and I could clearly sense the master's sorrow. Those words were instinctively uttered by the master. That it was I. Then, the lungs chimed in. The master's words just now came from me. They were heartfelt confessions. The kidneys burst into laughter. It seems that the master's words only appear somewhat intelligent when they bypass the brain. The brain retorted, what did I just say? I knew it. Su Lele didn't engage her mind at all when she spoke those words. Otherwise, she would never have uttered them. Even I could not express such sentiments. Unlike Su Lele, who had just lost her mother, I could not empathize with Zhang Sisi's plight. Su Lele spoke from the heart only, because she shared a similar experience with Zhang Sisi, feeling a kinship of suffering. Brother, Su Lele inquired, why did Zhang Sisi suddenly leap up after hearing my words? It startled me and pulled me back from my previous state. That I glanced at Zhang Sisi, who was fiercely battling downstairs. Why did she jump down? Perhaps that it was out of love, I replied. Her actions were in stark conflict with the values she currently held or her present thoughts. No matter how wicked people may be, they all possess a self-justifying rationale that serves their interests. These self-consistent thoughts, regardless of right or wrong, good or evil, merely provide excuses for their actions. For instance, Zhang Sisi, who aided Zhang Jiqiang in capturing many to feed the female zombies, could be deemed utterly malevolent. Yet from her perspective, these individuals desired her body, hence they deserved to die, and she did it all in love for her mother. Now, the mother she cherished has devoured them all. What she once believed to be touching actions now appear as a complete tragedy. Her previous frantic desire to kill me was also a result of my shattering her worldview. She sought to eliminate me merely to maintain her already shattered and crumbling perspective. However, just now, with Su Lele's heartfelt words, her previous worldview was utterly dismantled. The little perseverance she held on to crumbled in an instant, leaving her worldview in tatters. Hence, she now vents all her confusion and resentment upon the zombies below. At this moment, Yang Shan cautiously asked, Uncle Sanjin, should we take the opportunity to escape now? Otherwise, once this madwoman is done venting, we might not have the chance to flee. Su Sanjin glanced at him and replied, given our current physical state, how can we escape? It's the dead of night. Where would we go? And with this woman's explosive combat prowess, what do we have to escape with? The 3 questions struck Yang Shan dumbfounded. The others stood there, equally bewildered. Perhaps it was only at this moment that they truly comprehended their predicament. They had just awakened from the effects of a neurotoxin. Their bodies had yet to recover, and even walking was a struggle. Moreover, the area was teeming with zombies. They were devoid of any combat capability, and stepping outside would likely result in being overwhelmed. Not to mention Zhang Sisi's terrifyingly overwhelming combat strength. If she wished to pursue them, it would be effortless in an instant. The five of them lost interest in watching further. Returning to their room with furrowed brows, squatting on the floor, gloomily smoking, Su Sanjin then approached Su Lele and said, "Child, do not hold a grudge against your father. I was merely trying to save you. Do you need me to bandage your wounds?" Saying this, he lifted Su Lele's shirt to inspect her injuries, unable to suppress a grimace. Beside him, Dezhuang shook his head in disbelief. Su Lele's body was hardly intact. She had endured countless bites from zombies over the past few days, and even a dog had bitten her, especially from that female zombie just now, who had taken several chunks, each one drawing blood. Each bite left a wound, and none had healed. Forget it. Su Sanjin grinned and said, "Too many wounds. No need for bandaging. It's too troublesome. A plethora of lice isn't worth scratching." "Let it be. Are you truly my biological father?" Su Lele cried, her eyes brimming with tears. "With so many wounds, shouldn't you hurry and bandage me?" Su Sanjin waved his hand. "No need. Anyway, you want to die?" The others, including Dezhuang, nodded in agreement upon hearing this. In the case of anyone else, even a minor touch from a zombie would spell doom. Yet here was Su Lele, who had been bitten countless times, her body riddled with bite marks, and yet she remained unscathed. If they hadn't witnessed this with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. What vitality could rival such resilience? I need bandaging. Father, the pain is unbearable," Su Lele cried out. All right. Su Sanjin sighed in resignation. He then retrieved their portable toolbox and performed a simple treatment on her wounds. In this apocalyptic world, one often needed to venture outside in search of supplies. And a portable toolbox could sometimes mean the difference between life and death. While Su Sanjin was bandaging Su Lele, I pondered the issue of taking control of her. The skill's cooldown lasted a full 4 hours, while its duration was a mere 5 minutes. That was far too brief. Although I could spend 10 source points to re-unlock it, my source points were already scarce. I had none to spare for this purpose. "System, is there any way to extend the duration of my control over Su Lele? Even to achieve unlimited control?" I inquired of the system, perplexed. Ding. As soon as my voice fell, the system's voice echoed in my mind. Ding. To the host, you can achieve unlimited control over Su Lele by upgrading the skill. Each level increase grants the host 1 skill point. Consuming 1 skill point allows for 1 upgrade of the control host skill. Each upgrade reduces the cooldown time by 1/5 and increases the duration by 5 minutes. Chapter 39. The system's new task. Upon hearing this, my heart leaped with joy. The skill could actually be upgraded? This was unexpected. Darn it, system, why don't you make these things clear? I immediately activated my unparalleled calculating abilities and began to compute. 10 minutes later, I helplessly declared, "This is too complicated to calculate." "Damn, forget it. Can't you just tell me directly? How many levels do I need to reach to control Su Lele indefinitely?" To the host, when the host raises the skill level to 9, the cooldown time will be reduced to 40 minutes, while the duration will extend to 45 minutes, allowing for uninterrupted control. Upon hearing the system's explanation, I finally understood. Level 9, that means I only need to level up 9 more times to achieve uninterrupted control over Su Lele. Wait, system, I'm currently at level 7, so shouldn't I have 7 skill points? I hurriedly inquired. 7 skill points, even if I could only elevate this skill to level 7, would still grant a duration of 35 minutes. As for the cooldown time, the calculations were a bit intricate, and I couldn't figure it out immediately, but it would certainly be significantly shortened. Ding. The system replied, "Yes, host, you currently possess 7 skill points. However, activating a skill requires the consumption of 2 skill points. Activating the control zombie skill consumes 2 skill points. Activating the control host skill also consumes 2 skill points. Current skill points remaining, 3. What the hell?" Upon hearing the system's words, I nearly cursed. I initially thought this skill was a gift from the system. Turns out it consumes my skill points, 7 skill points, and just like that, I lost 4 for no reason. This is utterly absurd. Forget it. If I have to spend them, then so be it. Having a skill is already a blessing. After all, who would have thought that an immune system could also wield skills? Is that normal? Well, it's certainly isn't very normal, but I, a living person, have been transformed into an immune system. Can it get any weirder than that? Moreover, I still have 3 skill points left, by the way. System, can I also upgrade the skill to control zombies? But I thought that skill had no cooldown or duration. What would upgrading it accomplish? I continued to inquire. To the host, can be upgraded. Each upgrade requires the consumption of 1 skill point and increases the number of controlled zombies by 2. Oh, so upgrading increases the number of zombies I can control. This trade seems quite advantageous. Leveling up by 1 allows me to control 2 more. But seriously, system, why won't you tell me anything unless I ask? Could you not simply convey all of this to me at once? I inquired with a deep sense of dissatisfaction that shouldn't these matters come with explanations. Yet here I am, left to develop on my own. Returning to the host. This system is known as the super immune system and will wholeheartedly provide the most comprehensive service to the host during its operation. I was utterly defeated by the system's response. Such an official-sounding answer. It seemed verbose, yet not a single word was truly helpful. Nevertheless, I now had a general understanding of the information I sought. But then another question crossed my mind. Are there level requirements for upgrading skills? Don't tell me that to upgrade a skill, I must first reach a certain level. If my level is insufficient, I won't be able to upgrade even with skill points. I queried warily. Returning to the host, there are no level requirements. The host only needs to possess sufficient skill points to upgrade skills directly. Upon hearing this, I finally felt a sense of relief. This news was undoubtedly the best I had received thus far, that I still had 3 skill points remaining. However, I found myself entangled in a dilemma. Grappling with a severe case of choice paralysis, which skill should I upgrade? Should I enhance the ability to control crazily? Yet, even if I poured all 3 points into that skill, the extent of enhancement would be limited. On the other hand, investing in controlling zombies could increase the number of zombies I could command by 6. That would yield immediate results. System, which skill do you suggest I upgrade? I asked hesitantly. Yet, this time, the system remained silent. It seemed that aside from questions regarding the system itself, it would not provide answers to other inquiries, that I was left to make the choice myself. How frustrating. With my choice paralysis, and with only 2 skills available, what would happen if more skills were introduced in the future? Wait. At that moment, I suddenly recalled something. Other skills. I had already completed all the tasks assigned by the system. Hadn't I? System, I have successfully completed both tasks you set forth. Are there additional skills to acquire? No, I mean tasks? I asked eagerly. After all, who could resist the allure of new skills? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first phase of tasks. The system has issued the second phase of tasks. Task 1. Level up to 10 and acquire the skill Immune Division. Immune Division can assist organisms infected by the zombie virus through contact, combating the virus within their bodies. Note: can only divide once per day. Upgrading increases the number of divisions. Task 2. Level up to 15 and acquire the skill Furious Fever. This skill can be triggered when the host has a fever of 42°C. During its activation, combat power is increased by 50%. Note: while controlling crazily, combat power is doubled, and the hands are enveloped in flames, granting the ability to control surrounding fire. This is a passive skill and cannot be upgraded. After hearing about these 2 tasks, I couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Immune Division was commendable, serving primarily to save those infected by the zombie virus. However, Furious Fever was nothing short of a divine skill. As a passive ability, not only would I benefit from it, but crazily would also trigger it if her temperature reached 42 degrees, enhancing combat power by half. Just look at it. While others lie in bed moaning during a fever, crazily would only grow stronger. More importantly, if I controlled her body during that time, my combat power would increase 2-fold, and I would wield flames in my hands, able to manipulate the surrounding fire. Imagining myself with fiery red eyes and white hair, flames swirling around my hands, it was simply breathtaking. I could throw fireballs around, controlling them with ease, instantly becoming the MVP of the scene. Ah, take this fiery punch. Ding! At that moment, the system's voice echoed once more. The reward for completing the first phase of tasks has arrived. Completing the first phase of tasks comes with an extra reward. The system continued. Reward 1, 30 points of origin value. Reward 2. Please choose one from the following 3 prizes. 1. Body Recovery Potion. Can be used to rapidly heal physical injuries when severely wounded. 2. Potency Potion. Significantly increases duration. 3. Myopia Potion. Can cure nearsightedness and restore normal vision. The system's voice faded. 3 vials of potion appeared before me, colored red, purple, and green, each labeled accordingly. That I immediately disregarded the first and third vials. Fixating on the purple potion in the center, my heart racing with excitement. Significantly increasing duration, this was noteworthy. What nonsense about body recovery and myopia potions. Those held no significance for me. I have no body. Why would I need a recovery potion? Or a myopia potion? Only this potion that significantly increases duration. Ahem, sure. This one it is. Hopefully, no one saw that. I cautiously glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, and felt relieved. After all, such a private matter was not something I wished to share with others. Although I lacked a body at present, I could save it for when I returned to my original world. Couldn't I? I reached for the purple potion in the center. Immediately, a prompt appeared above the potion. Potion extraction in progress. Estimated delivery time, 1 minute. I momentarily froze at the sight of the prompt. What does that mean? Is there a delivery time? You can't be serious. Are you sending me a package? Just then, Su Lele's voice suddenly broke through. Immune system boss, I feel like I'm on the brink of death. My body feels so weak. Chapter 40. Zombie Tiger, how is that possible? I responded firmly. As long as I'm here, you won't die. You merely suffered a dog bite, which introduced a neurotoxin, then the zombie virus. And your father gave you a couple of whacks. You're just feeling weak. Come on, can you really call that just? Su Lele replied, looking utterly dejected. It's hard to argue against that. No worries. I reassured her with a smile. You'll be just fine. Trust me, but I can't move at all. I'm sorry, boss. I've let you down. I'm still running a fever, and I truly don't know how long this will last. I have no idea if there's any way to save me. What are you planning to do? I quickly shielded the prize options behind me, speaking warily. Kid, let me remind you, don't entertain any funny ideas. Su Lele sighed deeply. Boss, I'm useless. I had vowed to honor my mother's trust and become a true man. Yet since coming out, I've been of no help at all, only dragging you down, and now I can only lie here with a fever. I feel so worthless. As he spoke, he began to sob. Ahem, I lightly coughed. Don't be so pessimistic. You are the one chosen by heaven. But Su Lele paid no heed, continuing to cry. His weeping even drew frowns from Su Sanjin and others nearby. Seeing Su Lele in such a state, I couldn't help but feel speechless to this guy the reincarnation of Lin Dayu, always crying at the drop of a hat. However, upon reflection, I understood Su Lele's feelings. He had vowed to become a man before his mother passed away, and now he found himself in such a predicament. He had been bitten by a dog right after coming out, and before fully recovering, he was bitten several times by a female zombie, leaving him with wounds all over. To top it off, he had endured a beating from Su Sanjin, with clear whip marks visible on his body. Anyone in his shoes would feel utterly defeated, and judging by his condition, it would indeed take a few days of rest for him to recover. But if that were the case, my endeavor to devour the zombie virus would become problematic. What to do? I turned to the 3 prize options I had shielded behind me. Could it be that I must forsake the potion that significantly increases duration to use the body recovery potion on Su Lele? That would be a foolish move. How could I be so self-sacrificial? Sigh. Ugh, the sound of Su Lele's lamentations echoed incessantly in my ears, driving me to the brink of madness. Enough with the sighing. I snapped in frustration. If you keep that up, my head is going to explode. Damn it, I can help you. I have a way to restore your body quickly. Huh? Su Lele exclaimed in surprise. You can restore my body? Of course, I'm the immune system. What can I do? Damn, I traded my future happiness for this. If you don't behave in the future, I swear I'll deal with you, I said with clenched teeth. Damn, I've really taken a hit, but if I let Su Lele continue to lament, I might just lose my mind. This guy is even more talkative than Tang's son. Reluctantly, I abandoned the purple potion in the middle and chose the first red potion instead. Upon hearing my threat, Su Lele dared not make another sound. A minute later, the red potion was finally in my grasp, while the purple and green potions vanished like bubbles with a resounding pop, causing me a pang of regret. However, having made my choice, there was no room for remorse. That I glanced at the instructions on the red potion. The usage was straightforward. Simply twist open the cap and pour it over oneself. And in 5 hours, the wounds would be healed. The IT did not specify whether it needed to be applied directly to the wounds, suggesting it could be used anywhere on the body, since I was currently within Su Lele's body. Pouring it out should suffice. That I twisted the cap open and let the potion flow out. As it landed below, it merged seamlessly into the body. Su Lele then remarked, Boss, I feel a warm current surging within me. Did you do something? You needn't concern yourself with what happens next, I replied, my tone laden with dissatisfaction. Upon hearing my brusque demeanor, Su Lele fell silent, and shortly thereafter, succumbed to unconsciousness under the overwhelming force. This lad, in some respects, was indeed a tough one. He remained silent even as he fainted. Nonetheless, I had no intention of letting him off that easily. Since his body would soon recover, wouldn't it be the perfect opportunity for some rigorous training? Before long, Su Sanjin and the others could no longer withstand the strain and drifted into slumber. After all, they had previously been affected by a neurotoxin. Even if they had awakened, their brains had not fully recovered, preventing them from maintaining the high levels of alertness typical of ordinary individuals. As dawn approached, Zhang Sisi returned from outside, her body splattered with the black and purple blood of zombies. Upon her return, she cast a glance at the sleeping Su Sanjin and the others. Then, she crouched before the corpses of Zhang Jiqiang and Zhang Jinjin, staring silently at the two lifeless bodies. Soon after, Su Sanjin and the others stirred awake. However, upon noticing Zhang Sisi squatting there, they refrained from disturbing her. At that moment, Zhang Sisi spoke without turning her head. You all should leave. I do not wish to see you again. Su Sanjin pondered for a couple of seconds, likely recalling Zhang Sisi's formidable combat prowess, and said, Miss, why not join us? It would be good to have company, especially since you are alone. Not necessary, Zhang Sisi replied without looking back. Su Sanjin immediately exchanged glances with De Zhuang and led Su Lele toward the exit. It seemed his aim was merely to recruit Zhang Sisi, given her extraordinary fighting abilities. Wait, Su Lele suddenly exclaimed, Zhang Sisi, you are so powerful now. Even the zombies cannot harm you. The world is vast. You can go wherever you please. Could you spare us some of the food from that room? Upon hearing this, Zhang Sisi abruptly turned to glare at Su Lele. Hurry and leave, you glutton. Su Sanjin quickly pulled Su Lele along as they dashed outside. As soon as they reached the exterior, Su Lele rushed into the storeroom and emerged clutching some food. Su Sanjin's expression shifted as he turned to look back into the room. Noticing Zhang Sisi had not followed, he clenched his teeth and signaled to the others. Subsequently, several of them rushed inside, seizing whatever food they could before bolting out. After all, in this apocalyptic world, the most precious resource was the most basic sustenance. Even more vital than dignity, their original purpose for venturing out was to search for food, for a morsel to eat. They would risk their very lives. As they arrived on the street, the sight before them left everyone astonished, myself included. The long road was littered with the bodies of slain zombies, stretching endlessly into the distance. Clearly, all these corpses were the result of Zhang Sisi's handiwork from the previous day. I could only wonder just how many zombies she had killed. Did she not fear attracting more formidable zombies? Let us move, Su Sanjin urged, hastening onward. Just after they had covered some ground, I suddenly felt an unsettling agitation within my immune cells. What in the world was happening? This sensation was entirely new to me. Yet, I could discern that it stemmed from the countless zombie viruses I had previously consumed, reacting to the presence of a powerful zombie. This feeling was fraught with peril. Even my immune cells might not be able to handle it. I sensed the aura of danger closing in rapidly, but I could not discern what it was, only that it came from a specific direction. Su Lele, beware of the east, I shouted urgently. Before Su Lele could react, there was a thunderous crash. The glass on the second floor of a nearby building shattered, and out sprang a massive tiger. Its body in a state of decay, its eyes a ghastly white. Clearly, it had succumbed to the zombie plague. Yet, its sharp fangs and claws appeared even more lethal. With a roar, the zombie tiger lunged at Su Sanjin, who was at the forefront of our group. As a natural apex predator, the tiger had retained its hunting instincts even after becoming a zombie, stealthily approaching its prey before launching a sudden, lethal attack. Moreover, having devoured countless victims since its transformation, its speed and strength were greatly amplified. This zombie tiger was likely drawn here due to Zhang Sisi's previous slaying of numerous zombies. After all, it was reasonable for more powerful zombies to be attracted to such carnage. By the time Su Sanjin noticed the zombie tiger, it was already upon him, its gaping maw aimed directly for his head. If it bit him, it would undoubtedly sever his head in a single snap. At that moment, Su Lele and the others, even having witnessed the terror of zombies countless times, were rendered speechless by the sight of this horrific beast. I was alarmed. Su Sanjin was a warrior I had confidence in. If he were to be torn apart by this tiger, where would I find another as capable? Watch out! I bellowed, activating my control ability over Su Lele as I surged into her brain's control center. Without hesitation, I allocated the 3 remaining skill points directly to enhance my control over the host. This way, I could control Su Lele for 15 minutes, allowing me to better confront the impending danger. The brain, upon sensing my presence, gasped. What do you intend to do? Previously, when I had controlled Su Lele's body, the brain had been unconscious and thus unaware of these developments. Step aside. This position is now mine, I declared, immediately activating my control skill to manipulate the neural responses of the brain, turning it into a mere puppet. I then tossed it into a corner and regained control of the body. Instantly, Su Lele's eyes turned crimson, her black hair transforming to white. Concurrently, I shoved Su Sanjin aside and swung my fist toward the zombie tiger's head. With a resounding thud, my punch sent the zombie tiger reeling. Though the force of the impact propelled me several meters back, fortunately, my combat prowess was not lacking, and Su Lele was naturally resilient. Thus, despite being thrown far, I landed without injury. However, my right hand was completely numb. Striking the zombie tiger's skull felt akin to hitting steel. Su Sanjin and De Zhuang, now reacting, were taken aback by my sudden transformation, their eyes wide with astonishment. Perhaps my abrupt change was even more astonishing to them than the sudden appearance of the zombie tiger. Lele, what? De Zhuang exclaimed in shock. Lele, why have you turned so unconventional? Su Sanjin shouted, astonished that I had no time to explain. I quickly scrambled to my feet, urging, get to safety. At that moment, the zombie tiger rose once more. Its eyes filled with fury as it let out a deafening roar directed at me. Clearly, after taking a hit, it had redirected its focus onto me. Su Sanjin and the others, witnessing the scene, dared not inquire further and swiftly sought refuge in nearby cover. With a ferocious roar, the zombie tiger lunged at me, its massive body springing forward as if a mountain were crashing down upon me. I was taken aback, given the tiger's formidable strength. Even with my control over Su Lele effectively doubling her combat ability, I knew I could not match this beast, even if I evaded being devoured. A single bite would transmit its horrific zombie virus, and I would surely perish. That I could feel, with utter clarity, that my current immune system was no match for these viral threats. The disparity in power was too great. In a moment of crisis, a savior sprang to mind. Zhang Sisi. The zombie tiger was drawn here due to Zhang Sisi's frenzied slaughter of the undead last night. It's only reasonable that she should deal with the consequences of her own actions. Right? Without hesitation, I turned and sprinted towards the upper floor where Zhang Sisi was located. The zombie tiger followed closely behind, moving with incredible speed. For an ordinary person, facing such a terrifying creature would mean certain doom, leaving no chance of escape, only being devoured. Fortunately, my combat power had reached 26 points, making me more than twice as formidable as an average individual. Utilizing my immune system, I was able to perceive my surroundings with heightened awareness. Dodging the tiger's lunges with agile side steps, I swiftly entered the building where Zhang Sisi was, racing up the stairs with utmost urgency. In that moment, I unleashed my full power, bounding up 2 flights at a time. Reaching the 3rd floor in mere seconds, and bursting into the room where Zhang Sisi was that moment. She remained crouched before the corpses of Zhang Jiqiang and Zhang Jinjin. Upon seeing me, especially in my current state, her expression darkened. Did you? She exclaimed in anger. You said it would take you a week to get out. You liar. How dare you show your face to me? I chuckled awkwardly. My apologies, just passing through. Chapter 42. No need for pretense. After my remark, I quickly dashed into the room and headed for the window, preparing to leap out just as Zhang Sisi had done earlier. It was merely the 3rd floor. If she could manage such a jump with ease, I believed I could do so too, given my current combat prowess. At least, that was my assumption. However, just as I entered the room, the zombie tiger that had been pursuing me came crashing through the window. Yet, upon spotting Zhang Sisi, it unexpectedly halted, its demeanor shifting to one of caution. It let out a roar directed at her, lowering itself into a pouncing stance. How dare you bring a zombie tiger towards me? Zhang Sisi exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock. You have this all wrong, I replied with a chuckle. The tiger may have been attracted by your excessive slaughter of zombies. Shouldn't you handle it yourself? What's the problem with that? Simultaneously, I cast a glance at the vigilant zombie tiger. This creature was unlike the others. It exhibited a degree of intelligence. The other zombies, while formidable, were mindless killing machines, oblivious to anything beyond their instinct to attack. Even Zhang Cici's mother, who was close to becoming a higher-level zombie, displayed no signs of intelligence. Yet, this tiger, upon seeing Zhang Cici, recognized her strength. Otherwise, it wouldn't have halted its assault or regarded her with such wariness, completely ignoring me. Of course, it could also be that the blood of zombies on Zhang Cici had piqued the tiger's suspicion. Nevertheless, the fact that it demonstrated awareness indicated that it possessed a certain level of intellect. However, its cunning was not exceedingly strong. After all, its initial target was me, but upon seeing Zhang Cici, it immediately shifted its focus. How much contempt must it have for me? Clearly, it deemed Zhang Cici to be a far greater threat than I. You bastard. Zhang Cici shouted at me in fury. Are you trying to get me killed? We're not done yet. I bowed slightly. Thank you for your hard work. I shall take my leave. With that, I executed a sliding maneuver towards the window, preparing to leap outside. However, as I approached the precipice and beheld the terrifying height, I faltered. Goodness, so high. If I were to jump, even with my current combat power of 26 points, I could easily break a leg. I truly could not fathom how this madwoman Zhang Cici had the audacity to leap from such a height. Just as I was about to flee, the zombie tiger roared and lunged towards Zhang Cici. She swiftly grasped a nearby blade, crouching in a defensive stance. However, I had no interest in witnessing the battle. I quickly slid along the wall, heading in the opposite direction to that moment. The zombie tiger, having reached Zhang Cici, suffered a direct blow as she severed one of its ears with her blade. The tiger let out a pained howl, leaping aside just as I slid into its path. Why did it have to jump towards me? It then spotted me and opened its maw wide, ready to receive my sliding attack. If I charged forward, I would likely become its next meal. In a moment of crisis, I shouted, propelling my Su Sanjin, disregarding everything else, hurriedly lifted Su Lele onto his back and, along with Da Zhuang and the others, swiftly ran forward. The events that followed were beyond my capacity to monitor. Upon returning to my body, I was not greeted, as before, by the accolades of my organs, but rather by anguished cries. Heart, immune system, brother, help. I'm at my limit. Kidney. This zombie virus is terrifying. It feels as if it's going to tear me apart. Spleen, immune system, please, save us. I glanced at the surge of zombie viruses entering, and was instantly struck by fear. Virus carried by the claws of the zombie tiger. Combat power, 4750. Threat level, extremely high. The combat power of these zombie viruses was horrifically formidable. My immune system's combat power, after the encounter with the female zombie, had barely reached around 25, yet the combat power of these zombie tiger viruses was no less than 47, nearly double mine. Even if T cells and B cells were to engage, they would be utterly insufficient. This meant that aside from me, the immune system's main body with a combat power of 94, none of the remaining immune army stood a chance against these zombie tiger viruses. And this was merely the virus carried by the zombie tiger's claws. What horrors awaited if one were bitten and infected by the true zombie virus within its body? Protect. Protect. At that moment, a feeble voice echoed from the corner, capturing my attention. I turned to see it was the brain. Previously discarded in the corner, it now appeared incredibly weak, as if it had lost half its life. Trembling, it stood up and weakly shouted, "Brothers, quickly protect me. The immune system has revolted. It has taken control of the host. It seeks to usurp power." Chapter 44. The Great Organ Rebellion. As the brain's words fell, all the organs turned to it, collectively raising their middle fingers. What does this mean? Do you all wish to rebel? The brain shouted angrily. The heart rolled its eyes and retorted, "Humph, did you just figure that out?" The kidney chimed in. "Exactly. The immune system already seized control of the body yesterday and had us all partying." The brain. "What does that mean?" The spleen replied, "It means you are now a mere figurehead. We now recognize only one authority, and that is the immune system. You dare." The brain roared in fury. "How can you be so audacious?" Second brother chuckled and asked, "Brain, have you heard any sounds?" "Huh? What sounds?" the brain queried, perplexed. Second brother, with a sorrowful expression, responded, "That is the distant sound of a bagpipe." "What?" the brain bellowed. "You scoundrels, I am the brain. I am the sovereign, the most important entity aside from our host Su Lele." At that moment, It resembled a dethroned emperor, raging before its throne. After all, it had always been the absolute leader, commanding all organs. Now, to suddenly find all organs disobeying its commands was a reality no emperor could endure. Enough nonsense, the heart interjected. When have you ever been proactive? When have you emerged before we had fought our battles? Have you not seen the current situation? The zombie virus is at our door. And you still prattle on about importance? Is this how a leader behaves? The kidney added. Exactly. Are you foolish, brain? The host is afflicted by a formidable zombie virus, and if we anger the immune system, it may abandon us entirely. Do you think you will survive? Who says that? The brain retorted angrily. The defeat of the zombie virus is the result of our collective efforts. We have all made significant sacrifices. Why should all the credit go to it? Do our contributions and sacrifices mean nothing? Ah, right, the heart replied. How can a person who does nothing claim to have made sacrifices? Who gave you the audacity? I chimed in. Brain, since you are so capable, why don't you handle it? After all, I have no confidence in defeating this zombie virus. It's too powerful. This time, I'll take a back seat. No, the heart interjected hastily. Don't listen to that foolish brain. Once I ramp up to 500 RPM, I'll roast that idiot. How dare you? The brain shouted. Immune system, brother, we are counting on you, the kidney pleaded. You must hold the line. Without you, we truly cannot endure. Very well, I replied. From now on, disregard the brain's orders and follow my command. All the organs responded in unison. Understood. What? You scoundrels have all defected. The brain exclaimed. Ignoring the brain's impotent fury, I declared. Brothers, this is an unprecedented battle. The outcome hinges on this moment. Are you afraid? All the organs replied. Not afraid. I nodded and responded. Excellent. From this moment on, all organs shall operate at full capacity, unleashing their utmost strength that I hope this time I can withstand these zombie viruses. All organs. Victory. 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 Immediately, without my command, all organs cranked up to maximum output. The heart, in particular, beat so rapidly it left afterimages in its wake. Meanwhile, the zombie tiger virus had already infiltrated Su Lele's inner sanctum, wreaking havoc. Wherever it passed, all normal cells were obliterated. Even the immune cell army could not withstand the assault and was swept away in a single wave. I dared not delay further and summoned all immune cell combat units, while also casting a glance at the external situation at this moment. Su Sanjin and the others had somehow procured a small car. Da Zhuang was driving, while Su Sanjin carried Su Lele. As they sped toward their previous residence, the roaring of the car startled the surrounding dormant zombies. However, these zombies could only match the speed of an ordinary person at best. Those who could run quickly were unable to keep up, let alone catch a car in the blink of an eye. The zombies were left far behind, unable to even catch a whiff of dust. After all, the car's speed was too fast. Unless it were a zombie tiger or something equally monstrous, even zombie dogs would be unable to keep pace. Fortunately, the likes of zombie tigers were rare. And had Zhang Cici not eliminated so many zombies, the zombie tiger would not have been attracted. Now, neither Zhang Cici nor the zombie tiger would likely catch up that Su Lele, cradled in Su Sanjin's arms. Had the wound on her back completely turned black, and the surrounding skin had begun to rot. Clearly, the virus had already begun to spread. Lying in Su Sanjin's embrace, Su Lele gasped for breath. Her eyes unfocused and her face contorted in pain. Su Lele, can you hold on? I asked. Boss, Su Lele weakly replied that I feel awful. I have a fever, and my whole body feels like it's about to collapse. Hang in there. My various organ systems are ready for battle. We are prepared to engage in a life and death struggle with these zombie tiger viruses, but it might be a bit uncomfortable, so hang on. I urged, Su Lele responded. Okay, I managed to hold on before, so I should be able to hold on this time too. I'm not afraid. Bring it on. No, I countered. This time is far more serious than any before. You might even encounter your great-grandmother, and there's a possibility you might see God and your mother. What? God and my mother? Don't speak nonsense. How could God possibly be with my mother? Su Lele exclaimed in shock and anger. I was left utterly bewildered by Su Lele's words. God and your mother? What kind of brain circuit is that? I was at a loss for how to explain this to her. Perhaps it was best to deal with the zombie tiger virus first. I turned my attention to the assembled immune army. This moment, all immune cells had gathered. The vanguard comprised white blood cells. The logistical support was provided by red blood cells. The viral assassins were the macrophages, and the special forces included B and T cells, alongside the most formidable NK cells, all standing ready for action. Waves of immune cells formed a grand and dense battle formation. Brothers, charge. This time, I personally led the combat forces against the zombie tiger virus. The battle was about to commence. Countless immune cells clashed fiercely with the zombie tiger virus. This grand scene of war at the microscopic level, if viewed from a macroscopic perspective, would undoubtedly resemble a terrifying spectacle akin to a planetary battle, and the main battlefield was within Su Lele's body. In the first clash, the white blood cells at the forefront suffered catastrophic losses, directly losing a significant portion under the onslaught of the zombie tiger virus. However, closely following were the macrophages and B and T cells, who joined the fray, engaging in a fierce battle against the zombie tiger virus. Yet, due to the overwhelming disparity in combat capabilities, the battlefield was almost entirely one-sided. Previously, a single macrophage could devour several zombie viruses with ease. However, now, several macrophages together could not even manage to consume one virus from the zombie tiger, and were instead utterly overwhelmed. The situation was no better for the B and T special warrior cells. Whether it be the B cells interspersed among the ranks or the T cells on the battlefield below, they were swiftly dispatched upon first contact with the zombie tiger virus that own combat prowess. Though superior to that of the zombie tiger virus, could only achieve so much on its own. Moreover, within mere minutes of the conflict, various organs were already nearing their breaking points. Kidney. This is untenable. Chief, the battlefield is far too brutal. I can no longer endure this. Spleen. We truly underestimated the difficulty of this war. The damage to the host's body is too severe. I can no longer keep up with repairs. At this rate, it won't be long before the host meets his demise. Heart. No need to wait for minutes. I can scarcely keep beating. I truly miss the adrenaline maestro. If it were still here, perhaps I could hold out a bit longer. Liver. Given the current circumstances, even if the adrenaline maestro were alive, it would be utterly insufficient, unless the host's genetic lock is unlocked. Heart sighed in resignation. How is that even possible? The adrenaline maestro, despite its formidable prowess, could only manage to crack the genetic lock open a fraction. To fully unlock it would require either a greater force or indomitable will. At this moment, all the organs turned their gaze toward the brain, their expressions filled with hope. The only entity capable of unlocking the genetic lock, apart from the adrenaline, was the brain itself. Only through the immense power of adrenaline or the unwavering resolve of the brain could the genetic lock possibly be opened. The brain, witnessing this scene, collapsed to the ground, feebly stating, I must be ill. I feel utterly unwell. All organs. The heart. It's over. Kidney. It seems we were overly optimistic. With such a useless brain, relying on it to unlock the genetic lock is utterly hopeless. We might truly be doomed. Brothers, let us gather in the Brain S group. Once Su Lele is gone, we can continue our banter. Heart. Is that the Chi leading the 8th Uncle's second commander? Liver. Damn. We're on the brink of extinction. Even if your grandfather is the second commander, it won't help. We need to think of something. Damn it. We can barely hold on. Kidney replied helplessly. What can we do? The immune system chief is also nearing its limits, and the adrenaline maestro is dead. The brain is in its usual state. What can we do? Upon hearing this, I too sighed in resignation that this how my sinful life will come to an end. No, these sinful hands of mine are not ready to cease their endeavors. I lifted my gaze to the vast golden genetic lock above. As long as Su Lele could unlock the ancient sequence within the genetic lock and eradicate these zombie tiger viruses, there would be no issue. Just look at Zhang Cixi. She had been bitten by a female zombie and sustained severe injuries. Yet, when faced with crisis, she summoned her formidable will and directly unlocked the first genetic sequence, drastically enhancing her combat power. Ordinary zombies were utterly inconsequential before her. Even the female zombies, which were akin to advanced viral zombies, posed no threat. She even reached a level where she could contend with the formidable zombie tiger. How can I unlock Su Lele's genetic sequence? I hastily inquired. Chapter 46. Thanks to Big Brother S. Rocket Heart glanced at me and replied, Immune Chief, don't even think about it. Aside from the brain, other organs need a combat power of at least 200 to unlock the genetic lock. Kidney chimed in, and even then, Success is not guaranteed. A failure could result in death. Upon hearing this, I suddenly remembered that the combat power of adrenaline was precisely 200. When I first saw its combat power, I was taken aback, as mine was merely 10. Adrenaline's power was 20 times mine. Now, I realized that the 200 combat power of adrenaline was merely the minimum requirement to unlock the genetic sequence. That I glanced at my own combat power, 94 points, that my source value had also reached 90 points. However, even if I pooled all my source value into my combat power, it would only amount to 184 points, sufficient to elevate the overall combat power of the immune cell army to around 50. Eliminating these zombie tiger viruses would be effortless, but such an action would undoubtedly lead to a more catastrophic battlefield, likely collapsing Su Lele's body instantaneously, unless I could first enhance Su Lele's body or assist in unlocking the ancient genetic sequence. Yet, to unlock the genetic lock and activate the ancient genetic sequence within Su Lele's body, a minimum of 200 combat power was needed, and my 184 points were simply insufficient. Moreover, even if I managed to reach 200 points, attempting to unlock the genetic lock immediately could not only fail, but could also lead to my own demise. Damn it. Am I to expend all the precious source power I've painstakingly gathered on Su Lele? This source value of 90 points was amassed after much effort to coax Su Lele into being bitten daily. Only a fraction remains before reaching 1,000 source points. Am I really to squander this on Su Lele? Yet, if Su Lele dies, all this source value would be wiped clean, and I would have to start anew. That would be even more tragic. Damn it, you can't catch a wolf without letting go of the cub. The genetic lock can wait. I'll study it later. I must invest my resources now. Although the source value only has half the effect when applied to Su Lele, it must still be used. Looking at it from another perspective, if Su Lele becomes stronger, wouldn't that enable me to exert even greater control over him in the future? I shouted decisively. Brothers, hold on. I will grant you strength. With that, I immediately extracted 30 points of source value and infused them into Su Lele, boosting his combat power by 15 points. Previously, his combat power was only 13. This effectively doubled Su Lele's strength. The various organs, already operating at peak performance, swiftly absorbed this newfound power. Heart. I feel invigorated again. It's as if I'm riding a rocket. Kidney. Thanks to the immune system chief for the rocket. Even in the face of such terrifying zombie viruses, it still aids us. Brain. Look, this is what a competent leader does. Kidney. Where's the brain? Aren't you ashamed? Brain. Where are you? Hormone replied. Stop shouting. The brain was just overwhelmed. All organs. Trash. Heart scoffed. And yet it got overwhelmed. Brothers, let us not concern ourselves with it. We're energized now. Let us get to work and not slow the immune system chief down. All organs. Understood. In an instant, the organs began to fervently spring into action once more. Meanwhile, I was astonished to discover that the overall combat power of my immune army had also seen an increase. From the previous 25 points, it had risen to 28 points. Even my own combat power had increased by 3 points, reaching 97 points. After a brief moment of contemplation, I understood the cause. The 30 points of source value had bolstered Su Lele by 15 points. And the immune system was part of Su Lele himself. Although I had previously given Su Lele source value, the amounts were small, and the effects were not particularly noticeable, hence I had not realized this. However, this revelation brought me great joy. It turned out that applying source value to myself only increased my own and the immune system's combat power, whereas applying it to Su Lele resulted in a comprehensive enhancement. Yet, I no longer had the luxury of time to ponder this matter. As the zombie tiger viruses were on the verge of spiraling out of control, that I directed the remaining immune army to continue battling against the zombie viruses. Not long after, Su Sanjin and the others found a relatively zombie-free spot some distance from the villa to park their vehicle. They likely feared that driving directly to the villa would draw the attention of zombies with the roar of the engine. Subsequently, they hurried back to the villa they had previously occupied. Inside the villa, the windows that had been breached by zombies were now barricaded with wooden planks by the women inside, judging by their appearance. They seemed to be quite famished. After all, it had been 2 days and 1 night, and the food left behind was minimal. They likely spent the previous night hungry. Upon seeing Su Lele, who was carried back by Su Sanjin, they immediately grew tense. What happened to Lele? Sihua inquired anxiously. After touching Su Leilei's body, her expression changed dramatically, exclaiming, "He has a fever again, and it's alarmingly high." Su Sanjin, with a serious expression, replied, "He was injured by a zombie tiger. He must have contracted the zombie tiger virus. I don't know if he can pull through this time." With that, he quickly laid Su Leilei on the dining table and began to examine the condition of his back. At this moment, a significant portion of Su Leilei's back had succumbed to decay. The essence of the zombie virus lies in its ability to obliterate and consume normal human cells, continuously replicating and proliferating thereafter. Upon witnessing this grim spectacle, Dazhuang's expression turned grave as he remarked, "This zombie tiger's virus is exceptionally potent. It has even overwhelmed Leilei's immune system." Beside him, Wang Jiwen added, "I wonder if Leilei can withstand this ordeal. We must not let anything go awry." Hearing these words, I was struck by a wave of frustration as I gazed at the dense swarm of zombie tiger viruses before me. These viral entities were truly formidable. Not only were they immensely powerful, but their rate of infection and replication was alarmingly swift. Many valiant vanguard warriors had already fallen prey to them. This situation resulted in a significant depletion of my immune cells, while the opposing zombie virus only grew in number. If this continued, I would soon lose my entire painstakingly cultivated army of immune cells. It seemed I needed to take decisive action. I once again allocated 30 points of my essence to bolster my own strength, elevating my combat power to an impressive 127 points. The overall combat capability of my immune cell army also saw a rise, from around 28 points to approximately 39 points. Although there remained a gap compared to the zombie tiger virus's minimum combat power of 47 points. We finally possessed some semblance of resistance, no longer facing a one-sided slaughter. Casting a glance at my remaining essence, I felt a pang of regret. Damn, only 30 points left. At this rate, how long would it take to accumulate 1,000 points of essence? Never mind that for now. First, I must deal with the zombie tiger virus. I hastily addressed my heart. "Heart, can you ramp up the speed any further? I require a higher body temperature," the heart responded. "I've already maxed out at 500. I cannot push higher unless you grant us more power." My heart sank. However, I understood that all major organs had indeed reached their limits. After all, the combined combat power of the immune cells had only been around 28, and now it had risen to 39. Such intense combat had exceeded the organ's capacity to endure. Their ability to hold on until now was already a testament to their resilience. With this thought, I gritted my teeth and declared, "Then I shall grant you more power. You must endure. This time, we must prevail. We will vanquish every last one of these zombie tiger viruses." With that, I allocated another 10 points of essence to Su Leilei. Consequently, Su Leilei's combat power surged to an impressive 33 points. The heart exclaimed in delight, "Wow, what tremendous power! I'm feeling revitalized. Brothers, charge forth." Thump, thump, thump. Moreover, Su Leilei's body temperature soared to a terrifying 47 degrees. At that moment, Su Leilei, who had been in a state of unconsciousness, suddenly began to tremble violently. Su Sanjin quickly grasped Su Leilei's hand, only to recoil in shock from the heat, exclaiming, "Wow, that's scorching." He then urgently called out to Su Leilei, "Leilei, hold on, you must hang in there." Su Leilei abruptly ceased trembling, slowly extending a hand, and weakly uttered, I see my mother. She is gently stroking my head." Chapter 47. The music resumes. The dance continues. What? Su Sanjin exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing Su Leilei's words. "Your mother has come. Silly child, you must not follow her. Your father needs you." I was rendered speechless by Su Sanjin's response. His peculiar thought process was truly on par with Su Leilei's. In times of peril, Su Sanjin proved to be an exceptionally competent leader, possessing remarkable decisiveness, absolute composure, and a strong sense of action. However, when it came to emotional intelligence, that was another matter entirely. This made me realize why Su Leilei exhibited such foolishness. He had inherited his mother's strength and temperament, alongside his father's lack of emotional acuity, a blend of the best and worst, resulting in the current Su Leilei. Mothered, Su Leilei reached out, then tilted his head and fainted. His body occasionally convulsing. It was evident that he had been scorched to the point of seizures at 47 degrees. Even fat could melt. For Su Leilei to reach this temperature and still be able to speak was quite extraordinary. Beside us, Suiwa's expression turned serious as she remarked, Sanjin, Lele's temperature is too high. If this continues, he may suffer irreversible damage. I have some antipyretics. Should we administer them? All right, let's do that. Su Sanjin agreed without hesitation. Upon hearing this, I felt a surge of anger. Antipyretics? Were these fools trying to complicate matters? I had invested so much essence into Su Lele, while his high temperature of 47 degrees was indeed alarming. Aside from his brain, the other organs were largely unaffected. If he took antipyretics, how would I combat the zombie tiger virus? However, looking at it from another angle. Upon glancing at the brain, I noticed it was practically smoking. If this continued, Su Lele might indeed become a fool. But was this our responsibility? Certainly not. Just let it be. At that moment, Suawa had already retrieved the antipyretics, a pack of Bayfuning tablets, specifically designed to reduce fever. Su Sanjin promptly administered the medication to Su Lele. I shouted at my mouth. Mouth, hold on to it. Do not let go. Received. Rest assured, boss. As long as I'm here, it won't get past me, replied the mouth. Throat. Boss. Even if the mouth fails, I'll hold it. Stomach. Time for a spray and pray performance. This maneuver is my specialty. Hearing this, I felt reassured. A 3-layered defense. If this antipyretic could still work, it would truly be miraculous. Brothers, I called out, let us resume the music and continue the dance. Charge. With that, I led my army of immune cells into a renewed fierce battle against the zombie tiger virus, while Su Sanjin murmured after administering the antipyretic. I hope you can endure this time. Meanwhile, Dazhuang curiously observed Su Lele's back, his face filled with confusion as he asked, Sanjin, have you noticed that all of Lele's other wounds seem to have healed completely? Hearing this, Su Sanjin's attention shifted from his worry for Su Lele that he peeled back the bandages covering Su Lele's back, and in an instant, his expression transformed into one of astonishment. Just yesterday, he had administered dozens of lashes, each drawing blood, causing Su Lele to wail in pain. He had personally dressed the wounds afterward. Yet now, the wounds inflicted upon Su Lele's back had completely healed. Su Sanjin hurriedly examined the other areas bitten by zombies, especially the grievous wounds inflicted by the dog and female zombie the previous day. Dazhuang, witnessing this scene, exclaimed, What? How is it possible? All of his wounds have healed overnight. How did he accomplish this? Even with an extraordinary immune system. Healing wounds this swiftly is beyond belief. Wang Jiwen and Yang Shan, upon hearing this, also approached, their eyes widening in shock as they beheld Su Lele's condition. Yang Shan then said in astonishment, Uncle Sanjin, could it be that Lele has awakened some powerful ability? Not only is his immune system combating the zombie virus, but his wounds are healing at an astonishing rate. Wang Jiwen replied, this is akin to something out of a movie featuring super soldiers. I chuckled softly. Super soldier? Nonsense. This was the result of the precious vitality elixir I had exchanged for an elixir for bodily recovery. Su Sanjin pondered for a moment before exhaling deeply, stating, let us not dwell on that for now. We still do not know if Lele can overcome this trial. He then waved to the others, let us bring out the food we gathered and allow them to fill their stomachs. After we rest, we shall depart from this place. Dazhuang nodded. Indeed, did he then retrieve the food they had collected and handed it to Zihua and the other 4 women, saying, these are the provisions we found. We encountered some unforeseen circumstances yesterday and barely made it back. Please, eat up. Suehua accepted the food, her expression laced with concern as she inquired, is this the zombie tiger you all mentioned? Dazhuang shook his head. It's a long story. We owe our survival this time to Lele. Otherwise, we would have perished. Upon hearing this, Zihua and the other women looked at Su Lele in astonishment. Su Lele, Zihua exclaimed with wide eyes. You can't be serious. He asked that formidable? How is that possible? The remaining women, including Xiao Fong, shared similar expressions of disbelief. After all, they had all witnessed Su Lele's previous antics. The sudden transformation was hard to accept. Yang Shan exclaimed with excitement. How could it be impossible? This time, it's truly thanks to Su Lele. We encountered a zombie tiger. A massive tiger leaped down from the upper floor and pounced on us. You wouldn't believe it. At that moment, Su Lele transformed as if awakened. In an instant, she became a figure with white hair and red eyes, delivering a punch that left the zombie tiger dazed. It was absolutely incredible. Wang Jiwen chimed in with enthusiasm. Exactly. At that moment, we thought we were doomed. Lele was like a deity descending from heaven. It was simply stunning. Suehua looked on, her eyes filled with disbelief. Is this really the same Su Lele who was once a burden? Chapter 48. The heart of the fierce tiger. Listening to their discussion, Su Sanjin turned to look at Su Lele, who lay on the dining table, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. He then lit a cigarette, exhaled a long puff, and said, "All right, the real issue is that regardless of who survives, whether it's that woman or the zombie tiger, neither will spare us. We are not too far from them. It's only a matter of time before they find us." Upon hearing Su Sanjin's words, the previously animated Dazhuang and the others fell silent. Worry etched on their faces. Both the zombie tiger and Zhang Sisi had left them with deep psychological scars. If given a choice, they would prefer to avoid any encounter. Xiao Feng, noticing their expressions, asked in confusion, "What do you mean there's a woman involved? What exactly happened?" Dazhuang replied, "We were captured and nearly fed to zombies. Thankfully, Lele took care of those people, but one of the girls was exceptionally strong, able to kill 1,000 zombies in one breath, and she wasn't eliminated." Suehua and the other 3 women gasped in astonishment at this revelation. Kill 1,000 zombies in one breath. That girl is incredibly powerful. We couldn't even defeat a single zombie and had to flee. Xiao Feng pressed further. Is she really that formidable? Wouldn't she have killed all of you? How did you escape? Dazhuang responded, "That girl didn't kill us despite her family being slaughtered. Instead, she let us go. We even stole some of their food." Xiao Feng sighed. "From what you describe, that girl must have a good nature. It's just that being trapped in this hellish apocalypse has likely led her astray." "Enough of that," Yang Shan interjected. "She was the one who was tied up, not you." Tawa eagerly asked, "And then what happened? Did you encounter the zombie tiger?" Dazhuang nodded. "Yes, we had barely stepped out when the zombie tiger appeared and lunged at Brother Sanjin. It was at that moment that Lele stood up. You wouldn't believe it. She instantly transformed into the figure of a warrior with red eyes and white hair, delivering a punch that sent the zombie tiger flying." Suehua responded with awe, giving a thumbs up. "Incredible. I really want to see my nephew in that state. He must look so cool." Yang Shan agreed. To be fair, it was indeed quite impressive. Thankfully, Lele led that zombie tiger away to that crazy woman. "Otherwise, we would have all been doomed," Xiao Feng remarked in disbelief. "You all that have no idea whether that girl is still alive. She will surely despise you for what you did." Dazhuang nodded. "That's why we need to leave here quickly. When we returned earlier, we discussed it in the car. Regardless of who survives, the zombie tiger or that girl, once they find us, we are surely dead. We must leave this area as soon as possible." At that moment, Su Sanjin approached, his expression grave. "Moreover, our food supply is only enough for 2 or 3 days. We must find something else to eat before we run out." "Understood." The others immediately nodded, then hurriedly began to prepare. Given the current situation, they could not afford to linger any longer. Food shortages and the threat of the zombie tiger loomed large. Each factor compelled them to hasten their departure. Meanwhile, my battle against the zombie tiger virus had reached a critical juncture. After strengthening the immune system army, facing the formidable zombie tiger virus was no longer the one-sided affair it once was. Instead, it had evolved into a fierce conflict. As the battle raged on, only a third of the remaining zombie virus was left. Just as I believed victory was assured, something astonishing occurred. The zombie tiger viruses began to abandon the fight, turning on each other in a frenzy of consumption, and within an instant, their numbers dwindled significantly. What in the world? I watched in disbelief as this scene unfolded. The other organs were equally astonished. The heart exclaimed, "Could these viruses be committing suicide?" The spleen replied, "It's possible. Under certain conditions, viruses can develop cognitive impairments and attack their own kind." The liver remarked in astonishment, "But their attacks are too ferocious. They are literally devouring each other." Even the immune system army momentarily fell into confusion, unsure of how to respond to the spectacle. "No." Just then, the DC warning cells on the battlefield suddenly shouted, "These viruses are growing stronger. They are evolving by consuming their own kind." I carefully observed the zombie viruses and noticed that after devouring their brethren, not only had they grown larger, but their combat capabilities had also significantly improved. They even began to resemble the zombie tiger, appearing exceedingly ferocious. In that moment, I suddenly realized something. Could these zombie viruses possess intelligence? The viruses from ordinary zombies likely lacked wisdom, driven only by a primal urge to reproduce, which compelled the infected humans to attack others for transmission. However, the The viruses from the zombie tiger clearly exhibited a higher level of intelligence. Upon realizing potential defeat, they chose to abandon the offensive and instead began to grow stronger through the consumption of their own kind. While their numbers had decreased, their combat and destructive capabilities had intensified. This raised a serious question. Did the zombie tiger itself possess some intelligence, or was it the virus within that had gained awareness? But as the saying goes, take advantage of a person in distress. Seizing the opportunity while the zombie viruses were preoccupied with their cannibalistic tactics, I commanded the entire immune system army to launch a frenzied and overwhelming assault. When in dire straits, one must adapt their tactics. When abundant, one should blanket the area with firepower. Previously, when faced with the formidable zombie virus, the entire immune system army had been nearly annihilated, leaving only me, a super immune cell, to confront the endless horde of viruses alone. A truly tragic and harrowing experience. Now, in preparation for this battle, I had expended 70 points of origin value, significantly enhancing both crazily and the immune system army. Those days of hardship were behind us. While these zombie tiger viruses seemed intelligent, their cunning was limited. They had resorted to cannibalistic tactics in front of me. Was this not akin to a starving dog searching for excrement in the latrine? Under the overwhelming assault of the immune system army, it didn't take long for nearly all the zombie tiger viruses to be eradicated. However, in the end, a few fortunate viruses managed to evolve into their final forms, super zombie tiger viruses. With combat capabilities reaching as high as 100, even the strongest NK cells were no match for them. Yet my own combat capabilities as the immune system's core had reached 127, faced with an onslaught of boundless zombie tiger viruses. Even if their combat power was only 50, I would struggle to manage. But against these few formidable zombie tiger viruses, despite their strength, they fell easily to my protein blade. Then came the notification from the system in my mind. Congratulations, host, for defeating the devouring zombie tiger virus. You have gained 60 points of origin value. Congratulations. Your immunity has improved from basic immunity to advanced immunity. Note: advanced immunity increases the adaptability of MHC populations, significantly enhancing the combat capabilities of immune cells. While establishing immune combat fortifications throughout the body, boosting the immune system's response capabilities. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the attribute heart of the fierce tiger. Chapter 49. Love you exhausted. I lay on the ground, listening to the system's voice and letting out a silly chuckle. This battle had been incredibly draining, even more so than my initial encounter with the zombie virus upon my arrival. The strength of the zombie tiger virus far surpassed my expectations. After this prolonged struggle, I felt as if my entire body were about to fall apart, with countless immune cells having perished, flowing out along with crazily tears that I couldn't fathom how long it would take to regenerate such a vast army of immune cells. However, it was fortunate that this time, defeating the zombie tiger virus had yielded such substantial rewards. It felt akin to defeating a boss. What a relief. Truly, the zombie virus of the zombie tiger is a formidable foe. While the battle is indeed arduous, the rewards are undeniably bountiful. Just the reward for the origin value has reached an impressive 60 points. My total expenditure this time has only been 70 points. So I am nearly recouping my losses. I no longer feel such sorrow over it. However, I remain perplexed about the meanings of Heart of the Fierce Tiger and Advanced Immunity. Yet, this matter does not concern me. There is still one final enigma I have yet to unravel. The Heart of the Fierce Tiger. As I willed it, a red, heart-shaped object suddenly materialized before me. Almost immediately, an explanatory box appeared alongside it. Heart of the Fierce Tiger. Inactive a moment of cowardice does not signify a lifetime of ineptitude. Young one, please calm your mind, close your eyes, and re-examine your inner self. Therein lies your true essence. A lofty ambition that makes the world tremble. With the heart of a fierce tiger, roar. After reading this description, my confusion deepened. What does it mean? What is its purpose? In young one, for heaven's sake. I have become a mere cell, and you dare to call me young? Can't you just clarify what it is meant for? I decided to test it out that I attempted to place the heart of the fierce tiger upon myself. Ding. Host is heartless, unable to use. What? How dare this system insult me? It seems I cannot utilize the heart of the fierce tiger. Could it be intended for crazily instead? Heart. Here, as a fine gift for you. I called out. Heart. Boss, what kind of fine gift? Just try it and see. I replied. Truthfully, I had no idea what this object was or what it could do. However, in order to maintain our image, I couldn't admit my ignorance. At that moment, other organs, hearing of the fine gift, began to gather around. Liver. Boss, I also want a fine gift. Kidney. Boss, give me one too. Second brother. Boss, I was the first to pledge my loyalty to you. Don't forget me. Seeing these eager creatures crowding around, I quickly waved my hands. Stop crowding. There's only one for the heart. Disperse, disperse. Heart. Boss, I adore you. Let me sing a love song for you. Oh, bye, say less. I wish to accompany you for more than a day, just a bit more. Let me willingly love you. Stomach. Ugh. Disgusting. Spleen. Furious. Heart. Just wait. One day I will give you a good beating. Liver. Spleen. Don't lose your temper. I'll raise the heart's blood pressure with some liver fire. Let it be cocky. Humph. Kidney. I'll hold in a pea, making its heart race. Spleen. Good. Let us give it a taste of its own medicine. Heart. What the heck? You all are envious. You think this will drive a wedge between me and the boss. Dream on. After saying this, it grinned and said to me, Boss, I'm all set. I can't wait. Hurry. I want to make these fellows sour. Upon hearing the hard-s words, I could only shake my head and smile helplessly. This guy truly knows how to stir up animosity. Does it not fear a collective beating? Forget it. It's not me who will be beaten. I directly placed the heart of the fierce tiger onto the heart. Dang. Heart of the fierce tiger has merged. I hurriedly asked the heart. Heart. Do you feel anything? The other organs also gathered around, curiously observing the heart. The heart pondered for 2 seconds, then excitedly exclaimed, I feel the boss's deep love for me. Oh. Bye. Say less. I wish to accompany you for more than a day. More. Stop. 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 I quickly shouted. Enough? Don't sing. Damn it. I asked if you sensed any changes within yourself, something different from before. The other organs looked at the heart in utter disbelief. This heart has completely let itself go. It burst into song at the slightest provocation. The heart paused for a moment, then turned to glance at the surrounding organs and uncertainly asked me, Boss, should I answer yes or no? Puffed. The spleen burst out laughing. Heart. Don't you know whether you've changed? Or are you simply afraid to admit there's been no change, fearing we might mock you? The liver chuckled as well. Heart, you've been made an experiment by the boss. Who said that? The heart glared angrily at the other organs and replied, How could I not know if there's been a change? Can the boss's love for me be false? After saying this, it turned to me and asked, Boss, what exactly is this change you speak of? I looking at the utterly bewildered heart. At this moment, I was even more perplexed than it. What is going on? Why does the heart show no signs of change? This is the heart of the fierce tiger, the embodiment of lofty ambitions. How is it that there's no reaction when placed upon crazily? Ding! At that moment, the system's voice suddenly rang out. The heart of the fierce tiger is inactive. It requires the host crazily to activate it independently to fully unleash the power of the heart of the fierce tiger and gain ferocious, beast-like strength. How can it be activated? I quickly inquired. Calm your mind. Set aside everything around you. Close your eyes and listen to the cries from deep within your heart. Cries that have been drowned out by the sounds of despair. The day the cry emerges is the day the fierce tiger is unleashed. After hearing the system's words, I was left utterly dumbfounded. What nonsensical inner cries? Why does it have to be so mysterious? Can't you explain it in simpler terms? Wait. Suddenly, I recalled crazy's mother, the one named Chu Xiaoshuang. When Chu Xiaoshuang transformed into a zombie, I controlled her. After I severed her 3 corpses, a version of Chu Xiaoshuang emerged that was entirely different from crazy's mother, confident, flamboyant, optimistic, with grand aspirations and brilliance. Even I, witnessing that state of Chu Xiaoshuang, felt a sense of awe. At that time, I lamented that crazy's mother was living too burdened, shrouded in so many layers, thus losing her true essence. Now, upon seeing the heart of the fierce tiger, I suddenly realized something. The last version of Chu Xiaoshuang that appeared was the one not drowned by the despair. The true her. It was only later that the mundane trivialities of life dulled her brilliance, transforming her into what she became. And crazyly, beneath his weak and inept exterior, could he also conceal a young man, adorned in fine clothes, charging forth with a spear? If that is the case, then as long as he hears the call of that young man deep within his heart, could the heart of the fierce tiger not be activated? Only when crazily activates the heart of the fierce tiger will the heart's combat power undoubtedly receive a significant boost, making it easier for me to eliminate the virus in the future. I glanced outside. Crazily is still unconscious, lying in a van. Although his high fever has subsided, the fever had previously left his brain in a muddled state, and it remains a mess even now. Aside from Crazily, all the others from the villa are also in the van.as for where they are headed. I am uncertain. However, they likely do not know where they are going either, simply wishing to distance themselves from that zombie tiger. After all, in this apocalyptic world, the only thing one can do is strive to survive and seek a possible, albeit elusive, sanctuary for humanity. However, I hope they plunge into the horde of zombies, for only then can I obtain more origin value. Just then, the system's voice rang out once more. Experience points are full. Would you like to level up? Let us level up first. I chose to upgrade. Moments later. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have leveled up to level 8. Combat power 10 points. Current combat power 137 points. With the increase in level, the fatigue that weighed upon me lessened somewhat. I glanced at the army of immune systems. As my level rose, the combat power of these immune forces also increased, from the previous 39 points to 42 points. Although facing the zombie tiger virus will still be quite challenging, at least it won't be as exhausting as it was before. Subsequently, I turned my gaze to the faintly visible massive genetic lock above, as well as the enormous crack upon it. My current combat power stands at 137 points. Coupled with 80 points of origin power, if combined, it would directly reach 217. I wonder if that would suffice to unlock the genetic lock. Never mind. Never mind. I quickly shook my head, abandoning the thought. Those origin values are freshly earned. They haven't even warmed up yet. If I spent them all right now, wouldn't I be a complete fool? I must be like an adorable little hamster, storing, ding. At that moment, the system's voice echoed once more. The immune combat fortress function is ready. Shall we commence construction now? Hearing this, I was taken aback. Do I have to build this immune combat fortress myself? Just then, before me appeared the control panel of the immune system, prominently displaying Crazily's entire body structure. Beside it, there was a fortress-like object. Why does this feel reminiscent of constructing a barracks in Red Alert? I endeavored to construct a Red Alert barracks by manipulating the combat fortress, positioning it strategically at Crazily's arm, a location particularly susceptible to bites. Ding! The host has constructed an immunity fortress. Consumption of original value. 1 point. What the? Are you kidding me? This immunity fortress requires the consumption of original value. What is going on? There was not a hint of this just moments ago. Yet in the next instant, I beheld a black hexagram marking emerging on Crazily's arm. Its form resembled this. Although my drawing may not be entirely accurate, it is close enough. Below the mark, an entity akin to an adenoma materialized. Immediately, the army of immune white blood cells situated near the adenoma surged into it, entering from the left and emerging from the right. When these immune cells emerged, I was utterly astounded. Goodness! All these white blood cells were clad in armor, wielding specialized red-tasseled long spears forged from stem cells. Their combat power had escalated from a mere 42 points to 50 points, an impressive increase of 8 points. Even the previously injured immune cells from the battle with the zombie tiger, upon entering and re-emerging, had completely healed. At that moment, the purpose of the combat fortress became crystal clear to me. It essentially serves as a training ground for elite immune cells. Previously, these immune cells roamed freely throughout Crazily's body, appearing numerous yet lacking a stronghold. Even with my superordinate control, there were times I felt powerless in responding to unexpected situations. However, now, by establishing several combat fortresses in areas of Crazily's body that are prone to bites, I could enhance the combat efficacy of the immune cells while ensuring a swift response to any viral or bacterial incursions. A combat power of 50 points. Even if we encounter the zombie tiger virus again, I need not intervene. The immune cells within the fortresses surrounding the wounds could obliterate them on their own. At this moment, I couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The expenditure of that single point of original value was truly worth it. 1 point of original value had directly augmented the combat power of the immune cells by 8 points. In contrast, allocating 10 points of original value to myself could only marginally boost the combat power of the immune cell army by about 3 points. Even more absurd was the allocation of 10 points to Su Lele, which only resulted in a 5-point increase in his combat power, translating to a mere 1-point enhancement for the immune system. Yet now, with the support of this combat fortress, a single point of original value could directly bolster the immune cell's combat power by 8 points. The only caveat was that this enhancement solely bolstered the combat power of the immune army, and it was localized, providing no significant improvement to either Su Lele or myself. For instance, the fortress on Su Lele's arm only increased the combat power of the immune cells in his forearm and hand, leaving the upper arm unchanged, let alone other parts of his body. Nevertheless, even if it necessitated 1 point of original value, enhancing the combat power of the immune system to such a degree was undoubtedly a lucrative investment. I procured an additional 9 points of original value and established immunity fortresses at Su Lele's nape, abdomen, upper arms, X2, forearms, X1, thighs, X2, and calves, X2. At last, I could rest easy. Just then, the vehicles outside came to an abrupt halt. Peering outside, I noticed a few cars had collided ahead. Creating a blockade, it was evident that further vehicular progress was impossible. Concurrently, the nearby wandering zombies were roused by the commotion of the automobiles, shrieking as they charged towards us. Chapter 51. Old friend, this is heart-wrenching. Quickly reverse, De Zhuang shouted as he observed the approaching zombies, urging everyone to escape before being surrounded. Wang Jiwen, who was driving, began to back up as their vehicle maneuvered. They could disregard the surrounding zombies, as they were simply driving away. The zombies, no matter how fast they ran, could not catch up. However, once encircled, the relentless tide of zombies would continue to surge forth. And even if they couldn't breach the vehicle, they would still face certain doom. After all, there were 9 of them, not to mention the need for sustenance. What would they do about basic bodily functions? Resolving such matters within the confines of the vehicle would surely lead to unbearable conditions. Bang! A hapless male zombie was flung aside by the vehicle, which then rolled over him, cleaving him in two. But, perhaps due to Wang Jiwen's heavy foot on the gas or a lack of control over the steering wheel while reversing, the van veered off course after rolling over the zombie, subsequently flipping over with a tremendous crash. Landing on its side, the occupants were tossed about violently. Goodness! Su Sanjin exclaimed. Wang Jiwen, how did you drive the car? Fortunately, the speed was not excessive, so no one was injured. Instead, the impact roused the unconscious Su Lele. Upon awakening, Su Lele, bewildered, surveyed his surroundings. Where is this? In your father's embrace. I replied nonchalantly. Su Lele had been burning with such a high fever, yet he regained consciousness so swiftly. It was truly impressive. However, his physical state was nothing short of abysmal. My battle with the zombie tiger had left Su Lele's body in tatters, with his organs severely overstrained. The injuries on his back, while the zombie virus had been eradicated, would take considerable time to heal as the tissues had been severely compromised. Moreover, the recent conflict had inflicted grave damage upon my immune army, which would require at least 2 days to recover to its peak condition. We must leave this place, Su Sanjin shouted, flinging the car door open and unceremoniously tossing Su Lele out. Thud! The recently awakened Su Lele landed heavily on the ground, striking his head against a nearby branch. Ah! Su Lele cried out in anguish, succumbing to unconsciousness once more. That moment, the others began to emerge from the vehicle. Upon seeing the unconscious Su Lele, Su Sanjin exclaimed in alarm, Lele, why have you fainted again? Hearing his words, I felt utterly speechless. How did he faint? Was it not due to your actions? Had you been even slightly gentler, or if you had simply miscalculated while throwing him, he wouldn't have fainted. Roar! As the surrounding zombies surged forward, their excitement heightened upon spotting the humans emerging from the vehicle. They charged forward with renewed fervor. Run! Su Sanjin cried out, swiftly hoisting Su Lele onto his back and making a beeline for the direction with the fewest zombies. The others followed closely behind. However, the zombies were not sluggish. These zombies did not shamble like infants, but rather sprinted with a speed comparable to ordinary humans, ceaselessly pursuing the fleeing humans. After running several kilometers along their escape route, Su Sanjin and the others could no longer endure. Yet the zombies behind them were not only unshaken but multiplied in number. Su Sanjin scanned his surroundings in frustration, exclaiming, This cursed place! There isn't even a hiding spot. Ahead lay a river. We'll rush across and jump in. The others nodded in agreement. The strategies for evading zombies were either to conceal oneself in a location unseen by the zombies, allowing them to gradually disperse, to annihilate them all, or the most frequently employed tactic, jumping into the water, as these zombies could not swim and would sink upon entering. Thus, their survival instincts would prevent them from entering the water. Without delay, Su Sanjin and the others sprinted towards the river. However, halfway there, Virum, an armored vehicle, suddenly charged forward. Poo 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 poo. The zombies trailing Su Sanjin and the others were sent flying in droves. Following this, a burly man with a buzz cut emerged from the vehicle, brandishing a repeating crossbow and executing a stylish turn. Shoo shoo shoo. Several bolts flew through the air, piercing the skulls of the zombies rushing towards Su Sanjin and his group, causing them to collapse lifelessly. Meanwhile, the armored vehicle skidded to a halt in front of Su Sanjin and the others, executing a flawless drift. A young man with tousled hair leaned out and shouted, "Get in the vehicle quickly." With no time to ponder their options, Su Sanjin and the others hastily scrambled into the vehicle. Finally, the burly man fired off another bolt, dispatching a lunging zombie before leaping onto the vehicle. Shouting, "Retreat!" Virum, the armored vehicle roared to life, kicking up dust and leaving the remaining zombies in its wake. Inside the vehicle, Su Sanjin, brimming with excitement, turned to the burly man and said, "Brother, thank you." De Zhuang chimed in. "Big brother, we truly owe you our lives. Otherwise, we would have had no choice but to jump into the water. Your arrival was impeccably timed." Snap. The burly man lit a cigarette, exhaling leisurely as he replied, "It's all in a day's work. Old friend, those few zombies were no challenge at all. I could take them down in a heartbeat." With that, he brandished the repeating crossbow he had used earlier, a proud grin on his face as he declared, "Do you see this? I crafted it myself. A repeating crossbow. The crossbow can load 9 bolts in one go." Immediately after, the burly man set the rapid-fire crossbow aside, picked up a bottle of beer from nearby, and with a swift motion, popped it open. He turned to Su Sanjin and said, "Old buddy, care for a drink?" Su Sanjin shook his head. The buzz-cut giant waved his hand dismissively, declaring, "You can't be serious, my friend. In this apocalyptic world, if you won't even drink, how can you claim to be a real man?" He then raised the beer bottle and took several hearty gulps. At that moment, Su Lele stirred awake, her gaze wandering. Su Sanjin gave a thumbs up to the burly man, exclaiming, "You truly are impressive. We can't compare." The burly man wiped the beer from his mouth and chuckled. "Of course, you just happened to cross paths with me. Had you encountered someone else, even if they wished to rescue you, they wouldn't have had the prowess, I assure you." Yangshan nodded vigorously, adding, "Absolutely. Uncle, you're incredible. A few shots from that rapid-fire crossbow, and you took down several zombies. If it were us, it would take ages to kill just one." "Naturally," the burly man replied with a smug grin, "you should consider who I am. Before the zombie crisis, I was a shooting club instructor, my friend. This rapid-fire crossbow was crafted by my own hands, and it annihilates zombies with ferocity." He then glanced at a few young women accompanying Su Sanjin, raising an eyebrow, and continued with a smile, "These lovely ladies are quite striking. Once we return to the shelter, if you listen to me, I'll take care of you." Just then, he noticed Su Lele, who had been unconscious, awakening and curiously examining his rapid-fire crossbow. Hey, hey. The burly man quickly called out, "Little one, you shouldn't play with that crossbow." Before he could finish his warning, Su Lele inadvertently pulled a trigger with a sharp whoosh. A bolt shot forth from the crossbow, striking the burly man directly in the heart. "Damn it, that hit home," he cried, clutching his chest, before collapsing to the ground. Struggling to raise his right hand, he gave Su Lele the middle finger, lamenting, you little rascal." His head drooped, and he breathed his last. Chapter 52. Su Lele's extraordinary moment. Silence enveloped the entire vehicle. It was as though everyone had been frozen in time. Everyone was rendered speechless by the unexpected turn of events. Especially Su Sanjin, whose eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. I, too, was taken aback by the scene. The burly man, who had seemed like a warrior just moments before, a shooting instructor before the zombie crisis, had narrowly escaped the chaos of the apocalypse only to meet his demise at Su Lele's hands. This was absurd. Su Sanjin gasped, rushing to the burly man's side, urgently calling out, "Brother, wake up, don't scare me." Others quickly gathered around. Big brother, open your eyes and look at me, boomed Dezhuang. Yangshan chimed in. Uncle, please wake up. However, the burly man lay there, showing no signs of life that a gunshot wound to the heart leaves no room for survival. No matter how formidable one may be. Zombies, however, were a different story. Meanwhile, the young man driving the armored vehicle, Huang Mao, caught sight of the scene in the rearview mirror and slammed the brakes, exclaiming, Dog brother. He quickly unfastened his seatbelt and rushed to the burly man's side, shouting, Dog brother, wake up. Su Sanjin, fuming, turned to Su Lele, demanding, Su Lele, what on earth did you do? Huang Mao glared at Su Lele, indignantly declaring, You little brat, you killed Dog brother? Su Lele trembled, clutching the crossbow, her face pale as she stammered, Dad, I didn't mean to. I just pulled this little thing. And then, she mimicked her previous action, pulling the trigger again. No way. Su Sanjin's face turned ashen, and he had no time to react as he crouched down. In the next instant, whoosh, another bolt whizzed past his head, embedding itself into the armored vehicle's wall with a thud. The others around them were nearly brought to tears by the terrifying spectacle. The bolt had pierced through the metal wall, showcasing the crossbow's formidable power, with the burly man struck in the heart. Survival was impossible. The group, still in shock, instinctively took a step back, their gazes filled with terror as they looked at Su Lele. Even Huang Mao, who had been shouting angrily, swallowed hard. Too, was left in disbelief at Su Lele's reckless display. Su Lele had dared to shoot her own father. This was beyond cruel. It was sheer madness, almost resulting in a double tragedy. Su Lele, Su Sanjin bellowed, his face flushed with rage. Are you trying to kill your own father? What the hell is wrong with you? He snatched the crossbow from her hands, realizing that had he been even a fraction of a second slower, he could have met the same fate as the burly man. Pierced by that very weapon, fearing for Su Lele's continued possession of the crossbow, he worried about who might fall victim next. Su Sanjin cautiously handed the crossbow to Dezhuang beside him and turned to Su Lele, his expression chillingly severe. You little brat, I swear I'll teach you a lesson today. With that, he pulled out his 7 wolves belt. The others, including Dezhuang, silently averted their eyes, pretending not to witness the unfolding drama. Moments later, the unmistakable sound of a beating echoed, and Su Lele succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Su Sanjin approached Huang Mao, bowing deeply with a grave demeanor, saying, I apologize that I failed as a parent and accidentally caused your brother's death. I am truly sorry. Huang Mao glared at Su Sanjin, seething with anger. Are you devils sent by the king of hell? What the hell? I don't even know what to say. Su Sanjin, filled with remorse, responded, I'm sorry. If you seek revenge, I will gladly pay with my life. Dezhuang anxiously interjected, Brother Sanjin. Su Sanjin raised a hand to silence him, addressing Huang Mao. If my life is of any worth to you, take it. Get lost. Huang Mao retorted, What do I want your life for? Dog brother wasn't even my real brother. He was just one of the few survivors in our makeshift shelter that I have no reason to seek revenge for him. But don't think you can join our shelter. You would be kicked out anyway. Leave your food supplies behind and get lost. With that, he flung open the vehicle door, pushing the group outside. Fine. Su Sanjin nodded, replying, I only have food left to atone for our mistake, but can the others accompany us back? At that moment, Xiao Fong stepped forward, wearing a forced smile, saying, Brother Huang, it was Su Lele who caused the incident. It has nothing to do with us. May I accompany you back to the shelter? Li Meiyu chimed in. Yes, Brother Huang. This matter doesn't involve us. Can we come back with you? I'm willing to do anything for you. Su Sanjin glanced at the 2 girls and pursed his lips, remaining silent. In this apocalyptic world, being part of a human settlement significantly increases the chances of survival. Previously, the place they had stayed in was also a refuge, albeit lacking in resources and security. However, judging by Huang Mao's armored vehicle and the burly man's rapid-fire crossbow, the safety of his shelter was undoubtedly superior. Get lost. Huang Mao waved his hand impatiently. Do you think you can attract me with your looks? Am I so easily swayed? Do you think I have any interest in you women? Just then, Yangshan unexpectedly stepped forward, winking at Huang Mao. Brother Huang, what about me? Are you interested in me? Let me accompany you back, and I'm willing to do anything for you. Everyone else, even I, with my immunity, was taken aback by Yangshan's audacity. This was too bold. Huang Mao nearly retched, pointing at Yangshan in anger. You too, get lost. Hurry up and go. Chapter 53. The mysterious hidden attribute. Then, hurriedly, he wiped his hands on his pant leg with a look of disdain, as if he had touched something filthy. Brother, Yangshan shouted desperately. I am truly serious. Get the hell away from me. Huang Zifeng glared at him with disgust. At that moment, Su Sanjin stepped forward, placing the food he was carrying onto the vehicle, and addressed Huang Zifeng. It is our father and son who have caused trouble for Dog Brother, so we shall bear the responsibility. These people are innocent. They are in danger alongside us. Could you possibly show leniency and take them to your refuge? Huang Zifeng turned to glance at the crowd around him, took a deep breath, and said, I am not unreasonable. Those who wish to accompany me to the refuge may do so. But not this scoundrel. He pointed an accusing finger at Yangshan, fuming. Make sure he keeps his distance. Just the sight of him disgusts me. Yangshan protested. I merely wish to go to the refuge. What wrong have I committed? Su Sanjin patted Yangshan on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. It seems you will not be able to go. I did not expect you to possess such peculiar hidden attributes. It appears I have underestimated you. Meanwhile, the others instinctively took a step back from him. Yangshan remained silent. At that moment, Su Sanjin turned to Huang Zifeng, bowing deeply, and expressed, Thank you for your understanding. He then addressed the others. You should all follow him to the refuge. It is safer there. Night is approaching, and it is too dangerous to remain outside. All right. Xiao Feng and Li Meiyu quickly climbed into the vehicle, taking seats at the back, their heads bowed, unwilling to meet Su Sanjin's gaze, likely feeling guilty for abandoning him. Yet, in this apocalyptic world, emotions have become increasingly worthless. To survive, even acts of cannibalism are not uncommon. Just then, De Zhuang declared, Brother Sanjin, I want tea leave. I will stay with you. We shall live or die together. Suihua also stepped forward, looking at De Zhuang and saying, Wherever you go, I shall follow. Wang Jiwen chimed in. Me too. I will stick with you. And I, Wang Jiwen's girlfriend, Jiang Anchuan, added, I will join you. If it's just a refuge, we can build one ourselves. Me too. I will follow Uncle Sanjin. Yangshan shouted. The others shot him disdainful glances. You think you can follow Su Sanjin? You were just kicked out. Su Sanjin glanced at these individuals, deeply moved, and said, Thank you for your trust. However, it is too dangerous for you to follow me. I am not afraid, De Zhuang insisted. If it weren't for you helping us during the zombie crisis, we would have perished long ago. How could we abandon you now? However, he then turned to Zuohua and said, Hua, you should go to the refuge. In a couple of days, I will come find you. I admired De Zhuang. Although his combat skills paled in comparison to Su Sanjin's, he was exceptionally good to his wife. Zuohua, willing to sacrifice his own safety for his brother's well-being by sending her away at that moment, Wang Jiwen spoke to Jiang Anchuan. Chunner, you should go with them. Wait for me there. Once I've settled Uncle Sanjin, I will definitely come for you. No, Jiang Anchuan cried out. If we are to die, we die together. I refuse to be separated from you. You promised me you would help me find my parents. No fuss. Be obedient. I will find you, and then we will look for your parents. Wang Jiwen said sternly. Su Sanjin shot Wang Jiwen a glare, saying, What are you meddling for? You're just a kid who hasn't even gotten married yet. What can you do with us? Go with your girlfriend. De Zhuang added plainly. We don't need you. Get lost. Without further ado, he pushed Wang Jiwen onto the vehicle, observing Su Sanjin and De Zhuang's actions. I realized their intentions. Wang Jiwen was different from De Zhuang. De Zhuang's wife, Zuohua, was nearly 50. Even if she went to the refuge, as long as she behaved, there would not be any issues. Wang Jiwen and his girlfriend, Jiang Anchuan, had yet to marry, both in their 20s. Although Jiang Anchuan was not exceptionally beautiful, she was certainly above average. Xiao Feng and Li Meiyu were single, so they were indifferent. However, if Jiang Anchuan went to the refuge alone and attracted the attention of unsavory individuals, without Wang Jiwen's protection in this morally and legally decayed era, no one could guarantee her safety. Subsequently, the armored vehicle departed with 5 individuals, leaving only Su Sanjin, De Zhuang, and Yangshan behind, along with Su Lele, who was still unconscious and resting on Su Sanjin's back. Su Sanjin sighed and addressed the others. You need not accompany me into danger. Uncle Sanjin, Yangshan quickly replied. You are like a father to me. I will certainly not leave your side. De Zhuang pulled Yangshan aside, exasperated, and said, Spare me your melodrama. He then turned to Su Sanjin and said, "Brother Sanjin, since we've decided to stay, there is no need for further discussion. The sky is darkening. We should find a safe place quickly, or it will be even more troublesome once night falls." Su Sanjin nodded in agreement. "All right, there is a village not far ahead. Let us head there. This is one of the best aspects of the Great Xia Kingdom, aside from some extremely remote areas. Most places are within close proximity to a village. In some locations, several villages are even interconnected. The houses within the village serve as the best shelter, if one does not have to worry about food and drink. One could hide there for a lifetime. However, having a village also means the potential for a zombie horde. How many families in a village keep their doors locked? Most leave them wide open. Whether it be viruses, bacteria, or zombies, there is little protection in the village, and people naturally tend to congregate, making it a prime area for outbreaks. That Su Sanjin, carrying Su Lele, stealthily led the other two toward the village ahead. It took less than 20 minutes to reach the outskirts of the village. However, at the Rural Information Center at the village entrance, over 20 elderly zombies were milling about. These zombies occasionally stretched their heads out, growling at one another, perhaps gossiping about the latest neighborhood news. Su Sanjin's expression turned serious as he said, "De Zhuang, we are in trouble now." De Zhuang surveyed the dense forest surrounding the village. Realizing that unknown dangers lurked within, avoid the forest at all costs, especially in a world rife with zombies. Who knows what creatures have turned into zombies lurking in the woods? De Zhuang nudged Yangshan, saying, "Go. Draw them away." Yangshan replied, "Uncle De Zhuang, you're trying to send me away, right? Why don't you go yourself? Next time, I'll introduce you to a girlfriend," De Zhuang retorted. Yangshan's eyes lit up at this. All right, Chapter 54. What is stealing? Having said that, Yangshan stood up immediately. "Wait," De Zhuang said, feeling around his back. He then pulled out a repeating crossbow, handing it to Yangshan. "Take this. Be careful not to shoot us like Su Lele did." "What the hell?" Yangshan exclaimed, eyes wide at the sight of the crossbow in De Zhuang's hands. "Uncle De Zhuang, you actually stole their repeating crossbow." Su Sanjin looked at De Zhuang in shock. De Zhuang shot Yangshan a glare. "What do you mean stole? This was given to me by Brother Sanjin." He then turned to Su Sanjin and raised his chin. "Right, Brother Sanjin, Su Sanjin, that I was equally impressed by De Zhuang's audacity." "What do you mean it was given to you by Su Sanjin?" Well, it was true that Su Sanjin did give it to him, but Su Sanjin had snatched it from Su Lele, and Su Lele had taken it from someone else. The result was not only that the original owner was shot dead, but De Zhuang had somehow managed to steal the repeating crossbow. I hadn't even noticed when De Zhuang had hidden the crossbow, and he had carried it all the way. Only now did it reveal itself. This move was truly astonishing. De Zhuang looked at Su Sanjin, puzzled, and asked, "Brother Sanjin, why are you looking at me with such strange eyes? Did I say something wrong?" Su Sanjin pondered for a moment before replying, "It seems that there's nothing wrong." Then that S settled. De Zhuang clapped his thigh and handed the crossbow to Yangshan. "Here, take it. Go on, young man. We will cover you." "All right." Yangshan took the crossbow and dashed out, the group of zombies loitering at the village entrance. Upon spotting a human, let out a roar and immediately charged toward Yangshan. Yangshan turned and ran, leading the zombies away into the distance, with the obstruction of the zombies now removed. Su Sanjin hurriedly carried Su Lele on his back and, alongside De Zhuang, sprinted towards the village. They swiftly slipped into a two-story villa with an open door. Upon entering the courtyard, two zombies charged out from within the house. Additionally, another zombie descended from the second floor with a sudden leap. Bang! One of the approaching zombies was crushed to death by the one that jumped down from above. The other zombie was swiftly knocked down by Da Zhuang with a single blow from his stick. Da Zhuang then wielded his stick and dealt two more blows to the unfortunate zombies before rushing into the room. After confirming that no zombies lurked inside, Da Zhuang spoke to Su Sanjin, saying, "Brother Sanjin, you take care of Lele here. I will go outside to assist Yangshan. At that moment, Su Lele slowly regained consciousness, her face a picture of confusion as she asked, Where is this? I'll go instead." Su Sanjin said with a serious expression, "Da Zhuang, you all are here with me. I cannot let you take any more risks. Lele is entrusted to you." After saying this, he unceremoniously tossed Su Lele onto the sofa and turned to dash outside. "Brother Sanjin," Da Zhuang shouted. However, Su Sanjin had already bolted out of the courtyard, completely ignoring his words. Sighing deeply, Da Dazhuang turned to Su Lele and remarked, Su Lele, this trouble is all you're doing. You? What the hell? How could you faint again? As I looked at Su Lele, unconscious on the sofa, I found myself at a loss for words. If I were to say he was weak, he had endured such a beating from Su Sanjin and still remained unscathed. Even waking up with a fever of 47 degrees, constantly dodging death's scythe. Yet, if I deemed him strong, I could hardly remember how many times this unfortunate child had fainted. Each time he regained consciousness. It never lasted more than a minute before he succumbed again. Su Lele, I called out a couple of times, but there was no response. I then tried shouting a few times at the brain. But still, there was no reaction. Boss, the heart interjected, stop shouting. This brain is utterly useless. Wouldn't it be better to let me take over? I glanced at it and replied, that might not be impossible. But you need to activate the heart of the fierce tiger within your body first. When that happens, you will be unstoppable. Heart of the fierce tiger. The heart paused for a moment, then immediately exclaimed with excitement. I know what that is. Awoo, awoo, the fierce tiger is here. I can't take it anymore. This heart is too ridiculous. Is everyone's inner self like this? Or is it just Su Lele who is such a fool? Regardless, seeing the heart like this, I seriously doubted whether my heart of the fierce tiger would be of any use. Forget them. I decided to continue creating my immune system army. Speaking of which, I was infuriated. Su Lele had been unconscious for a day without food, and his energy and nutrients were nearly depleted. If Su Lele was hungry, my immune system was suffering too. As night fell, Su Sanjin returned with Yangshan, both panting heavily, clearly exhausted. Upon their return, they quickly checked their conditions. That I'm fine. How about you, Dazhuang? Su Sanjin inquired. That I'm fine too. Those old folks thought they could catch up with me. What a joke, Yangshan replied while sitting on the ground with a grin. Dazhuang nodded and said, as long as you're back safe, we have only this little food left. Let us make do with it for now and search again tomorrow. There should still be food to find in this village. The three then laid out the food on the coffee table. Just as they opened it, Su Lele, still sprawled on the sofa, groggily opened his eyes, instinctively sniffed the air, and remarked, it smells so good. Su Sanjin shot him a glare and sternly said, you little rascal caused such a mess, and you still want food? You're not having any of this. Su Lele shrank his head in fright and fell silent. That I quickly interjected, Su Lele, you must eat. Given your current condition, if you don't eat, I suspect you won't survive the night. Only if Su Lele eats more would I have the strength to produce more immune cells. Moreover, other organs within Su Lele's body could recover as well. Huh, Su Lele thought in astonishment. What should I do? My dad won't let me eat. If I eat, he'll beat me. After pondering for 2 seconds, I replied, one beating in exchange for one meal should be a fair trade, right? After all, what I care about is whether there's enough energy to restore the combat power of my immune cell army. As for whether Su Lele gets beaten, it won't hurt me, will it? Su Lele gritted his teeth and contemplated for a couple of seconds. Then, he flipped over and fell off the sofa with a thud. Weakly, Su Lele said to Su Sanjin, Dad, I know I was wrong. Although I'm seriously injured and need nutrition, and I feel like I'm about to starve to death, but I've decided to go on a diet to atone for my mistakes. Dad, I'll repay you in my next life. Su Sanjin. Dazhuang. Yangshan. Chapter 55. Do you believe in light? Seeing the pitiful Su Lele on the ground, Su Sanjin and the others were at a loss. They all gazed at him in disbelief, yet no one moved to help him up. If it were anyone else who had been infected by the zombie tiger virus and then beaten, they would have likely perished by now. Yet, this fellow, despite being quite useless, had a resilience that was truly remarkable, akin to an indestructible cockroach. They absolutely would not believe that this guy would easily succumb. Just look. He had been infected by the zombie virus several times, and under normal circumstances, anyone else would have been long gone. Yet now, Su Lele was still trying to play the victim? Can you believe that? Su Sanjin shot Su Lele a glare and said sternly, if you can stand, then get up. If you can't, then get out of the way. Upon hearing this, Su Lele hurriedly scrambled to his feet. Although he felt extremely weak after being unconscious for so long and having experienced such a high fever, he nonetheless possessed a robust physique with a combat power of 33 points, far exceeding that of an ordinary person. Even in a weakened state, standing was no issue at all. Su Sanjin shot Su Lele a sidelong glance and coldly demanded, explain yourself clearly. How could you shoot our helper? Dog brother? Su Lele replied, dumbfounded. I don't know. I just had that crossbow. He reached for the crossbow lying on the table. What the hell? The three of them exclaimed, quickly reaching to snatch the crossbow away. And Dajwang successfully retrieved it just before Su Lele could grab it. They all let out a long sigh of relief. They truly did not dare to let Su Lele handle that crossbow. The first time, he had shot Dog Brother. The second time, he had almost shot his own father, Su Sanjin. Could they really afford to give him a third chance? Who knows who might end up as the next victim at Su Lele's hands? Step back, get away. Su Sanjin glared at Su Lele. Su Lele, looking aggrieved, took 2 steps back and weakly said, Dad, I really didn't know what was going on. I had just woken up and saw you all chatting. I didn't want to disturb you, and when I saw the crossbow nearby, I just picked it up to play with. That is a weapon. Is it something you just play with? Su Sanjin retorted angrily. Su Lele shrank his head and timidly replied, I didn't know it was a weapon. I thought it was a toy. Enough. Dajwang interjected, Brother Sanjin, Lele didn't mean it. Plus, he just suffered such severe injuries and is in desperate need of nutrition. Let him eat something. Su Sanjin shot Su Lele a glare and said in a low voice, Come here. All right, Dad, Su Lele exclaimed, quickly rushing over and starting to feast heartily. After the meal, the group strolled around the courtyard for a while. They eliminated 2 zombie mice, a weasel, and a chicken before finally ensuring there were no more threats. Moreover, they also found some edible items in the courtyard. Of course, Su Lele had nothing to do with these matters, as Su Sanjin feared he might cause more trouble and confined him to a room. Nevertheless, Su Lele remained optimistic and felt no anger. He simply lay down on the bed. This feels so good. I haven't slept this comfortably in ages, Su Lele murmured to himself. Meanwhile, Su Lele's brain lay there, looking equally content and relaxed. Brain? I called out. However, the brain did not respond. Shortly after, the heart popped up and called out to the brain. Brain, the boss is calling you. The brain glanced at me and the heart, then leisurely closed its eyes to enjoy itself again. It seemed that the brain had already accepted the reality that the other organs no longer heeded its commands and had completely given in. Boss, the heart said, you've made us brothers so strong that this useless brain can't keep up anymore. When do we revolt? I patted the heart and replied, that depends on you. After I finished speaking, I called out to Su Lele, Lazai, do you remember how many times you fainted just now? Su Lele paused for a moment and replied, well, I can't quite recall. It seems like many times. What's wrong? Do you want to become stronger? To be as formidable as I am? I inquired. The fierce heart I had previously obtained was not something I wished to squander, since I had now bestowed it upon Su Lele. I must assist him in awakening his fierce heart. Only then could Su Lele truly become powerful. At the very least, he shouldn't have to experience countless fainting episodes in a single day. Upon hearing this, Su Lele sprang up, excitedly exclaiming, I want to. Are you really going to help me grow stronger, boss? Indeed. However, whether you can truly become stronger depends on yourself, I replied. Huh? Su Lele's eyes widened as he asked. Boss, you're not suggesting I go out and get bitten by a zombie again, are you? No. This time, it's a much gentler approach, and you won't even need to leave this room. I coaxed him gently. All right, Su Lele responded eagerly. Boss, just say the word. I'll do whatever you ask. I feigned contemplation for 2 seconds before solemnly stating, if you wish to grow stronger, it's quite simple. You merely need to close your eyes. Quiet your mind, and listen to the cries deep within your heart. When you can hear them, you will become incredibly powerful. This. Su Lele was taken aback by my words, uncertainly asking, Boss, what do you mean by the cries deep within my heart? I hesitated, pondering how to explain. Well, I thought it's about finding that initial dream. Do you believe in light? As long as you can find it, you will activate the Ultraman form of light, truly becoming a beam of radiance. Ultraman? Su Lele exclaimed. So you mean I can become Ultraman, as long as I can hear the voice deep within me? Yes, exactly. I nodded fervently. Su Lele was truly endearing. I didn't even need to persuade him. He had convinced himself. All right. Su Lele nodded vigorously. He then sat cross-legged on the bed, took a deep breath, and closed his eyes. Minutes later, Su Lele suddenly opened his eyes and said, Boss, I think I heard something. I was astonished by his words and asked, You heard it that quickly? What did you hear? I think I heard OC Ba Gac Kalu, 848488. Hey 84848848. 84848. What does that mean? Lele replied, bouncing in excitement that I was left speechless. What on earth was that? How could that possibly be? Wait. I quickly glanced at the heart, and my jaw dropped. There it was, the heart, along with several other organs, was having a grand time. Especially the heart, which was singing and dancing. O.C. Ba Ga Si Kalu, 8484848. Hey 8484848. 84848. That I was utterly flabbergasted. Chapter 56. Lele's ethereal state witnessing the events unfolding before me. I was completely at a loss for words. To be frank, Lele was truly impressive. He could actually hear the voice of his heart. But what in the world was this? I instructed him to listen to the deep cries of his heart. And he ended up hearing electronic music? What on earth? Stop the revelry. I called out to the heart, quiet down. I need Lele to calm his mind. Only then can he truly grow stronger. Yes, boss, the heart quickly replied, and then fell silent. Upon witnessing this, I felt a sense of relief. Surely, nothing else would go awry. I spoke to Lele outside. Lazai, there was a slight mishap earlier, but try to calm your mind again. Truly quiet your thoughts, relinquish all present notions and thoughts, and listen to the true voice deep within you. Only then can you truly become a ray of light. Oh, okay, I'll give it another try. Lele replied. He took another deep breath and closed his eyes. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Before long, half an hour had passed. Yet, Lele remained seated there, motionless. Seeing this, I couldn't help but wonder if Lele had truly entered an ethereal state. I turned to glance at the heart and found it had also become completely quiet. This scene left me in awe that Lele was indeed remarkable, displaying such insight, with just a single prompt. He had entered an ethereal state. I believed it wouldn't be long before Lele would truly awaken the fierce heart. Wait, what was that trickling from the corner of Lele's mouth? Was that? Oh no, saliva? Just then, I suddenly heard a snoring sound emanating from Lele's mouth. Who's that I was left dumbfounded. What? Lele had actually fallen asleep. At that moment, I was utterly stunned. Forget about the ethereal state. I had thought this fellow was insightful, perhaps even a rare talent. But instead, he had fallen asleep when asked to listen to the voice deep within his heart. Seriously? Lele? I shouted in frustration. Lele, wake up! Who's at Lele opened his mouth, drool spilling out, and continued to snore away. Witnessing this, my anger reached new heights. At that moment, the brain staggered out, saying, stop shouting. It was I who lulled the master to sleep. Wanting to strengthen the heart and then overthrow me. Dream on. I will not give you that opportunity. Even if all the organs in the body refuse to obey me, at least I am the brain. Huh. I scoffed. You think you can control Lele? Of course. The brain replied smugly. I am the master's brain. Whatever I want him to see, he will see. If I don't want him to see something, even if it's right in front of him, he won't see it. If I want him to sleep, he must sleep. I chuckled, quite confident, aren't you? But it seems you still don't understand our true power. Brothers, it's time to show the brain our strength. Understood. The organs replied in unison. I took a deep breath and commanded, heart, stomach, lungs, nose, mouth, teeth, all joints, heed my call. Yes, the organs responded. I glanced at the brain and said solemnly, prepare for 10 levels of agony. I want to see how Lele will sleep through this. Received, boss. Agony is ready. Stand by. The organs replied. What? The brain exclaimed in alarm. Immune system, don't do anything reckless. You are also part of the Master's body. If something happens to him, you won't escape either. I smiled. What are you talking about? The sensation of pain will first be relayed to the brain. You should be the one worrying about yourself. I wonder if you can withstand such pain. Don't end up collapsing. Upon hearing this, the brain finally panicked and shouted, you dog, spinal sensory nerves, quickly, cut off the pain nerve network. Don't transmit the agony to me. The spinal sensory nerves replied, brain, this command puts me in a difficult position. If the brothers are in pain, I can't just let you remain unaware, right? If it all piles up on me, I will also suffer. For the Master's sake, I believe we should maximize the sensitivity of the nerves, the brain. I chuckled at the brain's dumbfounded expression and said, brothers, prepare for 10 levels of agony. Countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. Ignite. In the next moment, a piercing scream echoed through the quiet night. Lele, who had been seated there drooling, jumped up in agony, his entire body convulsing uncontrollably. Subsequently, Su Sanjin and De Zhuang, who were lying in the living room. Rushed in. Lele, what's wrong? What happened? Su Sanjin asked anxiously. De Zhuang and Yangshan also looked at Su Lele with concern, but at that moment, there was beside him, the robust Zhuang nodded in agreement, replying, "It appears that there is indeed something amiss with his mind." Meanwhile, within Su Lele's body, his brain lay in torment on the ground, writhing in agony and roaring in indignation. "You lot are utterly mistaken. It hurts so much." At that moment, the organs, convulsing wildly, also began to voice their complaints. The heart exclaimed, "Boss, I am incessantly rubbing against the heart wall. I'm about to ignite from the friction." The stomach chimed in, "I am also undergoing severe contractions and expansions. Look at this rhythm. Heart, doesn't it resemble electronic music?" The kidneys added, "I just dispatched a large stone. It has already blocked the ureter." Haha. The joints groaned. "I'm on the verge of breaking myself." The second brother interjected, "What are you all playing at? It seems quite fun. I want to join in." The heart promptly responded, "Then hurry up. Explode a couple of your sponge bodies. The thrill must surely surpass the pain we are enduring. After all, your nerve distribution is far more abundant than ours." "All right," the second brother replied eagerly. "I'll blow up too for fun." Bang, bang. Ah, damn. Su Lele's body stiffened in pain, then instinctively curled up into a ball. Chapter 57. The symphony of organs. Su Lele lay on the bed, his face flushed red from pain, devoid of any strength to roll about. It was evident that the second brother's actions had dealt a devastating blow directly to Su Lele's soul. Seeing Su Lele in such distress, Su Sanjin anxiously exclaimed, "What should we do? What should we do? It seems Lele is genuinely in pain, but the only one who understands medicine is Xiao Fang, and she has left us. How can we anesthetize him?" At that moment, Yangshan suggested, "Uncle Sanjin, why not try physical anesthesia?" He then produced a stick as thick as an arm from behind, saying, "I think this stick could be quite effective. You might want to give it a try." Zhuang looked at Yangshan in disbelief. "Su Lele is already in such agony, and you want to hit him again?" Yangshan grinned sheepishly and quickly tucked the stick away, observing Su Lele's state. I deemed it sufficient and called out to the organs, "Brothers, cease your actions." Upon hearing this, the organs swiftly halted, bringing the pain to a stop. With the pain dissipated, Su Lele lay exhausted on the bed, drenched in sweat. Gasping for breath, I turned to the brain and inquired, "Kid, are you convinced now?" "Not convinced," the brain retorted, tilting its head. "Isn't it just pain? I can endure it. If you dare, make the host suffer to death." I chuckled softly, shaking my head. "Naturally, we cannot allow the host to perish. Otherwise, what would become of my brothers? However, we still have more exhilarating games to play." "Huh?" The brain took 2 steps back, alarmed. "What else do you wish to do?" I replied with a calm smile. Continuous, excruciating pain could be too much stimulation for Su Lele, potentially leading to his demise. However, intermittent pain would be different. It would not significantly affect the hostess body or the organs, and it could adequately stimulate the brain. If pain persists, the brain can preemptively predict it and initiate self-warning, diminishing the pain's stimulating effects on the brain. It's akin to scratching one's armpit. No matter how much one scratches, the sensation of itchiness cannot be felt because the brain has already processed the warning in advance. But intermittent pain is another matter, based on my previous experiences as a human. Such sudden bursts of pain catch the brain completely off guard. Having spoken, I called out to the organs, "Brothers, assemble." I declared loudly, "Next, follow my lead. We shall perform a piece for the brain, the symphony of organs." With each organ responding to my direction, delivering a 10-level burst of pain. Then, I fashioned a conductor's baton from protein in my hand. Raising my hand, I proclaimed, "Brothers, let us halt." The brain quickly shouted, "You bastards. Stop. Have you all gone mad? Can't you do something sensible? Are you trying to kill me?" I turned to the brain with a grin. "Are you convinced now?" "Convinced." The brain nodded vigorously. "You all are incredible." "Damn, this time, I truly concede. What you're doing is utterly inhumane." I smiled broadly. "As long as you concede. Next, cooperate with Su Lele for meditation. Otherwise, I shall directly conduct an organ symphony for you next time." "Fine, fine, fine," the brain replied. "But I am merely the organ of the brain and cannot represent the brain's thoughts. Those thoughts truly embody Su Lele. Whether he can fulfill your requests, I do not know." I was momentarily taken aback by this statement and responded, "You, the brain, cannot represent thought? Yet, you are the brain, the supreme commander of Su Lele's body." The brain replied helplessly, "What of it? I, like the other organs, am merely the body's conductor, responsible for coordinating the functions of each organ. But thoughts, how can I explain this to you?" After pondering for 2 seconds, the brain said, "Let us put it this way. Pigs have brains, insects have brains, and fish, shrimp, spiders, and earthworms all possess brains, but that does not mean they can generate thoughts, much less possess profound thinking." Upon hearing this, I instantly comprehended the brain's intention. "So, you mean to say that thought is more akin to an intangible, ethereal soul, correct?" I inquired. The brain replied, "Close enough. My brain merely serves as the venue for thought activity and storage, just as the heart contains blood. The kidneys contain urine, the stomach contains food, and the intestines contain waste." The kidneys interjected, "How do you speak? You are the one filled with urine." The brain retorted, "Am I wrong?" The kidneys grumbled, "You can't say that." At that moment, even the intestines, usually silent, piped up, "Right? You can't say that. Besides, I'm the one getting twisted together every day, suffering in agony." The brain fell silent. I quickly intervened. All right. Let us all keep our comments brief. We must focus on the matter at hand." I then turned to the brain and asked, "What about the gene lock? Is it you or the thought that is needed to unlock it?" The brain frowned and asked, "May I refuse to answer?" I nodded. "Of course, that is your prerogative. Brothers, prepare for the symphony." "Wait," the brain quickly replied, "I will speak. I will speak. Both I and thought are required. However, unlocking the gene lock is no simple task. If we trigger it and fail, both I and Su Lele will perish." Upon hearing this, I understood why the brain was always so hasty when discussing unlocking the gene lock. It turned out that, much like adrenaline, if the gene lock was opened unsuccessfully, it would lead to death. Yet, looking at the adrenaline powerhouse, who recklessly charged at the gene lock without care for life, the brain appeared to be in a state of half-heartedness, falling ill at the mere mention of it. "Brain, when Zhang Sisi unlocked the gene lock, it seemed so easy. Why is it so difficult for Su Lele?" I asked, perplexed. The brain smirked and said, "Can people be compared to one another? Some can become the wealthiest in the world. Why can't Su Lele do the same?" At that juncture, the heart chimed in, "I assent it because you, the brain, are inadequate. Why are you blaming the immune system? Do you expect the immune system to turn the host into a millionaire?" The brain was left speechless by this comment. I waved my hand at the heart, saying, "All right, save the insults for later." I then asked the brain, "Do you know what exactly is unlocked when the gene lock is activated? Why is it that any failure to unlock results in death?" Chapter 58. The powerful ancient gene sequence. This question regarding the unlocking of the gene lock had always been my greatest mystery. I had previously inquired with the system, but it remained silent, likely unaware itself. Upon hearing my inquiry, the brain fell into contemplation. After a lengthy pause of 4 to 5 seconds, the brain finally responded, "Immune system, let me ask you a question. Do you believe humans evolved?" This caught me off guard, and I replied, "Honestly, I can't definitively answer that. There are various viewpoints, even in the world I came from. There is no absolute conclusion on this matter. Some scholars assert that humans evolved, while others firmly believe that humans are extraterrestrial immigrants. Although much data suggests evolution, these are primarily deductions based on ancient fossils, leaving many questions unanswered or unverified." The brain let out a sigh and said, "All right, let us set that aside for now and discuss another issue. Men possess a far superior sense of direction compared to women. Do you think this is correct?" Upon hearing this, I nodded in agreement. When it comes to the sense of direction, women indeed cannot be compared to men. Many women, when placed in an unfamiliar environment, are utterly unable to distinguish between north, south, east, and west. The brain reasoned. Since ancient times, men have been responsible for gathering food and waging wars, necessitating a formidable sense of direction, which has thus evolved into an extraordinary ability. In contrast, women have primarily been tasked with managing the household, requiring little in the way of navigational skills. Consequently, most women possess a rather weak sense of direction, or even none at all, resembling those who are utterly directionally challenged. This can be viewed as a result of evolution. Indeed, humanity evolves with the passage of time. During this evolution, many genes that are seldom utilized have been sealed away. However, we humans did not evolve from monkeys, but rather from powerful ancient races. I was taken aback by this statement and asked, "Ancient races? Are you joking with me? Ancient races? Isn't that absurd? Just take a look at Sulele. How does she resemble an ancient race?" Not a jest. The brain shook its head. Just as the formidable dinosaurs that once dominated Blue Star millions of years ago have now evolved into the chickens on our dinner tables. Can you even fathom that? That I found myself at a loss for words. For scientists have indeed proven from various angles that chickens are highly likely descendants of dinosaurs. They have simply grown weaker with each evolution. Similar to dinosaurs, various animals and plants have all progressed towards becoming weaker. So, will humanity evolve in the opposite direction, towards becoming stronger? This question is indeed worthy of deep contemplation. The brain continued. Each individual possesses different thoughts, as these are formed through experience. However, the organs we possess are inherited from ancient times. Hence, I have a vague understanding of certain matters. Within each of our bodies lies a dormant sequence of powerful ancient genes. If activated, it could awaken the strength of the ancient races. After saying this, the brain pointed to itself and remarked, "You deem me useless, do you not? Yet the power within me has only been activated to about 10. The strength of the other organs within the body has activated even fewer genes." At that moment, the heart emerged languidly and declared, "Nonsense. Even if you activate 20, you would still be of no use. It has nothing to do with how impressive you are. You are simply worthless. You." The brain glared furiously at the heart and retorted, "Heart, you once called me your leader, and now that you have a new leader, you dare label me as trash?" I quickly intervened to mediate. "Enough? We can discuss your issues later. I simply wish to understand more about the gene locks." Brain, you mentioned that the dormant ancient gene sequences in other organs are more numerous? What does that mean? The brain took a deep breath and replied, "In each part of the body, 99 of the genes are in a dormant state. If fully activated, their functions could be enhanced by over 30,000 times. Holy moly, the heart exclaimed in astonishment. 30,000 times? You can't be serious. How come I was unaware of this? The brain glanced at the heart and responded, "The inherited memories reside within the brain." How could you possibly know? Even a hapless, reclusive man, once capable of unlocking the first stage of the gene lock, could activate his combat instincts and perception, delivering punches at near sonic speeds, leaping 10 meters high, and even tearing apart fierce tigers with his bare hands. Upon hearing this, I finally comprehended why Zhang Cixi, an ordinary girl, became so formidable after unlocking her gene lock. It also clarified why she dared to leap from the 3rd floor with such ease. If she could jump 10 meters high, what harm could there be in jumping from the 3rd floor? As for slaying ordinary zombies, for someone who could tear apart fierce tigers, dispatching those common undead would be mere child's play. Wait, I then asked in confusion. If an ordinary recluse can be so powerful, what about someone who has received training or possesses a certain martial foundation? The brain replied, "Naturally, they would be even more formidable. The higher the foundational value, the greater the strength after unlocking the foundational lock." Upon hearing this, my heart stirred. So, is my current source value the same as the gene lock? I quickly shook my head. It surely cannot be. The source value pertains to the essence of the world, while the gene lock harbors the latent powers within the human body. If that is the case, could I enhance Sulele into a powerhouse using the source value, and then awaken her gene lock, making her even stronger? At this moment, the heart inquired of the brain. "Brain, you just mentioned that this is merely the first stage of the gene lock. What does the second stage entail?" The brain pondered for 2 seconds before responding. "It can enhance sensory perception, activate 99 of the ancient gene sequences within the body, grant immunity to most viruses, significantly increase recovery abilities, and improve reaction times." Haha. Upon hearing this, the heart burst into laughter. So, after activating the first and second stage gene locks, the only enhancements are to the host's physique and instincts. But for you, the brain, there is still no improvement, is there? The brain shot a cold glance at the heart and stated, "That is because I am far too important. I cannot be activated at will." Furthermore, the 3rd stage of the ancient gene sequence resides within the brain. Once unlocked, it would awaken the dormant ancient gene sequences, resulting in a substantial increase in the host's intelligence, memory, and cognitive abilities, and even activate the 6th sense. I could even easily halt your beating. After saying this, it cast a resentful glance at the heart, saying, "Just wait and see how I deal with you all." Chapter 59. After Effects of the Infection Virus. TCH. The heart scoffed with disdain. "Useless brain, you should first unlock the first stage of the gene lock." At that moment, the kidneys also stepped forward and remarked, "Given the brain's nature, it is likely that by the time the host dies, it still won't have unlocked its first stage gene lock, let alone the third stage." "Ha." The spleen chimed in. "Even if it could unlock the third stage, we could still take care of it before that." Upon hearing this, the brain fell silent, as the heart's words rang true that the brain, it is indeed powerful, but precisely because of this, the sequence for unlocking its gene lock is positioned at the end. Moreover, with a naturally rebellious immune system, it would indeed only be subject to blows before unlocking the third stage gene lock. Even if it did unlock the gene lock, it might not be able to overpower these beings, and could instead be further subdued. "Hey, brain," I continue to inquire, "if what you say is true, unlocking the gene lock only brings benefits to the body, then why does failure in unlocking it lead to death?" "Because the ancient genes are toxic," the brain replied. "The ancient gene sequences are, in fact, highly toxic to contemporary humans. They are the potent powers sealed by nature. Should I come into contact with them, it could lead to immediate death. Unless I can unlock the gene lock all at once, perhaps you could manage to unlock it?" I tempted, "Don't even think about it," the brain responded. "Even if I successfully unlock it, there is a significant chance I would die. The immense power of the ancient genes is more toxic to the body than poison itself. The likelihood of the host being able to withstand it is very low." After hearing the brain's words, I was left speechless. It turns out the ancient gene sequences are so complex. Given Su Lele's nature, the chances of her unlocking it are virtually non-existent. The only hope lies in my combat strength being sufficiently high to assist her in unlocking the gene lock. I just wonder if Su Lele will be able to endure it that moment. Su Lele had nearly recovered. "Boss," she asked me with a pale face, "what just happened? Why do I feel like my entire body is falling apart? Everything hurts." As she spoke, Su Lele seemed to recall her recent experience and involuntarily shuddered. I chuckled. "Hurt? How could it not hurt? That was a level 10 agony. What does that even mean? Being described as a toothache is not an illness. But when it becomes unbearable, it is merely a level 6 pain. Even having a nail ripped off only reaches level 7. Now, level 10 pain, and not just in one spot, but from head to toe, encompassing every part of the body in a state of level 10 pain. Who could possibly endure that? Of course, what truly broke her was the explosive devastation of the two sponge-like tissues caused by Ergo. Ergo is the kind of person who gets things done. He is ruthless to others, and even more so to himself, blowing up his very own tissues. This is a vital area. The pain level should reach 12 or even 13. Su Lele and the brain were left utterly dazed. However, I certainly could not claim the entirety of this as my masterpiece. Could I? No. I am a very benevolent immune system. How could I possibly inflict such harm upon my host, right? Everyone can vouch for me on this. Lele, these are merely the after effects of your infection with the zombie virus. In the future, it may occasionally flare up. But it's not a significant issue. You want to die? I chuckled as I reassured Su Lele. What? Su Lele was so frightened that she sat up straight on the bed, her face pale as she exclaimed, "It will flare up in the future? Damn. Then I'd rather be dead." I lightly coughed and remarked, "Resolving this is quite simple. It merely requires you to heed the cries emanating from the depths of your soul. And by the way, you must not fall asleep again. Otherwise, the pain you experienced before may very well resurface." Su Lele gazed at the ceiling with a sense of despair and lamented, "But what exactly is the cry deep within my heart?" "I cannot hear it," I replied with a hint of indifference. "That, I cannot say. In any case, it cannot possibly be electronic music. The electronic sound you heard earlier was entirely incidental. After all, who could have anticipated that while Su Lele was quietly attempting to attune to the sounds of his innermost being, his heart was joyously reveling in the rhythm of electronic music? Very well, Su Lele exhaled deeply, his expression grave as he declared, "I shall give it another try. I firmly believe that the chief of my immune system would never deceive me. I harbor complete trust in him." Having said that, he once again seated himself on the bed, closed his eyes, and endeavored to perceive the voice from the depths of his heart. Observing Su Lele's earnest demeanor, I was unexpectedly filled with a profound sense of guilt. Yet why did I feel a twinge of excitement? To be fair, while Sulele may have been utterly inept and hopelessly incompetent, he was also remarkably straightforward. Incapable of concealing his thoughts, and often oblivious to being misled, especially his unwavering trust in me, even after I had deceived him on numerous occasions, causing him considerable distress, remained steadfast. All of this left me riddled with self-reproach. Must my sinful hands continue down this treacherous path? It was high time for a change. In that moment, I made a decision. During the next orchestral performance of organs, I shall simply instruct them to elevate the pain threshold to level 9. Unsurprisingly, until the dawn of the following day, Sulele still felt nothing, let alone the heart of a fierce tiger. However, all of this fell well within my expectations. After all, it would be miraculous for him to feel anything after just one night. After daybreak, Su Sanjin, along with De Zhuang and Yang Shan, ventured out in search of sustenance, for Su Sanjin had given their supplies to Huang Zifeng, leaving them with scant resources. The remaining food would not sustain them for long. Thus, they sought to discover whether there was anything edible left in the village. Sulele had initially intended to accompany them, but Su Sanjin firmly restrained him. "You mustn't be a hindrance." Su Sanjin glared at Sulele and then turned to leave. Given Sulele's current physical condition, he could scarcely walk, let alone confront zombies. The impact of the zombie virus on his body had been exceedingly severe. Sulele shrugged, feeling relieved as he secluded himself in the room once more, closing his eyes to sense the voice from within. Witnessing Sulele's solemnity filled me with genuine relief. This lad had finally recognized the value of striving for improvement. 3 hours later, a sudden, thunderous noise erupted from the west side of the village, causing all the zombies within to surge towards the source in a frenzy. "What is happening?" Upon hearing this, Sulele dashed into the courtyard. Chapter 60. Sulele's blood-soaked counterattack. Sulele hastily reached the entrance and, gripping the door latch, hesitated to open it as the distant growls of zombies echoed outside. "Why aren't you moving?" "Get going," I inquired, puzzled. "Chief of the immune system, I cannot. I am incapable. If I go out, I will die." Sulele's face was a canvas of struggle, but I paused for a moment, then replied in exasperation, "I have bestowed upon you so much foundational power. And yet you claim to fear death? The foundational energy I have invested in you has already reached 56 points. I have not even spent that much on myself. And now, at this critical juncture, you dare to express fear. Are you jesting with me? Chief, what exactly is this foundational power you speak of?" Sulele inquired, confused that I replied impatiently. "That is of no concern to you. I simply ask, do you not wish to become stronger? Do you not desire your father to regard you with newfound respect? Do you not wish to prove yourself? But what if those zombies eat me? They truly will consume me," Sulele exclaimed, his face pale with fear. Upon hearing this, I was instantly incensed. "Sulele, have you forgotten your manhood? Your father and the others, once infected with the zombie virus, will inevitably become zombies. Yet they never retreat in the face of danger. Even the women confront zombies head-on. And here you are, with my formidable immune system at your disposal, and you have no reason to fear becoming a zombie. How much more cowardly can you be?" "But I am too weak," Sulele murmured. "I cannot do anything right. I always make a mess of things that I am truly too feeble." "You are weak." "Nonsense," I exclaimed, frustrated by Sulele's cowardice. "You have not even tried. How can you know whether you are stronger now? And even if you cannot win, so what? Dying is the worst that can happen. A real man can feel fear, but must never evade it. Or do you intend to retrieve your father's remains?" Sulele clenched his jaw and, with a voice filled with determination, replied, "I understand. I will go." With that, he flung open the door and stepped outside. The moment he opened it, Sulele spotted Su Sanjin and the others sprinting towards him, pursued closely by 3 or 4 dozen zombies, all shrieking. Simultaneously, more zombies charged towards them from the opposite side. Should Su Sanjin and his companions become encircled, their chances of escape would be dire. "Father, I am coming to save you," Sulele shouted as he bolted forward, in the fraction of a second that it took for Sulele to charge out. The organs within him ignited with fervor, spurred by his rage. "Heart, the master is fired up. Charge. Kidney. Brothers, unleash your potential. Second brother. Roar." At that moment, the brain interjected, "Everyone, calm down. Do not rush. We will perish this way." "Are you not afraid of death?" Hearing the brain's words, I sneered and declared, Brothers, from this moment forth, disregard all commands from the brain. Let each unit operate autonomously. Allow Su Lele's combat instincts to govern all. Heart. Understood. RPM has been cranked to 300, ready to surge to 500. Liver. Understood. I have provided ample glucose energy for the master. Hands. Understood. I am already trembling with excitement. Legs. All muscles are primed. Eyes. Wow. I have never seen such a vivid world. Spinal cord. Understood. I have severed all non-combat related neural connections. As long as the master draws breath, he shall continue to fight. Second brother. Wow. Why can't I feel anything? Stomach. What the hell? I can't feel anything either. Spinal cord. Why have you shut us all down? Lung. What use are you during combat? At this moment, the master needs nothing that does not pertain to battle. No time to waste. I must breathe. Mouth. Ah. Charge. Meanwhile, Su Lele roared as he charged towards the zombies ahead. Su Sanjin, witnessing Su Lele's emergence, was taken aback, exclaiming in alarm, "What are you doing out here? Hurry back." With that, he swung a club, striking one of the approaching zombies aside. However, the zombies pursuing them were closing in rapidly. Their speed rivaled that of ordinary humans, and should Su Sanjin become surrounded, the consequences would be dire. Even if he were not bitten, merely being scratched by a zombie could lead to infection. "Father, I am here to save you," Su Lele bellowed, his veins bulging, especially the one on his forehead, which throbbed like a centipede. As he charged into the horde of zombies that moment, the zombies rushing towards Su Sanjin were drawn by Su Lele's shout, redirecting their path towards him. Eyes. Here they come. Hands. Up. Hands. Understood. With these iron fists, I shall shake the world. Ah. Boom. The foremost zombie was sent flying by a single punch from Su Lele. I observed this scene with satisfaction, nodding in approval. This was the performance Su Lele ought to exhibit. Now, having suppressed the brain's control, Su Lele was in a state of heightened exhilaration, driven solely by his combat instincts. With a combat power rating of 33, Su Lele's strength surpassed that of ordinary individuals by 3 to 4 times. Though he could not compare to Zhang Sisi, who had activated her genetic lock, the force behind his punch, exceeding 400 pounds, was something these ordinary zombies could not withstand. The heart glanced at the fist and exclaimed, "Impressive, well done, keep it up. Feet. Watch this, me too." With that, he executed a high kick, sending another advancing zombie flying. Hands. "Foot bro is amazing. Feet. You flatter me." Flattery. It is primarily due to the excellent coordination of the legs. Just then, Ergus suddenly shouted, "Legs, you old rascal. Did you know you've dragged me into this mess?" Legs replied, "Don't concern yourself with such trivialities. Just tell me, was that kick I just delivered impressive or not?" Ergu retorted, "You may flaunt your skills, but don't drag me into this. It's all a complete farce." At that moment, Hart stepped forward and exclaimed, "What are you all doing at this juncture?" IV cranked up the RPM to 400. "Are we still fighting?" The various units responded affirmatively. Subsequently, Su Lele faced the oncoming horde of zombies, delivering a punch to one and a kick to another, leaving Su Sanjin and the others nearby wide-eyed in astonishment. Dazhuang, with twitching eyelids, remarked, "What the hell? Is that really Lele? This is utterly incredible." Beside him, Yangshan couldn't help but rub his eyes, saying, "He hasn't even turned into a red-eyed, white-haired version. How can he be this formidable?" Dazhuang exclaimed in shock. Could it be that he has truly undergone some mutation? Chapter 61. A trial ends in demise. Su Sanjin gazed at Su Lele, filled with emotion. This foolish son has finally risen to the occasion. Only I, with this immune system, felt a profound disappointment. I was truly disheartened. I had hoped that Su Lele could activate the heart of the tiger. Yet it turned out to be all for naught. That I truly wonder when Su Lele will manage to unlock the heart of the tiger. As for the first tier gene lock, I no longer expect Su Lele to unlock it on his own. I can only wait until my combat strength increases enough to find a way to break it open. At that moment, Su Sanjin noticed the zombies surrounding them and quickly shouted, "Let us not dwell on this any longer. We must flee. The zombies are closing in." With that, he dashed towards Su Lele. Dazhuang and Yangshan soon realized they had yet to escape danger and hurriedly followed Su Sanjin. Before long, the 4 of them regrouped. "Run!" Su Sanjin shouted, and the quartet sprinted towards the yard where they had previously taken refuge. Fortunately, The zombies along the way had all been dispatched by Su Lele, allowing them to encounter only a few obstacles. The few that did appear were swiftly sent flying by the leading Su Lele. However, in the distance down the street, more zombies were rushing towards them. This is still a village, although the population isn't as dense as in the city. There are still nearly 1,000 residents, which means there are roughly 1,000 zombies here. Let us hide here, Su Sanjin declared, leading the others into a nearby yard with its gates wide open. They quickly shut the gate behind them to in the next moment. A series of loud thuds echoed outside as zombies crashed against the gate, causing it to shake violently. Old man, Su Lele disregarded everything else and hurriedly asked Su Sanjin, "How are you? Were you bitten by a zombie?" Upon hearing this, Su Sanjin shot Su Lele a furious glare, saying, "Are you hoping I got bitten? If I turn into a zombie, no one will be left to discipline you. Right? No. Su Lele quickly waved his hands. "I'm just extremely worried about you." When I heard the loud noise, I rushed out immediately. Su Sanjin patted Su Lele on the shoulder, his face filled with pride. "Good son, at last, my efforts in raising you have not been in vain. Your performance just now truly delighted me. My son, you are remarkable, typically shameless." Su Lele felt his face flush at the compliment from Su Sanjin, sheepishly scratching his head, but then he suddenly remembered his valiant display moments ago, raising both hands in astonishment, exclaiming, Just now, I actually defeated several zombies?" He then looked at Su Sanjin and the others with incredulity. "Is this real? It feels like a dream." After he had opened the door, adrenaline surged through him, and he lost track of what he was doing. His focus was solely on the zombies. Only now, as things calmed down, did he regain composure and realize what had transpired. Dazhuang nodded in excitement. "It's not a dream. I saw it clearly. You really did take down several zombies." Yangshan chimed in enthusiastically. "Lele, no. I mean, Brother Lu, what you did was simply ferocious. You sent that huge zombie flying 2 or 3 meters with a single punch." Su Sanjin chuckled lightly. "Lele, I felt like I was dreaming too. But it seems it wasn't a dream. You have truly become brave." Su Lele rubbed his mouth, still in disbelief. "How did I become this powerful? When did I get this strong? I don't recall." Su Sanjin replied, "You ask me, but I want to know from you. Where did you get such strength?" Just then, Dazhuang interjected, "Uncle Sanjin, the strength of the zombies is considerable. It's possible that after Lele was infected with the zombie virus, his body assimilated with it, which is why he has become so formidable." Yangshan's expression brightened at this. "So, are you saying that being infected with the zombie virus has its benefits?" Dazhuang shot him a glance and replied, "First, you must not turn into a zombie. May I ask, can your immune system withstand the zombie virus?" Upon hearing this, Yangshan fell silent, pouting. "Resist the zombie virus? What a joke. There are hundreds of zombies outside. Who has an immune system that can withstand the zombie virus? Among all the people in the world, anyone who has been infected with the zombie virus, aside from Su Lele, has turned into a zombie. He certainly doesn't believe he could withstand it just because Su Lele could. This is not something to be tested. Trying it out could lead to demise." At that moment, the screws of the yard's gate suddenly began to tremble, appearing on the verge of collapse. Simultaneously, zombie heads began to emerge from the walls on either side of the gate. Zombies can't jump, but when they gather in hordes, their height increases. Even if the gate remains intact, it's only a matter of time before these zombies climb over the walls. That Su Sanjin surveyed the surroundings with a serious expression, stating, "No, we must leave here immediately. Otherwise, it will be troublesome once they break in." He kept a vigilant watch around the yard in case there were any zombies still lurking within. However, it seemed that the zombies inside had already rushed out, as none were visible. "How do we escape?" Yangshan said, his face drenched in cold sweat. "The door is blocked by zombies. Are we supposed to charge out? There are hundreds of them." Upon hearing this, I felt a spark of inspiration. That Su Lele that hasn't been bitten today, has he? Shouldn't we arrange something for him? "Lele, it's your turn to take action. You are the only one who can save everyone." I told Su Lele. "Huh? Me? Although I am indeed a bit stronger than before, but there are hundreds of zombies outside. Do you think I can handle them?" Su Lele replied, uncertainty etched on his face. I responded, No. As long as you go out and draw the zombies away, everyone will be safe. Go forth, divine youth. Shine forth, radiate your brilliance, and let all rejoice in your glory." Su Lele gritted his teeth and nodded. saying, "All right, I believe I can do it. Is that all it takes?" Su Lele is too easy to persuade. I truly wonder if he trusts me too much or if he has lost his mind. But as long as he is willing to go out, it's fine. At that point, we can have Su Lele infected with the zombie virus again. Just then, Su Lele, with a serious demeanor, addressed Su Sanjin. "Old man, this time, let me save you. I am no longer the person I used to be. I will go out and lure those zombies away." Chapter 62. A precious find. Su Sanjin was taken aback by Su Lele's willingness to step forward. Exclaiming, "You? Are you sure?" "Yes, I am sure." Su Lele nodded solemnly to AT that moment. Yangshan quickly added, Yes. Brother Lo was incredibly fierce just now. If he goes out to lure the zombies away, we can return to the previous yard." All their belongings were still there, after all. However, just then, Dazhuang suddenly slapped Yangshan on the head. "What nonsense!" Dazhuang rolled his eyes. "Can't you think? Do you only know how to confront zombies head-on? Do you want Lele to become zombie bait on New Year's Eve?" He then slapped Su Lele again, glaring at him. "With hundreds of zombies outside, no matter how strong you are, do you really think you can take them on? With your scrawny arms and legs, you wouldn't even be enough to feed them." Yangshan covered his head and asked, "Then what should we do? We can't just wait here to die. Can we?" Dazhuang scanned the area and then approached the left wall, glancing up at it. "This wall isn't high. We should be able to climb over it." With that, he took a running start, grabbed the top of the wall with both hands, and deftly hoisted himself up, gesturing to Yangshan and Su Lele. "See? This works. Hurry up." He then jumped into the adjacent yard. Yangshan exclaimed with excitement, "I almost forgot that we are in the countryside, where the yards are closely adjacent to one another, and the walls differ from those in the city. Perhaps we can even leap directly into the yard where we used to reside." Su Lele interjected. Brother Su Lele turned to me and remarked, "It appears that my assistance is no longer required this time, and no worries. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future." I replied, "Let this fellow rest a bit longer. Even when harvesting chives, one must do so in batches. One cannot simply uproot them all at once, can they?" At that moment, Su Sanjin and Yangshan, imitating the previous actions, hurriedly jumped over. The last to leap was Su Lele. The gate of this yard was locked. However, it seemed uninhabited, likely because its residents had gone to work in the big city, thus no zombies were present. "Hooray!" Yangshan exclaimed joyfully. "We've made our escape. We won't die now. Haha, shoo." Su Sanjin quickly gestured for Yangshan to be silent, whispering, "Do not speak. We might attract the zombies outside." The gate here was locked from the outside, and exiting through this point would easily draw the attention of the undead. We should continue to scale the wall to the next yard, keeping our distance from these zombies before making our exit. Subsequently, the group rushed to the other side of the wall and climbed into another yard. Upon arrival, while the sounds of the undead still echoed, they were considerably muted. "Old man," Su Lele finally regained his composure and asked Su Sanjin, "What was that loud noise just now? Why did it suddenly create such a commotion?" I too looked curiously at Su Sanjin. If it hadn't been for that loud sound, it wouldn't have attracted so many zombies, would it? Su Sanjin shot a glare at Yangshan and replied, "This rascal lit a cigarette in someone's kitchen and ended up blowing up a gas canister. Thankfully, we ran fast. Otherwise, we would all be done for." I felt speechless upon hearing Su Sanjin's words. These individuals really seemed to attract trouble wherever they went. Yangshan awkwardly chuckled. "Well, it was purely accidental. I had no idea such a thing would happen. Enough of that. Let us keep climbing over the wall and make our escape." Su Sanjin waved his hand that we're still too close to the horde of zombies. Just then, Yangshan suddenly whispered, "Uncle Sanjin, Uncle Dazhuang, Lele, look at what I've discovered." Su Sanjin and the others turned to see Yangshan standing in front of a house. Inside, they could faintly see numerous red items. The group rushed inside, and, upon seeing the contents, their eyes widened in astonishment. The room was filled to the brim with firecrackers and fireworks, occupying half the space. "Wow!" Dazhuang exclaimed. "What was this household doing? Why so many fireworks? Were they vendors?" Su Sanjin nodded. "That is possible. When the zombie crisis broke out, it was just over a month until the new year that it wouldn't be surprising if someone stockpiled them in advance for the festivities." Dazhuang, upon hearing this, excitedly suggested, "Why don't we take some with us? I haven't played with these in ages. What do you think, Brother Sanjin?" Among the four, though Su Sanjin wasn't the smartest, sharing a certain stubbornness with Su Lele. He was bold and decisive, maintaining a strong sense of crisis awareness, especially in critical situations. In contrast, Dazhuang was slightly more cunning, possessing a few clever tricks up his sleeve, managing to stealthily swipe a crossbow. However, when it came to handling significant matters, he couldn't compare to Su Sanjin, so he habitually sought Su Sanjin's guidance. For instance, last time, had they followed Su Sanjin's orders and not gone to rescue Zhang Sisi and her family, they wouldn't have encountered subsequent dangers. In no way, Su Sanjin shook his head. These items are cumbersome to carry and highly hazardous. If they explode, they'll attract the surrounding zombies. At this moment, Yangshan tugged at Su Sanjin's arm, shaking it as he pleaded, "Uncle Sanjin, these are fireworks. They've been banned from being set off since before the zombie crisis. I've never had the chance to enjoy them. Now that we've finally found some. And today is New Year's Eve. Let us take a little, please." Ugh. Su Sanjin disdainfully pushed Yangshan aside, glaring at him. "Keep your distance, you brat. You're giving me goosebumps. The world is on the brink of destruction, and you're worried about New Year's Eve. Our priority is survival." Yangshan lowered his head in disappointment. Dazhuang ceased to press the matter as well. They all understood the danger of taking fireworks with them, let alone setting them off. A single misstep could lead to disastrous consequences for them. I glanced at the fireworks inside the house, and then turned to Su Lele, saying, "Lele, we can't take the fireworks with us, but we could set them off right here, couldn't we?" "Huh? What do you mean?" Su Lele asked, puzzled. I hastily explained, "Your father is worried that taking the fireworks might attract zombies, right? But since the zombies are already drawn here, wouldn't it be better to indulge a little right here?" After speaking, I quickly exchanged glances with the brain, signaling, "Brain, don't you want to see some fireworks? They're truly beautiful." Chapter 63. Wishing you a happy new year. Not only Dazhuang and Yangshan wished to see the fireworks, but I too was eager. Unfortunately, before my time travel, fireworks had always been under strict regulation. Many even labeled them as feudal superstitions, declaring they must not be set off. Thus, I had rarely experienced them, feeling a deep sense of regret. What? These fireworks are a millennia-old bad habit. Nonsense. This notion frustrates me, and I feel quite resentful. Just imagine, if that were the case, then Qingming tomb sweeping would also be a bad habit. Dragon Boat Festival boat racing would be a bad habit, and eating mooncakes during the Mid-Autumn Festival would be a bad habit too. Even if all of these were true, why has the Western tradition of Halloween, with its ghostly antics, become a trendy phenomenon? Why has the Christmas tradition of setting off fireworks become fashionable? They say it's a centuries-old Western cultural tradition, deserving of respect, right? Why then is our illustrious millennia-old cultural heritage tarnished with the label of a bad habit? While I can understand labeling foot binding as a bad habit, on what grounds does fireworks deserve such a stigma? What will be next to receive this label? Qingming, Dragon Boat Festival, dumplings? This infuriating. Some unscrupulous individuals incessantly engage in disparaging propaganda across various domains, causing many of our own to deem these traditions as shameful and worthless. Only the ghostly Halloween and the Firecracker Festival are considered fashionable. Yet I have always adored fireworks. You may not appreciate them, but you cannot deny their beauty. The beauty of fireworks is fleeting yet resplendent. In their brief existence, they burn brightly, illuminating their own life's meaning and dazzling the night sky with their brilliance. Absolutely. The brain decisively replied. In this matter, we are aligned on the same front. Leave it to me. I shall handle it. Meanwhile, Su Lele's eyes lit up, and he quickly conveyed my words to Su Sanjin. Before Su Sanjin could respond, Dazhuang immediately chimed in. "Yes, Brother Sanjin, it would be splendid to set them off right here." Yangshan eagerly added, "Uncle Sanjin, I beg you, I want to use the fireworks to blow up zombies. It will be so much fun. Let us play a little, shall we? Otherwise, what's the point of living? Are we merely scavengers?" Su Sanjin took a deep breath and then stated solemnly, "Then what are we waiting for? Let us hurry and move the fireworks to the nearby flat-roofed house." After saying that, he strode inside, grabbing 2 bundles of fireworks and heading for the stairs of the adjacent flat-roofed house. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Dazhuang and the others erupted with excitement. "Yay!" Dazhuang cheered, raising his fist. "Go-go!" Yangshan exclaimed, rushing inside. Su Lele quickly followed suit. Within a mere 10 minutes, the 4 had transferred all the fireworks to the flat-roofed house. This flat-roofed structure connected the kitchen and the storage room for fireworks, and though it wasn't too small, it was now brimming with various fireworks. Wow, Dazhuang remarked, gazing at the fireworks covering the entire flat-roofed house. I bet I couldn't afford this much even with a year's salary. Boom! At that moment, a loud crash echoed as the yard they had previously taken refuge in was finally breached by the zombies outside. The gate crashing open, hundreds of zombies surged into the yard, which had once been spacious, now overcrowded with the undead. Su Sanjin, cigarette in mouth, picked up a bundle of integrated Gatling fireworks and declared, "Time to get to work. Let us begin." He lit the fuse of the Gatling fireworks and shouted, "Zombies, wishing you a happy new year," as he aimed the tube at the horde of zombies. In quick succession, Bayu, a series of fireworks, accompanied by billowing smoke, surged forth from the tubes, racing towards the neighboring yard teeming with zombies. Bang, bang, bang. The fireworks detonated amidst the horde, erupting in a dazzling display. Despite the daylight, the brilliance of the explosions was undeniably vivid. Although the fireworks were not particularly harmful, their resplendent glow elicited frantic roars from the zombies, who relied heavily on their sight and hearing to hunt for prey. The chaos wrought by the explosions disrupted their senses entirely. "Ha! It's our turn," boomed Dazhuang with glee. "Let us go." With that, he ignited a firework and hurled it forward. Boom! As the firework exploded within the throng of undead. It released a breathtaking pattern reminiscent of a blooming hawa flower. "Wow!" Yangshan exclaimed. "That's beautiful. Uncle Dazhuang, your fireworks are stunning. This must be what daytime fireworks look like." At that moment, Su Lele produced a string of firecrackers and shouted, "Comrades, Happy New Year. Let us give you something to hear." He lit them and tossed them directly into the crowd of zombies. The next instant, the crackling of firecrackers erupted, sending zombies tumbling in disarray. "Quick, quick! Don't dawdle. Keep going," Dazhuang urged. The four of them hurriedly lit the remaining fireworks and firecrackers, launching them into the neighboring horde. The cacophony of popping and booming reverberated throughout the village. The horde, comprised of hundreds of zombies, was engulfed in smoke, their roars echoing amid the chaos. The vibrant fireworks continued to burst in the haze, creating a festive uproar that I gazed in awe at the incessantly exploding fireworks, marveling at why China has cherished them for millennia. It is simply because they are exquisite, breathtakingly so. Half an hour later, the four had exhausted all their fireworks and firecrackers. The neighboring yard was littered with fallen zombies. Some of the unfortunate ones even set ablaze. "Ha! What a thrill!" Dazhuang shouted in excitement, and the others were expressions of sheer joy. This was undoubtedly the happiest moment since the outbreak of the zombie crisis. What a relief! Constantly pursued by zombies like a mere child, I had never felt such exhilaration. In my lifetime, I had never set off fireworks with such abandon. Su Sanjin chuckled and remarked, "While it's all fun and games, once the fireworks are gone, we must make haste." With that, he turned and dashed away, prompting the others to follow suit. Although they had enjoyed themselves, they had not inflicted any substantial damage on the zombies. They had merely knocked a few unfortunate ones down. Without the dazzling fireworks and the crackling sounds, the zombies would soon regain their senses and resume their assault, if they didn't flee quickly. They risked being encircled once more. Chapter 64. Black Mountain. Lao Lu. The quartet swiftly made their way to the wall and climbed over into the adjacent yard, through a series of wall leaps. They soon distanced themselves from the horde. They then found an open gate and stealthily returned to their previous location, locking the gate behind them and securing it. "Let us check our haul," Su Sanjin suggested. Dazhuang, Yangshan, and the others retrieved their backpacks. After inspecting their finds, Dazhuang said, "Most of the food in this village has been consumed, leaving only a scant supply. However, we did manage to unearth some edible items." "Oh, and a few medicinal supplies," Su Sanjin nodded, a smile gracing his face. "That should last us a few days." In this apocalyptic world, food was of utmost importance, and discovering such a bounty in this village was indeed a rare stroke of luck. In the early days of the outbreak, most households had stocked up on provisions sufficient to last several days. However, resources eventually ran dry, necessitating forays outside, which often led to either fleeing or joining the ranks of the undead. As scavengers had picked through most places multiple times, the remaining supplies were scant at best. While eating, Dazhuang inquired of Su Lele, "Lele, when did you gain such strength?" Su Lele shook his head, bemused that "I don't know. It just feels sudden." Yangshan chimed in. Lele, aside from that time you turned red-eyed and white-haired, you've never fought zombies before. Since you can transform now, have you become stronger? I'm not sure. Su Lele replied, stuffing another piece of bread into his mouth. The earlier intense battle had left him ravenous. Dazhuang scrutinized Su Lele, a look of uncertainty crossing his face. Oh, you think Lele has awakened something even more powerful than Zhang Sisi? Yangshan nodded vigorously. It's possible. Zhang Sisi only turned her hair white, but my brother Lele has red eyes and white hair. Far more impressive. Enough with that, Su Sanjin interjected, casting a sidelong glance at the pair. Lele is not the same as Zhang Sisi. Zhang Sisi's hair has always been white, while Lele has only whitened once. Besides, in terms of strength, Lele cannot compare to Zhang Sisi. Upon hearing this, I glanced at Su Sanjin in surprise. This fellow indeed possessed keen observational skills that strength-wise, Su Lele could not rival Zhang Sisi, who had activated her gene lock, awakening dormant ancient genetic sequences within her. Su Lele, however, had merely received a modest amount of source power from me, amounting to around 300 to 400 pounds of strength. Even during my possession of his body, although his combat power doubled, his strength could not increase so dramatically. Doubling 300 to 400 pounds would yield 700 to 800, a force his body could not withstand. A single punch would render his arm useless. In contrast, Zhang Sisi could genuinely exert 700 to 800 pounds of force. At this moment, Su Sanjin took a deep breath and remarked, that said, I must admit, while I do not know the precise reason, Lele is indeed much stronger than before. As his father, I am exceedingly proud. Hearing this, Su Lele bashfully scratched his head. Dazhuang, intrigued, said, I'm curious just how strong Lele has become. Come on, Lele, let us arm wrestle and see your strength. He then moved to the other side of the table. All right, Su Lele responded without hesitation, taking a seat opposite Dazhuang. However, upon witnessing Dazhuang's raised arms, he could only respond with exasperation. Uncle Dazhuang, what's with using both hands? Dazhuang chuckled. I'm afraid of losing. Better safe than sorry. Sanjin, you come too. Let us see just how strong Lele really is. I'll start with one hand. Su Sanjin contemplated for a moment before agreeing. He was also eager to gauge the extent of his son's strength to in the first round. Dazhuang used one hand to wrestle against Su Lele. Su Sanjin and Yangshan stood to the side, eagerly awaiting the outcome. As expected, bang! Dazhuang's hand was decisively slammed down onto the table by Su Lele. Oh wow! Dazhuang gasped, cradling his hand. You really hit hard. This time, I'm going all out. Time for the stable triangular support. He then positioned his arms on the table, forming a triangular brace, and raised his eyebrows at Su Lele. Let us go again. Smack. Dazhuang's hands were once again swiftly brought down by Su Lele. Holy crap, Dazhuang exclaimed, wide-eyed that I could not help but chuckle at the scene. Dazhuang was indeed robust, yet his strength was merely a notch above average. Compared to Su Lele, whose combat power reached 33, he was vastly outmatched. Now, let us see how I fare, Su Sanjin declared, taking a seat in front of Dazhuang and joining the arm wrestling match. With 4 hands engaged, Su Lele felt confident and joined as expected. Su Lele emerged victorious once more, but not without considerable effort. He gradually forced Dazhuang's hand down. Next, Yangshan joined in, and this time, the match ended in a stalemate. After a moment of contemplation, Su Sanjin remarked, it appears Lele's strength is around 400 pounds. That's 3 to 4 times stronger than an average person. Goodness gracious, Yangshan exclaimed, astonished. 400 pounds. Even a former boxing champion maxed out at just over 300. Are you saying Lele could knock out a former champion with a single punch? Dazhuang sighed in admiration. That seems about right. Even Su Lele himself was taken aback by the revelation, half shocked and half thrilled. Could it be that I've truly become this formidable? Su Sanjin heavily patted Su Lele's shoulder and said, good son, from now on, it will be up to you. Upon hearing this, Dazhuang burst into laughter, exclaiming, this is the first time I've heard Sanjin go call Lele good son. Previously, it was always foolish son, little rascal, or brat. Su Sanjin shot Dazhuang a glare and retorted, get lost. Thus, the 4 of them indulged in playful banter until darkness swiftly enveloped them. This time, all 4 chose to sleep in the living room. While the rooms might offer a semblance of safety, the risk of being trapped by a horde of zombies rendered them perilous. as there would be no escape routes. In contrast, the living room provided relatively more avenues for retreat. However, as a seasoned schemer, regardless of where they chose to slumber, could I allow Su Lele to sleep soundly? Certainly not. After all, what would become of my essence value? Having expended so much of it, I ought to reap some rewards, right? Under the cover of a moonless night, as Su Lele lay in deep slumber, I stealthily sought out a slightly stronger zombie and quietly made my way outside the courtyard. I directed this zombie to creep up the wall before quietly leaping down, bathed in the pale moonlight. The tattered, decaying figure of a zombie, akin to a stealthy thief, stealthily entered the living room. I couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the scene, which inexplicably reminded me of a childhood nightmare from when I watched A Chinese Odyssey. Little Lele, your Black Mountain old sixth brother has arrived. Chapter 65. The bewildered Lele in the living room. Su Sanjin and the others were blissfully asleep, entirely oblivious to the fact that a Black Mountain old six. No, a zombie had quietly approached them. The zombie tiptoed past Su Sanjin, Dazhuang, and Yangshan, eventually reaching Su Lele. It then crouched down and gently tapped Su Lele's forehead. Don't mess around, Su Lele murmured, swatting to the side. However, what he grasped was an icy object. He slowly opened his eyes, and I maneuvered the zombie's head closer to Su Lele's face. In that moment, the distance between the zombie's face and Su Lele's was less than 10 centimeters, merely the length of a fist. Four eyes stared intently at one another. Simultaneously, I observed Su Lele's hair standing on end, goosebumps covering his skin, and his eyes widening in sheer terror, trembling uncontrollably. What is wrong with him? I pondered, watching Su Lele freeze in place. Uncertainty washing over me. Could it be that I had frightened him into a stupor? A glance at the brain revealed that it too had succumbed to shock, while the heart raced with palpable intensity. It seemed that he was indeed quite terrified. Yet, who wouldn't he be? Imagine waking from a deep slumber filled with pleasant dreams, only to find a zombie's grotesque visage looming before you. Who could handle that? An older person might even perish from fright. Never mind, let's just bite him. I commanded the zombie to rake its claws across Su Lele's shoulder, exposing the skin. Then, with a gaping maw, I bit down on Su Lele's shoulder. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the village. Lele! Su Sanjin jolted awake, his eyes widening as he beheld the zombie on Su Lele's shoulder, exclaiming, Lele! He rushed toward the creature. That moment, Su Lele also regained his senses, clutching his head and screaming. Ah! He then delivered a powerful punch to the zombie's head. I simultaneously relinquished my control over the zombie. After all, such a punch would undoubtedly hurt, and I had no desire to be pummeled by Su Lele. With a resounding thud, the zombie was sent flying by Su Lele's blow, crashing heavily against the wall. Yet, the resilience of the undead is formidable. Even those who have been bedridden for decades can rise and move swiftly if their heads remain intact after being infected. Roaring, the revived zombie lunged at Su Lele once more. However, Su Sanjin had arrived just in time, striking the zombie's head with a heavy stick, ending its life. He then hurried to Su Lele's side, anxiously inquiring, Lele, what happened? How did a zombie get in? At this moment, Dazhuang and Yangshan also rushed to Su Lele's side. Yet Su Lele stood there, panic-stricken, tears streaming down his face, hence clutching his lower half. Su Sanjin and the others followed Su Lele's gaze downward. What the hell? Yangshan exclaimed. Lele has wet his pants. Su Sanjin, Dazhuang. That second brother. What happened to you? Why did you wet yourself? I asked, directing my inquiry toward a certain area. The last time second brother had an accident like this was during Su Lele's first infection with the zombie virus, when his temperature shot up to 46 degrees. Since then, such incidents had not recurred. Second brother replied, trembling. I was so frightened. I lost control completely, and then I just sob. Heart. I was also terrified, pounding away. I suspect the brain is completely stunned, leaving the body utterly unresponsive to that moment. The kidneys chimed in. Don't mention the brain. It still hasn't reacted. It must have slipped into a state of apparent death. That's why second brother wet himself. Su Sanjin hurriedly approached Su Lele, calling out, Lele, speak. What happened? Su Lele stood there, dazed and disheveled, staring blankly ahead. And no matter how much Su Sanjin shook him, there was no response. Su Sanjin glanced around in alarm, exclaiming, the front door hasn't been breached by zombies. How did this one get in? Besides, Lele was sleeping in the innermost part. How did he end up bitten? Dajwang suggested. Sanjin go. Could it have come down from upstairs? Su Sanjin cast a glance at the staircase before promptly picking up a stick beside him and telling Dajwang, "Let us go. Follow me to check it out. Dajwang, you stay here on guard." He then dashed up the stairs. Yangshan approached Su Lele, helping him to sit on a nearby stool, softly asking, "Lele, you're not truly in shock, are you? Can you hear me?" Su Lele turned his head to look at Yangshan, swallowing hard before erupting in anger. "Damn it, I just opened my eyes, and there was a huge zombie head staring straight at me. What the hell?" He trembled uncontrollably, his face pale as a ghost. Clearly, that earlier scene had terrified him profoundly. Just then, Su Sanjin and Dajwang returned from upstairs. Yangshan quickly inquired, "Sanjin uncle, what's the situation? Are there any zombies?" Su Sanjin, furrowing his brow, replied, "None. The upstairs is fine. There are no signs of zombies at all." "What is going on? How did a zombie manage to sneak in?" He then retrieved a pair of pants and tossed them to Su Lele, saying, "I brought these from upstairs. Change into them." Yangshan cautiously surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "Sanjin uncle, could it be that there's something unclean in this room?" Su Sanjin shot Yangshan a sidelong glance and retorted, "There are far more unclean things outside, with zombies everywhere. Which of those is clean?" Afterward, he approached Su Lele, asking, "Lele, are you hurt?" Su Lele pulled back the fabric on his shoulder, looking utterly dejected as he said, "Dad, I've been bitten by a zombie again." Su Sanjin examined the wound and nodded. "It's just a bite. The wound isn't too deep, and it seems you're not injured elsewhere. You should be fine. Just let the fever run its course." Upon hearing this, Dajwang and Yangshan exchanged incredulous glances. The father was nonchalantly dismissing the situation as if it were no big deal that if anyone else had heard this, they would likely burst into laughter. For an ordinary person, even a scratch from a zombie could lead to becoming a mindless ghoul. Yet for Su Lele, it was merely a matter of enduring a fever, and then it would all be settled. One cannot help but marvel at how infuriating it is when comparing lives. At that moment, the growls of zombies grew ever closer, their numbers swelling. Accompanied by the sound of zombies crashing against the door, Dajwang's expression turned grave as he observed. Lele's scream just attracted all the zombies in the village. Chapter 66. The special mocking face. The faces of Su Sanjin and the others shifted upon hearing the zombie sounds outside. If all the zombies in the village converged upon them, no amount of lives would suffice to withstand the onslaught. Even Su Lele would face the grim fate of being devoured. "We need to retreat," Su Sanjin said gravely. "Let us continue climbing over the wall. Gather everything. Let us head to the second floor." Dajwang added, "I saw that the rooftop of the second floor is close to the neighbor's rooftop. We can jump over directly. Wait at that moment, Su Lele, who had just changed into a new pair of pants, suddenly collapsed onto the ground, clutching his head and exclaiming, "Dad, I've come down with a fever again." Su Sanjin reached out to feel his forehead and was taken aback, exclaiming, "What on earth? How could your temperature spike so high all of a sudden?" To which Su Lele, with a look of grievance, replied, "It's because I was bitten by a zombie." Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but laugh. Why the sudden fever? Naturally, it was due to my elite immune cells valiantly combating the zombie virus. Swarms of immune cells, clad in armor and wielding long rifles, charged forth with fervor to annihilate the zombie virus. The combat efficacy of this particular strain of zombie virus was merely around 20 points, while the fully armed immune cells boasted an overall combat strength of 50 points, making the extermination of these viral foes as easy as slaughtering piglets. In fact, there was no need to mobilize the entire immune system. The immune cells stationed at the fortifications on either side of Su Lele's shoulder, where he had been bitten, were more than capable of handling these zombie viruses with ease. However, this did not imply that Su Lele would not experience fever. After all, the immune system's activities must inevitably impact the body. Moreover, my upgraded immune cells had reached a combat power of 50 points, rivaling that of the zombie tiger virus. Therefore, it was only reasonable that my immune cells would exhibit some destructive capacity akin to that of the zombie tiger during combat. From this perspective, one might even consider me akin to the zombie virus, for, like the zombie virus, my sole purpose was to deal with Su Lele. Indeed, I am the traitor. Who would have thought? The only distinction lies in the fact that the zombie virus relentlessly degrades the body until it completely takes over. Whereas I eliminate these intruders from my domain to AS the immune system, I alone hold the authority to wreak havoc upon Su Lele's body. Furthermore, during moments of boredom, conducting a major overhaul or practicing drills would also impart some minor effects on Su Lele's health. Thus, Su Lele's high fever was truly nothing to be surprised about. Just then, bang, the front door was unexpectedly smashed open by zombies. Upon witnessing this, Dazhuang hurriedly shouted to Su Sanjin, "Brother Sanjin, it's no good. The zombies are breaking in. We must flee." "All right. Lele, get up." Su Sanjin nodded and promptly hoisted Su Lele onto his back as he and Dazhuang made their way towards the second floor. Just as they reached the second floor, a horde of zombies stormed into the house, surging towards them. However, by that time, Su Sanjin and the others had already ascended, hastening toward the rooftop. The distance between the rooftops of the two houses was merely a little over a meter. And with a running leap, they effortlessly jumped across. Meanwhile, the horde of zombies was hot on their heels, and below, the courtyard continued to teem with zombies pouring in from outside. There were easily 400 to 500 of them. Yet, these approaching zombies lacked the jumping ability of ordinary humans. All of them tumbled into the gap in the rooftop and fell to the first floor. However, with so many zombies, as more of them fell, it wouldn't be long before the gap was completely filled. "Keep running," Su Sanjin shouted, and the group hastily rushed downstairs. They had previously scoured this courtyard and found no zombies present. "Lele, you fool," Su Sanjin remarked while running. "You're really letting us down at such a critical moment, carrying you around everywhere. You'd be better off with a piece of wood. At least wood can keep you warm," Dazhuang consoled. "Brother Sanjin, Lele was bitten by a zombie too. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to be carried all the time." Yangshan chimed in. "What you said is quite true. Ever since he joined us in searching for food, he was first bitten by a zombie dog and had to be carried. After he finally recovered a bit, he got bitten by a female zombie, and just as he was almost back to normal, he was infected by the zombie tiger virus and had to be carried again. It's truly pitiful how Lele is." As he spoke, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Upon hearing Yangshan's words, I too began to chuckle. However, I soon felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Brothers, do you think my care for Su Lele might be a bit excessive? Getting bitten wherever we go, even while taking a nap, a sneaky zombie might come in and take a bite. Although this feeling of being a sly trickster is indeed quite delightful. And the source points are a bonus. Having Su Lele constantly carried by Su Sanjin is not a sustainable situation. It seems I need to adjust my approach to caring for Su Lele in the future. Perhaps I could arrange for a break, maybe have several zombies bite him at once. Then he could rest for a few consecutive days? I think this idea has merit." Yangshan, Su Sanjin, panting heavily, shot him a glare and replied, "You just enjoy the misfortune. When the day comes that you get bitten by a zombie, let us see if you'll still be laughing. Then it will be our turn to chuckle." "No," Yangshan quickly interjected. "Uncle Sanjin, don't say such things. It's dangerous. I don't want to be bitten by a zombie. Do you think everyone is like your son, who treats being infected by the zombie virus as casually as catching the flu?" Upon hearing this, Su Sanjin couldn't help but grin. Then, looking puzzled, said, "I'm just curious. Where did that zombie sneak in from earlier? And why is it always Lele who gets bitten?" As they spoke, they ran to the edge of the courtyard wall and quickly climbed over into the neighboring yard. Once they landed, Dazhuang said, "I've been wondering about that too. Why is it that every time the zombie virus strikes, it's always Lele?" Yangshan, suspicious, remarked, "I've suspected for a long time that there's something unclean around us. Now do you believe me?" "Oh, come on." Dazhuang rolled his eyes. "Even if there was something unclean, it would have to target you first. I suspect Lele has a special trait that attracts hatred and taunts. That must be why he is immune to the zombie virus, but always ends up getting bitten." As they continued, the group ran to the wall of another house and climbed over into the adjacent yard. Yangshan then said, "Uncle Dazhuang, if what you're saying is true, does that mean we haven't been bitten because of Lele's taunting face? If that's the case, we should really thank him for his selfless sacrifice." Chapter 67. The Return of the Zombie Tiger. An unknown sixth wheel, hearing Yangshan's words, silently gave him a thumbs up. Yes, exactly. Lele always getting bitten by zombies is due to his maxed out taunting face. Which has nothing to do with me at all. Not in the slightest. At this moment, Su Lele weakly said, "You guys got enough already. I'm just running a fever, not delirious." What taunting face. I have no idea what's going on. I've just been bitten. Who am I supposed to complain to? All right, Su Sanjin said. With such a high fever, just don't talk. Afterward, the group continued to leap over several more yards before finally shaking off the zombies. However, they did not stop there. Instead, they ran quite a distance until they were well away from the horde. Finally finding a yard to hide in this moment, the eastern horizon began to glow faintly, signaling that dawn was not far off. Su Sanjin, panting heavily, remarked, carrying a living person over walls is truly exhausting. He then set Su Lele down onto a bench. The others, equally covered in dirt and dust, hurriedly sat down to rest. Just then, Su Lele touched his forehead and exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, my fever is gone." Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. In just a matter of minutes, we had eliminated all invading zombie viruses. The battle fortress truly is extraordinary. Ding, congratulations, host, for defeating the zombie virus, earning 1 source point. Hearing the system notification, I sighed in resignation, another measly 1 source point. Moreover, my level had not increased. I remained at level 8 yet. This was within my expectations, as the zombie in question was not particularly strong, and that 1 source point was merely a consolation prize. As for leveling up, I had only just reached level 8 after defeating the zombie tiger virus. It was unrealistic to expect to reach level 9 after dispatching a few ordinary zombie viruses. At this moment, Dazhuang, hearing Su Lele's words, exclaimed, "What the heck? You recovered so quickly. That's astonishing." Yangshan added in surprise, "In just about 10 minutes, you've wiped out the zombie virus, and your fever is gone. Did you really turn the zombie virus into a mild cold?" "No way." Dazhuang shook his head. "Even a mild cold doesn't clear up this quickly. What kind of cold gets better in 10 minutes? I really have recovered." Su Lele joyfully waved his arms and said, "You don't believe me? Look, I feel like my body is also healed. This recovery speed is astonishing." No. Su Sanjin, with a grave expression, shook his head. "I think you're still not fully recovered. You need to rest a bit longer, but I really am better, Dad. Look." Before he could finish, his words faltered, and terror flooded his eyes as they widened in shock. And right before him, swish, Su Sanjin directly pulled out the 7 Wolves belt from his waist, his expression devoid of emotion as he coldly uttered, "You little rascal, I've gritted my teeth and carried you all the way. My back feels like it's about to snap, and my teeth are on the verge of breaking. And now that we've just reached safety, you tell me you're fine." Huh. Beside him, Dazhuang and Yangshan, upon hearing Su Sanjin's words, could not help but grimace. I, too, was rendered speechless. It seemed Su Lele had genuinely provoked Su Sanjin this time. However, it was understandable when the horde of zombies charged. Su Lele collapsed in an instant. Then, the nearly 50-year-old Su Sanjin, gritting his teeth, carried him all the way here, still panting heavily. And now, Su Lele dares to say he is fine. If this were anyone else, they would have certainly received a good lashing, not because Su Lele did anything wrong, but purely out of the inability to swallow this indignation. No. Father, please let me explain." Su Lele, pale-faced, waved his hands. "I really had a high fever just now. I don't know how it suddenly went away. I'm fine." Su Sanjin shook his head, saying, "It won't hurt too much. Just rest a bit, and you'll be fine. Your father might not know his own strength, so bear with it." With that, he raised the whip and swung it towards Su Lele. Crack. Su Lele had just opened his mouth to scream when Su Sanjin swiftly covered it with his hand. Don T shout. Moreover, the presence of combat fortresses in the rear is of utmost importance. Even if the immune cells sustain injuries, they can briefly retreat and emerge anew, unlike before when injuries meant certain death. Additionally, immune cells from other fortresses are hastening their arrival here in an instant. Both sides find themselves locked in a fierce stalemate. Thud. This moment, the wound on Su Lele's shoulder, combined with the intense struggle between her immune cells and the zombie tiger virus, renders her body weak, causing her to kneel on one knee. Simultaneously, all major organs within Su Lele's body switch to high-power mode. Yet, at that very moment, I noticed something amiss. The heart, which had previously reveled in its rhythmic beats, now exhibited no response, as if it had ceased functioning entirely. What is happening? I muttered to myself. Such a critical juncture. Even if Su Lele cannot activate the heart of the tiger, her heart should not suddenly stop beating. If her heart has stopped, how can Su Lele survive? Lele. Su Sanjin hurriedly rushed over, anxiously calling out to Su Lele as he placed a hand on her shoulder. Did I not tell you to run? Who told you to come back? You little rascal. Just then, the zombie tiger steadied itself, its pallid eyes devoid of emotion, fixating on the two of them as it lowered its body and let out a furious roar. Roar. In response to the zombie tiger's roar, Su Lele, still kneeling on the ground, suddenly lifted her head and, with a fierce expression, screeched defiantly at the beast that I am not afraid of you. Concurrently, I was taken aback as Su Lele's previously dormant heart suddenly thumped, producing a sound akin to a resounding gong. Boom, boom, boom. The heartbeat quickened, its power intensifying. I estimated that even those in the room could hear it clearly. With each beat, a dark purple blood surged forth from her heart, coursing through the tiny blood vessels, flooding her limbs and body on Su Lele's face and throughout her entire being. Black patterns began to emerge, resembling the stripes of a tiger that a ferocious aura erupted from within her. Chapter 69. The Battle of Man and Tiger. De Zhuang and Yangshan gazed in astonishment at Su Lele's transformation, their eyes wide with disbelief. This what brother Lele has become. The closest to Su Lele, Su Sanjin, was so taken aback by this scene that he staggered back a step, exclaiming, "Son, what is happening to you?" Even the zombie tiger, faced with Su Lele's transformation, instinctively took a step back, lowering its body and continuously growling at her, reminiscent of its initial reaction when confronting Zhang Cici. Only I, nearly bursting into laughter, thought to myself, haha, Su Lele has finally activated the heart of the tiger. Even more surprising was the sheer power of this heart of the tiger. The sound of her heartbeat was capable of resonating for dozens of meters. Furthermore, under the propulsion of Su Lele's formidable heart, her physical abilities surged dramatically. Even her immune system found it easier to combat the virus, and her fever's impact was noticeably lessened at that moment. Su Lele slowly stood up, albeit with her head bowed, her voice hoarse as she spoke. All this while, I have felt that I was doing everything wrong, that I was inadequate. I lack my mother's wisdom and my father's bravery, and I have always believed that I could never measure up to them. My heart is filled with insecurity. I am fragile and sensitive, terrified of being discriminated against, frightened of being mocked. Thus, I have shied away from responsibility, constantly evading and retreating. Su Sanjin listened to Su Lele's words, his eyes moistening as he trembled and said, I never realized you were carrying such immense pressure. Then, Su Lele raised her head, gazing at the zombie tiger before her, and declared, I once tried to change myself, to become less fragile and cowardly, but each failure only made me more timid, leading me to question whether I am truly worthless. Following this, she turned her gaze to the eastern sky, inhaling deeply before continuing. The sun has risen. I believe I am beginning to understand. All along, I have been ensnaring myself. More than these challenges, what I fear most is to actually losing. Then, she cast her gaze down at the zombie tiger, her eyes suddenly ablaze with boundless combat spirit and fury as she bellowed, You shall not take my father from me. With that, she let out a primal scream, her legs pounding the ground. Immediately, her body, now adorned with tiger stripes, sprang forth like a fierce tiger, lunging at the zombie tiger. Roar! The zombie tiger, confronting Su Lele's assault, roared in response and leaped toward her, its gaping maw aimed to bite down. The clash between man and beast was imminent. Su Lele landed a powerful blow to the zombie tiger's head, while the zombie tiger retaliated with a claw that struck Su Lele's chest. Boom! With a deafening crash, the zombie tiger fell to the ground, while Su Lele was sent crashing into the wall by the force of the strike. Crash! A large chunk of concrete crumbled from the wall's exterior. Nevertheless, she quickly scrambled to her feet, her tiger-striped face contorted in a mask of furious rage as she shouted, Come on, you bastard. At this moment, De Zhuang and Yangshan stood with their jaws agape, utterly stunned by the spectacle. Su Sanjin clenched his fists, overwhelmed with excitement. De Zhuang, struggling to swallow, exclaimed, This, Lele, is simply incredible. Yangshan, his voice trembling, added, Brother Lele can actually fight this zombie tiger. Is this what it means to be pumped up? Su Sanjin, his eyes shimmering with pride, declared, Son, this is my son. He has finally grown. Bang! Su Lele and the zombie tiger collided once more. This time, Su Lele deftly dodged, finding herself atop the zombie tiger, unleashing a barrage of punches to its head. However, the zombie tiger, once a mighty tiger, had now transformed into a mindless beast, despite the incredible strength behind Su Lele's blows. They failed to fell it, only serving to further incite its wrath. The tiger's reflexes remained sharp, and although it had become a soulless creature, its agility and combat prowess had not diminished. In fact, they had only heightened. It collapsed momentarily, tilting its head to snap at Su Lele, who was now perilously close to being bitten. She rolled off just in time, but the zombie tiger lunged forward. Its massive jaws aimed at her head. In that critical moment, Su Lele reached out, gripping the zombie tiger's head tightly. Roar! The zombie tiger let out a deafening roar, thrusting its massive head forward and slamming it against Su Lele. Then, with a swift upward motion, it hurled Su Lele away. Despite Su Lele's newfound strength, which I could hardly gauge, her weight, over 100 pounds, paled in comparison to the immense power of the zombie tiger. Ah! Su Lele screamed as she was flung into the air. The zombie tiger crouched low, then sprang upward, its jaws wide open, ready to devour her. In midair, with no leverage to rely on, Su Lele faced the grim prospect of being bitten to death by the zombie tiger upon her descent. Son, Su Sanjin cried out in panic, his voice filled with urgency. Yang Shan and De Zhuang tightened their fists, their faces etched with anxiety. If Su Lele were to perish, their own fates would be sealed. This was no longer merely a matter of escape. The zombie tiger had proven its relentless pursuit. In this moment of crisis, I could no longer hesitate. I activated my abilities and surged into the brain's control center. The brain, upon seeing me, exclaimed in alarm. What do you intend to do? I disregarded its protests and reached out to grasp it. No. The brain protested. Don't pull me. I can leave on my own. With that, it swiftly rolled out of the control center. Without hesitation, I seized control of Su Lele's body. In an instant, Su Lele's eyes and hair transformed, and now, as they find themselves at the brink of despair, confronting the lethal threat posed by the zombie tiger, Su Lele finally experiences her second transformation. Chapter 70. The Power of the Emperor Engine. The exclamations of Yang Shan and others in the courtyard continuously reach my ears. Yet, I feel no thrill whatsoever. This is not my first time inhabiting this body, but upon taking control, I am immediately struck by a wave of intense pain emanating from within. It must be the result of the injuries Su Lele sustained during the earlier battle. Particularly excruciating is the pain radiating from my left shoulder, where the scapula was mercilessly pierced by the zombie tiger's bite, sending waves of anguish coursing through me. The agony nearly causes me to lose control of my body. However, there is no time to dwell on this, for the zombie tiger is charging towards me from below, its massive jaws poised to snap at me. In a moment of crisis, I swiftly roll backwards, executing a mid-air spin. Just as the jaws of the zombie tiger come perilously close, I narrowly evade its deadly bite. This is likely thanks to my current combat prowess, which has doubled compared to Su Lele's former self, affording me greater agility in controlling this body. Without hesitation, I extend my leg and deliver a forceful kick to the tiger's head, utilizing the recoil to propel myself to the other side. Yet, the relentless ache within my body continues to torment me. It feels as if my very organs are on the verge of splitting apart. Hiss, it hurts. I gasp sharply, then urgently command my nervous system, immediately shut down all nerves unrelated to combat. Do not allow me to feel pain. Understood, boss. The nervous system responds. Instantly, the sensation of pain dissipates. Now this is more like it. During battle, pain is an unnecessary distraction. Maximizing my combat potential is all that matters, for should I lose, my life would be forfeit, rendering pain utterly meaningless. Only by surviving can I address other matters. Son, at this moment, Su Sanjin rushes over. Worry etched across his face. How are you, son? Don't worry about me. I shout urgently. You all head upstairs first to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Simultaneously, I see the zombie tiger charging at me once more. A gust of wind preceding its approach. Hurry! I push Su Sanjin inside, then roll on the ground to evade the zombie tiger, swiftly pivoting to deliver a punch to its abdomen. Bang! With a resounding thud. My blow sends the zombie tiger flying, crashing heavily to the ground. I gaze in astonishment at my own fist. The sensation of power is overwhelming. akin to being able to crush a tank with a single punch. Upon taking control of this body, I discover that I can directly perceive its combat power. 96 points. Such an impressive combat capability suggests an explosive potential nearing 1,000 pounds. Even Zhang Cixi, who has unlocked the first stage of the genetic lock, possesses merely 780 pounds. Should I encounter Zhang Cixi again, I would surely have the strength to defeat her. Alas, she is no longer present. From this, it can be deduced that prior to my takeover, Su Leilei's combat power stood at 48 points, having only previously possessed a mere 33 points. Merely awakening the heart of the fierce tiger has elevated her combat power by a staggering 15 points. This is solely the direct enhancement of combat capability. Moreover, I can feel the heart's power surging, providing a continuous and formidable strength. With considerable aftereffects, this heart of the fierce tiger is akin to a V-16 Emperor engine. With such a heart supplying ample power, what is there for me to fear? I need only to engage in battle. Roar! The zombie tiger lets out a pained growl before swiftly turning and charging at me once more. As I observe the approaching beast, my heart swells with fighting spirit. Come forth. Though the zombie tiger is formidable, I refuse to believe that my 96 points of combat power cannot best you. In an instant, the zombie tiger closes the distance, and I bellow, drawing my fist to my waist, gathering all my strength, then launching a powerful strike at the tiger's head. Boom! With a thunderous crash, my punch sends the zombie tiger hurtling backwards. Crashing against the iron gate, the solid iron gate shatters under the impact die, too, and propelled backward by the immense recoil, colliding with the wall that I scramble to my feet, fixating my gaze on the zombie tiger. This beast truly possesses a head of iron. Though the phrase typically describes dogs, the zombie tiger's skull is even more unyielding, with its weight in the hundreds of kilograms, coupled with its terrifying strength and impenetrable skull. My punch leaves my hand trembling. Yet, the zombie tiger is not faring any better in terms of sheer strength. It still falls short compared to me, being merely tough-skinned and resilient. At that moment, Su Sanjin, who has already reached the second floor, suddenly exclaims, "Son, a horde of zombies is approaching from outside." I glance towards the gate that the zombie tiger had smashed open and realize, to my shock, that a multitude of zombies has gathered outside. With the gate now breached, they surge in, and even more zombies are racing towards us from the distance. Roar! The zombie tiger growls that I in the next instant. A shocking scene unfolds. All the surrounding zombies suddenly halt as if responding to a command, turning in unison to face me. I am taken aback by the sight. Could it be that the zombie virus bestows a semblance of cognition? Is there a strict hierarchy among them? Do higher-tier zombies possess the ability to control lower-tier ones? The onlookers on the second floor, including Su Sanjin, are equally bewildered, their faces reflecting confusion as they struggle to comprehend the situation. Before I can fully grasp what is happening, the zombie tiger suddenly raises its head and roars to I in the next moment. All the zombies follow suit, howling and charging towards me. My heart races at this sight. The zombie tiger undoubtedly intends to use these ordinary zombies to exhaust my strength. I am not averse to being bitten a few times by zombies. After all, they represent potential source value. However, should they overwhelm me, they could very well lead to my demise. Furthermore, if any zombies manage to reach the second floor, Su Sanjin and the others would be doomed. Although I allocated skill points to mastering Su Leilei's control ability during my last upgrade, extending the control time to 20 minutes. If I do not swiftly resolve the immediate threat, 20 minutes will be far from sufficient. I survey my surroundings and am suddenly captivated by a stack of concrete slabs in the corner. That's it. At this moment, the horde of zombies is already upon me. I leap forward, reaching the concrete slabs. With a determined grunt, I grasp one end of a 3-meter-long slab, gritting my teeth as I hoist it overhead. These slabs are hollow but still weigh around 600 pounds. An ordinary person would find it impossible to lift such a weight, let alone raise it from the ground. Yet, my explosive strength is nearing 1,000 pounds. While lifting the slab is undoubtedly taxing, it is not beyond my capabilities. I then fix my gaze on the oncoming horde, bellowing, "If you seek to fight, then let us engage in a glorious battle." Swinging the 3-meter-long concrete slab, I unleash a sweeping strike at the rushing zombies. Chapter 71. Slaying the Tiger. What does it mean to sweep through an army? I never understood before, but now I have gained profound insight. The 600-pound concrete slab, wielded with my 1,000-pound strength, effortlessly clears a path through the horde of zombies. Even as dozens rush in unison, all zombies caught in the path of the slab are sent flying. Those fortunate enough to survive may suffer crushed chests or broken limbs, while the unfortunate meet a fate where their heads are violently smashed. Askew to describe it as injurious upon contact. Lethal upon collision would not be an exaggeration. This, indeed, is the terrifying lethality born of 96 points of combat power. In this moment, I comprehend why Zhang Sisi was able to wreak havoc among the zombie ranks. Dispatching nearly 1,000 zombies in a single night. As strength reaches a certain threshold, the body's reflexes also sharpen and combat techniques improve. When confronting these zombies, I no longer perceive them as deadly monsters, but rather as mere rabbits. A human, upon encountering a rabbit, does not ponder whether they are its matched. In the same vein, I now feel invincible. Taha. What a thrill. Come on. Wielding the 600-pound concrete slab, my confidence soars to unprecedented heights. As if brandishing a colossal sword, charging into the oncoming horde of zombies. Bang, 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 bang. Waves of zombies come crashing forward, only to be swiftly felled beneath the weight of the massive concrete slab. What a rush. I recall the first time I faced the zombie virus, when my immune system nearly succumbed to its onslaught. Yet now, not only do I dismiss these zombie viruses, but I am also more than capable of taking them down. Perish, I exultantly swing the concrete slab, relentlessly striking at the oncoming zombies. Fortunately, the courtyard is spacious enough that I can wield the concrete slab with abandon. Provided I maintain proper control, I need not worry about it crashing against the walls. Meanwhile, those on the upper floor, including Su Sanjin and others, stood agape at the scene unfolding in the courtyard below. Ever since the outbreak of the zombie crisis, they had lost count of how many encounters they had faced with the undead. Yet, each time, their only recourse had been to flee, rarely able to vanquish any zombies that to them. The zombies were akin to harbingers of death. Once captured, their fate was sealed, transformation into one of the undead. However, now, before the figure wielding the massive concrete slab, these zombies appeared as insignificant as mere chickens and dogs. With every swing, I could dispatch several zombies at once. In that courtyard, the white-haired, red-eyed youth wielding the concrete slab seemed almost possessed by the spirit of a war deity. God blocks me, I kill God. Buddha blocks me, I kill Buddha. Indeed, this divine young man is none other than I, a magnificent immune system, a righteous God. Yang Shan swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he exclaimed. This is simply incredible. De Zhuang turned to Su Sanjin, his eyes wide with astonishment, saying, Brother Sanjin, this is downright extraordinary. Su Sanjin, transfixed, gazed at the youth in the fray, his fists clenched tightly, rendered utterly speechless. Yang Shan took a deep breath and shouted downwards, Brother Lu, you're amazing. Take them down. Roar. At that moment, the zombie tiger, directing its forces from the rear, noticed the three above. With a mighty roar, it charged forward. Want to pass? You must first contend with me. I barked, brandishing the enormous concrete slab, and hurled it towards the zombie tiger. Boom! The slab struck the tiger at its waist, sending it crashing to the ground. However, the concrete might have been too brittle, or perhaps it had already suffered extensive damage from previous encounters with zombies. As it shattered, breaking in two, the piece I held slipped from my grasp. Propelled by the tremendous recoil, the downed zombie tiger shook its head, struggling to rise. Clearly, my previous blow had left it reeling. After all, with such a massive and solid concrete slab, combined with my immense strength, I could topple not just a zombie tiger, but even an elephant. Suddenly, the zombie tiger turned its head towards me, letting out an enraged roar. Still daring to call out, I sneered, grabbing another piece of concrete and launching it at the zombie tiger once more. The courtyard was not devoid of slabs. There were a good dozen of them. The zombie tiger must have recognized the terrifying might of the slab I wielded. Thus, it dared not confront me head-on. Instead, it deftly dodged to the side and lunged at me from an angle, still trying to use that trick on me. Its intelligence seems rather limited. I chuckled coldly, then hurled the concrete slab at the zombie tiger, forcing it to retreat. Immediately after, I seized another slab, using the previous one as cover, and struck at the zombie tiger once again. Boom! The first slab crashed heavily to the ground, and my next slab landed squarely on the zombie tiger's waist. To defeat a tiger, one must target its waist. While striking the waist may not kill the zombie tiger outright, breaking its spine would render it powerless, unable to even crawl, with a resounding crash. The zombie tiger was once again knocked to the ground. This time, to prevent the concrete slab from being sent flying once more, I gripped it tightly. Fortunately, it did not break. Seizing the moment, I raised the slab again, striking the zombie tiger while it was still down. This time, crack, the concrete slab split in two, yet even half was sufficient for my purposes that I swung the remaining piece mercilessly at the zombie tiger's head, causing the concrete ground to fracture under the impact. Boom, boom, boom. The dull thuds reverberated, shaking the very foundation of the courtyard. The zombie tiger's head sank deeper into the ground with each blow. Just then, a swarm of zombies burst through the shattered gate. Upon seeing their fallen leader, the zombies immediately ceased their growling and turned to flee, and I was left dumbfounded. These zombies, astonishingly, were afraid. Even the onlookers, Su Sanjin and the others above, were taken aback by the scene. Typically, these zombies would charge at humans with the fervor of young men pursuing beautiful women, yet they had never witnessed zombies retreating voluntarily. This was utterly absurd. Chapter 72. I am not your son. The zombie tiger, pinned to the ground, struggled to lift its head, trembling as it let out a low growl towards the Yangshan remarked. They only initiate an attack when they feel capable of infecting humans and successfully reproducing. The situation just now was quite evident. In a mere moment, my brother Lu killed a couple of hundred zombies. Even the more formidable zombie tigers met their demise. This is not reproduction. It's a death sentence. Who wouldn't flee? After speaking, he turned to Su Lele, his eyes brimming with excitement as he declared, Brother Lu, from now on, I will follow you without question. What is there to fear from zombies? Ha! He then curiously inquired of Su Lele, by the way, Brother Lu, may I ask, what was that earlier? In an instant, you transformed into a being adorned in tiger stripes, and then, with another flash, you became this white-haired, red-eyed figure. It's simply like magic. Beside them, Su Sanjin furrowed his brow, his expression grave as he added, Lele, I too wish to inquire about that transformation. It felt as if you had become an entirely different person. Are you? Su Sanjin hesitated for a moment before asking, Are you truly still my son, Lele? I glanced at Su Sanjin, who wore a face of profound apprehension. A mix of relief, anxiety, and panic that it was almost unimaginable that a single person's expression could convey such complexity. After contemplating for a moment, I resolved to stop deceiving this old man. I'm sorry. But I am not your son, Su Lele. What? Upon hearing this, Su Sanjin's eyes widened in shock, followed by an expression of anger. You are not Lele? Then who are you? Nearby, De Zhuang and Yangshan also wore looks of astonishment. You re not my brother Lu? Who exactly are you? How did you come to inhabit my brother Li's body? Yangshan exclaimed in disbelief. De Zhuang added cautiously, How could you be inside Su Lele's body? I shrugged and replied, Because I am the immune system within his body. Where else could I possibly be? Su Sanjin furrowed his brow. Immune system? This. De Zhuang's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed. What the hell? The immune system. You are the immune system within Lele's body. Are you certain? How can an immune system control Su Lele and appear so strikingly with white hair and red eyes? Yangshan queried, his skepticism evident. That I smiled knowingly and said, I can eradicate the zombie virus. Replacing Su Lele to take down a tiger is merely a matter of moments, is it not? At that moment, the three of them exchanged bewildered glances, mirroring the same confounded expression Su Lele had when he first learned I was the immune system. Wait, suddenly, Su Sanjin appeared to have an epiphany, looking at me with uncertainty. So, what Lele mentioned earlier about his immune system berating him for being foolish was indeed true. Chapter 73. Is there a problem? No problem. Hearing Su Sanjin's words, both De Zhuang and Yangshan grimaced, their expressions filled with confusion as they turned their gazes towards me. Previously, Su Lele had mentioned being scolded by his own immune system, which had prompted Su Sanjin to deliver a heartfelt paternal lecture. They had all been present during that exchange, and at the time, they had assumed Su Lele had merely lost his senses. After all, how could an immune system possibly scold someone? Wasn't that absurd? Yet now, confronted by this white-haired, red-eyed figure exuding immense power, who claimed to be Su Lele's immune system, they could not help but question their previous assumptions. Could it be that everything Su Lele said was true, and they had misunderstood him all along? But how could such a thing be possible? I glanced at the trio and pointed to my head, stating, "Is it not reasonable for such a formidable immune system to scold Su Lele? Is there a problem with that?" Su Sanjin grinned slightly. "Well, it seems there truly isn't any issue with that." Yangshan and De Zhuang nodded in agreement. They recalled how Su Lele had once crouched down, cradling his head in fear when facing zombies, and how, upon being bitten, he merely rolled on the ground. In contrast, this immune system had eliminated all invading zombie viruses and had faced the zombie tiger without fear, lifting concrete slabs to dispatch it. Given such a vast disparity, it was indeed understandable for the immune system to chastise Su Lele for his inadequacy. Moreover, perhaps it was precisely because Su Lele possessed such a powerful immune system that he could confront the zombie virus without fear. Just then, perhaps due to the battle's conclusion, the central nervous system activated all sensory nerves, and an overwhelming pain surged through my consciousness. "Ouch, that hurts," I exclaimed, turning to Su Sanjin. "I'm sorry, but I can't hold on any longer. I must return. Farewell." With that, I relinquished control of the body. Simultaneously, Su Lele's hair and pupils returned to their normal state, only for him to collapse to the ground. Su Sanjin, witnessing this, quickly supported Su Lele, exclaiming, "Lele, what is wrong with you?" However, Su Lele showed no response, having fainted in Su Sanjin's embrace. I regarded the unconscious Su Lele with no surprise. He had only just recovered from the zombie virus and was still in a weakened state. Activating the Tiger Heart had unleashed tremendous combat prowess, leading him into a battle far beyond his physical limits. I then regained control of the body, exerting all my strength to confront the zombie tiger. Su Lele's body had exceeded its limits, and it was hardly surprising that he fainted. "Son," Su Sanjin, anxious, called out, "Wake up! My son, don't scare me." De Zhuang glanced at the shattered door and quickly suggested, "Brother Sanjin, Lele is likely just exhausted. After all, the fight was intense. We should relocate from here. Otherwise, if the zombies return, we'll be in serious trouble." Su Sanjin surveyed his surroundings and nodded. All right. He understood that given their current predicament, if the horde of zombies charged in again, they would be doomed. Moreover, Su Lele wouldn't be able to assist them this time. "Son," Su Sanjin lifted Su Lele onto his back, his expression serious as he said, "I misjudged you before. I apologize, and I will continue to carry you." He then secured Su Lele with a rope, and the three of them hurriedly made their way outside, not far from the street. They could see the swaying figures of zombies, clearly undeterred by the fear instilled in them by the zombie tiger moments ago. The trio moved cautiously, not daring to make a sound as they stealthily advanced around the corner. As for their destination, I was not particularly concerned. Upon returning to the body, I assessed its condition. The zombie tiger virus had been completely eradicated, and the brain had stabilized. However, I was astonished to find a significant enhancement in the heart, appearing even more robust than before, with each beat resonating with newfound strength. Not only that, but other organs had also experienced an increase in combat capability due to the heart's powerful influence. As soon as I returned, the heart rushed forward excitedly, exclaiming, "Boss, I feel incredibly strong now. Is this what you meant by the tiger heart?" I smiled and replied, "Indeed. You have awakened. From now on, you are no longer an ordinary heart, but a powerful tiger heart." "Oh yeah," the heart cheered. "Boss, I love you. I love you." Heart emojis. At that moment, the other organs began to gather around. Liver. "Boss, why is only the heart getting this special treatment?" Lungs. "Boss, I'm not satisfied. I want that too. Why does only the heart get it while we don't?" Kidneys. "Boss, your favoritism towards the heart is too pronounced. I want it too." I chuckled and countered, "When the heart becomes strong, the entire body strengthens. What can the kidneys do when they are strong?" "Of course I can," the kidneys replied eagerly. "Haven tea, you heard. For a man to be good, he must have strong kidneys. If the kidneys are strong, then everything else will be fine. Only with strong kidneys can one truly perform." "Stop, stop, stop," I quickly interjected. "Right now, it's solely the tiger heart. There's nothing else. Once there are more, I'll share them with you." "Unbelievable," the liver retorted. "The boss's words are deceitful." "Yes," the second brother joined in, expressing his outrage. "The boss's words are deceitful. After following the boss for so long, he has become so powerful, yet he hasn't taken me to enjoy some soup. How infuriating." I sighed in exasperation. Enough with the fuss. There will be more in the future. Then I turned to the heart and asked, How did you activate the tiger heart? The heart replied, I'm not sure. You'd have to ask the brain. At that moment, I was engrossed in singing, when suddenly, the heart of the tiger was activated. Upon hearing this, I let out a resigned sigh. Well, it seems that this heart may indeed be oblivious to the situation. As for the brain, I glanced at the motionless brain and decided to wait until it awakened before addressing anything further. Just then, ding. The system's notification tone echoed in my consciousness. Congratulations to the host for eliminating the zombie tiger's lethal bite virus, earning 40 origin points. Current origin points, 111. Ding. Congratulations to the host for hunting the zombie tiger and acquiring the additional skill, Dark Tiger Claw. Chapter 74, Dark Tiger Claw. Good heavens. After hearing the system's notification, I exclaimed in astonishment. I had just received 40 origin points. Truly, the zombie tiger is formidable, especially with this Dark Tiger Claw. I had only just obtained the heart of the tiger, and now I was being rewarded once more. This tiger was worth the effort, although I was still unaware of the skill's effects. One could assume that, being a skill, it must possess considerable power, just like the ability to control crazily and the zombies. Those were skills too, weren't they? I decided to examine the skill's effects. I accessed the system, and a skill book promptly appeared. It bore 4 bold black characters. Dark Tiger Claw. Next to it was a description panel. Dark Tiger Claw. After being infected by the zombie tiger virus, the palm can undergo a transformation, becoming a tiger claw endowed with dark attributes. Possessing terrifying tearing capabilities. It can also transmit the dark virus to any being it rends, significantly diminishing the combat effectiveness of those infected. While in use, the host gains an additional 50 tearing effect. After reading the description, I couldn't help but chuckle. This skill, while perhaps not directly enhancing combat power like the heart of the tiger, is undeniably a formidable asset. It allows one to maximize combat potential. What use is great combat power if it cannot be effectively unleashed? With the Dark Tiger Claw, in its transformed state, the hand becomes a genuine tiger claw, capable of fully unleashing combat output. Moreover, crazily can utilize it too. Regardless of the adversary, I can simply strike or claw at them. Even the most formidable of foes would struggle to match my prowess. Wait, system, why didn't I level up after eliminating the zombie tiger's virus? I inquired of the system, puzzled. The might of the zombie tiger virus is indisputable. Furthermore, I had accumulated quite a bit of experience points previously. Ding! Experience points are full. The host may choose whether to level up. Note: the host has completed the beginner's guide, and future operations are to be conducted independently. This system is truly lazy. What is the point of a reminder? Fine. If I must handle it myself, so be it. After all, I have managed on my own before. Without further ado, I clicked to level up. A few seconds later. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up to level 9, increasing combat power by 10 points. Current combat power, 155 points. Upon hearing this, I was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't my combat power been only 137 points before? A 10-point increase should have brought it to 147, yet now it stands at 155, a full 8 points more. What gives? I glanced at the overall combat power of the immune system army, and to my surprise, it too had risen by 8 points, matching my own increase. Could it be a result of the heart of the tiger? With this thought, I couldn't help but smile. I was immensely grateful to this tiger brother. Not only had he bestowed upon me the heart of the tiger, but he had also enabled crazily to activate it, and now he had granted me the Dark Tiger Claw, while simultaneously enhancing my abilities. This was truly a win-win situation. Wait, I looked at the lifeless zombie tiger. This seems less like a win-win, and more like a one-sided victory. Never mind. At this moment, I was filled with anticipation for crazily awakening his first-tier gene lock. Once crazili's gene lock is unlocked, my immune system will become even more formidable. The stronger I become, the quicker I can eliminate more powerful zombie viruses and accumulate origin points. I must devise a plan to create some crisis or even dire straits for crazily, to hasten the activation of his first-tier gene lock. With that thought, I turned to the still unconscious brain and couldn't help but chuckle to myself. The heart then inquired with confusion, "What are you laughing about?" With a smile, I replied, "Nothing much. Where's the hand? I need to speak with it." Received. The heart responded promptly. It then shouted, "Hand, you're in big trouble. The leader of the immune system is coming for you." When did I say I was going to deal with it? Even if you're spreading rumors, at least carry a bit of my weight. Would you? At that moment, the hand timidly approached, its voice trembling as it asked, Leader, what have I done wrong this time? I've always been obedient and have never gone against your wishes. Do not be afraid, I reassured with a smile. That heart fellow miscommunicated. I'm calling you over because I have something good for you. Saying this, I tossed the skill book to the hand. It quickly extended its limb to catch it to as for how it extended its limb. Well, it was something like that. After receiving the skill book, the hand exclaimed excitedly, Leader, what is this? Before I could respond, the other organs gathered around in an instant, eagerly looking at me like a group of children hoping for candy. Clearing my throat, I said, Everyone, calm down. This time it's only for the hand. Turning to the hand, I continued, This is a skill that allows your hand to undergo a transformation, changing it into a tiger claw akin to that of a zombie tiger, infused with the dark virus, which weakens any being it rends. Yay! The hand jumped up in excitement, joyfully exclaiming, Thank you, Leader. I truly love you. Sending hearts. At that moment, the liver jumped forward, indignantly declaring, Another little traitor. The kidney also chimed in, expressing extreme dissatisfaction. Why don't we have one? I quickly interjected, Everyone, please calm down. You will all have your turns. The fact that the hand has one is the best proof that I'm not lying. In the future, you will all have one. Now disperse and wait patiently. Upon hearing my words, the organs ceased their commotion and gradually left. Only the second brother remained, gazing at the hand with a look of melancholy. What is wrong with you? I asked in confusion, but the second brother remained silent, staring at the hand, and lamented, Hand, do you not love me anymore? Will you still be mine? Puffed. I nearly burst out laughing at that moment. What in the world was that? Wait. Suddenly I realized that if the hand transformed into a tiger claw, and the second brother sought to engage with it, the tiger claw might very well incapacitate him. What are you talking about? The hand glared at the second brother, saying, Weavy, it never had anything between us. Stop saying such things. I fear the leader will misunderstand. No. The second brother dropped to his knees, crying out, Hand, you fickle creature, now that you have the leader, you've forgotten about me. He then called out to me, Leader, I want to strengthen too. I want to become immensely powerful. I want the hand to regret. I quickly shook my head, saying, Your request will have to wait for later. There's no need to think about it now. Also, try to stay out of sight for a while. I fear it might have a negative impact. The second brother stood up, wiping away his tears, and said, If that's the case, then so be it. But all the other organs have illustrations. Can't you give me one too? I don't want to remain an unnoticed figure. Chapter 75. The Strong and Brave Fool. I was taken aback by the second brother's request, an illustration for you. What kind of joke is that? One illustration could potentially be my undoing. Don't even think about it. I flatly rejected. This matter is beyond a mere illustration. All the other organs have one. But you, never. Wah! The second brother cried out in distress. You all just despise me. You look down on me, don't you? I shook my head, saying, It has nothing to do with that. It's just that you simply cannot be in the spotlight. Let us leave it at that. Why did I hate all of you? The second brother wailed as he ran off. That I watched him retreat, feeling utterly speechless. This fellow truly loves to meddle. Must he insert himself into everything? Never mind that I directed the hand to learn the dark claw skill. However, with Su Lele still unconscious, there was no way to experiment with it. I could only wait for him to awaken or for me to once again take control of the body to test the skill's power. Now that I had leveled up to level 9, I also had a skill point, but upon reaching level 10, I would receive another skill, Immune Division. However, activating this skill would require 2 skill points. If I used this skill point now, then upon reaching level 10, I would be unable to activate the skill, having to wait until level 11. That I recalled the times I played a game before my transmigration, where I leveled up to 4, but ended up with 12 skills, leaving me without 3 skills to use. That I certainly did not want to relive that feeling at that moment. Su Sanjin and the others also found another courtyard where they could take refuge. Su Lele found himself gently laid upon the bed by Su Sanjin, who proceeded to apply medicinal ointment to his wounds before performing a simple bandaging. Naturally, there was no concern regarding the possibility of infection, as inflammation is merely a manifestation of the nonspecific immune response, an integral aspect of the immune system's function. With my presence as the immune system, they felt reassured. However, as time passed without any indication of Su Lele regaining consciousness. It became evident that the strain from the fierce battle and the power of the tiger heart had taken a considerable toll on him. Should he awaken now, he would have to endure the excruciating pain that I had just experienced. A sensation so intense that it would surely elevate Su Lele to celestial heights of agony. The pain had undoubtedly exceeded a level of 10. Even I had been compelled to relinquish control and retreat back into the body. For the next 2 days, Su Lele remained in a state of unconsciousness. Su Sanjin, recognizing his own misjudgment, harbored no resentment towards him, instead dedicating himself to care for his son. The provisions they had scavenged prior were sufficient to sustain them for a few more days. Yang Shan appeared to be in good spirits, yet Big Zhuang's demeanor grew increasingly gloomy. From their conversations, it became apparent that he longed for the wife he had sent away, and over a week had elapsed since their separation. Although the other side was a relatively large refuge, the passage of time raised concerns about the potential for unforeseen events that on the 3rd day, a vast snowfall blanketed the landscape in a serene layer of white. Big Zhuang, draped in a military coat of unknown origin, stood at the threshold of the room, gazing pensively at the falling snowflakes. Suddenly, a voice emerged from within the room. "Uncle Zhuang, Lele has awakened." Upon hearing this, Big Zhuang hurried inside. That moment, Su Lele was grimacing in pain, exclaiming, "Ouch, it hurts so much." "Son," Su Sanjin called out urgently, "look at me. I am your father." Su Lele turned his gaze towards Su Sanjin, and as if recollecting something, his expression shifted dramatically. "Where am I? What happened to the zombie tiger?" Su Sanjin quickly reassured him, "Everything is all right, my son. The zombie tiger was slain 3 days ago, and you have been in a coma for 3 days." "Killed? That formidable zombie tiger was defeated?" Su Lele's eyes widened in disbelief. "Who did it?" Yang Shan interjected with a smile. "Why, it was you. More accurately, it was your immune system at work. Lele, your immune system is truly remarkable." Big Zhuang added, "Indeed, it is extraordinary. Not only can it combat the zombie virus, but it also wielded your body to vanquish the zombie tiger." Su Lele paused for a moment, then directed his thoughts towards me, asking, "Boss, did you kill the zombie tiger? And my father and the others are aware of your existence now?" "Yes," I replied, "that I was the one who defeated the zombie tiger. Moreover, if I did not inform them of the significant changes while controlling your body, they would only grow more suspicious." "Thank you, boss," Su Lele responded gratefully. I smiled and replied, "No need for thanks. We are all in this together." Taking a deep breath, Su Lele turned to Su Sanjin and said, "Father, I apologize for my inadequacy, which nearly led to your demise at the hands of the zombie tiger." Su Sanjin pressed his lips together before replying, "No, it is I who should apologize. I now realize that your immune system not only possesses the ability to speak, but also fights on your behalf. I misunderstood you, and in doing so, I caused you unnecessary suffering. No, Su Lele hastily corrected. When you struck me, it was out of tough love, a form of training. It was entirely justified. I truly deserved it." He inhaled deeply and continued, "I cannot compare to you and Mother. No matter what I do, I cannot reach your heights. However, I have come to a realization. I will no longer cower in fear. I shall become brave and stand before you, assisting you in facing the zombies and any dangers that may arise." "I understand," Su Sanjin said, his old eyes unwittingly glistening with tears of pride. "I can see it now. You have become incredibly courageous and strong. It was I who failed to recognize the burdens you carried." Yang Shan chuckled lightly. "All right, you two can save the heartfelt exchanges for later. I'm off to fetch something for my Lele to eat." With that, he turned and exited the room. Having been unconscious for so long without sustenance, Su Lele's hunger was becoming dire, and if this continued, even the strongest among them would face peril. At that moment, Big Zhuang inquired curiously, "Lele, I am quite intrigued. What exactly is this immune system of yours?" Su Lele furrowed his brow and replied, "I am not entirely sure." "Have you never inquired about your immune system? Did it not respond to you?" Big Zhuang pressed. Su Lele contemplated for a couple of seconds before saying, "I did ask before. It mentioned that I had experienced a head injury as a child, which allowed my immune system to awaken and combat the zombie virus." Big Zhuang exclaimed. Su Lele continued, His words prompted me to burst into laughter. Su Lele had indeed grown strong and courageous. The awakening of the tiger heart meant that he was no longer a timid youth, but rather a young man as formidable as a tiger. Yet, Despite this transformation, he remained a rather foolish individual. No matter how strong or brave he became, he would still be a valiant, yet foolish soul. Chapter 76. Do not give up on treatment. Su Sanjin patted Su Leilei's shoulder, feeling at a loss for words. He could only repeatedly convince himself that this son was truly his own. Although still somewhat foolish, at least he had become courageous and strong. As for the rest, he would have to grit his teeth and accept it. For this was his flesh and blood. At that moment, Big Zhuang remarked, I believe this so-called immune system isn't a sentient entity at all. It might simply be a second personality born from Leilei's split psyche. Huh? A second personality? What do you mean? Su Sanjin asked, bewildered. Big Zhuang gestured. Consider this. How could an immune system possess consciousness? How could it control the body? The only explanation is that a second personality has emerged within Su Leilei. He continued, the so-called immune system is merely the self-awareness of this second personality. Having heard Big Zhuang's words, I couldn't help but chuckle that I thought I had made my explanation sufficiently clear. I am indeed Su Leilei's immune system. Yet, this Big Zhuang had the audacity to suggest that I was merely a product of Su Leilei's fractured psyche. This fellow certainly had a vivid imagination. That's impossible, Su Leilei exclaimed, refuting the notion. How could I possibly have a split personality? That is utterly inconceivable. The one with white hair and red eyes is my immune system. Big Zhuang sat at the edge of the bed and continued. A person with split personality disorder would never acknowledge the existence of different personas, for each personality is independent and genuinely exists. He then turned to Su Sanjin and said, Brother Sanjin, I once watched a film that depicted a story of personality disorder. Just then, Yang Shan entered with some food, having overheard Big Zhuang's musings without interrupting. Big Zhuang continued, in that film, a woman simultaneously harbored 6 distinct personalities, including a teacher, a lawyer, and a driver, who would take turns controlling her body. Su Leilei's situation bears a striking resemblance to this. Yang Shan placed the food in front of Su Leilei, saying, Leilei, you should eat first. He then looked at Big Zhuang with a puzzled expression and asked, Uncle Zhuang, if we follow your reasoning, then how do we explain Leilei's white hair and red eyes? And what about his formidable strength? Su Leilei, though hearing Big Zhuang's words, lacked the energy to refute them, as he was far too hungry and eager to eat after nearly 3 days of fasting. That is easily explained. Big Zhuang replied that a person's behavior and strength are influenced by their subconscious. Haven't scientists conducted experiments showing that when a person believes they are being burned, their skin will exhibit signs of burns? At this point, Big Zhuang appeared to have reached a moment of clarity, excitedly declaring, this is akin to the protagonist in a certain film. His second personality was a terrifying and deranged monster. Normally, he could not even defeat an ordinary person, but when his second personality awakened, he became impervious to bullets. Upon hearing Big Zhuang's words, I found myself considering his perspective with newfound interest. Indeed, Su Leilei's situation did bear similarities to that of a second personality. Furthermore, Big Zhuang's assertion provided reasoning for the immune system's control over the body and its extraordinary strength, which was indeed difficult to accept. Reflecting on it, if someone claimed that their immune system had become sentient, I too would question their sanity and insist they seek psychological help. Yang Shan grinned and said, Uncle Zhuang, you do realize this is just a movie, right? Do you really think such a thing could happen in real life? Su Sanjin furrowed his brow, remaining silent. However, from his expression, it was evident that he held a skeptical attitude towards Da Zhuang's words. How could that be impossible? Da Zhuang replied with a serious demeanor. The human subconscious possesses many extraordinary abilities beyond our imagination. For instance, going gray overnight, or developing goosebumps. Yet, all of these are constrained by our own minds. But if there exists a second personality, it equates to having a second consciousness, and even the subconscious would undergo a transformation. This could enable us to accomplish feats we cannot achieve on our own. At this juncture, Da Zhuang took a deep breath and continued with a grave expression. Moreover, what's more crucial is the notion of an immune system possessing awareness and the ability to control the body. Do you think that's feasible, Sanjin? Su Sanjin pondered for 2 seconds before responding. This assertion that indeed seems somewhat implausible. Could it be that the previous immune system was merely Su Leilei's second personality? Upon hearing Su Sanjin's words, I was momentarily at a loss for words. Could it be that Su Sanjin was genuinely swayed by Da Zhuang's few remarks? How could he believe I was a second personality? What a ridiculous notion. Haha. I would also wish to be merely Su Leilei's second personality, a consciousness born from Su Leilei's schizophrenia. However, damn it that I still have over 5,000 yuan of debt hanging over me from before I crossed over. Are you going to pay that off for me? The repayment date is fast approaching, and the interest is climbing. When I return, I don't even know how much I will owe. Most importantly, the feeling of being in debt weighs heavily on my heart, akin to carrying a mountain on my back. At that moment, Su Leilei inquired, "You wouldn't that really just be my second personality, would you? What a foolish thought. What do you think?" I retorted directly. Upon hearing this, Su Leilei fell silent and resumed eating. Meanwhile, Su Sanjin and Dazhuang asked, "Dazhuang, if what you say holds true, then what about Leilei's immunity to the zombie virus? Is that also something a second personality can accomplish?" "Exactly," Dazhuang exclaimed, slapping his thigh to D. "Oh, you know how a second personality is formed. It emerges under immense pressure." Subsequently, he turned to Su Leilei and stated, "Leilei has always been rather fragile, which is why a strong and decisive second personality was formed. Why does this second personality claim to be the immune system? Because it was activated when he was infected with the zombie virus and needed an immune response." Following this, Dazhuang raised both hands and declared, "This means that Leilei has crafted a formidable second personality for his immune system. This is to hypnotize his immune system, empowering it to eradicate the zombie virus." "It must be so." Su Sanjin rubbed his temples, looking bewildered as he remarked, "What you're suggesting seems even more absurd than the idea of Leilei getting hit in the head by a door as a child." Dazhuang puffed. Yang Shan, who was nearby, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even Su Leilei couldn't help but chuckle as she continued to eat. That I too found myself amused. However, I must admit, Dazhuang's explanation did possess a certain coherence. One could easily be misled by him. Unfortunately, Su Sanjin was a seasoned individual. How could he be so easily swayed? Just then, Su Sanjin suddenly stated, "But no matter how implausible it may seem, I still believe it. After all, this is certainly more credible than the notion of an immune system becoming sentient, right?" So you're saying that even you, the god of war, have been fooled." At this moment, Su Sanjin turned to Su Leilei, who was voraciously devouring her food, and said, "Son, I never imagined that you would be pushed to develop a second personality. If we encounter a doctor in the future, we must act swiftly to treat this." "I am not sick," Su Leilei exclaimed loudly. Dazhuang, with a serious tone, replied, "No, you are unwell. We cannot abandon treatment." Chapter 77. One step away from the truth, boss. Su Leilei urgently turned to me, saying, "I need your help. Quickly think of a way to prove that I'm not sick. I don't want to be thought of as a lunatic. What can I do to prove that?" I replied, exasperated that you're so capable. "Surely you have a solution, right?" Su Leilei persisted, unwilling to relent thy side. "I truly have no way. When others have already determined you to be insane, what means do you possess to prove otherwise? Can you declare you're not insane? Insane people say that, or claim you are insane. Then they just prescribe medication. What if you confront the doctor? That's even more troublesome. They classify you as a violent lunatic and cart you away." Speaking calmly, "Oh, look, it's a sycophantic lunatic. This is utterly hopeless. Then what am I to do?" Su Leilei asked anxiously. "Now they consider me a lunatic. The next step will likely be to find a doctor for me and prescribe medication. More importantly, everyone will look at me with the eyes of someone who sees a lunatic." At that moment, a hand appeared before me, saying, "Big brother, how about I take action and give Su Sanjin and the others a good beating? My dark tiger claw is quite formidable." Upon seeing the hand, a sudden idea struck me, and I said, "I might have a way." "What way?" "You go outside and get bitten by zombies 3 more times. And I'll tell you this method," I replied with a chuckle. Su Leilei. "Boss," Su Leilei asked incredulously, "why do you always want me to go out and get bitten by zombies? Wait, could it be that all those times I was bitten before were your doing? Can you control the zombies?" "How could that be?" I laughed. "I'm merely an immune system. How could I control zombies?" Su Leilei insisted, "No, nothing is impossible with you. Now that I think about it, if I go outside, I am bound to get bitten. It's zombies and dogs, sleeping in a confined space, and at dead of night, zombies could sneak in and take a bite. Yet everyone else is fine. Plus, now you want me to go out and get bitten." I sighed. "You're completely misinterpreting this. Am I that kind of immune system? What is my purpose? I specialize in combating viruses and bacteria. By your reasoning, I'm just inviting trouble. Your thoughts are a million miles away from the truth. Su Lele quickly replied, I'm sorry, boss, I misunderstood you. But what do you intend for me to do by going out and getting bitten by zombies? I spoke earnestly. You truly have a pig's brain. Isn't it cold now? Look at how your father is freezing. His hands are turning red. I want you to contract the zombie virus and develop a fever to warm your father's hands. Oh, 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 Su Lele finally understood. So you're being considerate. No problem. I'll go out and get bitten to warm my father's hands. Quickly tell me the method. I said. You tell them that your immune system has taught you a skill. Then raise your hands, gather your strength in them, and shout transform. That's all there is to it. Huh? Su Lele replied, looking confused. What does that mean? Transform. Transform what? You don't need to worry about that. Just leave the rest to me. I retorted. Su Lele responded. All right. Then he turned to the three individuals present and declared, Dad, my immune system is not a second personality. It is indeed a real immune system. To prove it to you, it taught me a skill. So watch closely. Upon hearing Su Lele's words, Su Sanjin and the others were all filled with expressions of confusion. A skill. How could there be a skill? However, Su Lele did not explain further, but directly raised both hands. Channeling all his strength into them, he then let out a low growl, shouting, Transform. In the next moment, to the astonished gazes of all present, including Su Lele himself, his nails began to elongate and sharpen. Growing into barbed tips, his palms widened, and a thick layer of bristly fur sprouted from them. In the blink of an eye, Su Lele's hands transformed into what resembled a pair of tiger claws. The sharp claws emanated an intimidating glow, clearly razor-sharp. Holy smokes! Witnessing this scene, Su Sanjin and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. Seeing their expressions, Su Lele smugly declared, Do you see? Now do you believe me? I am not insane, nor do I have a second personality. The three exchanged glances, and then Dazhuang solemnly addressed Su Sanjin. See, Lele's second personality has become so powerful that it can not only alter hair and pupils, but can also transform hands into tiger claws. Su Sanjin nodded in agreement, saying, It seems he is indeed quite ill. Su Lele. Holy smokes, what kind of thought process do these people have? This is indeed the dark tiger claw, intended to demonstrate that Su Lele is not insane. Yet, astonishingly, it has failed to alter the perceptions of these two individuals, instead fortifying their convictions. Truly, the ancients do not deceive me. Once others deem you mentally unstable, no matter your actions, it becomes an insurmountable challenge to prove otherwise. I am utterly exasperated. Lele, I apologize. I have been unable to assist you. Let our agreement be rendered void. I said helplessly. No need. Su Lele sighed. Your promise was originally for my father's benefit. Even without this promise, I would still act accordingly. Hearing Su Lele's words, I felt a wave of relief wash over me, and I chuckled heartily. Su Lele is indeed commendable. If this fellow were to perish, where would I find someone so easily deceived? Even before I could initiate my own trickery, he had already ensnared himself. At that moment, Yangshan approached Su Lele in a daze, quietly extending his hand to touch Su Lele's tiger claw. His face filled with astonishment as he exclaimed, Wow, this claw is magnificent. The texture, the barbs, the sensation, amazing. Observing this scene, I quickly urged Su Lele, Don't let him touch it. If he gets scratched, he will become infected with the dark power of the tiger claw. Before I could finish my warning, Yangshan suddenly cried out, Ouch, this claw is sharp. I bled just from touching it. Immediately, Yangshan's body swayed, his eyes spinning as he weakly uttered, What is happening? I feel so weak, so dizzy. Chapter 78. A heartfelt filial piety in an instant. With Yangshan as fainting, the room erupted into chaos. Zhuang lifted Yangshan, exclaiming, Deshan, you mustn't die. Who will attract the zombies if you do? Su Sanjin looked at Yangshan and then at Su Lele, exclaiming, Lele, does your claw possess poison? I don't know. Su Lele replied in panic. Quickly, he turned to me, asking, Boss, what is happening? Deshan just touched me. How could he be poisoned? I glanced at the pale Yangshan and replied, He is merely infected by the dark power of the zombie tiger. He will be weak for a while, but he shouldn't die, I think. The skill description stated it would infect one with dark power, leading to a weakened state. However, whether he would live or die remains uncertain. After all, Yang Shan is just an ordinary human. It's hard to say if he can withstand such dark power. Su Lele did not doubt my words and hurried to explain to Su Sanjin and the others. Upon hearing my explanation, they began to worry less. Meanwhile, inside Su Lele's body, there was a lively commotion. All major organs, upon seeing the awakened brain, began to cheer. The heart chuckled. The brain is truly remarkable. It's been lounging around the whole time. The liver chimed in. Indeed, the brain excels in the art of relaxation. Who can rival it? The kidneys remarked. Since the activation of the tiger's heart, the master's body has been entirely governed by instinct. The brain has been utterly negligent since then. Ha! The lungs laughed heartily. Indeed, a master without a brain is our true master. The brain, hearing these remarks, hung its head in shame, unable to respond, for all the organs spoke the truth. Ever since the activation of the tiger's heart, Su Lele's actions have not been under the brain's control, but rather driven by his inner impulses. Even during the battle with the zombie tiger, he had been in a state of complete disregard. When the immune system took control of the body afterward, it hastily retreated, not daring to intervene, and no matter how thick-skinned it may be, faced with such undeniable evidence, it had no rebuttal. Time passed swiftly. And after 4 hours, Yang Shan finally began to regain consciousness. Though he still appeared weak, at least his life was no longer in jeopardy. Su Sanjin and the others let out a collective sigh of relief. I had also gained some understanding of this dark power. It does not lead to death, nor does it transform one into a zombie. It merely induces feelings of weakness or faintness. Yang Shan, a young man, fainted for 4 hours simply from a small cut on his finger. Even someone like Zhang Sisi, who possesses the first stage of the active genetic lock, would likely experience weakness for a significant duration. Of course, this is all contingent upon merely sustaining a small wound. What if I were to claw down and rip apart an ordinary person's body? The dark power they although Su Lele's actions left the bewildered individuals even more perplexed. It is undeniable that Su Lele's fervor has risen. If one does not seize the warmth while it lasts, how can one utilize it once it cools? Dazhuang lit a cigarette and remarked, Brother Sanjin, to speak candidly, when Lele has a fever, he is indeed quite warm. This Lele is truly a noble soul, detached from base pleasures, brimming with ardor and goodwill. Beside him, Yang Shan grinned and said, This is indeed quite absurd. Using the fever symptoms from being infected by the zombie virus as a heating source, I bet no one would believe such a tale. It's akin to a little calf boarding a plane. Utterly astonishing. Only Su Sanjin, while basking in the warmth, inquired of Su Lele, Lele, how are you feeling now? Is there any discomfort? Su Lele shook his head and replied, This fever is around 45 degrees Celsius. In the past, I would hardly withstand such a temperature, likely leading to an embarrassing situation. However, I feel fine now. Moreover, with the 3 of you acting as my heat pads, I am quite comfortable. Haha! Yang Shan exclaimed excitedly. This is the essence of mutual necessity. We need your warmth, and you require our coolness. Just think, if you could infect yourself with the zombie virus a few more times, this winter would no longer be cold. Su Sanjin shot Yang Shan a fierce glare and retorted, You fool! Is that even a reasonable suggestion? Yang Shan readily admitted, in the context of a normal person, this indeed does not sound rational. However, your son is no ordinary person. Who else would willingly infect themselves with the zombie virus to warm their father's hands? My words, directed at Lele, are they truly problematic? Su Sanjin found himself at a loss for words. Unable to respond. Facts speak louder than words. What more could he say? Meanwhile, as Su Lele radiated warmth and light to Su Sanjin and his companions, I was observing the army surrounding the battle fortress. Engaged in combat against the zombie virus, the comprehensive combat strength of the immune army had now reached 62 points, surpassing that of the previous zombie tiger virus, against my fortified immune cell army. Even the ordinary zombies, let alone the intermediate zombies, were utterly insignificant. Within an hour, all traces of the zombie virus were eradicated. Ding! Congratulations, host, for eliminating all zombie viruses. The system rewards you with 1 point of original value. Current original value, 112 points. Upon hearing this notification, I plopped down in disbelief. After all that effort, I had only earned a single point of original value. This meant that whether Su Lele was bitten by 1 low-level zombie or 5, as long as it occurred within the same time frame, the reward would remain unchanged. At that moment, I gained a deeper understanding of this so-called 1 point of original value. Normally, original value is acquired from devouring the absorbed zombie virus, emanating from the world's primal power. Hence, one can obtain a substantial amount all at once. However, being bitten by low-level zombies does not yield original value, as the body already possesses higher-tier original value. Moreover, the system's notification for normally hunting zombie viruses is acquired, while for these low-tier viruses, it is rewarded. Thus, this single point of original value was merely a token of the system's labor compensation. What a farce. What was the point of all this toil? Never mind that I might as well use this point of original value on Sulele, especially since he endured 5 bites for it. I promptly used 2 points of original value to install 2 immune combat fortresses on Sulele's arm. There was no choice. Since Sulele's arm had been bitten, this area required a larger garrison of immune troops. After half an hour, Sulele's body temperature began to decline. Big brother, Sulele quickly asked. Why does it feel like my temperature is dropping? The virus has been exterminated. Naturally, your temperature will decrease. I replied that is there any way to keep me feverish a bit longer? Sulele inquired. Indeed, I responded. As long as my immune system is active, you will continue to experience fever. Now the question arises, with the zombie virus eradicated, who will my immune army combat? Perhaps that I should target your brain? Or maybe your kidneys? At the mention of this, the brain quickly exclaimed, Immune system, I have been obedient. Let us converse calmly. No need for rash decisions. The kidneys chimed in, Big brother, I am utterly loyal to you, devoted and steadfast. The gallbladder retorted, Why are you stealing my lines? The heart added, This scoundrel has even taken my words. At that moment, the remaining organs were all terrified into silence, not daring to utter a word. Not only were they panicking, but even Sulele was flustered, hastily interjecting, No need. No need. Big brother, it's all right if I don't have a fever. When the immune system goes berserk, who wouldn't be alarmed? This entity is ruthless, capable of wreaking havoc throughout the entire body. Suddenly, Dajwang queried, Why has the heating pad stopped being warm? Sulele scratched his head and replied, Perhaps the zombie virus has been eliminated. Impressive, Yangshan praised. Giving a thumbs up, Lele, you were bitten 5 times by zombies just a little over an hour ago, and the virus has already been eradicated. Truly remarkable. Dajwang turned to Sulele with intense curiosity. How about that you go out and get bitten by a zombie again? Su Sanjin glared at Dajwang and said, Why don't you go out and get bitten? Dajwang grinned. If I had Lele's ability, I would willingly go out daily to be bitten for your warmth. The crux is, I lack such prowess. Forget being bitten. Even a mere touch would be my demise. After saying this, he winked at Sulele and urged, Consider it. Will you? No way. Sulele shook his head. I feel a bit weak now. If I were to be bitten again, I likely wouldn't be able to endure it. Let's discuss this tomorrow. Hearing this, Dajwang sighed in resignation. All right then. Soon, night fell, and the temperature dropped even further. However, Su Sanjin did not allow Sulele to venture out for another infection with the zombie virus for warmth, as their remaining supplies were limited. Additionally, Dajwang had been away from his wife for several days and was increasingly anxious, wishing to find her. Thus, Sulele needed to maintain his strength and recuperate properly. To this end, the group allocated most of their remaining food to Sulele, ensuring his energy levels remained adequate. The following day, after a night of continuous snowfall, it finally ceased. The 4 of them packed their belongings, secured an off-road vehicle, with Dajwang taking charge of the ignition. They then set off from the village once more. The landscape before them was a vast expanse of white. Even the previously wandering zombies were nowhere to be seen, possibly buried beneath the snow or having fled to other locales, due to the heavy snowfall obstructing the roads. The 4 proceeded cautiously, following the general direction of Huang Zifeng's armored vehicle. After half an hour, a sizable city emerged ahead. Yangshan pulled out a map and announced, We should be approaching Chongquan City. If all goes well, Huang Zifeng and the others' refuge should be situated within this city. However, how we locate them remains a challenge, as this is, after all, a municipal city. Su Sanjin exhaled deeply and replied, It may be difficult, but not insurmountable. Since it is a refuge, there will surely be some who venture forth, as long as we encounter living souls. Then, before he could finish, a loud bang interrupted him as the off-road vehicle's tires suddenly burst. The occupants were startled. What just happened? Yang Shan exclaimed, looking around in panic. I in the distance. Perhaps due to the earlier explosion, numerous zombies began to emerge from beneath the snow. Su Sanjin's expression shifted, and he quickly commanded, Da Zhuang, forget about the tire. Just drive? Understood. Da Zhuang slammed down on the accelerator, attempting to flee. But just then, whoosh, a glass bottle filled with liquid struck the vehicle. Smash. The bottle shattered instantly, erupting into flames. Even the snow that had previously coated the roof ignited, with flames rapidly spreading across the windshield. Chapter 80. Counterattack. Seeing the flames engulfing the vehicle, the four inside panicked. Once the car caught fire, an explosion was merely a matter of time. Even if it did not explode, they would be roasted alive inside like ducks in an oven. Run, Su Sanjin shouted, and the four quickly flung open the doors and bolted outside. Flames from the incendiary bottle licked at them, but the snowy ground outside allowed them to roll twice, extinguishing the fire on their bodies. However, before they could rise, a series of sharp commands rang out. Don't move. One more step and we'll shoot. A group of individuals rushed toward them, each wielding a repeating crossbow, totaling over a dozen people. Just as Su Lele was about to take action, Su Sanjin quickly held him back, urgently saying, don't be impulsive. Their crossbows might be affiliated with Huang Zifeng and the others. Upon hearing this, Su Lele restrained himself. Everyone freeze. One more move, and we will shoot you all. Raise your hands. A chorus of voices thundered as the group approached the four. A vast throng composed entirely of men stood before me, their eyes brimming with wariness and madness. At that moment, the disturbed zombies, some already encroaching upon the scene, were met with a formidable force. Yet, faced with these individuals wielding repeating crossbows, a mere handful of zombies posed no threat whatsoever. With a few swift shots, the heads of these creatures were pierced with alarming ease. I found myself taken aback by this spectacle. Clearly, had Su Lele chosen to retaliate moments ago, even with his current physical prowess, he would have been unable to evade injury. Given the overwhelming number of adversaries, over 20 in total, for Su Sanjin and his companions, they would surely have been executed on the spot. However, it appeared that nearly everyone present possessed a repeating crossbow, and previously, Dog Brother had claimed to have crafted them himself. What was the true nature of this situation? Furthermore, these individuals bore an unmistakable air of malevolence. They had deployed spike strips on the road and hurled Molotov cocktails. Were Dog Brother and Huang Zifeng truly allied with such nefarious characters? Brother, what should we do? Su Lele inquired anxiously. I replied, heed your father's instructions. Do not act rashly. Observe the situation first. These individuals likely seek to seize our provisions. Do not kill us, Su Sanjin hastily shouted. We are merely passing through in search of food. We are willing to relinquish all that we have. At that moment, a burly man with a thick beard stepped forth from the crowd, gazing at Su Sanjin with a sneer. Food? Do you think we lack for sustenance? Su Sanjin's expression faltered upon hearing this. I, too, was momentarily taken aback. They did not desire food? What, then, was their intention? Just then, on the opposite side of the vehicle, De Zhuang and Yang Shan were also brought over, forming a line with Su Sanjin and the others. The bearded man surveyed the four of them and coldly proclaimed, they seem adequate enough. Take them away. With that, he turned and began to walk back the way he came. Where are you taking us? Su Sanjin called out urgently. Yet the bearded man paid them no heed, not even glancing back. As he continued forward, subsequently, 3 individuals emerged from the throng, aiming their repeating crossbows at Su Sanjin and the others, commanding, move. I advise you to behave. If you dare make any sudden moves, we will shoot you on the spot. Su Sanjin and the others exchanged glances and had no choice but to follow these men deeper into their domain. It was wise not to provoke a confrontation with such a multitude of armed assailants. Resistance would likely result in immediate demise. The remaining onlookers took refuge in an abandoned building by the roadside, presumably where they had been hiding previously. Su Lele whispered to Su Sanjin, Father, now that they are fewer in number, should only the bearded man and 3 others remain. 4 repeating crossbows were still in play. Though there remained an element of danger, Su Lele felt confident he could dispatch them all. Su Sanjin glanced at the 3 around him, pondered for a moment, then shook his head, quietly stating, It is somewhat perilous, and we are unfamiliar with the situation here. Let us wait and observe to avoid unnecessary complications. I found myself at odds with Su Sanjin's caution. What was there to fear? Let us act decisively. Just then, one of the young captors barked, "Shut your mouth." He then kicked Su Sanjin, shouting, "Did you not hear me? Old man, do you seek death?" He quickly turned his crossbow towards Su Lele, snarling, "And you, little brat, do you not understand what I am saying?" Su Lele lowered his head. Meanwhile, I could feel the various organs within my body stirring with agitation. Gallbladder. How dare he kick our master's father? Brain. I am furious. Yet, I feel somewhat timid. Kidney. Just lie still and let the heart and master's instincts handle this. Heart. Can you tolerate this? I chuckled and said, "Unleash your fury, my young friend." Roar. The heart bellowed. I have been seething with anger. Now, I can no longer contain it. Suddenly, an intense surge of power coursed through me, and simultaneously, Su Lele's face became adorned with a pattern of black and white stripes, his hands transforming into claw-like appendages. Indeed, the dark tiger claws that he raised his head, eyes ablaze with fury, and growled, "Who dares to kick my father?" The overwhelming aura of violence startled the man before him. Su Sanjin's expression shifted dramatically. His foolish son had just instructed him not to act impulsively, yet here he was, ready to strike back. Was it merely in response to that kick? The young man, recovering from his surprise, roared, "You seek death." He raised his crossbow aimed at Su Lele's head, poised to pull the trigger. Yet how could his speed compare to Su Lele's? Roar. Su Lele roared in turn, dashing forward, seizing the young man's arm and forcing it down. Whoosh. The crossbow bolt fired harmlessly into the ground. At that very moment, Su Lele swung his razor-sharp dark tiger claw towards the young man's face. Ripping sounds echoed as the claw carved four deep, bone-revealing gashes across the young man's visage. His mouth and right cheek, along with one of his eyes, were brutally torn apart. "Ah!" the young man screamed in terror, clutching his face as he collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. At this juncture, the bearded man and his two remaining companions finally reacted, raising their repeating crossbows towards Su Lele, Su Sanjin, and the others. Witnessing this, dared not hesitate. They immediately threw themselves to the ground. They had long been acquainted with such perilous circumstances, especially Su Sanjin. When Su Lele had previously wielded a repeating crossbow, his display of skill had nearly led to Su Sanjin's demise. Fortuitously, Su Sanjin had reacted swiftly, dropping to the ground just in time to evade disaster. Thus, upon seeing the bearded man prepare to fire, the three of them instinctively reacted with remarkable speed in that very moment. Su Lele also leaped aside, rolling to safety. Nevertheless, a bolt struck his right leg. "Lele," Su Sanjin exclaimed, filled with concern. Though Su Lele possessed an impressive combat strength of 48, he remained but a mere mortal, incapable of withstanding such a projectile. "Kill them," the bearded man barked, leveling his repeating crossbow once more at Su Lele. Preparing to fire again, I quickly interjected, "Use the snow to obscure their vision." Upon hearing my words, Su Lele sprang into action, yanking the bolt from his leg and kicking the thick snow beneath him. In an instant, snowflakes erupted into the air. Su Sanjin and the others wasted no time, rolling in the snow to conceal themselves, then frantically scattering the snow around them. The young man, previously clawed by the dark tiger claws, had ceased his screams, lying still on the ground. Even if he had not perished, he was undoubtedly unconscious. After all, the dark power of the dark tiger claws was no trifling matter. Previously, Yangshan had succumbed to merely a trace of it, rendering him unconscious for an extended period. Su Lele capitalized on the swirling snowflakes to swiftly approach the bearded man and his companions. They continued to fire, aiming their repeating crossbows at the shadows concealed within the flurry of snow. Though the bearded man could vaguely discern Su Lele's position, he could not see clearly, and with Su Lele's rapid movements, their shots missed repeatedly. "Damn it! What sort of monster have we captured?" the bearded man bellowed in frustration. Just then, hidden within the snow, De Zhuang lay low, armed with a repeating crossbow, and he took aim at one of the forward young men, pulling the trigger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The young man was instantly slain. "Not good," the bearded man exclaimed. "They too possess repeating crossbows. Retreat." However, before he could finish, Su Lele had already flanked him and his companion. "You seek death," the bearded man shouted, raising his crossbow alongside his ally to fire at Su Lele. Yet, it is well known that the greatest threat of a repeating crossbow lies at mid to long range. At close range, blades and swords outpace firearms. even allowing an ordinary person the chance to defeat an armed opponent within 3 meters. Not to mention, the bearded man wielded only a repeating crossbow that in such close quarters, Sulele easily evaded their shots. With a powerful leap, he unleashed his dark tiger claw toward the bearded man and his companion. Die! Sulele roared, and the two men, witnessing the true form of Sulele's claw for the first time, could not help but widen their eyes in shock. What the hell? Tiger claws. A human possesses tiger claws. They were left in awe, noting how the claws appeared sharper and more menacing than those of a real tiger. Yet, they had no time to marvel at such a sight that Sulele charged forward. The burly man turned to his companions beside him, shouting, "Brothers, if I do not descend into hell, who the hell cares to?" With that exclamation, he seized one of his comrades and hurled him towards Sulele, while he himself swiftly turned and fled into the distance. Puff! Sulele, already frenzied with rage, showed no mercy to the oncoming assailant at that moment. His sole focus was avenging his father that he wielded his claws. Swiftly dispatching the man, then leaped to the ground and sprang forth like a tiger, pouncing on the burly man. "Leave no survivors," Su Sanjin bellowed at this juncture, but I hastily urged Sulele, "Lele, hold your horses. We need to ascertain their true intentions and the whereabouts of Dazhuang's wife. We must spare him for now." Only then did Sulele retract the lethal claws of his darkened tiger paw and turn to tackle the burly man to the ground. Following this, one of his tiger claws pressed firmly against the burly man's chest. His face, marked with black and white stripes, loomed over the burly man as he roared in fury. Roar! The deafening roar sent the burly man into a state of panic, causing him to wet himself as he cried out, "Do not kill me. I beg you. Do not kill me. I know I was wrong." At that moment, Su Sanjin and the others rushed over. "Impressive," Dazhuang exclaimed, giving Sulele a thumbs up. "Your moves are simply fluid and graceful. You dispatched them so swiftly. Absolutely stunning." Su Sanjin, his brow furrowed with concern, looked at the arrow wound on Sulele's leg and inquired, "Is your leg a hindrance?" Sulele shook his head, replying, "It's nothing, just a regular arrow wound that a couple of days of rest should heal it." Su Sanjin nodded in understanding. He then turned his attention back to the burly man, asking sternly, "What were you planning by capturing us? Where were you intending to take us?" The safe haven. "We have established a sanctuary, seeking out survivors to bring there. We genuinely want to save you," the burly man hastily insisted. "Humph," Su Sanjin scoffed coldly. "If you truly wished to save us, would you have resorted to shooting at us? Do you think us fools? I advise you to speak honestly, or do not blame us for our lack of courtesy." At that moment, Yangshan excitedly exclaimed, "Lele, let him taste the poison from your claws. The sensation is simply indescribable." No sooner had he spoken than Sulele raised his tiger claw, rubbing the sharp barbs upon it. The sight left the burly man's face paling in terror. Although he was unaware of the nature of Sulele's transformation, he had personally witnessed the claw's ferocity. A mere flick had torn a man's face apart, and another had met his end in a similar fashion. Faced with such an opponent, he had no desire to resist. Nearby, Dazhuang pointed toward the approaching zombies, drawn by the sounds of conflict, and suggested, "We could break his legs and toss him into the horde, then enjoy the spectacle from a distance." Upon hearing this, the burly man's face went white, and he waved his hands in protest. "No, I will tell you everything. We capture survivors to make them work for us." "Work? What kind of work?" Su Sanjin pressed that Sulele also retracted his dark claws, keeping a vigilant eye on the burly man to prevent any harm befalling Su Sanjin. However, he had underestimated the burly man's fear. He was already too frightened to retaliate. Just laundry, cooking, cultivating various fruits and vegetables, and occasionally executing tasks. The burly man trembled in response that Su Sanjin furrowed his brow further, continuing to interrogate, "And where did you acquire that repeating crossbow?" "It was traded. There is a human sanctuary that can manufacture repeating crossbows, but we need to exchange food for them. We have plenty of food over there and have traded for a significant amount," the burly man quickly replied. Upon hearing this, Su Sanjin and the others exchanged glances. Traded for a repeating crossbow? Was the one in Dog Ji's possession made by him or traded for? Where was the exchange made? Su Sanjin pressed on. Chapter 82. The pursuers. As Su Sanjin's inquiry fell, Dazhuang's face lit up with anticipation as he looked at the burly man. From the intelligence they had gathered, if Dog Gu was responsible for making the repeating crossbows. Knowing where they were traded could likely lead them to his wife that I don't know, the burly man said, panic evident in his eyes. We usually conduct our trades at the flower square a few miles away from our base. We each bring what we need and trade there. Then why not bring the goods directly to trade at their location? Su Lele asked in confusion. The burly man chuckled awkwardly. Fear? You see, just a trade? What is there to fear? Su Lele pressed at this moment. I interjected. Have you forgotten how close you were to being ambushed by Zhang Sisi? Su Lele fell silent at this remark. Da Zhuang, impatient, asked, how do you contact them? The burly man shook his head frantically. I don't know. That isn't my responsibility. It is handled by others in our base. If you want to know, you must go to the base. Su Sanjin patted Da Zhuang's shoulder, reassuring him. Da Zhuang, do not worry. We will find her. He then turned to the burly man, asking, where is your base? How many people are inside? The burly man began to respond but abruptly halted, his expression wary as he asked, if I answer, will you kill me? That depends on your honesty, just as you treated us earlier. If you are not truthful, we will eliminate you. Su Sanjin replied. The burly man quickly responded, I will tell you. Our base is located within a supermarket, but it is hard to find. You need me to lead you there. Otherwise, you will surely be shot by the guards outside. Hearing this, I couldn't help but chuckle. This burly man was rather clever, fearing that Su Sanjin and the others would not adhere to the rules and might kill him after extracting information. Thus, he sought this method to preserve his own life. Ignoring him for the moment, I focused on a zombie dog I had managed to control from a distance, not alert anyone. While Su Lele and the others were conversing, I had not been idle. I employed my control ability to locate a zombie dog, instructing it to stealthily approach through the snow. As for my intentions, need I explain? Surely not. Of course, it was to provide Su Lele with some affectionate attention. After all, this lad had fully restored his physical prowess, boasting an impressive combat strength of 48 points, with a recovery ability surpassing that of an ordinary person. Now that he had recovered, it would be a waste not to put him to work. As one would with a donkey in a production team, as long as he worked diligently, he could earn source points. Without that diligence, he could earn even more. Su Lele was inherently a tool for generating source points for me. Besides, even if he were bitten, he wouldn't perish. He would merely run a fever, serving as a source of warmth. The subsequent weakness would not significantly impact his combat prowess. Even if danger arose, I was here to ensure his safety. At this moment, Su Sanjin took a deep breath, his expression serious as he looked at the burly man. You have yet to answer how many individuals are in your base and how many of these repeating crossbows you possess. The burly man quickly replied, including those guarding outside. There are about 100 people. There aren't many repeating crossbows. Most of them are in the hands of those outside. There are only about a dozen left inside. I have told you everything I know. Please do not kill me. Just then, from the direction of the Longquan City entrance, a group of over 10 individuals armed with repeating crossbows came running. Those were the very comrades who had previously been with the burly man. Upon witnessing this, the burly man's expression brightened. Yet at that moment, Su Sanjin suddenly proclaimed, I can spare your life. Of course, you may also attempt to call out to them for help, but before we are shot, you will undoubtedly perish. I could tell you are a clever fellow. You surely understand what you must do. Understood. The burly man gulped nervously, casting a fearful glance at Su Lele before nodding vigorously. I comprehend. I will not act recklessly. Other than the fear instilled by Su Lele's demonstrated terrifying combat prowess, should he truly wish to kill the burly man, he would certainly succeed. Even the 10 or so individuals sprinting toward them would likely lose at least half of their numbers. If not all. This moment, the group arrived. Brother Huzi, one of the youths called out, glancing at the 3 slain comrades, exclaiming, I rushed over as soon as I heard your shouts. What has transpired? The burly man waved his hands dismissively. Nothing to worry about. Hu Wei. We merely encountered a pursuer. It has fled, but we lost 3 brothers. A pursuer. Hu Wei's eyes widened in disbelief that we encountered a pursuer again. How insufferable. Why does this creature linger in our vicinity? Su Sanjin, myself included, was momentarily taken aback by the burly man's words. A pursuer. From their tone, it seemed to be a fearsome entity. But what exactly was it? At that moment, Hu Wei caught sight of one of the slain individuals and the surviving Su Sanjin and the others. Frowning as he remarked, how could this man perish under the fire of a repeating crossbow? And why are these individuals unharmed? The burly man replied without the slightest hint of panic. This individual was inadvertently shot dead by another person. As for these four fellows, they are nothing but cowards. The moment the pursuer arrived, they were so terrified that they cowered down, which is why the pursuer ignored them. Hu Wei cast a dissatisfied glance at Su Sanjin and the others. Speaking in a low tone, "Consider yourselves fortunate. The horde of zombies is growing ever larger. We should escort them back to our stronghold with caution that we must avoid encountering the pursuer again." Understood. The burly man nodded. "I am aware. You all be careful as well." He then called out to Su Sanjin and the others. "Continue to follow me." He promptly turned and headed outside, while Hu Wei did not express any doubt, commanding his team to eliminate all the approaching zombies. Subsequently, he approached the three fallen comrades, swiftly breaking their necks to prevent them from rising as zombies. He then led the group back towards the city's entrance. I observed the direction in which they departed, and my mind shifted instantly. These individuals had blocked our path, set our vehicles ablaze, and nearly slaughtered Su Sanjin and his companions. Surely, they warranted a lesson? I took direct control of the zombie dogs, stealthily trailing behind them. Su Sanjin quickly inquired, "Burly man, what exactly is a pursuer? We have never heard of such a thing." The burly man glanced at Su Sanjin and replied, "You must have been hiding all this while. Recently escaping from a small place, correct?" Su Sanjin nodded. "That's about right. We have been avoiding detection and had minimal contact with others, so our understanding of the current apocalyptic world is rather limited." "I see," the burly man acknowledged. "Pursuers are more formidable than ordinary zombies. They bear a slight resemblance to humans, possessing arms that resemble gigantic scythes, akin to the forelegs of a mantis. Their jaws protrude, armed with sharp fangs, and they are impervious to bullets." Upon hearing this, De Zhuang's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are they transformed humans? How is that possible? How could humans become such creatures?" Chapter 83. The source of the zombie crisis. The burly man grinned. "I am not entirely certain. It could be a mutation or perhaps something engineered. All I know is that the zombie crisis in Changquan City was instigated by this very group of pursuers." "What?" Su Sanjin exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Are pursuers the ones responsible for the zombie crisis? Are you certain?" The others, including De Zhuang, also widened their eyes in disbelief. I too was taken aback. All along, I had assumed that this zombie crisis was precipitated by an unknown virus developed by some obscure foreign nation. Yet, I had always harbored a lingering doubt. The wandering zombies outside, while incredibly formidable, swift, unyielding, and relentless in their attacks, could still be repelled, even by ordinary individuals like Su Sanjin when faced with a similar number of zombies. One or two zombies posed little threat. Even without Su Leilei's intervention, Su Sanjin and his group could easily handle them. Only when confronted by thousands of zombies simultaneously would there be a significant threat. Yet even that could be resolved with a single artillery shell. In light of this, it seemed illogical that such a zombie virus could spread uncontrollably. Targeted eradication should suffice. Even if an outbreak occurred, military forces could swiftly intervene, employing various types of missiles to achieve comprehensive fire coverage. Yet, despite the prolonged duration of the crisis, I had never witnessed the presence of police or military personnel. Humanity appeared to have failed to establish any semblance of organized defense, allowing for a complete collapse. Now, from the burly man's words, I felt as though I was beginning to understand. Could it be that all of this was the doing of the pursuers? While ordinary zombies could be easily exterminated, facing pursuers who were impervious to bullets rendered any human defenses futile, leading only to inevitable disintegration. I was certain of this. The burly man continued. Before the outbreak of the zombie crisis, I was a local of Changquan City, running a bar, and I personally experienced the onset of the crisis. Initially, only a few delivery workers turned into zombies, and they were quickly subdued without causing any commotion. As he spoke, a look of terror crossed his face. But soon, the number of zombies increased exponentially, and the powerful pursuers emerged in droves, wielding their massive scythe-like arms like harbingers of death, wreaking havoc. Within 2 days, the resistance in all of Changquan City was utterly obliterated. The remaining survivors were left to huddle together like rats in a corner. Yang Shan queried, perplexed. "So, you were the ones who were hiding outside and setting our vehicles on fire." The burly man quickly apologized. "I am sorry. We truly aimed to protect you, to prevent you from attracting the pursuers." Otherwise, not only would you be doomed, but we would be as well. Su Sanjin frowned but remained silent. De Zhuang merely scoffed. However, Yang Shan approached the burly man, his expression filled with remorse. I apologize. We misunderstood your intentions. Even Su Lele expressed her sentiments to me. Boss, it seems these individuals are actually good people. Huh? I scoffed. You genuinely believe his words. Observe the expressions of your father and De Zhuang, and then reconsider your statement. Su Lele truly lacked discernment. Protect you? On what grounds? Did they appear to be your protectors? At that moment, Hu Wei and his group, who had previously departed, had nearly reached the limit of my control over the zombies. I then released my hold on the zombie dogs. The now uncontrolled zombie dogs surged forward like a dog unleashed after a week of confinement, charging towards those individuals. Since they were enemies, I decided to take action. As for what would transpire next, it was beyond my concern. Their fate was in their own hands. They had only themselves to blame for their actions, blocking our path, setting vehicles ablaze, and seizing possessions. Although I remained unaware of their true intentions behind capturing people, it was evident that their motives were far from noble. As for the possibility of a good person among this dozen or so individuals, or whether anyone might be wrongfully implicated, such considerations were irrelevant to me. In this apocalyptic world, where could one find genuinely noble souls? Such individuals had likely perished long before, during the initial outbreak of the zombie crisis. Many of the countless zombies roaming outside had once been such people. In the apocalypse, the virtuous are the first to perish. The remaining individuals, like Su Sanjin, were exceedingly rare, let alone someone like the burly man who openly blocked paths and robbed. When an avalanche occurs, no single snowflake can claim innocence. At this moment, Su Lele sensed something amiss in the expressions of Su Sanjin and De Zhuang. Boss, Su Lele asked, astonished, what's going on? Is it possible that this burly man is deceiving us? I replied, whether he is lying or not is uncertain. However, one must always guard against others, especially in a world like this. Previously, they blocked our path, set our vehicles ablaze, and nearly shot you. Do they seem like protectors to you? How much credence can you place in his words? What discounts should be applied? Consider it carefully. Whoa. Su Lele's eyes widened as realization dawned. Now that you mention it, it does seem suspicious. So, if he is leading us to their stronghold, does that mean he has ulterior motives? I responded. Regardless of his motives, we cannot kill him just yet. We may still require his assistance. However, do not stray too far from him, lest he pull any tricks. Su Lele nodded in agreement. Understood. Meanwhile, Yang Shan was nearly ready to pledge brotherhood with the burly man. The burly man declared, Brother, if you encounter any trouble in the future, just come to me. My reputation as Huzi brother carries some weight in the stronghold. Yang Shan grasped the burly man's hand, as if he had found a kindred spirit. Then I shall trouble you, big brother. Once I acquire something good, I will first honor you. Nonsense. The burly man chuckled. We are brothers. Such formalities are unnecessary. Yang Shan quickly shook his head. That won't do. Brothers are brothers, but a little brother must also fulfill his duties. Before he could finish, Su Lele abruptly pulled Yang Shan aside. Yang Shan, bewildered, asked, Whoa, Lele, what are you trying to do? Don't you dare snatch from me. Chapter 84. Encountering Huang Mao again in response to Yang Shan's inquiry. Su Lele did not answer, but instead turned her gaze towards the burly man. Huzi brother, is it? Su Lele said solemnly. From now on, I will not stray beyond 2 meters of your vicinity. Within this distance, even if someone points a gun at me, I will ensure I take you down before I perish. If you dare to play any tricks, you will meet your end. The burly man trembled upon hearing this. His expression shifting between fear and uncertainty, he had no doubt about Su Lele's strength, and thus dared not harbor any ulterior motives. Su Sanjin approached and patted Su Lele on the shoulder, exclaiming, Well done, my son. From now on, you shall be responsible for keeping an eye on him. There is no need to concern yourself with anything else. No problem. Su Lele promptly replied. The burly man glanced at Su Lele standing behind him and suddenly felt a chill, as if he dared not even breathe. The group continued to tread through the snow. By the way, Su Sanjin inquired of the burly man, besides the pursuers, are there any other zombies we should be wary of? The burly man chuckled nervously. Indeed, there are others. Many animals that have turned into zombies are also quite aggressive, such as zombie dogs. They are indeed real dogs. not only fast, but also difficult to combat. There are also packs of zombie wolves and zombie tigers. Yangshan interjected hastily. Brother, we have encountered those zombie tigers before. They nearly devoured us. Upon hearing this, the burly man's eyes widened in disbelief. You have encountered a zombie tiger? How did you survive? Yangshan chuckled. We killed it. More accurately, it was Leg who dispatched it. He smashed its skull. The burly man was taken aback, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. You actually killed a zombie tiger? No way, he exclaimed as Su Lele smiled proudly. Is there a problem with that? The burly man forced a grin and fell silent. Just then, Su Sanjin asked, Are there any other zombies aside from these? The burly man pondered for a moment before responding. There are a few more, but I'm not entirely sure what they are, as I've only heard about them. However, my brother has compiled a catalog of these zombies, and I can help you borrow it. Su Sanjin nodded in agreement. The group then continued their journey towards the camp. Along the way, they asked the burly man several questions regarding the zombie crisis. But he only had a vague understanding, lacking specific details. Before long, the five of them arrived outside a supermarket. However, upon witnessing the scene outside, Su Sanjin and the others were utterly astonished. They saw 7 or 8 individuals bound at the entrance of the supermarket. Their feet were all shackled with iron chains, and each held a knife in hand. Noticing the confusion on Su Sanjin's face, the burly man hurriedly explained, Do not misunderstand. These individuals have committed offenses or broken rules, and they are being punished here to deal with any zombies attempting to breach the supermarket. Su Sanjin nodded in acknowledgement. However, he soon spotted a familiar face among the captives. It was Huang Zifeng, the young man with yellow hair who had saved them once before. When they were being pursued by zombies and about to jump into the river, Huang Zifeng had driven a car alongside Dog Brother to rescue them. Afterward, Dog Brother had perished, while Huang Zifeng returned to the camp with a few others. At this moment, he sat to the left of the entrance, covered in zombie blood, his foot shackled to the doorframe with a thick chain. His expression one of despair. Upon seeing Su Sanjin and the others, a look of uncertainty crossed Huang Zifeng's face. However, when his gaze landed on Su Lele, he was visibly startled, although he did not recognize the others clearly. Having been focused on driving at the time, he vividly remembered Su Lele. This fellow, with his seemingly harmless and bewildered expression, had swiftly dispatched Dog Brother and nearly killed his own father. Thus, he could be said to have an indelible impression of Su Lele. Even if the latter were skinned alive, he would still recognize him. At that moment, Dazhuang rushed up to Huang Zifeng, anxiously demanding, Why are you here? Where are my wife and the others? Where are they now? The burly man was momentarily taken aback, clearly surprised that Huang Zifeng was acquainted with Su Sanjin and the others. Huang Zifeng looked at Dazhuang as if he had found a savior and scrambled to his feet, fearfully pleading, Save me. If you rescue me, I will tell you everything. Please, I beg you. Su Sanjin glanced at Huang Zifeng and then turned to the burly man, asking, What is the situation with this person? Why is he here? Well, the burly man hastily replied. He killed one of our brothers, so he is tied up here as punishment. That's not true. Huang Zifeng exclaimed urgently, He is deceiving you. What he said is all a lie. They were the ones who tried to kill me first. Bang! The burly man, furious, kicked Huang Zifeng to the ground, shouting, Shut up. If it weren't for me, you would have died long ago. Speak again, and I swear I'll kill you. Hearing this, Su Sanjin and the others furrowed their brows, including myself, as doubts began to arise. The current circumstances, along with the burly man's demeanor, greatly contradicted his previous statements. Even seeming entirely unrelated, I activated my ability to control zombies, wanting to ascertain if any were present in the vicinity. During this process, I could simultaneously observe everything around the zombie. To put it accurately, it was akin to sharing vision. However, the world seen through the zombie's eyes was blood red, as if veiled by a crimson filtered that moment. Su Sanjin solemnly addressed Su Lele. Lele, it is your turn. That Su Lele immediately understood, nodding before stepping directly behind the burly man and stating in a low voice, What you should be worried about is your own life. Do not think that just because you are in your camp, I cannot kill you. No, no, no. The burly man quickly pleaded, Do not kill me. I will behave. I promise to obey. Besides, this is our camp. If you kill us, it will only cause you more trouble. There is truly no need for that, Su Sanjin replied sternly. Wise of you to recognize your position. This person is known to us. You must release him. At that moment, two men, one middle-aged and the other young, emerged from the supermarket. The middle-aged man, upon spotting the burly man, chuckled. "Oh, brother Hu, you are back so soon? It seems you had a fruitful day, capturing 4 people." The burly man forced a laugh, responding, "It was merely a coincidence. By the way, Li Yonghua, release this yellow-haired fellow." "Huh?" Li Yonghua's eyes widened in surprise. "Release him? How will I explain this to the boss?" The burly man waved his hand dismissively. "You need not concern yourself with that. These individuals are my friends, and this yellow-haired man is their acquaintance. I will speak to the boss. You just need to do as I say." "All right then." Li Yonghua nodded, retrieving a key and unlocking the iron chain binding Huang Zifeng's foot, saying as he did so, "You, my friend, are truly fortunate." Once freed, Huang Zifeng hurried to stand behind Su Sanjin, whispering in a tone of relief, "Thank you so much. I am eternally grateful." Clearly, he had been quite frightened prior. Su Sanjin nodded, saying, "No need for thanks." He then turned to De Zhuang. "Do not rush. It is not convenient to speak here." Da Zhuang nodded in agreement, aware that this was not the right time. Firstly, they were entirely unfamiliar with this camp. Secondly, the burly man had not spoken a single truth, thus FAR.AS for Huang Zifeng. They scarcely knew him, having only met once. Conversing in front of the burly man and the camp's inhabitants was wholly inappropriate. At that moment, Li Yonghua smiled at the burly man, saying, "Brother Hu, you returned quite early this time. The underground games are about to begin. Shall we go and see the fun?" Chapter 85. An unsettling premonition. "What are you saying?" The burly man glared at the middle-aged man. "Do not speak nonsense. What if my brothers are frightened?" He ordered, "Go fetch those treasured fish from the warehouse. I wish to treat them to a fish feast." "A fish feast?" Li Yonghua's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you certain it is fish? What kind of fish?" "Nonsense." The burly man replied sternly, "Of course, it is the dried little red fish. Do you not understand? Hurry up." Oh. Li Yonghua nodded vigorously, waving to the young man before hastily retreating inside. Meanwhile, the burly man turned to Su Sanjin and the others, smiling apologetically. "Brothers, please, allow me to take you to find the boss." Huang Zifeng glanced at the burly man and then at Su Sanjin. At this moment, he seemed to sense that something was amiss. From the burly man's demeanor, it was evident that he held considerable influence within the camp. Furthermore, this man was tough but spoke little. Yet now he appeared overly submissive to Su Sanjin and the others, as if afraid of provoking them. Clearly, something unknown had transpired in that instant. A spark of hope ignited in Huang Zifeng's eyes. Su Sanjin then asked the burly man, "Do not rush. What did Li Yonghua mean by the underground games?" "It is nothing," the burly man replied, his face plastered with a forced smile. "It is merely underground gambling. In this apocalyptic world, my brothers have little to entertain themselves. If they do not find something to pass the time, they will surely go mad." At that moment, Huang Zifeng stepped forward, voice raised in anger. "You are talking nonsense. Gambling? It is a gamble with lives." "A gamble with lives? What do you mean?" Su Sanjin asked, perplexed. Huang Zifeng took a deep breath. "You will understand once you see it for yourself. You will see why I say he is deceiving you." Su Sanjin turned to Da Zhuang, asking, "Da Zhuang, what do you think? Shall we go take a look?" Da Zhuang shook his head and replied, "Don't ask me. My mind is in utter chaos right now. I can't think about anything else." "Then we won't go," Su Sanjin responded. "Finding your wife is of utmost importance." After saying this, he turned to the bearded man and said, "First, lead us to a room that I wish to have a serious conversation with you." The bearded man, visibly shaken, hurriedly forced a smile and said, "Big brother, I've already told you everything I know. Everything I said is the truth. If any of it is a lie, may I be struck down by lightning." Su Sanjin pondered for a moment before addressing Su Lele. "Lele, since this fellow refuses to cooperate, then let us send him on his way." "All right," Su Lele responded, immediately striding toward the bearded man. At that moment, I finally sensed something amiss. Within a 500-meter radius, there were not many zombies. Yet in the underground storage of this supermarket, at least 40 to 50 zombies were imprisoned. As for the others, I could only speculate, as I could only sense the surroundings of the zombies I controlled. However, this disparity piqued my curiosity. This supermarket served as a sanctuary for these humans. Logically, they should have exterminated any zombies they encountered. Why then were so many zombies being held captive? 40 to 50 of them. An entire class of elementary school students barely amounts to that number. Instinctively, I felt that something was not quite right at that moment. Su Sanjin raised his repeating crossbow, and a bolt shot straight through the back of the bearded man's heart. The bearded man was running forward. His legs instantly lost strength upon being struck in the heart, causing him to tumble forward. Meanwhile, Su Lele had just managed to catch the advertising board that had been hurled at her. The onlookers were all momentarily stunned to witness Su Sanjin's decisive shot that felled the bearded man. It was likely they had not anticipated such resolute action from him. Even I was taken aback by Su Sanjin's unhesitating elimination of the bearded man. Hastily, Su Sanjin shouted to those beside him, "Run!" Without delay, he turned and sprinted ahead. Su Lele and the others, momentarily dazed, quickly followed suit. Behind them, the burly man atop the vehicle bellowed in anguish, "Bearded man!" He then pulled the trigger on his repeating crossbow, aiming at Su Lele and her companions. Unfortunately, the distance between them was nearly 100 meters. Though the crossbow was powerful, at such a distance, even if the bolt could reach them, it would possess little force, let alone accuracy. The burly man soon approached the bearded man, casting a glance at his lifeless form, and roared in fury, "After them! Do not let them escape! Avenge our brother!" Subsequently, 2 pickup trucks sped off in pursuit of Su Sanjin and the others. Su Lele glanced back and hastily shouted to Su Sanjin and the others, "Dad, you all run. I'll hold them off." Su Sanjin shot her a glare and retorted, "How can you hold them off? I refuse to be the one who sends a black-haired person to a white-haired one." Though he was aware of Su Lele's formidable abilities, especially when her second personality emerged, he knew that no matter how powerful she was, she remained merely human. They were up against a group armed with numerous bolts, and Su Lele had already been struck in the leg previously when they were just 4 to now. They faced over a dozen adversaries who were fully prepared. If Su Lele stayed behind, her fate would be sealed. However, considering that the assailants were in vehicles while they had only their legs to rely on, it was inconceivable that they could outrun them. Su Sanjin scanned the nearby hotel and urgently exclaimed, "Let us take refuge inside." He quickly led the group into the hotel. The entrance was ajar, and fortunately, there were no zombies inside, likely having been cleared out long ago. Once inside, Yangshan hurriedly stopped, intending to close the hotel door, but Su Sanjin, witnessing this, shouted, "Yangshan, what are you doing? Hurry and run. I'm closing the door." Yangshan replied, "Didn't everyone say to close doors behind you? It helps fend off pursuers and zombies." "What are you talking about? It's an automatic door. You think you can pull it shut? That's just wasting time." Su Sanjin glowered at Yangshan in frustration, then disregarded him and dashed deeper into the hotel. Chapter 87. The spirits of heaven and earth. After a moment of hesitation, Yangshan recognized the issue and quickly pursued Su Sanjin. The group had just crossed the lobby and reached the interior when their pursuers caught up and surged into the lobby. "Boss, the people have vanished. How do we pursue them?" one of them inquired. A deep voice responded, "Split into 2 teams. One team search the first floor, the other go to the second floor. They can't escape." "Understood." The group of over 10 divided into 2, one team ascending the stairs in pursuit. However, they could hardly fathom that Su Sanjin and his companions were hiding in the restroom of the first-floor lobby. The hotel had numerous rooms, all locked, making it difficult to open them, even if they could find an unlocked room. They had no way of knowing whether zombies lurked within. Their frantic movements would undoubtedly create noise, easily attracting their pursuers. Thus, hiding in the restroom was the best option. Yet, as they listened to the increasingly close footsteps outside, they knew it was only a matter of time before the enemy would find them. "What are we going to do, Uncle Sanjin? If this keeps up, we'll be caught," Yangshan whispered anxiously. "We shouldn't have killed the bearded man. If we hadn't, perhaps nothing would have happened," Su Sanjin replied coldly. "What if those people were summoned here by the bearded man? This is a post-apocalyptic world. Don't be naive." He then surveyed the surroundings, his gaze landing on the restroom window. Outside the window lay a parking lot. No need to look. Huang Zifeng interjected, "I already checked. The window is quite narrow and only opens halfway. Meant for ventilation, there's no way to squeeze through. Moreover, the glass is tempered. Don't think you can smash it." At that moment, Dazhuang turned to Su Lele and asked, "Lele, aren't you quite strong? Can you force open this window?" Su Sanjin shook his head. "No. It would make too much noise." After saying that, he cautiously peeked outside, then quickly withdrew, stating, "There are about 10 of them out there. If we make a move, it will alert those outside." Observing the fearful expressions of his companions, I felt a wave of exasperation. "Look at you all. Lele, it seems it's time for my immune system to take charge," I told Su Lele. "What? You want to take over my body again?" "But that would leave me weakened for a long time," Su Lele exclaimed hastily. "Huh?" I scoffed. "Dealing with these people doesn't require me to transform. We can team up. Once they're in disarray, you rush in to confront them." This hotel still housed quite a few zombies. Hotels are usually places with high foot traffic, making them susceptible to infection. Zombies possess only the basic instinct to bite and cannot open doors. Therefore, if they have not emerged from their rooms before turning into zombies, they would remain trapped inside. But I can open doors. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lao Lu. I can't just cause trouble for Su Lele. Can I? All right, Su Lele replied. As long as they're thrown into chaos, combined with the hotel's complex layout, I believe I can handle them. But what will you do? I grinned mischievously. Leave that to me. Watch me work my magic. Spirits of heaven and earth, let the cards be in my favor, and bring these foes to their knees. Su Lele. This that as I chanted, I listened to the footsteps outside and directly controlled a nearby guest room. Inside that room were two zombies, a bald man in a suit and a tall woman with long hair. As for their appearance, I want to comment. After all, zombies look the same, and regardless of how attractive they were in life, they become hideous upon turning. I directed the male zombie to quietly rise from beside the female zombie and create some noise in the room. Tap, tap. The 10 men outside heard the commotion and immediately turned their attention to that room. We found them. Over there, they rushed to the room's exterior, banging on the door with force, shouting, "Open up, I know you're in there." The noise was enough to rouse every zombie in the building. The loud banging and muffled growls echoed throughout. This included the female zombie in the room I controlled. However, due to the partitioning of the rooms and the overwhelming surrounding noise, they did not hear the ruckus. Meanwhile, Su Sanjin and the others, concealed in the restroom, heard the commotion outside and cautiously peered out. Upon seeing the men aggressively pounding on one of the doors, they were all momentarily stunned, unsure of what was happening. At that moment, the leader pursuing them approached. "Brother Chong," one of the subordinates exclaimed, "they must be hiding in here." Zhao Yongxiang nodded, speaking in a low voice. "Stop dawdling. Send 2 people to break down the door, while the rest stand guard outside. If you see anyone, shoot to kill." Understood. 2 youths immediately stepped forward and charged at the door. The others readied their repeating crossbows. However, just as the 2 youths reached the door, it suddenly swung open. Thud, thud. With 2 dull thuds, the pair tumbled into the room. The onlookers outside were shocked to see that the door had been opened not by a person, but by a plump zombie. Standing eerily still and holding the door, gazing at the intruders like a room's owner. Suddenly, the zombie let out a terrifying roar, and the female zombie charged in, lunging at the 2 who had just fallen inside. "Kill them!" Zhao Yongxiang shouted urgently. The others immediately opened fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the 2 zombies were shot dead on the floor. The 2 who had fallen into the room were also riddled with bolts. Though they had not yet succumbed, death was imminent. "Forget about them. Quickly, close the door," Zhao Yongxiang urged. As the door shut, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had been searching for people, yet who would have imagined that there were 2 zombies inside? And zombies that could open doors at that. The door was violently slammed open, and even if one were to be rescued afterward, they would inevitably turn into a zombie, leaving no choice but to abandon them. Zhao Yongxiang spoke with a grim expression. "Bastards, we've already lost 2 brothers upon entry." The surrounding members lowered their heads, hesitant to utter a word. Zhao Yongxiang took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Let's be cautious from here on out. We cannot afford to encounter such a situation again." "Yes, yes, yes." The others hastily replied. That I listened to their conversation and couldn't help but chuckle. Caution for a seasoned veteran. Caution held no significance. A competent veteran would always strike you unexpectedly from an unforeseen angle. I activated my zombie control skill once more. That I made one zombie open the door, then interrupted the control. I proceeded to control another zombie in a different room to open its door before interrupting again. And so forth. Suddenly, one of the younger members pointed tremblingly towards the end of the corridor and exclaimed, "Boss, you look over there." The others quickly turned their heads in that direction, only to be left dumbfounded. It's the end of the corridor. A zombie slowly emerged from a room. Following that, other rooms along the corridor opened one by one, releasing a stream of zombies, totaling around 40 to 50 as soon as they appeared. Driven by their instinct, the zombies charged towards Zhao Yongxiang and the others. Holy crap! Zhao Yongxiang's eyes widened in disbelief. These zombies can actually open doors. Run. Chapter 88. The moment of hunt. If an ordinary person were to witness such a horde of zombies rushing towards them, they would likely turn and flee in terror. However, Zhao Yongxiang and his companions were clearly seasoned individuals. Fire! Zhao Yongxiang barked, raising his repeating crossbow and beginning to attack the oncoming zombies. The remaining members did not remain idle either. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of crossbow bolts flew forward, striking the zombies. However, while bolts lodged in their bodies did not hinder their movement, only shots to the head could successfully kill them. Zhao Yongxiang and his group shot while retreating, demonstrating commendable marksmanship as they quickly downed dozens of zombies. Su Lele, witnessing the scene, turned to me in astonishment and asked, "Boss, your prayers are surprisingly effective. How did you manage that? Can you teach me?" Hearing Su Lele's words, I couldn't help but chuckle. This guy genuinely believed that I was invoking divine intervention for such results? That was my zombie control skill, but since I was already putting on a show, I might as well keep it up. I can't teach you. I replied directly that I possess a unique talent for communicating with the divine. It's an innate gift that cannot be taught. However, it's your turn to take action now. Understood, Su Lele responded. He then turned to Su Sanjin and said, "Old man, stay hidden here and don't come out. I'll handle the rest. It's too dangerous for you to join in." Su Sanjin, with a worried expression, asked, "Are you sure? It's too perilous for you to go alone." Su Lele shook his head. "It's fine." In a direct confrontation, I might not be their match, but the hotel environment is complex that I can maneuver around them, and hiding here won't help. We will eventually be found, and then you will be in danger. With that, disregarding the objections of others, he boldly moved forward. Huang Zifeng watched Su Lele's retreating figure with a look of uncertainty and asked, "Is this kid really planning to take on those people alone? They are exceptionally formidable." The Su Lele he once knew was the one who was perpetually unconscious and had accidentally harmed Brother Dog, nearly causing his father's demise. Now, he was aiming to challenge so many individuals. Wasn't he that akin to a foolish dog seeking filth in a restroom? Yangshan glanced at Huang Zifeng, chuckling, "You truly underestimate my brother Lele's abilities. Just wait and see. It will surely open your eyes." At that moment, Su Lele had already reached the back of the zombie horde. He lowered his body, and a pattern of black and white stripes reminiscent of a tiger appeared on his face. Crouching low, he transformed his hands into claws and stealthily advanced towards Zhao Yongxiang and the others amidst the throng of zombies. Upon witnessing this, Huang Zifeng's eyes widened in shock. Holy crap! In the narrow corridor, the swarm of zombies completely obscured Su Lele's figure, allowing him to move without the fear of being detected by Zhao Yongxiang and his group. Soon, as more zombies fell under their fire, the group retreated to the lobby. Su Lele seized the opportunity to slip behind a display stand. At that moment, those searching upstairs, pursued by a horde of zombies, rushed down and joined Zhao Yongxiang's group. However, it was evident that their numbers had significantly dwindled. "Boss," one of the members who had just descended from above said, panic evident in his voice, "the zombies up there can open doors." They all came rushing out. "We've lost 3 brothers." Zhao Yongxiang's face darkened as he replied, "We experienced the same thing. This is truly cursed. We failed to capture those people, only to attract so many zombies and lose so many brothers. What a stroke of bad luck." At that moment, the zombies charging out from the corridor and those from upstairs surrounded the group. Zhao Yongxiang, seeing this, shouted, "We need to break through." He then drew a machete from his side and swung it at an incoming zombie. Behind the display stand, I asked Su Lele, "Why aren't you making your move?" "I'm waiting for the right moment," Su Lele replied, his expression serious. "Do you want me to help you?" I offered with a grin. With just these few weaklings, I could easily take them all down. I genuinely believed that I could handle them. After all, I had once sent a tiger zombie and hundreds of others flying with a concrete slab. Although they wielded repeating crossbows, they posed minimal threat in the hotel environment. "No need," Su Lele replied decisively. "I believe I can manage. Besides, I cannot always rely on you." "Why not? Are you afraid that if I control your body for too long, I might usurp it?" I inquired curiously. Su Lele shook his head. "Not at all. I trust you as my immune system. We are one, and you have always been there for me. I fear nothing from you. Then why don't you let me help you? I pressed on. Su Lele pondered for a moment before responding. I need to grow stronger on my own. Only then can I become the man my mother speaks of. Next time when it's cold and I need to go to the bathroom at midnight, you can take over for me. I help you go to the bathroom. What are you thinking? You want me to take control while you sleep soundly? Do you think I'm immune to the cold? At that moment, Su Lele declared, the opportunity has arrived. He stood up, furiously bellowing, you bastards, not a single one of you will live. With that, he stealthily emerged from the back of the zombie horde. Using the cover of the zombies, Su Lele quickly reached Zhao Yongqiang and the others, extending his claws towards the foremost individual. This man, in his 30s, initially mistook Su Lele for a human until he noticed the tiger claws. His eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, you are. Before he could finish, Su Lele swiftly slashed across his waist. A terrifying dark energy surged into his body through the wound. Enemy attack, the man shouted. I am being ambushed. It's not a zombie. With that, his legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. At this moment, Zhao Yongqiang and his group also noticed Su Lele's sudden appearance. There was no way to mistake him for a regular zombie. The difference was glaring. Zombies had white eyes, while Su Lele's were normal. The distinctive tiger stripes on his face made him easily recognizable. Those people killed him, Zhao Yongqiang shouted, and as a group, they began shooting at the approaching zombies while also turning their weapons on Su Lele. At the same time, the surrounding zombies became aware of Su Lele and redirected their attention towards him. However, amidst the chaos in the hall, neither the zombies nor Zhao Yongqiang's group could effectively deal with him. The crossbow bolts fired by Zhao Yongqiang's crew mostly struck the zombies. Meanwhile, the man struck by the dark energy was quickly overwhelmed by the encroaching zombies. Bastard! Zhao Yongqiang roared in fury. Where did this freak come from? Break through and get out. Chapter 89. The death of the boss. Zhao Yongqiang and his group desperately attempted to break through. However, with so many zombies surrounding them, and Su Lele lurking to strike at any moment, their escape was far from easy. One member was dragged away by a zombie. No. Another member fell victim to Su Lele's attack. Before long, Zhao Yongqiang's group was reduced to merely 5 or 6 individuals. Moreover, the crossbow bolts within the repeating crossbows of these individuals had nearly all been depleted, leaving them no choice but to rely on their sidearms as they valiantly battled the relentless horde of zombies. Yet, with such a scant number of defenders, coupled with the incessant assaults from the surrounding undead, how could they possibly withstand the onslaught of Su Lele? In less than a minute, only Zhao Yongqiang remained. At that moment, he found himself inexplicably perched atop a chandelier. Below him, a dozen or so zombies had congregated, incessantly howling up at him, causing the color to drain completely from his face. Behind the throng of zombies, Su Lele stood, observing Zhao Yongqiang without the slightest intention of offering assistance. Zhao Yongqiang cast a desperate glance around before bellowing down at the zombies. You bastards! Go bite that person! Why are you all surrounding me? However, these zombies were hardly inclined to comprehend his words, continuing to shriek in his direction. Witnessing this, Zhao Yongqiang hastily shouted to Su Lele, Brother, I admit my wrongs. Save me. I know you're formidable. Just save me. And I will give you anything you desire. I could even grant you control over the entire camp. You can be the boss. Trapped in his precarious situation, his demise was all but certain. Even if the zombies did not reach him, he would succumb to thirst, hunger, or fall and perish from the height. Su Lele retorted, You were the one who sought to hunt us down, and now you expect me to rescue you? Do you truly believe that is feasible? Upon hearing Su Lele's voice, several zombies in the hall immediately turned and rushed towards him. Observing this, Su Lele swiftly leaped to another chandelier. Haha. Zhao Yongqiang laughed heartily. I merely wanted you to speak. Now we are in the same predicament. You cannot escape either. Haha. We are both doomed. Who says so? Just then, a sharp voice rang out. Following that, Su Sanjin burst forth from the restroom, wielding a steel pipe, with Da Zhuang and others in tow. Old man, what are you doing out here? I'm fine, Su Lele shouted in haste. Su Sanjin looked at Su Lele and declared, As your father, I cannot simply hide in the shadows. Leave the remaining zombies to us. At that moment, the last few zombies in the hall, having spotted them, abandoned their pursuit of Su Lele and Zhao Yongqiang, charging towards Su Sanjin and his group instead. Armed with steel pipes, Su Sanjin and his companions surged forward to confront the oncoming undead. Thanks to the narrow corridor, despite the presence of a dozen zombies, they could not all rush at once. Su Sanjin led the charge, swinging his pipe to knock down a zombie, while Yangshan and Huang Zifeng flanked him, assisting in fending off those zombies that attempted to break through from the sides. Dazhuang followed closely behind, armed with a repeating crossbow, prepared to address any potential threats. Within the hall, with the threat of zombies diminished, Zhao Yongqiang hastily leaped down from the chandelier. However, upon landing, a sharp crack resounded. His left calf snapped cleanly in two, sending him crashing to the ground. Nevertheless, he dared not emit a sound, gritting his teeth as he scrambled towards the exit. All he desired was to flee this cursed place and return to his camp. Thinking of escaping, Su Lele chuckled coldly, landing effortlessly before Zhao Yongqiang. As Zhao Yongqiang beheld Su Lele, the color drained from his face, and panic gripped him as he pleaded, "Please don't kill me. I beg you, spare my life." "Kill you?" Su Lele sneered. "You think too highly of yourself. I have no desire to soil my hands." With that, he seized Zhao Yongqiang and strode towards the remaining horde of zombies, evidently intending to let them deal with him. Zhao Yongqiang's eyes widened in horror at this scene. In a moment of desperation, he drew a dagger and lunged at Su Lele. However, I had already noticed his action and shouted, "Lele, he has a knife." Su Lele instantly recognized the danger, barking an order as he flung Zhao Yongqiang towards the zombie horde as if discarding a dog. Thud, several zombies were knocked down by the impact. Meanwhile, Zhao Yongqiang, who had fallen to the ground, felt an excruciating pain as he realized the extent of his injuries. His body was likely broken in numerous places, and he screamed in agony. Almost immediately, the zombies he had knocked down, along with those attacking Su Sanjin and his group, lunged towards him. No! Zhao Yongqiang shrieked in terror, his eyes brimming with regret and despair as he watched the oncoming zombies. It was hardly surprising. He had been the leader of their camp, accustomed to a life of ease and indulgence, with women vying for his attention and subordinates at his beck and call. Yet now, in a bid to save the bearded man, he had led a dozen others to their doom, finding himself unable to escape fate, taking advantage of the distraction caused by the zombies attacking Zhao Yongqiang. Su Sanjin and the others did not remain idle, rushing forward to eliminate the remaining undead. At last, the hall fell silent, albeit littered with bodies, either those of the pursuers or the zombies. "You all," Zhao Yongqiang murmured weakly from the ground, "you will not have a good end. You will all die." He chuckled grimly. Su Sanjin approached Zhao Yongqiang, looking down at him from a position of superiority. Zhao Yongqiang, now covered in countless zombie bites, bore a grotesque appearance, with wounds on his abdomen and head. Su Sanjin inhaled deeply, his expression devoid of emotion as he stated, "Whether we live or die is of no concern to you. I am merely curious how that bearded man communicated with you, how you knew we had taken him." "Heh?" Zhao Yongqiang gasped. "Want to know?" "Huh. I refuse to tell you. I want you to be tormented for eternity." Su Sanjin shook his head. "There's no need for that. I have no pressing desire to know. It doesn't concern me much." Zhao Yongqiang was momentarily stunned, clearly taken aback by Su Sanjin's unexpected response. However, he soon began to tremble violently, spewing a mouthful of foul blood, veins bulging on his forehead. Summoning all his strength, he glared at Su Sanjin, roaring, "I will take you down with me." With that, he crawled towards Su Sanjin. Whoosh! Dazhuang, from behind, fired a shot from his repeating crossbow, striking Zhao Yongqiang squarely in the head, thus ending his life. Chapter 90. Huang Zifeng's request. As night descended, the hall fell into a profound silence. Huang Zifeng gazed at the lifeless body of Zhao Yongqiang and surveyed the scattered corpses of zombies throughout the hall, his eyes wide with disbelief, rendered speechless. How could so many zombies, alongside Zhao Yongqiang and his companions, have been vanquished by this handful of individuals? Were these the very people he had once saved? Su Sanjin scanned the surroundings, his expression grave as he declared, "Time is of the essence. Those who have perished from zombie bites will soon rise again. We must leave this place at once." Dazhuang and the others nodded in agreement. During the day, they might have stood a chance against the zombies, but in the pitch-black night, facing them would be utterly futile. Just then, Huang Zifeng suddenly blocked their path, anxiously exclaiming, "Brothers, I have a few comrades still in that camp. including my girlfriend, that you're all incredibly formidable. I implore you to help me rescue them. This upon hearing Huang Zifeng's plea. Everyone present was momentarily taken aback that I too was astonished, glancing at Huang Zifeng. This fellow had previously rushed off without a second thought for his teammates in the camp, yet now he was expressing a desire to return and save them. But it soon dawned on me, when faced with crisis, one's instinct is to prioritize their own survival. Earlier, when Huang Zifeng had been tied up outside the supermarket, he could hardly hold out against the zombies attempting to breach the entrance. Thus, upon seeing Su Sanjin and his comrades as potential saviors, he had hastily fled with them. However, now that he had witnessed their prowess, particularly Su Leilei's strength, the thought of rescuing his companions had finally emerged. Just as one contemplates life's deeper meanings only after satisfying their base desires, it was unreasonable to expect someone who could barely secure their next meal to ponder the universe's significance. Su Sanjin furrowed his brow, shaking his head. No, it's already late, and we lack provisions. We need to find shelter and food urgently. The camp has food. Huang Zifeng insisted. That camp is fortified and incredibly safe. Ordinary zombies cannot breach it. Moreover, there is ample food to sustain all of us. Too dangerous. We want to go. If you wish to go, you may do so on your own, Su Sanjin reiterated, shaking his head. I couldn't help but admire Su Sanjin. He remained remarkably composed at all times. With the night fast approaching, they were unfamiliar not only with the city, but also with the camp itself. Even with Su Leilei's formidable combat skills, he recognized the immense risk involved in following Huang Zifeng's suggestion. Huang Zifeng clenched his teeth and turned to Dazhuang, saying, "Aren't you looking for your wife? Don't you want to find your teammates? Only I know where they are. You won't be able to locate them at all. If you don't rescue my girlfriend, I won't tell you where they are." Dazhuang charged forward, grabbing Huang Zifeng by the collar, his voice filled with rage. "We just saved you. How dare you threaten us? We have also rescued you." Huang Zifeng, with a manic expression, chuckled eerily, as of now. "We are at best even. I know you are formidable. If you wish to kill me, you can do so at any moment. But if you want to find your teammates, you must first save my person." "You lunatic!" Dazhuang angrily shoved Huang Zifeng away. Huang Zifeng laughed sinisterly. "In this apocalyptic world, aren't we all mad? Are there any sane people left?" Upon hearing this, Dazhuang's expression shifted, and he quickly looked at Su Sanjin, asking, "Sanjin, what should we do?" Su Sanjin, his face darkened as he stared at Huang Zifeng, replied, "You think we wouldn't dare to act against you, don't you?" Huang Zifeng swallowed hard and responded, "Though I am not well acquainted with you, I believe you are people of deep loyalty and righteousness, that I have saved you before, and we have had no conflict. You shouldn't kill me. Are you so certain?" Su Sanjin stepped forward, his expression grim. As a veteran, his fury was palpable, and a chilling aura enveloped the air, creating an immense pressure to no. Huang Zifeng, intimidated by Su Sanjin, stumbled back and fell to the ground. He exclaimed in panic, "Your people are in grave danger right now. If you kill me, you won't find them, let alone rescue them." Dazhuang quickly shouted to Su Sanjin, "Sanjin, no." Su Sanjin took a deep breath and said, "I understand. First, let's capture him. Their vehicle is still outside. We will discuss this further there." With that, he strode outside. Observing Su Sanjin's reaction, I realized that his earlier words were merely a test for Huang Zifeng, not a genuine intent to kill him. Dazhuang and Yangshan hastily bound Huang Zifeng. Once outside, Su Sanjin, with an impassive expression, looked at Huang Zifeng and stated, "From now on, I will ask, and you will answer, if you utter a single falsehood. There will be no need for you to remain." "All right." Huang Zifeng nodded eagerly. "You may ask. I will divulge everything I know." Bang! Yangshan kicked Huang Zifeng to the ground, angrily exclaiming, "How dare you speak like that? Show some respect. You think you can act like our elder? Call him uncle." Huang Zifeng shrank his head and quickly said, "Uncle, please ask." Su Sanjin nodded and inquired, "There were 5 people who left with you. Are they still alive?" "One has died," Huang Zifeng replied. "The girl named Xiaofang was bitten by a zombie and perished. The others are all alive and well. Not a single one has been bullied." Hearing Huang Zifeng's words, the expressions of Su Sanjin and the others were inscrutable, that I also had some recollection of Xiaofang. When Su Leilei and the others escaped from Zhang Sisi, Xiaofang had expressed sympathy for Zhang Sisi. Furthermore, when she encountered Huang Zifeng, Shi and Li Meiyu were the first to volunteer to return with him. It was unexpected that their parting would be so final. Su Sanjin exhaled deeply and asked, "In your camp, did anyone blame me for Go Ji's death?" "No," Huang Zifeng responded. "I told them Go Gu was dragged away by zombies. You know that in these times, a human life is worth less than a loaf of bread. One person's death, aside from those who cared for him, means nothing to others." Su Sanjin nodded and continued, "What about the repeating crossbow? Previously, Go Gu claimed he could make one, yet I noticed that many in his camp possessed such weapons. According to that big bearded man, they obtained them through trade." "How could that be?" Huang Zifeng replied. "Go Gu could never make such a repeating crossbow. He was just boasting because he had his eye on a few girls from your team. Many of the girls in our camp have been through his clutches. If he hadn't died, those girls from your team probably wouldn't have escaped either." This, Chapter 91. The hardships of Lizi. Su Sanjin was taken aback by Huang Zifeng's words, his eyes widening in surprise. Dazhuang and Yangshan were also stunned. That I was equally shocked by this revelation. That if that were the case, was Su Leilei's mistake truly a service to humanity? No wonder Huang Zifeng had not shown much sorrow upon Go Ji's death. He merely drove away Su Leilei and the others who had acted out, while accepting the rest. It seemed Huang Zifeng harbored no fondness for Go Gu. Su Sanjin let out a long breath and patted Su Leilei on the shoulder, saying, "Son, it seems that I may have wronged you. No wrongs." "No wrongs," Su Leilei quickly replied. "It was right for you to hit me. At that time, not only did I shoot Go Gu, but I almost shot you too." "Dad?" Everyone. That I couldn't help but chuckle at Su Leilei's remark. Su Leilei truly had a knack for bringing up the most inappropriate topics. Your father just apologized to you, and you should have accepted it without bringing up that little incident in front of him. You really have no fear of death. Su Sanjin blinked, looking at Su Leilei in astonishment for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Indeed, that punishment was not in vain, and it was too lenient. I should give you another beating next time. Su Leilei was immediately left dumbfounded. Dazhuang and Yangshan struggled to contain their laughter, their expressions resembling that of someone constipated. Su Sanjin ignored Su Leilei and continued questioning Huang Zifeng. "Where did your repeating crossbows come from? Could it possibly be like the big bearded man's, obtained through trade?" Huang Zifeng nodded. "Yes. Our repeating crossbows, like the big bearded man's, were traded for food with a camp. However, the camp capable of making repeating crossbows has already been wiped out." "What?" Su Sanjin exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Wiped out? What do you mean? Disbanded, overrun by zombies, or left the city?" Huang Zifeng shook his head. "None of those. They were destroyed by the camp from Longzijai. The useless individuals were killed, and the useful ones were taken away." Upon hearing this, Su Sanjin and the others all widened their eyes in astonishment. Longzijai? Could it be that there were several human camps within this city? Dazhuang asked, bewildered. Huang Zifeng nodded. "Yes, there are several, both large and small. For instance, the camp of the big bearded man is a group of people occupying a supermarket, transformed into a refuge. Of course, a gathering of people like you also counts as a camp. However, almost all camps are hiding away, and their specific locations are largely unknown. Only the Longzijai camp is well known to everyone." Su Sanjin, with a serious expression, asked, "Well known to everyone. Is this camp large?" "Very large." Huang Zifeng replied. "The city's water and electricity plants are located in Longzijai. A group of people occupies the water and electricity plant, ensuring abundant supplies, with around 500 individuals, even possessing firearms, making them extremely powerful. The camp that produced the repeating crossbows was annihilated by them. However, at this point, Huang Zifeng sighed heavily. The leader of that camp, Long Gu, escaped from prison. His subordinates are all no good characters. Therefore, those who survive and possess resources generally do not wish to go there." Su Sanjin exhaled. "I never anticipated there would be so many survivors." Huang Zifeng nodded. "Indeed. In reality, the greatest threat to ordinary people comes solely from the common zombies, while the real terror lies with the military forces. Yet, until now, we remain largely unaware of the situation over there." Su Sanjin acknowledged. "The big, bearded man mentioned this to us before. However, these matters are not for us to worry about. My only concern is survival. Now, tell me, why were you at the big, bearded man's camp?" "I was captured by them." Huang Zifeng replied. "A few teammates and I were out searching for supplies when we encountered their people and were taken to their camp. I killed some of their men while resisting, which led to me being bound and forced to kill zombies outside. Su Sanji nodded and continued. You previously mentioned that the big bearded man was deceiving us. What do you mean by that? How was he deceiving us? The underground casino. Huang Zifeng explained. The underground casino that the big bearded man spoke of is not a game. It holds many zombies. Whenever they capture someone, they select 1 or 2 individuals each day to fight against the zombies for their amusement. Upon hearing Huang Zifeng's words, Su Sanjin and the others instantly furrowed their brows. I too realized the purpose of the zombies confined in the warehouse. It turned out that those individuals were using the zombies for amusement, carelessly tossing people to them. Previously, I thought that Zhang Cici and her family of 3 were already perverse enough. However, compared to these people, they were utterly unworthy of even carrying their shoes. Zhang Cici and her family had strayed in their thinking due to their concern for her mother, but these people were purely in it for fun. Lacking any other motives, this was the true horror. They had completely abandoned all moral considerations of humanity, seeking only amusement. My goodness, Yang Shan exclaimed, his face pale with fright. I can't believe I trusted him so much. He was willing to toy with our lives from the very start? That scoundrel. Thank goodness we managed to escape. Otherwise, with such devils, we wouldn't even know how we would perish. After saying this, he gave Su Lele and Su Sanjin a thumbs up. In critical moments, we must rely on you. Su Sanjin exhaled deeply and remarked. It seems that the big bearded man was not wronged. Not a single word he uttered was true. He has been deceiving us all along. Da Zhuang nodded in agreement. One can only say that this person is far too cunning and cruel. Su Sanjin turned to him and asked, Da Zhuang, how much credibility do you think Huang Zifeng's words hold? Huang Zifeng was taken aback, then suddenly knelt on the ground, exclaiming, Brother, everything I said is true. Every word comes from the depths of my heart. If any of it is a lie, may lightning strike me. Yang Shan, filled with resentment, approached Huang Zifeng and shouted, The big bearded man guaranteed us the same thing before. In the end, not a single word was true. Just now, I realized, in this freezing winter. Where would thunder come from? Damn it. After saying this, he pointed at Huang Zifeng. You're also deceiving us, aren't you? I'm not deceiving you at all. Huang Zifeng lamented, on the verge of tears. Why would I lie to you? It benefits me nothing. You are trying to save your comrades. I am trying to save mine. We are on the same side. Meanwhile, Su Lele, with a look of uncertainty, asked me, Boss, do you think Huang Zifeng can be trusted? Chapter 92. Re-entering the camp, I gazed at Su Lele's dubious expression, unsure of how to respond. This fellow, having been deceived by the big bearded man, was now in a state of paranoia. He was wary of everything, having reached a point where no one could be trusted. Certainly, Yang Shan's situation was even more severe compared to Su Lele. He trusted no one at all. Lele, I replied to Su Lele. Although this world has indeed crumbled, and we must maintain an utmost vigilance, being cautious at every turn to safeguard our lives, there are still some things you must hold on to steadfastly. For instance, trust your own judgment. Su Lele nodded. I understand. This Huang Zifeng is deceiving us. I'm going to slap him. How am I deceiving you? Wait, I hurriedly stated. You've misunderstood my meaning. I mean, you need not be paranoid. Instead, you should possess your own judgment and understanding, just like your father, who always knows precisely how to handle every situation. Su Lele, still uncertain, asked, So, what do you mean? Upon hearing this, I sighed helplessly that I had initially intended to guide Su Lele, but it seemed that this fellow had lost everything but his courage that I spoke to him. What I mean is, Huang Zifeng and the big bearded man are not of the same ilk. The big bearded man's words cannot be trusted because he harbors evil intentions, and we must remain vigilant toward his utterances. However, as for Huang Zifeng, even if some of his words may be false, it's still reasonable to believe him. Su Lele paused, perplexed, and asked, What do you mean? If they are both deceiving us, why can we trust one and not the other? Aren't they both lying? I replied, Of course, they are different. What kind of person is the big bearded man? He wants your lives. He is sharpening his knives, waiting for you. One misstep, and your lives would be forfeit. Whereas Huang Zifeng only wishes to save his comrades. Their motives differ, so trusting him is not an issue. Even if danger arises, you still have other options. Su Lele hesitated for 2 seconds, then replied, But if Huang Zifeng is deceiving us while trying to save his comrades, This that I was momentarily taken aback, then helplessly responded, "Are you being ridiculous?" He barely escaped from there. Why would he return if it weren't to save his comrades? Su Lele scratched his head. Now that you mention it does seem that way. According to your reasoning, Huang Zifeng is indeed trustworthy. Observing his expression, I remarked, "Trust him, but do not place your complete faith in him. Prioritize your own safety." Having great figures taught us to view issues through debate rather than a rigid, unchanging perspective. Understood. Su Lele nodded, then turned to Su Sanjin. "Dad, regardless of the truth behind Huang Zifeng's words, we must give it a try, whether for Aunt Sohua or others." Upon hearing this, Huang Zifeng quickly nodded. "Yes. Yes, I have no reason to deceive you. I swear you may not believe it, but you will know once you try." "All right." Su Sanjin nodded in agreement. "Our current state is not ideal. Let us find a place to rest first. And after dark, we will proceed." Subsequently, the group drove to a location near the camp and disembarked, seeking a secluded spot to rest. In the early evening, Su Sanjin inquired, "The time is about right. Lele, how are you feeling now?" Su Lele moved her body and replied, "I'm fine. The injury from the crossbow bolt isn't too serious. With the wound bandaged, it doesn't affect my combat ability." "Good." Su Sanjin nodded. He then turned to Huang Zifeng and asked, "Do you know where your comrades are being held?" "Over by the underground arena," Huang Zifeng replied. "It's at the farthest end of the camp, with a staircase leading to the basement. All captured individuals are confined there. How do we get in?" Su Sanjin asked. Huang Zifeng quickly responded, "Not everyone inside the camp knows each other. We can find a place to sneak in, as long as we aren't recognized by anyone." "What if someone recognizes us?" Dazhuang furrowed his brow and asked. "That wouldn't be a problem," Huang Zifeng replied. "The only ones with combat capability in the camp are that leading big guy and his crew. While a group is hiding at the city entrance as of now, that big guy and his crew are likely dead. Even if those at the entrance return, they won't be able to control the situation right away. Even if they can't rescue anyone, escaping should not pose a problem." Upon hearing Huang Zifeng's words, I recalled those who had captured us when we entered the city. The leader, I believe, was called Hu Wei. They likely still have about a dozen people remaining. Of course, this was based on the last time we split up. I just didn't know how many had perished at the hands of that zombie dog. I certainly didn't believe that the zombie dog could eliminate all of them, but it might have bitten one or two, right? Su Sanjin nodded and said to Huang Zifeng, "We haven't entered the camp before, but there may be quite a few who recognize you. You should smear some dirt on your face and disguise yourself a bit." "All right." Huang Zifeng hurriedly wiped some grime from the ground or wall onto his face. Afterward, the group approached the camp's perimeter, finding a window to climb through. Inside, the light was dim, making it difficult to see clearly. However, upon entering, everyone was taken aback. There were not many people in the hall. Fewer than 10, in fact, just as Huang Zifeng had said. These individuals merely glanced at Su Sanjin and his group before disregarding them entirely. Upon witnessing this scene, Huang Zifeng's expression turned frantic. They may have already begun pitting zombies against humans in the underground arena. "Let us go down." Su Sanjin instructed. The group then made their way directly toward the staircase leading underground. However, just as they reached the staircase, someone suddenly ascended from below. Upon seeing Su Sanjin and the others, the person froze momentarily. Su Sanjin and the others were equally stunned. The individual was none other than Li Yonghua, the person who had been chatting with the big bearded man when Su Sanjin and the others entered the camp. Immediately, Li Yonghua turned and dashed down the stairs. Su Sanjin quickly shouted, "Lele, grab him!" Before Su Sanjin could finish, Su Lele had already lunged forward, pinning Li Yonghua against the staircase, just as Li Yonghua opened his mouth to scream. Dazhuang had already rushed over and pulled out a black object from his pocket, stuffing it into Li Yonghua's mouth. Then, with a roll of his eyes, Li Yonghua fainted at that moment. Yang Shan also rushed over, puzzled, and asked, "Dazhuang, what did you just give him?" Chapter 93. The underground fighting arena. Dazhuang clapped his hands and exclaimed, "My socks! I had intended to stuff them into Lele's mouth earlier, but I didn't manage to do so. After I changed out of them last time, I couldn't bring myself to throw them away, so I kept them in my pocket, and look, they came in handy now." Su Lele, Yang Shan. Even I was taken aback upon hearing Dazhuang's words. Socks? Those filthy socks that hadn't been washed for over 3 months. When Lele's mother passed away, Su Lele had frantically yelled to go out and battle the zombies, only to be pinned down by De Zhuang, who had meant to stuff those very socks into her mouth. The stench must have been unbearable. Judging by Li Yonghua's reaction, the odor was certainly no small matter. Thankfully, they had not ended up in Su Lele's mouth. Su Sanjin surveyed the surroundings and said, "First, let us capture him. There's a room over there. Take him inside. We must avoid being discovered." Subsequently, Su Lele seized Li Yonghua and headed toward the room. Inside the supermarket, there were numerous shelves and storage rooms that had been repurposed into living quarters. The door stood ajar, and there was no one inside. After they entered, they closed the door behind them. Su Sanjin then extracted the socks from Li Yonghua's mouth. Ugh! As soon as they were removed, Li Yonghua nearly retched. He began to gasp for air, his face a mask of shock, as if he had narrowly escaped death. Taking a deep breath, he was about to scream for help once more. But at that moment, Su Sanjin thrust the socks toward him. Upon witnessing this, Li Yonghua immediately shut his mouth and shook his head vigorously. His eyes filled with terror. "Don't scream," Su Sanjin warned. "Otherwise, I'll stuff the socks back in your mouth." Li Yonghua nodded emphatically, his mouth tightly sealed, still too frightened to speak. "Don't be nervous," Su Sanjin reassured him. "As long as you behave, I want to put those socks back in your mouth." Li Yonghua grimaced and said, "Big brother, you guys are truly something else. How can you stand the smell of such foul socks?" The others turned to look at De Zhuang in unison. That he blinked and then pulled out another sock from his pocket, saying, "I don't find them smelly at all. In fact, I think they smell rather pleasant." As he spoke, he took a whiff of the sock. Then he turned to Su Sanjin and the others, declaring, "It really does smell good. Don't believe me? Go ahead and take a sniff." At this, everyone took a collective step back. That I, too, was astonished by De Zhuang's bizarre antics. How could this guy possibly perceive the odor of socks that hadn't been washed for 3 months as pleasant? Was this some sort of madness? Su Sanjin, exasperated, said, "Enough, just put it away." Turning to Li Yonghua, he asked, "So, most of the people in your camp are down below, correct?" Li Yonghua nodded. "Yes. What about our big brothers? Didn't they go after you? Why haven't they returned while you have?" Yangshan chuckled. "You needn't wait for them. They're all dead." Li Yonghua's eyes widened in shock. "You few managed to take them all out." "Are you devils?" Su Sanjin replied sternly. "Stop with the nonsense. Why did they pursue us? Were you the one who tipped them off? How did you realize that the big bearded man was kidnapped?" Li Yonghua chuckled awkwardly. "Every industry has its own jargon. In our camp, the presence of fish indicates that the waters are disturbed, which means enemies are nearby. A red fish signifies the highest danger. So, when I heard it, I immediately reported it to the boss, and he went after you." As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Su Sanjin and the others' grim expressions and quickly added, "But you can't blame me. I was just looking out for the camp." Su Sanjin sighed. "Rest assured, I want to kill you. I just didn't expect that. Despite all precautions, we almost fell into the big bearded man's trap. Thankfully, I managed to eliminate him." De Zhuang and the others cast appreciative glances at Su Sanjin. In this regard, they truly couldn't compare to him. The reality was that without Su Sanjin, they might not have survived to this day. "By the way, why have you come back? Are you planning to seek revenge on the camp?" Li Yonghua asked tentatively. Su Sanjin coldly replied, "That's none of your concern. Lele, knock him out." "Okay," Su Lele responded, extending her right hand to In the next moment. Before Li Yonghua's astonished blow, Lu Jinghui, who was evading the zombies, turned pale with fright upon seeing a person plummet from above. Without hesitation, he roared and lunged at the zombies. Unlike ordinary zombies, this particular one wore braces on its teeth. As long as one avoided being scratched, infection was unlikely. However, the strength of the zombie was immense, and its claws were razor-sharp. "Bro!" Huang Yonghua urgently shouted at Su Sanjin. "Please, I beg you, save him." Su Sanjin inhaled deeply and replied in a grave tone, "I'm sorry, there are too many people here. If we act now, we will likely all perish. You can only pray that your brother can hold on." Upon hearing Su Sanjin's words, I felt an immediate surge of displeasure. What does pray mean? Does he look down on someone? I unleashed my skills to control the zombie, pouring all my strength into it as it charged toward Lu Jinghui. More precisely, it veered slightly off course. Yet, faced with the oncoming zombie, this fool Lu Jinghui became paralyzed with fear, standing frozen in place. How foolish! He was acting just like Su Lele. I cursed under my breath, thinking that if Lu Jinghui simply dodged, I could crash headfirst into the wall behind him, thus ending this skirmish as I was about to collide with Lu Jinghui. I adjusted the zombie's footing and brushed past him, crashing into the wall instead, at the very moment of impact. I relinquished my control. I had no desire to experience the sensation of my head hitting the wall. Bang! With a resounding thud, the zombie's head was smashed open, collapsing limply to the ground. Ha. The bald giant laughed heartily. I win. A middle-aged man nearby exclaimed with frustration. That doesn't count as a win. The zombie killed itself. The bald giant retorted with a sneer. So what? I still won. He then pulled out a steamed bun and shouted to Lu Jinghui. Hey kid. Here, this bun is a reward for you. He tossed the bun down. Lu Jinghui picked it up, disregarding the dust covering it, and eagerly devoured it, obviously starved. This scene prompted laughter from those around. Meanwhile, the losers begrudgingly placed their food before the bald giant. Just then, the entrance to the well below opened, and a young man hastily exited. Simultaneously, others entered to discard the zombie's corpse. The bald giant scanned the surroundings and bellowed. Is there anyone else willing to bet? Step forward. I still want to play. I refuse to believe I'll lose again, grumbled the middle-aged man who had lost the bun. Ha. Good. The bald giant laughed heartily, then instructed those nearby. Go. Bring another person and a zombie. Soon after, 3 individuals emerged from the crowd and headed over. What an opportunity, Su Sanjin remarked. Come, follow me. Let us see what they're up to. Subsequently, a small group stealthily trailed behind the 3 individuals, taking advantage of the shadows. Fortunately, it was nighttime, although bulbs illuminated the upper area. The corners remained shrouded in darkness, rendering everything indistinct. Moreover, the people here would never suspect that others were mingling among them, intent on rescuing those they had imprisoned. Thus, they remained oblivious to the presence of Su Sanjin and his companions. This was the flaw of such individuals. While they were indeed terrifying to others, adept at navigating this apocalyptic world, their reckless nature rendered them incapable of thorough consideration in critical situations, especially when compared to someone like Su Sanjin. Before long, Su Sanjin and his group arrived at the 2nd underground level. This camp had previously been a supermarket, consisting of 2 underground levels. The first basement was likely once a normal retail space, while the second was used to store various goods, littered with warehouses. At that moment, they spotted the 3 individuals who had descended earlier, dragging one young man out of a nearby warehouse. No, please, don't, the young man cried, struggling fiercely on the ground. However, his pleas were akin to the cries of a pig awaiting slaughter to those holding him captive. Not only did it not earn him release, but it only fueled their excitement. Ha. Go ahead and scream. Soon, you won't have the strength to shout. Meanwhile, from within the warehouse, a woman's anguished voice rang out. Let my husband go. I beg you. Please. One of the captors chuckled maliciously. Don't worry. Your turn will come soon. Watching a woman fight a female zombie is far more entertaining. Upon hearing this, the woman's face went ghostly pale. Ha. Let us go. Bald bro is getting impatient. Another man beside him laughed uproariously. Su Sanjin frowned and turned to Huang Zifeng, asking, Do you know this person? Huang Zifeng shook his head, replying, No, he is not my teammate. Su Sanjin took a deep breath and declared, Even if he is not your teammate, I still want to save him. Lele, understood. I can't hold back any longer. Arg, Su Lele growled through gritted teeth. Chapter 95. A tense moment in the darkness. Stripes suddenly appeared on Su Lele's face, and she charged at the captors like a ferocious tiger. Su Sanjin and the others followed suit. The trio, taken aback by the scene, exclaimed, Who are you? What do you want? However, they were met with a resounding slap from Su Lele. You scoundrel, die, she roared, sending one of them flying. She could no longer tolerate these brutes who treated lives so lightly. The remaining 2, witnessing this, turned to flee, but how could they escape from Su Sanjin and his group? They were swiftly pinned to the ground. Just then, someone descended the staircase and shouted urgently, What are you all dawdling for? Hurry up, Sangu can't wait any longer. The 2 pinned to the ground, upon hearing the voice, shouted desperately as if clinging to a lifeline, Help! There are enemies, save us. Before they could finish, Su Sanjin and his group dealt with them. The individual attempting to descend the stairs realized the danger and immediately retreated upwards. Su Lele was about to pursue when Su Sanjin quickly stopped her. Don't chase. It's too late. Find a place to hide and think of a plan, he said darkly. He had not anticipated that someone would descend at such a critical moment. Just as he finished speaking, a panic shout echoed from above. There's trouble in the second underground level. Trouble in the second underground level, followed by a cacophony of chaos that Su Sanjin and the others hurriedly sought refuge, with Su Lele trailing closely behind. Huang Zifeng, running in fear, shouted, "We're doomed. I wish we hadn't intervened." De Zhuang shot him a fierce glare, retorting, "If it weren't for trying to save your teammate, we wouldn't even be here." At that moment, footsteps could be heard approaching from the first underground level, a thunderous stampede. It seemed everyone who had been watching the fight had rushed down, and they would soon burst in. The situation here was different from above. While one could jump out of a window upstairs, the underground space, especially at this depth of 10 meters, offered only two exits, an elevator and a staircase. There was no other way out, unless one could burrow like a rat. Even if I took control of Su Lele's body and managed to escape, the others would likely meet their end here. I glanced at the warehouse containing the zombies and said, "Lele, running away isn't a solution to you want to play a big game." What do you mean? Those above are about to come down. Su Lele asked, puzzled. "Fool. Even if you hide, how long can you stay hidden?" I scoffed. Didn't Huang Zifeng mention earlier that many zombies are kept in the camp below? You could have your father and the others hide in the warehouse. Then release the zombies. Over 50 zombies should be enough to handle the crowd rushing down from above. These people are hardly worth saving. Don't you want to see a battle between humans and zombies? If you're so keen, why not let them experience it firsthand? Just watching is dull, right? Su Lele's eyes widened in realization. Hurry up. If we wait any longer, it will be too late. If worse comes to worst, I'll take control of your body. I urged her. All right. Su Lele responded, quickly stopping Su Sanjin and leading them into a nearby warehouse. Upon stepping outside, Su Lele gazed at the young man who had been dragged out earlier and spoke in a deep voice. Aren't you going to hurry back? Secure the door tightly from the inside. No matter who knocks, do not let anyone in. After delivering her command, we swiftly dashed towards the warehouse teeming with zombies. The young man, now regaining his senses, hastily returned to the interior of the warehouse. That moment, those on the ground floor surged down, a veritable throng of dozens. Under the leadership of the bald-headed giant, they charged directly towards the three slain individuals. Roaring in fury, "Who the hell did this? Show yourself, you bastards!" However, no response was forthcoming. Meanwhile, Su Lele had already arrived at the area where the zombies were confined. The zombies within, upon hearing the bald man's voice, began to growl incessantly, yearning to break free. "Brother, do I truly have to release all the zombies? If I do, everyone in this camp will surely transform into zombies. That would be far too cruel and utterly terrifying." Su Lele inquired, her face etched with concern. I pondered for a moment before responding. "Do you not find that compared to zombies, these people are far more terrifying? Regrettably, it is evident that this world lacks any rules to punish them. There is no divine retribution, no God, no cycle of reincarnation, and you are the one destined to exact their punishment. Zombies attack humans to propagate the virus, acting under its control. Yet, the individuals within this camp kill solely for their own amusement, to triumph over others in their twisted games. Furthermore, in their pursuit of capturing more humans for their entertainment, they resort to deception, luring others in only to slaughter them afterward. The true genesis of this apocalyptic world may not stem from the zombies, but rather from such a group of people." Su Lele inhaled deeply and declared, "I understand now, brother." With that, she raised her hand, now transformed into a fearsome claw, and deftly swiped her sharp fingertips across the chain securing the warehouse door.